Chapter 1 The Apocalypse. A theage of 33 if find Mijel verflechten gaunt the past 3 years, during which a struck bikidney disease, rendering main kippa beofwork, leading natanlet at a fiery of me bussiness butyl sodomounting the bank. Now, is stand on the balcony mirror to department, contemplating the notion of phase conscience at life. Thof my condition had stabilized it me what, if this recently taken outern forth wars, with zivaridi ma making of in walking laborious task. Those around me tend to keep their distance, and Iderino treach out on own. Themament the phone rings, I fear the inevitable complaints about thy own hardships, as if thy expect meadows for financial assistance. Enduring thistletudious becoming gun-bearable, as I savor the last off my cigarette, gazing down at the view from the 20th floor, I am unthebering kofa momentous decision, sudden caught the door thoughts. I see to McTosk for in toff peace before meet me in mutter to myself. Initially reluctant to answer, the melodious voice o feungual man from next dorkal sout, instant recognizable tone. She's a striking beautiful figure, voluptuous yet unfortunately semi-O'Neill ses mistress. Our occasional encounter shave sparkada flicker off in tasium a mind, and an expected arrivalatador, a curiosity. Whether idioto de or tomorrow, it's salt the same perhaps I can endure just a little longer, I reassure myself. Dragging me weary buddy toward the door, if find solace saint he fact thaddy facera main sun blemish to still consider mijulf some hansa. Ike clamoisten me palmson as me hair. What brings you aware? I ask, attempting to fit composure is pinthador. Hey there, handsome. Iv locked Mickey sand phone 9 cd may ibro wires to makel? Sheesks with a smile. Oh, of course. Please, come in, I reply, stepping gassidius hinters. So it was mo yarquist for a phone call had foolish lie entertained thoughts offer tune. It was clear to me hum shintunded a contact. Perhaps my awkward git gave me away. Forsh inquired, are you feeling unwell? Yes, just a bit under the weather. Harris my phone, he responded dismissively, handing her me Devis. Hello? Where are you? Iv locked Mickey sand phony film, borrowing a neighbor's, shespokin to the receiver. Yes, I'll thank them later. Hurry, please, she continued. Thank you so much, me boyfriend will be here, Philip Maine. She says hung up, turning her gazetteaward. A lover is still a lover, even if she forsto him as a boyfriend. I couldn't lie and be her situation, addle intellect. A mustery dasmile, saying, no need for thanks it's just neighborly assistance. With on lie the two fuse in theorem, I hesitated to close the door. I felt too exhausted to move, allowing the door to remain in seem lapidus. I could not discern if my conversational ineptity to do a stow blame me or if she simply wished to disregard me. Wesite topicatine softy sofa, akasma fun spoken words between us. At last, her boyfriend arrived, liberating me from the awkwardness. I foresaid Mijulf treasy and greet him. To ask polite, even offering me cigarette for this trivial favor, beautitwas unfortunate adjustron out. Once a thade parted, I sank back into the sofa, tearing open the packet light and cigarette with urgency. The doctor had warned me against drinking, smoking, and engage in gin and tomato relations, but what did it matter no? With nothing left alos, he had spent my last 1200 ion on medication, fully aware of the twester medicinally addressed symptoms rather than root causes. Yet, he had na cois butokling to live. Envi angelis served na purpose si fi huerto berebern, e wu drather natra tour nasa human. Extinguished my cigaretti and madame wa back to the balcony, boot just as I reached thiege. A frentikna kekoed through it here. Is today design yet to beaterment? It grumbled. Open the door, help me, please, the neighboring woman's voice cried out from the other side. Cold Thisbe twist of fate? Perhaps event the heaven shad taken pity in May? He hurried to the door. As a swunged open, shebbled head inside, nearly knocking me off me feet. Did she wish to hasten medimus? He was about to express me frustration when he noticed said her swift lie shooting the door behind her. Immediately, Shekalap said to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Was the surefine gif to me before my end? What's wrong? I asked it softly. Me boyfriend ask on him hebit me, she wailed. Bitten? Juanu what bizarrian ticks they were up to? How shameless so herto flaunt her troubles before him, be standard to their sorted affairs. Perhaps mid is stain ways evident, for she raised her arm, exclaiming, look. My God, is this a human bite? It gasped. A large hung Koffelschwaz missing from her forearm, exposing bone beneath, and Nifinally not a said the Pilaf blood forming on the floor. Not long after Wegathome, Hestar Ted feeling Gunalandra shed to Thebathrum Tovamit. I went into comfort them, and as Sudan la Torndan bit me. It was as if ha had lost his mind, she cried, her distress only intensifying. These woundus grave you need to go to the hospital. Should we call the police as well? I suggested. Okay, she replied, her voice trembling. Such a severe injury must be excruciating yet. Her expression showed on la panic and confusion. Iki cliff fetched Toland preceded against their wound. After numerous hospital visits, he had acquired some basic medical knowledge. Press the towel tightly I twill help stop, Thebby eating, I instructed her. Thank you, she murmured. It's nothing just neighbor-like kindness. What Tony Arth happened to your boyfriend? Why died Hesed in Labidia? I inquired. Gradually her emotions settled, and she explained, he was fine until I went to Thebathrum Tovamit. His ears turned bloodshot, and when Itrieto talked to him, he didn't trespone dejes screamadan lungadami. It barely escaped. Her description mirrored scenes from a horror film. Could it be thought the zombies from the screen had come to life? That seemed impossible. If there were retroless zombies outside, chaos would have already ensued. Yet, the world outside remained eerily quiet. Let's call an ambulance and think the police, I said firmly. All right, I truly appreciate your help, she replied. I don't count my finny and yield, but both the hospitalant police Alina Swerabasi, leaving Munable to connect. Suddenly, the screeching golf car brakes pierced the air, followed by the sound of faviolan crash. The scream soft haracidence echoed throughout her neighborhood, and through the window, I glimpsed a distant flamus flicker in the night. This is it. Could he trillib themed oft world? What on earth is happening? I began to scur, but before I called finish me thought, I resigned disbelief. For the woman before me had begun to vomit, spewing dark, viscous liquid on me floor. As I attempted to speak, Shezadinla lifted hairhead, lunging toward him, her eyes ablaze with crimson fury. In that moment, primal survival instinct surged within. Despite me frail state, having practiced said martial arts for several years, he found a reservoir of strength. I kicked her back with a forceful thrust, sending her stumbling several paces away. Were it not for me illness, I could have incapacitate her with that kick alone. Yet, my offer did little to deter her schemer liffltered for armament before a carging at me on some more. While it had fierce kick had been fueled by sheer will, my body, swollen and weary, could not sustain such exertion. My vision blurred, and nearly collapsed. Despite amid disorientation, she remained unfazed. In an instant, she pounced him, her jaws poised to by tine Tomanek. Logically, is should have been doomed, Butier softrening kicked in. Instinctive lie raised my elbow to her throat, her mouth snapping me inches from me face. With many pressed against their abdomen, exerted all my strength to throw her off, sending her crashing into the glass coffee table, which to redden tote house and shards. Summoning last remnants soft my energy, if flipped onto her, pinning her down and zeizing gay piece of glass from the ground, aiming for Heres. In this situation, it was clear thighs ways indeed the zombie ever us from the movies. To eliminate the threat, and need dead to destroy her brain. Mid-time spent in hospital shad prepared him for this moment. The human skull is the hardest, bony and the body the dramatic depiction, soft stabbing, zombie synth the head were a pure fabrication. To damage her brain, I had to targetheres. Perhaps it was adrenaline coursing through me vines, or perhaps I was simply tutens, buta ziplaged theglashard into heri, my own hand was scut, blood mingling with hers. He had no knowledge of how this virus spread, but a recollected films, being bitten by zombie salted an infection. Though I had avoided her bite, I was likely contaminated, as sour blood had already intermingled. Though a longed for death, I refused to succumb to such a fate being devoured, was nothing envisioned. If I were to perish, I would first ensure her demise. I'd naturally a thesher doff glass clutched in me hand, enduring the intense pain coursing through me fingers as I forseth fullapu shed the glass deeper. A sins off trepidation washed of verm, prompting me to twisted to fumaretimes until fumen beneath malay uter lie still. As Istrig led to shift me body, the aftermath of for fierce a struggle left him feeling, increasingly ill. The medication he had been to Kingalalongal really accelerated my heart rate, and no it felt as if my heart might leap from it just. He has to lie rolladonta mijidi and collapsed on the sofa, Thelophelis formof tumen resting at my feet. The pseudoness o fiddle was overwhelming were I not for the excruciating pain radiating me buddy, I would have a trillabev die was censored in a dream. Chapter 2 Surviving Against All Odds. Yet, gazing gathwound sun me hand, I realized it wouldn't belong before met the Sam of Fatium. Reclining in the sofa, I reflected on my life thus far. At my age, I had yet a marry. Had dance been in a relationship, but the ended when me illness on debts drove my girlfriend away to Strifig with Anna Thurman. I had no family turnto, and the notion of friends sway say Suddenly, the thought off my earlier impulse to leap from a height timid absurdity laughable. Yet, looking at the corpse of form, I acknowledge that the truth did naturally wish for it. I was merely overwhelmed by the agonia of my affliction, devoid of hope, and had succumbed toads regarding life and myself. But now, it was the lady had like contracteth as zombie everest. Even if I desired to survive, midam wasser lilamided. After a considerable moment to frest, finally managed to catch my breath and sat up with great effort. If death was imminent, I could not simply await passively. Had it not been for the doctor's explicit instructions, would have already poured Michel Fadrinkov if me fate was sealed, why no tindulge a little more? Slowly I arose and madam awaited the storage cabinet, where a bottle leaf liqueur awaited me purchased merlidays before me illness struck 3 years ago. I had of 10 thought that in Siri gained me health, would celebrate with this free bottle. Now, however, I would serve a farewell toast to Mijelf, and that seemed fitting. Up and uncapping the bottle, to sing aroma wafted in the air. Lacking any accompanence, Ike's aligra bay de glass from the deba in poured Mijelf half up, down in jitin on swift motion. Having abstained from alcohol for 3 long years, coupled with my current physical state, the thaf kunir licensed to mesper railing, tublavian. Yet, thesherpness of t sensation was precisely what 80 die confirmed my existence as a living being. Poured nether measury into my glass, splashing semi on the corpse of form. I never imagined that the fierce drink would have in years would be accompanied by a corpse. Her estoy or journey, this toast is for you, you dressed a Lephelis figure. I continued to imbibe several more cups, unsure whether it was the alcohol or the insitof tezombi everus, but I soon felt thurgitavamit. Struggling against nausea, I ultimately succumbed, retching into the floor. Hate away sprited Mijelfon being fastidious, butin thatment, it seemed inconsequential. With corpses and blood surrounding, I was on the brink of death, and my landlord was likely unaware if medemis. Gazing at the dark, viscous substance I had expelled on a floor, I glanced back at the corpse nearby, noticing the similarity in regurgitate offerings. Indeed, I washed esteemed Toby Comias via myself. In a frenzy, I poured more alcohol, having gone just begun to savor it stast, and simultaneous lilata a cigarette. As I finished smoking, a wavy of dizziness was shed over it seemed to wasn't the verge of transformation. I wonder aduniously if this mutation would compel metaconsummate techerps a forming unsettling thought. Yet, I waited for what felt like eternity without an signs of transformation. Instead, I felt increasingly drowsy. I fought to stay awake, but ultimately succumbed to slumber, drift into an exceptionally long dream. When I finally awoke, I was already midday the following day. Theblending sunlight pierced through my eyelids, forcing me to squint as I caught sight of the corpse on the floor, sending mine toast at Tovshak. Ikikli rolla de viren sat up. Everything the thad transpired yesterday wasn't undeniably real. At that moment, Eisen said some thing unusual in me hance we was theso phase awaking wet. Upon looking closer, he noticed numerous water stains in the floor. The air was thick with the putrid stench thescent off decay and vomit mingling with the lingering aroma of alcohol. These eaters converged into a noxious loud, nearly making Marichegan as it quickly covered me mouth. Yet, in that instant, my attention was drawn away from the foul stench to my hands. I recalled the myriad wounds inflicted Betheglashards, yet now the ruis no penital, as I withdrew me hands for inspection, it was astonished to find the talth wound vanished. Think hingit might be trick light, or perhaps the blooded obscured my vision. Eerie to thuish basian turned on the tap, rinsing me hands clean. To midis belief, the injurious were indeed Guinea tways as if they had healed completely. Something was Samus why had I sudden lyrigan, such agily? Il lifted me gazed oath the mere and ways astonished to sim a reflection my appearance had drevertetos tadi twaisen befo rifle ill. With a few swiftments, it iscarded me clothing, and thes welling the thad plagued me had vanished, replaced bisalid missile. Were I not for Thegus like corpse seat me feet, I might have believed I was dreaming. However, uncertainty lingered, prompting me to hast a liar move in my trousers, recalling that a leg shad beant him most affected. To me astonishment, there was nose welling tobe found. The figure staring back at mine the mirror was soon mistakabila mijolf, yet me fi secura significantly improved compared to me pre-illness state. How cold thisb? Did the zombie ever us not on lie sperm from becoming, o noft hun dead buddle so milements? Ekically dressed and performed 1200 Inese right here, reveling in the fact that I felt no fatigue. These was nothing short of miraculous my illness had vanished, and my physical capability as shad surged. I just did mijolf with a few punches sand kicks, discovering gone astonishing speed that far exceeded me peak before falling. This was truly unbelievable. In the midst of fanapocalypse, I had somehow experienced a rebirth. If I was destined to survive, then I must navigate this chaotic world. First, I needed to tie-dye up my surroundings. I has to lyre treated an old sheetandrap the corpse with a neat, only Tory lies my strength had increased remarkably, allowing me to lift the body effortlessly. Given the tight was themed off days, I simply the corpse to the Balkanian tossedite over thiege. Ironically, one of my greatest pet peeve shade always been the act of throwing objects from mates, yether I was, the very perpetrator of such an act, discarding a lifeless body. Watchin jit plummet a theg round danger unto agro tesmis philed muithrally, fi was gratefully had no ta ipad off mishal fi yesterday. But waitho caldizisa clearly from this distance, I had been severely nearsighted, with over 1200 degree soft vision impairment. Had I eyesight miraculously improved? The sound of the corpse hitting the ground attracted a swarm of nearby zombies. I observed the reverie move with startling clarity, indicating hatna ton lihid my nearsightedness vanished, but my vision had become remarkably acute. These waswat tight me into survive against stall odds. I felt a surge of exhilaration, almost laughing at the absurdity fiddle. Grabbing a broom and mop, I set about cleaning me homie, relishing the thrill of tossing the bris from above. It is scar dead thicken tint soft tetus pen over the balcony, theshered soft glassicting like blade sass the pierced, the skull soft zombie-esque there below, toppling them in drooves. It seemed the power of high altitude de bris was indeed formidable. Irishid back inside, shatter ringe of air a piece of glass into living room, sweeping therum nats into the dustpan before returning to the balcony to unleash another barrage of destruction. With every fall, more zombies fell, and the coloration was overwhelming. Wythiach corpse thought collapsed, the noisy attracted of Inmaroftune dead. I repeated this process several times, until the living room was devoid of glass, and the ground below was littered with the remains of over 100 zombies. I felt invigorated, caught to pin thighs eclarating chaos, and I had no intention of stopping. Before I had been an avid outdoorsman, skilled at handling slingshots and devanamum barrow follow collar chirai club. I had on swan a compound boaz a prize in a competition, and I had amassed a collection of faros and bospurchsid online, often venturing into the mountains with friends to hunt birds. However, I had refrained from using me bows, knowing I could not remain in this place for long. My and lyre remaining supplies consisti do fe few packs off noodles. Once the Waragone, I would have an cois batoventury outside, at which point my archer skills would sure like come in handy. I retrieved missling shot from it shiding plation found a large bag of steel balls a hads to red away. With me newfound vision, targeting the zombies below would bet chilled splay, especially with head-to advantage of high-altitude projectiles. Initially, distance-posed dacklinge and me fierce fuse hot smiths theirmark. However, iquicly adapted, and soon, under the influence of this high-altitude advantage, each target found its target, taking down a zombie with every heat. Perhaps he had been suppressed by pain for too long, but now, irrevelent this thrill, feeling gasons of exhilaration thopbordered on the grotesque, I simply could not bring myself to stop. Just as I was lost in my revelry, acry for help from the opposite building interrupted my amusement. I looked up to see beautiful woman, one I recognized, though I did not know, as he had often spied on her through binoculars from a vantage point. She stood in her balcony, and as I gazetted her, she returned my stare, seeming like captivated by missling shot prowess against the zombies. Lost in me own vanity, she spoke Keegan big brother, please save me. It was then that he noticed a zombie pressing against the window of her living room now, under she had fled to the balcony and locked the door. From me observations, this zombie was likely her father, a conclusion he had drawn from a prolonged surveillance. Have you been bitten? I called out to her. No, my father wasn't bitten either. Yet he has transformed into a monster, Thuman remarked. What is your name? I inquired. I could clearly see Thuman's expression freezy indeed. It was rather peculiar for a Toskerne main such circumstances, and acton becoming a ferational individual. My name is Zhang Xiaoyu. She hesitated before responding. Greetings, beautiful. I am Yang Wei, I replied with a smile. Please, implore autosave may you see him remarkably capable, Xiaoyu pleaded. Perhaps the girl was genuinely terrified, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of my name. In my youth, it was tolerable, Butazigerwolder, I often became a sorcio frically among me peers, which was quite infuriating. However, in this apocalyptic world, such triviality was irrelevant. I had contemplated changing my name, yet the process appeared cumbersome, requiring thorough registration of me information, which I found tedious stoppers, thus resigning myself to it. Save you? What do I stand again? I asked with a playful grin. I bid you. I will do anything you wish, Xiaoyu subbed. Very well, you have me word just wait and see, I replied cheerfully. In truth, I hadn't no intention of harming here after all. In this world on Thebring collapse, my courage had swelled. Thethotes and actions I had grievously on literate to contemplate to were in now right before exploration. Chapter 3. Relocating Xiaoyu resides on the opposite 19th floor, and the distance between her building and mine is approximately 30 meters. Using a slingshot is certainly out of the question. As there is no advantage of high-altitude projectile motion when targeting her, it must be arrows. I recall that my best archery performance was hitting the bullseye at 40 meters. However, my arm strength back then was not as robust as it is now. Nor was the draw weight of my bow particularly high. Given the current distance, hitting Xiaoyu's zombie father should pose no challenge. After some calculations, I returned indoors to retrieve my bow and arrows. Then made my way back to the balcony. Upon seeing my equipment, Xiaoyu was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of joy. This girl is remarkably carefree. I am about to shoot her father with an arrow, and she appears so delighted. Just find something on your balcony for me to aim at. It's been a while since I last practiced archery. I called out to her. Oh, okay, just a moment. She replied, beginning to rummage through her balcony. As I watched her search, my impatience grew. Xiaoyu was merely a pane of glass away from her zombie father, who was becoming increasingly agitated, banging against the glass and threatening to break through at any moment. Anything will do. Hurry up, I urged her anxiously. However, there was little of suitable choice on her balcony, mostly just some clothes hanging out to dry. After a considerable hesitation, Xiaoyu finally hung a red piece of lingerie on the railing, her face turning a shade that matched its vibrant hue. I was somewhat impressed by her creativity, yet decided to let it slide. Its bright color would serve as an excellent target for testing my archery skills. Step back a bit, I instructed her. Knocking the arrow and drawing the bow became second nature. Despite having not practiced for over 3 years, these motions had ingrained into my muscle memory. I inhaled deeply. Fully drawing the bowstring, I remembered that I could hardly maintain this position for long in the past, yet now I found it effortless. What remarkable changes has my body undergone? As I released my fingers, the arrow shot forth with a quiver, striking true and piercing the target, embedding itself firmly into the wall behind. Wow, I've become quite the marksman, I muttered to myself. All right, I'm about to shoot. Are you ready? I shouted to Xiaoyu. Yes, I'll stand back a bit, she replied. I wanted to ask if she was being foolish. The balcony was hardly spacious enough for her to move far. What I meant was for her to be prepared to run, just in case my aim faltered. Nevertheless, seeing her anxious demeanor, I knew that if I missed, she would undoubtedly be in grave danger. I steadied my breath and released another arrow. With the sound of shattering glass, the arrow struck Xiaoyu's zombie father squarely in the head. Unfortunately, the glass was of exceptional quality, significantly diminishing the arrow's impact. The arrowhead merely penetrated his skull slightly, failing to dispatch the creature. Why hadn't I considered this beforehand? Now Xiaoyu's screams mingled with the shattering glass and the zombie's growls, and I watched in horror as the zombie broke through the window and tumbled onto the balcony. Just out of my line of sight, I had no choice but to draw my bow and aim at Xiaoyu, hoping to spare her a painful demise if I could not save her. Xiao Yu's screams grew more frantic, and I couldn't tell if the zombie was advancing towards her or had already bitten her. Just as I was about to release another arrow, the zombie managed to rise from the ground. It was a gamble now. I quickly aimed for the zombie's head and released the bowstring, but the arrow grazed the creature's scalp as it lunged towards Xiao Yu. It was a matter of poor aim. The zombie had moved unexpectedly. In my panic, I had neglected to account for its motion. Thankfully, my reflexes were quick enough. As the zombie shifted, I sent out a second arrow, which struck true this time. But instead of the head, it pierced through the zombie's neck, likely due to the previous gust of wind. Xiao Yu had ceased her screaming, as the zombie was now directly in front of her. She was straining with all her might against the creature's shoulders, desperately preventing it from biting her. Initially, I intended to let her fend for herself, but witnessing her fierce will to survive compelled me to take another chance. I drew my bow once more and released another arrow. Learning from the previous two shots, and with the zombie's movements restricted by Xiao Yu, this arrow finally found its mark, penetrating the zombie's skull just as it was about to sink its teeth into her neck. The previously menacing zombie collapsed at last. Dazed and shaken, Xiao Yu stood frozen, her outstretched hand hovering in the air, unable to lower it, staring blankly at the fallen zombie before bursting into tears. Her sobs attracted a horde of zombies, and from their attire, I recognized that most had been dancing in the square below the previous night, having already felled a number of them with my earlier shots. It was no wonder I often heard arguments echoing from downstairs. The soundproofing in this area was notoriously poor. This worked to my advantage, as I seized the opportunity to eliminate the remaining zombies. I set down my bow and picked up my slingshot, utilizing the advantage of high-altitude projectiles to die in no time. I had dispatched the dozens of zombies surrounding Xiao Yu's building. Looking down at the courtyard below, I could no longer see any zombies on the street. I surveyed the surrounding buildings, noting that the residents had all transformed into zombies as well. Given the situation, it seemed that only Xiao Yu and I remained among the living. Luckily, I had managed to save her. Otherwise, I would soon be left without anyone to converse with. Having cried enough, Xiao Yu stared at me, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" I inquired. "You're amazing," she said. "Amazing? I simply enjoyed practicing this before." I replied modestly. "Do you know why they became monsters?" she asked. Seeing her demeanor, it was evident she had never dared to watch horror films. "These are zombies, not monsters. They must be the result of some virus," I explained. "How do you know they are zombies?" She pressed up. "Isn't that how they portray it in movies? Don't you watch films?" I asked. "I'm afraid of horror movies," she admitted. "Then you should start watching them." "I am not trying to scare you, but if you wish to survive, you will have to face these creatures daily," I advised her. It wasn't that I lacked compassion. Rather, I had been deeply hurt by women in the past. My ex-girlfriend had heartlessly abandoned me, and the alluring neighbors sought to ensnare me. While now we faced an apocalypse, I found it difficult to harbor any illusions about women. Revealing the truth to Xiao Yu was merely to ensure she grasped the reality before her. If she truly wished to survive, she must confront these zombies. Fortunately, there was still water and electricity, though I doubted it would last much longer. Once the supplies at home ran out, we would inevitably have to venture outside. After hearing my words, Xiao Yu fell silent, mustering the courage to gaze at the zombie before her. I chose not to further engage her, instead tossing a few bottles down below from time to time. The sound would occasionally lure a zombie or two, and some even jumped from the building in pursuit of the noise. It appeared that these creatures were indeed as the films depicted, highly sensitive to sound, yet lacking in intelligence. They could neither open doors nor break windows, which made them somewhat easier to handle. After a long day of exertion, I found myself hungry and returned to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles. I carried the bowl back to the balcony, eating while observing the zombies below. I refrained from killing the few that I had lured out, as I wanted to learn more about these creatures. After all, as the old adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. As I savored my noodles, a sudden noise from across the way startled me. I was astonished to see that Xiao Yu had managed to dispose of her zombie father's corpse from the balcony below, instantly earning my respect. "What are you eating?" she inquired. "Noodles," I replied. "Is that all you have to eat?" she asked. "Yes, just 2 handfuls of noodles, and now only one remains," I told her I was puzzled by how my physical capabilities had increased alongside my appetite. I could devour an entire handful of noodles in one sitting. However, this was a dire time. At least I didn't have to spend money on food. I merely needed to slay a few zombies. If I had to pay, I would indeed find myself in dire straits, as with my current appetite, it was only a matter of time before I would starve, even if I managed to evade the zombies. "Why don't you come to my place? I can cook for you as a thank you for saving me," Xiaoyu proposed. This girl was no fool. She was simply looking to leverage my ability to dispatch zombies for her own protection. However, I saw merit in this arrangement. It was mutually beneficial. After all, my single handful of noodles would not sustain me for long. It would be prudent to relocate while there were still few zombies outside. "All right, wait for me. I'll tidy up and be right there," I spoke to Xiaoyu. Without waiting for her response, I returned to the house and retrieved my old outdoor bag. The tent was undoubtedly useless. If zombies were to arise, it would merely serve as a coffin. However, I could certainly bring the sleeping bag, along with my slingshot and bow and arrows, which were essential. When it came to eliminating zombies from a height, nothing was more effective than my slingshot. As for the bow and arrows, they were versatile enough for both close and distant encounters, suitable for dealing with both humans and zombies. Yet, I found myself lacking a weapon for close combat. I could take the outdoor knife and some rope, but while the knife might suffice in an emergency, using it against zombies was inherently perilous. A kitchen knife wouldn't do either. Once it penetrated, it would be nearly impossible to extricate. After much contemplation, I decided to dismantle my bed. Armed with the kitchen knife, I severed the crossbeam beneath the bed and fashioned a makeshift club. I then gathered a change of clothes, swapping my current outfit for a more suitable outdoor ensemble, and changed into a lighter pair of shoes that allowed for greater mobility. "Let us set off," I declared to my reflection in the mirror. Chapter 4. Daydreaming. I slung the bow and arrows across my back, stuffing the remaining odds and ends into my bag, particularly that slingshot. I secured the knife to my thigh and grasped the wooden club in my hand. Standing at the door, I peered through the peephole, then struck the door with a few firm blows. After a moment of silence, having detected no unusual activity, I opened the door and stepped outside. The elevator was out of the question. The safest option was to take the stairs. My body felt robust, and 20 flights of stairs posed no challenge. However, I remained cautious. Although I had been observing the zombies and knew they relied on their hearing, I could not guarantee that none were hard of hearing. With each floor I descended, I tapped the wooden club against the handrail, and to my surprise, I encountered 2 zombies who were oblivious to my presence. Mere 5 or 6 steps away, just as I prepared to strike them down from behind, one suddenly turned and lunged at me in a moment of panic. I swung the club, possibly with too much force or perhaps due to the poor quality of my weapon. It shattered in my grip. Fortunately, that zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. Descending further, I encountered another of the same kind. This time, I learned from my previous encounter. It seemed these creatures were not only reliant on hearing but also had a keen sense of smell. Albeit effective only at a shorter distance, around 5 or 6 steps, as I had observed. Thus, I gripped the knife firmly as I approached within 10 steps. When I was 7 steps away, I sprinted towards it. As it turned to face me, my knife plunged directly into its eye. After wiping the blood from the blade on the zombie's body, I sheathed it and continued down the stairs. I descended several more flights. I suddenly recalled the zombies in the courtyard below that I had yet to deal with. Yet, having reached the 3rd floor, I hesitated. Should I go back? That seemed unwise. Lingering any longer might invite darkness. And the commotion I had made could attract more zombies, which would indeed be troublesome. I wandered the hallway, finding no useful weapons, until a fire extinguisher in the corner caught my attention. I picked it up and tested its weight. It would serve splendidly for bashing in zombie skulls, albeit somewhat unwieldy. With the fire extinguisher in hand, I exited the main door. I struck the extinguisher against the ground a few times, and the zombies immediately began to converge towards me. I quickly retreated a couple of steps, closing the door halfway and using my shoulder to brace it, leaving just enough space for one to pass. I raised the extinguisher, ready for the approaching zombies. Thankfully, my strength was considerable. As each zombie squeezed through, I dispatched them one by one with a solid blow, a strategy one deemed effective. Let us call it headshot on approach. Before long, I had dispatched several zombies, and I flung the door wide open, stepping out with confidence. Looking up, I spotted Xiaoyu on the balcony. Watching me, I waved proudly at her and made my way toward her building. Along the path, I picked up a steel pipe from a flower bed. It was likely left over from construction, used to stabilize the trees in the garden. With this formidable tool in hand, I quickened my pace up the stairs, employing the same tactic as before. With each floor, I struck the handrail with the pipe, successfully attracting a few zombies. Armed with the 1-meter-long steel pipe, I dispatched each approaching zombie with ease. The pipe whistling through the air as I swung it. 2 zombies were sent tumbling down the staircase. As the sun began to set, I finally reached Xiaoyu's door. "Xiaoyu, it's me. Open the door." I knocked and called out. "Come in," Xiaoyu replied as she opened the door, stepping aside to let me enter. While my vision had become far superior to that of an average person, standing close to Xiaoyu revealed that she was indeed more appealing than my neighbor, in both figure and appearance. Moreover, she was quite tall, likely around 175 centimeters, which was a pleasant surprise. "Are you hungry? I'll prepare dinner," Xiaoyu said as she closed the door. I made myself comfortable, removing my bag and the steel pipe, and settled onto the sofa. "Yes, please, that would be wonderful," I replied. "It's no trouble at all. Thank you for saving my life," Xiaoyu responded. She brewed a cup of tea for me before heading to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the television was broadcasting the news. This was my first glimpse of television since the apocalypse began. However, the host was unfamiliar to me. The previous one had likely succumbed to the zombie fate. The host, visibly flustered, urged everyone to stay indoors and avoid going out, promising that help would soon arrive. Such words might deceive others, but they would not fool me, since last night I had seen neither patrol cars nor military vehicles. The outbreak of zombies had likely spread too far and wide. Waiting for rescue was tantamount to waiting for death. To survive, I would need to forge my own path. As I pondered this, a commotion erupted on the television, suggesting that the news station had been overrun by zombies. The camera toppled, and the last image I witnessed was that of zombies devouring a person. At some point, Xiaoyu had entered the living room, her expression frozen in shock at the scene on the screen. "See? I told you we would have to face this ourselves," I remarked to Xiaoyu. No sooner had I spoken than the power went out, leaving the television blank. Following that, the water supply ceased as well. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was not foolish. I had noticed upon entering that she had filled every available container with water. "Will we still be able to eat?" I inquired of Xiaoyu. "We can still manage. We use liquefied gas at home. Just wait a moment, and I'll get things ready," she replied. It appeared that Xiaoyu had fully accepted the reality of the apocalypse. Quickly regaining her composure and showing no signs of being unnerved by the horrific images on the television. With the power out, I assumed my phone would be similarly affected. I pulled it out to test it, dialing a customer service number only to find it unreachable. Well, that was a relief. I wouldn't be receiving any more collection calls from the bank. I tossed the phone aside and casually picked up a book from Xiaoyu's table, discovering it to be an outdoor survival guide. Clearly, this girl possessed a strong desire to survive, but the book was of little use. We had spent ample time outdoors, and much of its content was trivial. With some even misleading, I tossed the book aside and wandered through Xiaoyu's home, eventually finding myself on the balcony. The night had fully descended, and I retrieved a powerful flashlight from my bag. Illuminating the area in the distance, I spotted several zombies, and I made a new discovery. These zombies were highly sensitive to light, immediately drawn toward it. I quickly turned off the flashlight to avoid attracting more. "Do you have any candles?" I asked upon returning indoors. "Yes, I'm looking for them, but I can't find the flashlight," she replied. Xiaoyu remarked I had no choice but to dim the light of my flashlight and hand it to her. Xiaoyu lifted the candle and returned to the kitchen, while I lit a candle and sat down at the table. Before long, Xiaoyu emerged with dishes in hand. I casually rinsed my hands with some water, not overly concerned about any viruses. It seemed I had developed some immunity to the zombie virus, even after the blood of that zombie had mingled with the wounds on my hands. I was unharmed and felt as though it had cured me. Thus, I merely needed to wash away the blood, as it was rather distressing to look at. However, I certainly wouldn't dare to let a zombie take a bite out of me. The wound was too terrifying, and should I truly become infected, It would be a pity after having been granted a second chance at life. I directly grabbed a handful of vegetables and placed them in my mouth. Pleasantly surprised by Xiao Yu's culinary skills, I rose to retrieve the leftover wine from my bag, and to my delight, this bottle of alcohol had ultimately fulfilled my desire. Despite the apocalypse, my body had healed, and I was celebrating with a stunning beauty. With this thought, my spirits lifted considerably. All my previous grievances had transformed into advantages. I had no family, no ties, and as long as I was full, my household was not hungry. Living in this chaotic world, I found a certain freedom and ease. When Xiao Yu returned with more dishes and noticed the wine on the table, she said nothing but, rather perceptively, went back to the kitchen to fetch 2 cups. By this time, 5 dishes had already been laid out on the table. That is sufficient. It's not the last meal. Come, let us eat, I said to Xiao Yu. All right, just one last soup, she replied, walking once more towards the kitchen, showing no sign of being bothered by my words. Finally, we took our seats. I filled both cups with wine and raised one to Xiao Yu, saying, to celebrate our survival against adversity. Tio, celebrate our survival against adversity, and thank you for saving my life, Xiao Yu echoed, raising her cup as well. Cheers, I downed the contents of my glass in one gulp. Cheers. Xiao Yu, despite her demure demeanor, drank with great gusto, mimicking my actions. After finishing her drink, her complexion changed, and she began to cough violently. It seemed she was indeed a good girl who rarely drank. Xiao Yu, how old are you? I inquired while munching on the vegetables. I am 27 this year, she replied. Are you married? Was that man from earlier your husband? I asked. In truth, I already knew he was her father, having once overheard her call him dad at the community supermarket. However, I couldn't reveal that, or else I would have to explain my earlier eavesdropping. I am not married, nor do I have a boyfriend. That was my father, though he is not my biological dad. I was adopted when I was just 1 year old, Xiao Yu explained. Instantly, my mind began to wander with various thoughts. No wonder she was capable of such actions. Was it similar to what one sees in movies, where Xiao Yu had endured numerous hardships from a young age? However, I hesitated to ask. We were without power, and I needed some topic to avoid the impending boredom. Chapter 5. Out in search of food, Xiao Yu seemed to sense my confusion and continued. My father treated me well, dedicating all his energy to me. Now at 53, he has yet to remarry. But he was diagnosed with lung cancer 6 months ago. We have exhausted all our savings, and these past few days, we have been discussing selling our house. This event has also come as a form of relief for him. Before it happened, he mentioned wanting to jump off a building, saying he didn't want to burden me. Thankfully, I discovered it in time, so I helped him fulfill his last wish. I see. I'm sorry to have brought up such a painful topic, I said. It turned out that Xiao Yu's experiences were quite similar to mine. Though her father had not been as fortunate as I had not only survived the virus, but had also experienced a significant enhancement in my physical abilities. It's all right. After my father passes, I have come to terms with it. He always taught me to be strong and brave, to live well regardless of what happens. If it weren't for you today, I would have gone against my promise to him, Xiao Yu stated. In this regard, you are far stronger than I. You are a brave girl, I affirmed. Brother Wei, thank you for saving me. I will work for you from now on, Xiao Yu said, raising her cup. Could you perhaps use a different form of address? I replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, I'm sorry. Yang Gu, thank you for saving me, Xiao Yu said, finally breaking into a smile. Cheers. I clinked my cup against hers. We both finished the wine in our glasses, and I continued, forget about working for me. It is fate that we have met in this apocalypse. From now on, we are friends, and as long as I draw breath, I will certainly protect you. Thank you, Yang Gu. This cup is for you, Xiao Yu said, raising her glass once more. You rarely drink, do you? Take it easy, I advised. I never used to drink at all. I knew the intentions of the men who invited me to drink. But today is different. I must drink. You and I are strangers, yet you were willing to save me. You are different from those men, Xiao Yu declared, her gaze unwavering. That's quite an overestimation of me. I am not a good person. I saved you purely for amusement, and mainly because I feared starving to death at home. However, I could not voice this out loud. Let us not speak of such formalities. Neither of us has family anymore. From now on, we are family. Let us drink, I insisted. Family. You eat more? Xiaoyu replied. Thus, we continued to drink and chat. I had initially brought only half a bottle of wine, which soon ran out. I couldn't tell if Xiaoyu truly had a good tolerance, or if her claim of rarely drinking was a ruse. Regardless, she seemed to grow more alert as she drank. Eventually, she retrieved her father's stock of alcohol, and the two of us managed to consume 2 more bottles of white liquor before collapsing on the sofa in a drunken stupor. When I awoke, the sun had already risen, and Xiaoyu's head rested on my leg. She must have been startled awake by my movements, quickly turning to sit upright. Brother, I'll go prepare breakfast for you, she said, rushing toward the kitchen. Yongwei, oh Yongwei, you truly live up to your name. It was one thing to consider ourselves family, but now she was calling me brother. I felt like giving myself a couple of hard slaps. I splashed some water on my face to freshen up and made my way back to the balcony. Perhaps due to my late-night antics with the flashlight, a horde of zombies had gathered in the yard. I returned inside to grab my slingshot and resumed my aerial bombardment technique. Brother, can I give it a try? Xiaoyu asked, having appeared behind me at some point. Sure, give it a shot, but be careful with your hands, I replied, handing her the slingshot. She was quick to learn. After I briefly explained the basics, she managed to operate it, though her accuracy and strength were lacking. Nevertheless, with the advantage of height, she managed to take down a zombie or two. Brother, why are you attacking them? Xiaoyu paused to ask. Isn't it obvious? If we don't take them out, they'll just keep piling up. We can't stay cooped up here forever. Food will run out, and water will dwindle. If we don't clear out the zombies downstairs daily, they will multiply, making our escape nearly impossible in the future, I patiently explained. You're right, brother, Xiaoyu pondered thoughtfully. Could you refrain from calling me brother all the time? I am not married yet. I finally couldn't hold back any longer. How would you like me to address you? Xiaoyu asked, lowering her head. I could see the blush on her face. But this was the apocalypse. If I couldn't express my true feelings now, then what was the point of living? Call me husband, I said. Huh? Xiaoyu gasped, lifting her head to look at me. Her eyes filled with disbelief. What else with the We will need to leave eventually, and this title is for your protection. If we encounter others, I must have a role to play, right? I'm too young to act as your father, and I don't look like your brother. The best identity is to play your husband. What if someone has ill intentions towards you? I stated seriously. Now that you mention it, that does make some sense. Xiaoyu conceded. Of course it does. I used to be timid, and the small business I ran before I fell ill didn't earn much. With little money in my pocket, I couldn't be assertive. But now, things are different. It's about strength. What is strength? Being able to kill zombies is strength. I possess that strength. Although my reasoning may be a bit flimsy, how could I let such a marvelous woman slip away? First, let us correct the title, and the rest will follow naturally. If it makes sense, then why not? I urged. Lo husband. Xiaoyu stammered. Very good. Call me that a few more times, I encouraged. Husband, Xiaoyu called out. Her face flushed, avoiding eye contact with me. Not bad. From now on, that's what I want to be called, I said with satisfaction. Okay, Xiaoyu replied shyly, her head lowered. I'll go check on breakfast. I steamed some buns. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, she hurriedly ran away. I didn't mind. After all, some matters must be approached with patience. I picked up my slingshot and resumed my efforts to deal with the zombies downstairs. I hadn't eliminated them all. I left 2 behind as my personal sentinels. If any commotion were to arise, these 2 zombies would serve as my alarm. After all, I had no idea how chaotic the outside world had become. In these tumultuous times, one could only speculate how humanity might change. Strangely enough, my greatest fear was not the zombies, but rather the humans. Fortunately, the following days passed without incident. Each day, however, the number of zombies downstairs increased. I would slay a portion and leave a few behind. Over the days, Xiaoyu grew accustomed to addressing me. Although she still exhibited some shyness when doing so, it was no longer as hesitant as before, which pleased me immensely. However, the most pressing issue now was that Xiaoyu's household supplies had been completely consumed, primarily due to my substantial appetite. It seemed the time had come to venture out in search of sustenance. The quickest and most direct option would be to head to the community supermarket, but that also posed the greatest danger. Based on my observations over the past few days, it appeared that the zombies retained some vestiges of their former lives, not memories, but rather habits. Therefore, it was highly likely that the supermarket was teeming with zombies. Given that 3 buildings separated us from the supermarket, I couldn't ascertain its current state. Alternatively, I could attempt to scrounge some food from our neighbors. But the security door posed a significant challenge. As I lacked the skill to pick locks, it seemed I had no choice but to head to the supermarket. Xiaoyu, stay here and guard the place. I'll go to the supermarket and fetch some food. I instructed her. I want to go with you, Xiaoyu replied, her gaze cast downward. While she had grown comfortable calling me husband, she still blushed at the term wife. Who do you want to go with? I asked teasingly. Husband, I want to go with you. Xiaoyu suddenly looked up, her eyes resolute. Her unexpected assertiveness took me by surprise. Her tone suggested she was not jesting. Once we step outside this door, I want to be able to protect you. Are you brave enough to confront the zombies? I inquired. I am. Even if I'm afraid, I must be brave if you don't return. I'll be doomed either way, Xiaoyu replied earnestly. Her reasoning was sound. If I were to perish outside, she would either starve at home or face a zombie-esque bite. Accompanying me could allow her to help carry supplies. Find a suitable weapon. You must stay close to me once we go out. Our survival in this apocalypse hinges on this one venture, I said gravely. Understood, Xiaoyu affirmed, then began searching for a weapon within the house. I watched as she unearthed 2 metal baseball bats, one larger and one smaller. These would undoubtedly prove more effective than the steel pipe I had been wielding. I took the longer bat she handed me. Testing its weight in my hands, it felt quite good, so I set the pipe aside in a corner. Why didn't you bring these out sooner? I asked her. You didn't ask, and besides, we weren't planning to go out before. These belong to my father, she explained. In that case, it seemed we had no choice but to assess the situation together. I emptied my backpack of its contents, while Xiaoyu fetched a larger bag to carry. Let us set off, I declared, pushing open the door and stepping outside. Don't forget the house keys. I reminded her. Don't worry. I have them around my neck, Xiaoyu assured me, as I descended each flight of stairs. I knocked on the railing a few times. This tactic proved effective. Drawing out 3 zombies, I dispatched 2 of them, but one had its leg broken, prompting me to let Xiaoyu handle it. To her credit, she fulfilled her promise and stepped forward, swinging the bat at the zombie's head. Although her strikes were weak, after several attempts, she managed to kill it. Chapter 6. Unwavering cooperation. I didn't expect her to achieve a clean kill in one blow. I only wanted her to exhibit some courage. If she hesitated or faltered, I would have been reluctant to continue supporting her. In this world, where survival of the fittest prevailed, I couldn't afford to carry a dead weight. However, during her first close encounter with a zombie, Xiaoyu was understandably nervous, as she stared at the shattered skull of the zombie on the ground. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. I stepped closer and firmly grasped her hand. And after some time, her shaking subsided. If you don't strike it down, it will consume you. If you fear, you will perish. If you do not fear, you may live, I said, looking deeply into her eyes. Emphasizing each word. I am not afraid, Xiaoyu declared. Her gaze steadied. I recognized that she was encouraging herself, and I felt pride in her progress. I couldn't expect everyone to be as unhinged as I was. Especially not a girl. Let us go, I commanded, moving forward. As we walked, I spoke softly. This time, our goal is to procure long-lasting, high-energy food. If it possesses some nutritional value, that would be even better. Got it? Xiaoyu replied. After dispatching a few more zombies, we finally reached the first floor, where I allowed Xiaoyu to take down 2 zombies independently. This time, I refrained from breaking any more legs. I simply stood by and observed. The current circumstances did not permit me to gradually train her, nor could she afford to acclimatize slowly. If she lacked the courage to confront the zombies, I couldn't trust her with my back. I couldn't keep my eyes on every direction. Yet, Xiaoyu did not disappoint me. She didn't scream or break down in tears, forcing me to reassess her capabilities. During her first kill, she exhibited some tension, but she ultimately succeeded. By the second encounter, she had become much more composed, swiftly knocking the zombie to the ground, then following up with several strikes to ensure it was truly dead. I had instructed her to keep striking until the zombie was completely incapacitated. Otherwise, it could rise again, putting us in peril. She had clearly absorbed this lesson. Learning from previous experiences, I cleared out all the zombies in the courtyard from the upper floor. Our passage remained unobstructed, with only the occasional stray zombie appearing, which posed no threat. Xiaoyu had rapidly developed her skills, taking the initiative to strike. This journey also served as practice for her. After defeating several zombies, she began to grasp some techniques, realizing that striking the zombies' temples was particularly effective. Remarkably, she even managed to take down 2 zombies with a single blow. For a girl, her swift growth genuinely made me feel that saving her had not been in vain. We proceeded cautiously, as I firmly believed that a cautious approach would yield longevity. Moving slowly allowed us to respond swiftly to any unexpected situations. If we rushed forward, we might inadvertently encounter a zombie or even a horde around the next corner, and that would be akin to walking into a lion's den. At long last, we arrived at the supermarket's entrance. But the scene before me was disheartening. There were only about 10 zombies loitering at the entrance, pacing back and forth. However, the interior of the supermarket was in disarray, with supplies strewn about, indicating that many had fought over resources when the chaos erupted. As a conservative, I had only just arrived, unsure of what might remain. It seemed that those who had fought for supplies had likely not survived, as the path we traversed was littered with corpses, some of which were missing limbs and still writhing on the ground. The direction of the scattered supplies suggested that the survivors had fled toward the outskirts of the city. Given our proximity to the city's edge, this made sense. I had no vehicle. Otherwise, I would have gathered supplies and fled as well. With the city's population, the number of zombies had naturally increased, but it appeared that I had made the right decision to stay put. Judging by the current state of the supermarket, it seemed there had once been a significant number of zombies nearby, but most had been drawn away by those fleeing. Now, my sole focus was on how to deal with the 10 zombies blocking the supermarket entrance. I regretted not bringing my bow and arrows. Let us hope a few of them are hard of hearing, I muttered to myself. Before Xiaoyu could respond, I picked up a discarded can from the ground and hurled it into the distance. As anticipated, this action successfully drew the attention of 3 zombies, who scurried towards the sound. I stealthily guided Xiaoyu along as we approached and swiftly dealt with the 3 zombies. Returning to our initial position, I employed the same tactic and lured out 4 more, which we dispatched with ease, rendering the 3 at the supermarket entrance insignificant. I confidently advanced towards the supermarket's main doors, and only when I was closer did the 3 zombies charge at us. Just as I suspected, some of these zombies were underdeveloped. The more robust ones had already pursued the earlier fleeing individuals. With a swing of my bat, I took down one after another, while Xiaoyu assisted me in eliminating another. The area at the supermarket entrance was now clear, yet I refrained from rushing inside. Uncertain of how many more might be lurking within, I dragged a shopping cart over and kicked it into the supermarket. The cart rolling far with a loud clatter, inevitably attracting 3 more zombies. As I dealt with these 3, I discovered the cart's clever utility. It could serve as a shield, maintaining a safe distance from the zombies, making it easier to dispatch them. Thus, Xiaoyu and I each took a cart and ventured deeper into the supermarket. Fortunately, the number of zombies inside was not overwhelming. Counting all we encountered since entering, there were merely about 20. After a fierce skirmish, Xiaoyu, though exhausted, had shown remarkable growth. After creating some noise to ensure the area was devoid of zombies, I led Xiaoyu towards the underground parking lot. What are we going to do in the underground parking? She couldn't help but ask. Of course, we're going to try our luck. I replied with a smile. I linked 3 shopping carts together and pushed them forward. While Xiaoyu kept a vigilant watch behind us, we had truly begun to cooperate effectively. After a short distance, I kicked one cart away, and with the 3rd cart sent careening, we eliminated the 7 zombies in the underground parking lot. This stroke of luck was indeed worthwhile, for just before I kicked the last cart, I noticed the door of a black SUV ajar, the vehicle empty, with the keys conveniently left on the seat. With the zombies cleared, I approached the SUV. Can you drive? I inquired of Xiaoyu. I can. My dad used to be a driving instructor, she replied. Perfect, you try to see if it works, and then wait for me to catch up with you. With that, I made my way back into the supermarket. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had been a dance teacher, so her stamina and coordination remained commendable. She wasn't completely worn out after our escapade, but out of consideration for her, I allowed her to take a moment to rest. While clearing the zombies, I had mentally noted the locations of items I needed, and now I began to push my cart for supplies. Not just shopping, but selecting with purpose. I gathered a crowbar, a length of pipe, and several fuel containers. It took 3 carts just to transport 6 containers. Upon reaching the basement, I found Xiaoyu had moved the cart into the center of the pathway. "How's the vehicle?" I asked. "That it's in good condition, but it only has half a tank of gas," she reported. "Let us get started then," I said, handing her a cart containing a crowbar, a pipe, and 2 fuel containers. "Look for some older models to siphon gas from. The newer ones won't yield any. I know. My dad taught me about car repairs," Xiaoyu confidently replied. This girl never ceases to surprise me. Soon, I had filled 2 fuel containers and placed them in the SUV's trunk, while Xiaoyu, having filled 2 of her own, approached with her cart, the scent of gasoline lingering in her words. She truly was hardworking, far from the delicate image her appearance suggested. Xiaoyu certainly couldn't lift the fuel containers. So I neatly arranged all 4 in the SUV's trunk before heading back upstairs for 2 more. It wasn't that I didn't want to take more. We were simply limited by the number of containers available. When I returned, I found Xiaoyu had filled another container, and I realized I was starting to develop feelings for her. "All right, I'll handle the rest. You go up and gather some food. Remember to grab a few bottles of liquor, high proof. And be careful," I instructed her. "Machim, don't worry, you old drunkard," she playfully responded. Watching her retreating figure, I suddenly felt a shift in my feelings towards her. After filling the remaining fuel containers, I drove the SUV to the supermarket's main entrance. And on a whim, I decided to drive right inside. The sensation was exhilarating. Xiaoyu had already filled 2 shopping carts, but most of the good items had been taken. However, there were still decent finds like coffee and milk powder, as well as a fair amount of chocolate. I asked, "There anything spicy? Why is it all sweet?" I asked. "Didn't you say you wanted nutritious food?" Xiaoyu retorted. I pondered if she was genuinely arguing with me or just being obedient. "You should be cautious with all this sweetness. Diabetes is a real concern. But we need some balance, right? Eating sweets every day. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? What if you can't run away and end up as zombie chow?" I chuckled. "Right? How did I overlook that?" "Then I won't take these," Xiaoyu said, about to discard the contents of her cart. It seemed she wasn't actually being contrary, but rather had a simplistic way of thinking. "Don't throw them away. We have plenty of time ahead. More provisions are always better. Keep the sweets, and I'll fetch something else," I remarked. Salt is essential for the human body, so I first headed to the spice aisle to gather some easily preserved seasonings, followed by various canned goods, spam, cured meats, sausages, and whatever I could find in abundance. Chapter 7. Hitting the road, it wasn't until both of us had filled the SUV's backseat and trunk to capacity, even strapping several large boxes to the roof rack, that we finally paused. Thankfully, the vehicle's ample space allowed us to stockpile enough supplies for an extended period. While selecting items, I also managed to collect an entire box of sanitary pads for Xiaoyu, which genuinely touched her when she saw it. "You drive. Let us make a stop at the pharmacy nearby," I instructed her. The pharmacy was not far, just a quick turn outside, but considering safety, it was wiser to drive. Upon reaching the pharmacy, I asked Xiaoyu to stay in the car while I approached with my baseball bat. Fortunately, the pharmacy was closed, and its supplies remained untouched inside, though the glass door was of little use now. I easily smashed through the shattered glass door, and since we hadn't anticipated finding a vehicle, our backpacks were still empty. This was a perfect opportunity to gather essential medications, so I hastened my efforts as dusk began to fall. After returning to the car, I instructed Xiaoyu to drive to the foot of the stairwell on the first floor. The SUV's broad frame effectively blocked the entrance, the driver's seat positioned just right at the door. I carried out the 2 boxes of supplies I had prepared and asked Xiaoyu to lead the way. I followed closely behind, cradling the items. The scattered zombies in the building had likely made their way in from outside. But this time we encountered no further threats and reached our doorstep without incident. Grateful for my current stamina, I realized that without it, I would have struggled to carry both boxes upstairs. "Take a breather. I'll go prepare dinner." Xiaoyu spoke, and I responded with an affirmation and made my way to the balcony, from which I could see our car perfectly. Just moments ago, We had driven around the entire community, and it appeared that we were the only living souls left in this area. Yet, I still felt a twinge of unease. After all, we had an abundance of supplies in the car. The best course of action was to attract a few zombies to guard it. By the time Xiaoyu prepared dinner, night had completely fallen. I took out a powerful flashlight and shone it around, and fortunately spotted several zombies in the distance. I used the beam to lure them to the front of the car. And after illuminating a few more areas, I managed to attract a few more. As I gazed at the more than 10 zombies encircling the car, I finally felt a sense of relief. This was indeed a case of solutions outnumbering difficulties. After all, these zombies would not consume our supplies, making them the ideal guardians. Reviving my spirit gave me a more open-minded attitude overall. We remained at home for several days. Each day mirroring the last, I stood by the balcony managing the number of zombies, while Xiaoyu cooked. Occasionally, she would come to practice with a slingshot or even learn archery. I also taught her numerous combat techniques from Sanda. Although practical experience remained paramount, we were not lacking in that regard, given the countless zombies lurking outside. After discussing our situation, we agreed that staying here was not a sustainable solution. Eventually, our supplies would dwindle, necessitating the search for a safer and more convenient refuge. Armed with a map we had procured from the supermarket, we resolved to head westward, as that direction led to the industrial district. The incident had occurred at night, so most workers would have finished their shifts by now. Furthermore, based on the information we had gathered, those fleeing had predominantly moved eastward. That area was entirely agricultural land. While the crops were abundant, it also meant the region would be particularly desolate, lacking suitable hiding spots, and encountering a horde of zombies there would be a certain death trap. Our goal in moving to the industrial district was to locate a warehouse or something similar, which would facilitate our stockpiling of supplies and provide a stronghold against zombie attacks. Xiaoyu fully supported my analysis. Throughout this period of collaboration, the distance between us had certainly diminished. Although we referred to each other as husband and wife daily, I had never dared to take things further with Xiaoyu. I feared that should anything unexpected occur, the survivor would lose the motivation to carry on. I cleared the zombies surrounding the car, and with a backpack each, we took essential items and made our way downstairs. We had blocked the door with the car, but this time, we found no trace of zombies in the hallway. I drove the vehicle, while Xiaoyu, seated in the passenger seat, navigated with the map as we set off towards our destination. Along the way, we encountered a few scattered zombies and occasionally spotted abandoned vehicles, which, aside from bloodstains, contained nothing else of value. We chose not to risk searching those cars for supplies, and I refrained from running over any zombies that appeared on the road. Damaging the vehicle would be disastrous for us. After traveling for several dozen kilometers, we noticed a significant decrease in other vehicles, and the number of zombies had dwindled alarmingly. This suggested that those who had previously fled the city had not reached our current location. I slightly increased our speed as we approached our target. A vehicle in the distance caught my attention. Adhering to the principle of not searching for supplies while on the move, we should not have stopped. But I felt compelled to investigate this particular green truck. You stay in the car and keep an eye on the surroundings. If I run into trouble, drive over to pick me up. But do not get out of the vehicle, I instructed Xiaoyu. Okay, don't worry, she replied. After our time together, I had come to trust this young woman with my back. I was not concerned, nor did I fear she would drive off alone. I jumped out of the car, and Xiaoyu promptly switched to the driver's seat. I nodded at her before approaching the truck. I picked up a stone from the roadside and tossed it into the tall truck bed. After waiting for a moment without hearing any noise, I climbed up to look inside. Oh, my delight! I discovered 3 rifles within, specifically my favorite type, the semi-automatic Type 56, complete with bayonets. Prior to the apocalypse, I had only seen these in books, and now I had stumbled upon the real deal. An enormous stroke of luck for a gun enthusiast like me who had never handled a firearm before. The presence of the guns indicated that Xiaoyu and I were the first to arrive on this path. Had anyone else passed through, those weapons would have surely been taken. However, I was slightly disappointed that only 3 guns were found in such a large truck bed, and none contained ammunition. Nevertheless, I would not discard them. Even for intimidation purposes, they were valuable. As I prepared to leave, I heard a zombie's voice coming from the driver's seat. I bent down to peer through the connecting glass window. And indeed, a zombie was pressing its head against the glass, eager to tear me apart. Drawing the three-sided bayonet from the rifle, I pried open the sliding window. The zombie's head got stuck as it attempted to escape, allowing me to thrust the bayonet through with a decisive blow, killing it instantly. What a splendid tool this was! After dispatching the zombie, I slung the 3 rifles over my shoulder and jumped down from the truck bed. Making my way to the driver's seat, my instincts told me there would be further rewards, and I was right. The freshly slain zombie had a Type 54 handgun at its waist, along with 2 full magazines of ammunition. A stroke of fortune indeed. I secured the handgun at my waist, dragged the zombie's body out, and was met with yet another surprise. The car keys were also inside. I attempted to start the vehicle and, to my astonishment, it roared to life. This truck was far superior to our rugged vehicle. I could confidently ram into zombies without fear of damage, and its towering height significantly enhanced our safety. But that was not all. I also found 2 walkie-talkies inside. After testing them, I confirmed they were functional and adjusted them to the same channel before walking back to Xiaoyu. Upon seeing me approach, she quickly rolled down the window. "These 3 rifles are for you to keep in the car, and take this walkie-talkie as well. The front vehicle is operational, and I will drive it while you follow behind," I instructed, handing the items to her. "But I don't know how to use a gun," Xiaoyu exclaimed, looking at me in shock. "No worries. These guns are unloaded. We can use them for intimidation, and once we reach our destination, I will detach the bayonet to create a weapon." I reassured her. "The real deal is right here," I added, lifting my coat to reveal the Type 54 handgun secured at my waist. "Can you use it?" she asked. "Of course. I'm an avid gun enthusiast. Now, let's go. If you spot anything unusual, call me on the walkie-talkie," I replied. With that, I headed towards the truck, leaped into the driver's seat, and drove off. We were now quite close to our destination, and there were no more forks in the road. Soon, a cement factory came into view, but I deemed it unsuitable. I communicated via walkie-talkie to Xiaoyu to keep moving forward. After some time, we encountered a fertilizer factory, which was even less suitable. We pressed on until we finally spotted my ideal target, a steel mill. The steel mill's gates stood wide open, and surprisingly, a few zombies were lingering inside. Without hesitation, I accelerated the truck, and the zombies were instantly reduced to mere pulp. We did not exit the vehicle but instead drove around the steel mill to familiarize ourselves with the layout and ascertain whether any other zombies were present. After a thorough inspection and confirming it was safe, we returned to the main entrance. The steel mill was surrounded by towering walls, and the entrance featured 2 large iron gates. Once closed, no zombies could breach this stronghold, which was precisely the effect I desired. After securing the gates, I returned to the vehicle and drove towards a warehouse I had spotted earlier. This warehouse had a single iron door as its entrance and was completely empty inside, an ideal place to park and take shelter. After parking, I retrieved a U-shaped lock I had prepared beforehand from the SUV and secured the warehouse door, placing the keys in my pocket. With Xiaoyu, each of us holding a baseball bat, we made our way towards the steel mill's cafeteria. This had been our plan upon disembarking. First to check for food in the cafeteria, then to explore the employee dormitories for any other useful items. The cafeteria was tightly shut, and I knocked heavily on the door, waiting outside for a while without hearing anything. I instructed Xiaoyu to wait at the entrance while I jumped through a nearby window. Chapter 8. Encountering the living again, I opened the door from the inside, and Xiaoyu quickly followed closely behind me as we ventured into the cafeteria. Our first stop was, of course, the kitchen. However, upon reaching the kitchen door, we found it firmly shut, guarded by 2 zombies, likely former kitchen staff. The 2 zombies finally noticed us. They appeared to be quite feeble. I exchanged a glance with Xiaoyu, and we each took our swings, the zombies collapsing at our feet. Our coordination had become seamless over this time together. Approaching the kitchen door, Xiaoyu kept watch behind me. "Are there any living beings in there?" I knocked on the door and called out. "There are people. There are people," came a woman's voice from inside. "If there are people, why aren't you opening the door? The zombies outside have been dealt with by my wife and me. Come on out." After speaking, I cast a meaningful glance at Xiaoyu. At that moment, the significance of role-playing became evident. Typically, when people hear the term couple, they tend to lower their guard, especially women. Yet, I did not dare to let my vigilance wane. I took several steps back, my hand resting on the gun at my waist. I in this chaotic world. Who could say how human nature would manifest? Who knew how many individuals were within, or whether they would resort to violence or theft? I observed as someone in the kitchen cautiously opened a narrow gap in the door, allowing a clear view of Xiaoyu, myself, and the zombie lying on the ground. Only then did they fully open the door. But it was not the woman who had spoken moments ago. It was a man of much larger stature than it became apparent that the kitchen housed only this man and the earlier woman, no one else. "Who are you?" the man inquired. "Before I ask you, you can't even muster a thank you for saving you. How did your mother raise you?" I replied, unreservedly, I was no savior, nor was I a gentleman in this apocalyptic survival. All notions of propriety and honor had long been cast aside. If you were impolite, I would be even less so. As I observed the man's temper flaring, the woman behind him quickly stepped forward, saying politely, "Thank you, brother, and this young lady, for your life-saving grace. I am the cook here. My name is Li Chunhua, and this is our master craftsman, Wang Chong." Well, this trip was not in vain. I had found a cook and a master from a steel factory. Exceeding my expectations, I just needed to ascertain whether these two were trustworthy. I would have to find an opportunity to test them. "My name is Yang Wei, and this is my wife, Zhang Xiaoyu," I introduced. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded at the two, acknowledging them. However, Wang Chong appeared quite stubborn, likely still incensed by my earlier remarks. If I did not assert my dominance, how could we coexist in the days to come? "What is the matter? Unhappy?" The big man dares to hide behind a woman in the kitchen and still has the audacity to be angry? I taunted Wang Chong. "You're talking nonsense," Wang Chong shouted at me. This was precisely the reaction I desired. If he had no temper, I would be less inclined to respect him. Not satisfied? Then let's have a go. "The victor shall dictate the terms," I declared, shedding my outer garment and handing my baseball bat and the pistol at my waist to Xiaoyu. Upon seeing the gun, their faces instantly paled. Wang Chong swallowed his words, while Li Chunhua hurried to mediate. "Old Wang just has a bad temper. Please don't take it to heart, brother. He is actually a good man. If it weren't for him, I would have been devoured by those creatures," Li Chunhua stated. "That's your issue, not mine. I simply find him displeasing. Blocked by a couple of zombies and still throwing a tantrum. If you're a man, come and spar with me," I provoked, intent on riling him further. "Chunhua, step aside. I'll spar with him," Wang Chong said, a hint of eagerness in his voice. "Are you foolish? They have guns. They can kill those things. You no match for him?" Li Chunhua cautioned Wang Chong. Li Chunhua was indeed astute, but I needed to teach this Wang a lesson today. "What's this? You still need a woman to protect you?" I derided. "I'll kill you." Wang Chong charged at me, however. His technique was utterly unrefined. Though he had a few moves, they were insignificant in my presence. I evaded his attack and landed a punch squarely in his gut, causing him to kneel, clutching his abdomen. "Why are you attacking indiscriminately? Is there no law left?" Li Chunhua rushed over to assist Wang Chong. "Have you lost your mind? Not only can I strike, but I can also kill without consequence. Look outside. It's teeming with zombies, and you dare speak of laws to me?" I retorted. Li Chunhua fell silent, frightened by my words. In truth, I did not seek conflict. I merely wanted them to recognize the gravity of our situation and to test whether they harbored any ill intentions worth considering for companionship. "Are we continuing this? If you can't handle it, don't feign bravado. Being obstinate in this apocalypse could cost you dearly," I warned Wang Chong. To my surprise, he suddenly gathered his resolve and stood up, declaring, "Let us fight." Perhaps I had been too lenient earlier. I beckoned Wang Chong forward, and he charged at me once more, gritting his teeth. I had no intention of genuinely injuring him. It would be best if I could subdue him. As he could still be of use to me, I did not strike him down outright. We exchanged punches, trading blows in a test of strength. His kicks met mine, but my physical prowess was beyond normal. I had trained in free fighting for years. He could not hope to match me. After just a few exchanges, his limbs began to falter under the strain of pain. "If you persist in your stubbornness, I will have no choice but to toss you out to the zombies," I warned Wang Chong. Seeing him silent, I began to stretch and limber up, realizing that I would indeed need to teach him a proper lesson. Wang Chong watched me, astonished, standing dumbfounded as I moved. Come on, come on. This time, I won't hold back. I challenged him. I can't beat you. I concede. I admit defeat. Wang Chong suddenly proclaimed. This caught me off guard. I had expected him to fight to the bitter end. However, upon reflection, there was no need for such animosity. There were no national vendettas at play here, and I had no intention of killing him. It would be wiser to save that energy for dispatching a few zombies. Oh? What prompted this sudden change of heart? I inquired. You're still agile, but my limbs are already aching and unresponsive. Although I've never lost a fight, I know I am no match for you. Wang Chong admitted. At that moment, his demeanor had shifted. The anger had dissipated, replaced by calm acceptance. Call me Big Brother, I said with a grin. You look to be in your early 30s. I'm nearly 40, Wang Chong replied. Tell that to the younger zombies and see if they'll spare you due to your age. I retorted. I could hardly be bothered to argue. In this world's end, considerations of seniority were irrelevant. What mattered was survival. Those who possessed the strength to live would hold the power. Big Brother, Wang Chong said, looking at me earnestly. Now you've got it right. The first lesson of the apocalypse. Don't let pride cost you your life. From now on, we're brothers. We're all men here. Let bygones be bygones, I said, extending my hand. Wang Chong, a true man, stepped forward and clasped my hand firmly. We both shared a laugh, understanding that sometimes conflict could lead to camaraderie. Through our exchange, I learned that Wang Chong was 38 years old. Indeed, 5 years my senior. He had joined the factory at 18 and had worked there for 20 years, mentoring many apprentices. He was truly a master craftsman in this place. Is there any food? I've been on the road all day and am famished, I requested of Li Chunhua. Yes, yes. I'll prepare something right away, she replied, rushing to the kitchen. Darling, I'll go help her, Xiaoyu said, glancing at me. All right, go ahead, I responded, taking the outer garment and gun back from her. I donned my outer coat and reattached the handgun to my waist. Wang Chong asked, How did you manage to kill those creatures? It seemed he had fully accepted my role as Big Brother. I could see no hint of reluctance in his gaze. I was not one to be stingy. Aim for the head. Haven't you ever watched a movie? I replied, my family was not well off. My father passed away early, and my mother has been bedridden for years. I focused solely on earning money for her medical care. When I had spare time, I was too exhausted to think of anything but sleep. I still haven't settled down, Wang Chong explained. This man's circumstances were even more dire than mine. I nearly revealed my own history with Xiaoyu in my excitement, but held back. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Yet, his background brought us closer together. Soon enough, Li Chunhua and Xiaoyu prepared a bountiful feast. We found a table in the kitchen and sat down as darkness enveloped the sky. Xiaoyu, go fetch 2 bottles of wine. Let us celebrate my newfound brotherhood. I instructed. Of course, she replied, taking the keys from my hand and heading towards the storeroom. Are there any other survivors in this factory? I inquired of Li Chunhua and Wang Chong. There should be some. We've been hiding in the dormitory. Wang Chong and I were starving, so we decided to sneak into the kitchen for food. But we were blocked by those monsters. We've been hiding here for 3 days, Li Chunhua recounted. And who are the others? I probed further. Just a few small-time thugs from the factory, lazy and good for nothing. Wang Chong replied. Not good, Wang Chong. You stay here. As I spoke, I dashed swiftly towards the door. Chapter 9. An intriguing turn of events. Wang Chong and Li Chunhua were concealed in the kitchen, oblivious to the fact that our vehicle had arrived without a hitch. However, the workers' dormitory provided a clear view of the factory grounds. As Xiaoyu and I circled the premises in our car. The absence of any cries for help indicated that these individuals were consumed by nefarious intentions. Indeed, I soon spotted a group of 4 ruffians at the warehouse entrance, encircling Xiaoyu. She wielded a baseball bat, fiercely preventing them from approaching. The profanities spewing from their mouths were audible even from a distance. Upon seeing my arrival, the thugs did not retreat. Instead, they sent 2 of their number to keep an eye on Xiaoyu while the other 2 brandished daggers and approached me. I halted before them, refraining from immediate action, for they were human, and I sought to discern if any remnants of humanity lingered within them. After all, I still possessed mine. Release my wife, and we can discuss matters amicably." I stated, "Kid, your wife's quite a beauty. Why not share her with us?" One thug retorted. The moment those words left his mouth, I felt the stirrings of murderous intent arise within me, yet I restrained myself, unwilling to descend to the level of a soulless monster, one who slaughters without a second thought. "I can provide you with supplies, provided you let my wife go," I reiterated. "We don't need your offerings. We'll kill you, and everything will belong to us," another thug declared. "That remains to be seen," I replied. At this juncture, my patience had worn thin. If they were intent on extermination, I would ensure their obliteration. The ensuing events obliterated the last vestiges of mercy within me when two of the thugs lunged at me with their daggers. Had my reflexes not been swift, I would have surely been mortally wounded. Now, I was resolute in my intention to eliminate them. With a powerful swing of my baseball bat, I sent one thug's dagger flying, following up with a crushing blow to his skull, sparing no mercy as I ended his life. I had expected this display to intimidate the remaining three, but I had underestimated the cruelty of human nature. The two thugs who had been watching Xiao Yu abandoned their post and rushed to join the fray against me. I did not draw my firearm, fearing the noise would attract zombies, and I was eager to test the strength I had acquired after my rebirth. After all, battling zombies was simpler than confronting humans. For zombies lacked intellect. However, I possessed a mind. I would not grant the three thugs the opportunity to encircle me. Before the two could reach me, I struck the nearest one with my bat, delivering a blow to his head just as he fell. Despite witnessing their companion's demise, the remaining thugs showed no sign of fear. Rather, they became increasingly frenzied, having devolved to a state beyond humanity. I sidestepped a thrust aimed at me and struck one thug's calf, only for the other to pivot and attack. I retaliated with a decisive blow to his head. The one I had struck in the leg exhibited no remorse, struggling to rise and charge at me once more with his knife. In light of this, I felt justified in my ruthlessness, swinging my bat with lethal force, and he collapsed, his skull splattered in that moment. The four thugs lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any chance to transition into zombies. I approached Xiao Yu, who was in tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. Despite facing zombies without fear, she had been reduced to this state by mere humans. This solidified my conviction in my choices. I enveloped Xiao Yu in my arms, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. This was the first time I had held Xiao Yu in such a manner since our acquaintance. Gradually, her emotions began to stabilize under my comforting touch as she inquired, "How can people become like this? Many have always harbored such darkness within. They merely shed their constraints now," I replied, gazing into her eyes. Xiao Yu remained silent, her gaze fixed on me, brimming with affection. "Brother, what's wrong?" Wang Chang's voice echoed from behind. "What do you think?" I released Xiao Yu, gesturing towards the four corpses on the ground. "These scumbags deserve their fate. They had it coming. I asked your sister-in-law unharmed?" Wang Chang remarked, "Oh, my surprise." Wang Chang quickly grasped the situation and unhesitatingly aligned himself with me. It seemed this brother was indeed worthy of trust. "Thank you, I'm fine. Thankfully, my husband arrived in time," Xiao Yu expressed to Wang Chang. "Brother, sister-in-law, let us return for a meal. We shouldn't let these lowlifes ruin our spirits," Wang Chang suggested. "Yes, you go ahead. We'll join you shortly after retrieving some alcohol," I replied with a smile. After Wang Chang departed, I turned to Xiao Yu, whose eyes mirrored my own concerns. Wang Chang's calm demeanor in the face of the corpses was unsettling. Such composure was not typical of a normal person. We collected 2 bottles of liquor and made our way to the cafeteria, though I ensured my firearm was loaded and ready. Were it not for my prolonged observations of Zhang Xiaoyu prior to the apocalypse, followed by our shared experiences of life and death, I would have hesitated to trust her. What more could I say about this fleeting acquaintance, Wang Chang and Li Chunhua? Along the way, I instructed Xiaoyu to suppress her emotions and act as though nothing had transpired. If the situation aligned with our suspicions, we needed to be prepared to act. Once seated, I promptly opened a bottle and poured a glass for each person, greeting everyone with a cheerful invitation to enjoy the food and drink. Yet, Wang Chang and Li Chunhua remained frozen in place, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. I maintained my smile, my hand discreetly brushing against my weapon. Suddenly, Wang Chang exclaimed, "Brother!" In my startled state, I instinctively drew my gun, aiming it at his forehead. "What are you doing, brother?" Wang Chang asked, confusion etched on his face. My lack of composure had completely betrayed my intentions, but the situation had escalated beyond retreat. I directly questioned, "Are you in league with those 4 men? Brother, you misunderstand. Please, put the gun away," Li Chunhua implored, her voice trembling with urgency. "Brother, don't you trust me?" Wang Chang asked, his eyes revealing a flicker of disappointment. Yet, such emotions were insufficient to prove his innocence. "Your calmness upon seeing the corpses is quite abnormal," I remarked to Wang Chang. "I've long wished for their demise," he replied, a glint of menace in his eyes. "Oh, are you now plotting to eliminate me and my wife as well? Is there poison in this food?" I pressed, keeping my firearm raised. "Brother, how can you view me this way?" Wang Chang exclaimed, his agitation palpable. "Brother, you truly misunderstand. Lower your weapon, and I will explain everything to you," Li Chunhua insisted. Her tone did not suggest deceit, and with my gun in hand, I felt no fear. Even without it, the two of them were no match for me. I glanced at Xiao Yu, who nodded in agreement. Gradually, I lowered the gun onto the table, though my hand did not stray far from the weapon, ready to seize it again at a moment's notice. Those 4 beasts were no longer human. Li Chunhua began to cry as she spoke. After a while, once her tears had subsided, she gradually recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that at the onset of the apocalypse, there were 10 individuals in the factory. Excluding Li Chunhua and Wang Chang, there were 4 ruffians, leaving 4 others, 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men and women were a couple, and the 4 ruffians sought to insult the wife of this couple, leading to a violent altercation. However, the couple was no match for the ruffians and tragically lost their lives during the struggle. This I could accept, for we indeed encountered 2 men and 2 women while driving over the zombies. And they wore uniforms identical to Wang Chang's. The couple had been good friends with Wang Chang prior to the apocalypse, often gathering together for meals at the cafeteria. This cafeteria not only provided regular meals, but also offered special services for employees. Although it required extra payment, akin to dining out, yet at a significantly lower price than external restaurants, Li Chunhua had been at the factory for merely 2 years, primarily overseeing the cafeteria's operations. And it was she who managed the additional service, with the factory being rather humane, only requiring her to pay a nominal rent each month. As time passed, Wang Chang became enamored with Li Chunhua's diligence and kindness, especially as she would often serve them extra food whenever they visited. In truth, Li Chunhua was equally drawn to Wang Chang's honesty and filial piety. It was a promising match. Yet, she hesitated to accept Wang Chang's advances, being 4 years his senior, fearing she might not be worthy of him. While Wang Chang remained undeterred, on the day the couple was slain, Wang Chang had set out with a backpack, intent on finding a vehicle to scavenge for supplies. Much like my own objective, however, he did not venture far before encountering several zombies. Unsure of how to combat them, he turned to flee, only to behold the factory gates wide open and the bodies of the couple lying at the entrance, his dearest friends. In a fit of rage, he grabbed a kitchen knife, determined to confront the ruffians. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he fortuitously stumbled upon the ruffians as they were assaulting Li Chunhua. Just as he was about to engage them, Li Chunhua pulled him away, and at that moment, the zombies that had been pursuing Wang Chang also entered the courtyard, with the couple's corpses having risen as zombies, all advancing toward them. The appearance of these zombies fortuitously interrupted the ruffians in their pursuit, causing them to retreat to the dormitory while Wang Chang and Li Chunhua sought refuge in the kitchen of the cafeteria. Being chased by 2 zombies. As for why the cafeteria's door was closed, it was easily explained. The area was open, and a gust of wind could easily shut it. It was then that Xiao Yu and I arrived. Just as the two had entered the kitchen, they claimed to have hidden for 3 days, but that was merely a subconscious lie for self-protection. Thus, the situation became entirely clear. Upon seeing the corpses of the 4 ruffians, Wang Chang remained remarkably composed, for his hatred for them ran deep. When I first encountered Wang Chang, he had been irate, still overcome with anger. He and his companions were unaware that we had driven into the factory. Nor did they know that I had eradicated all the zombies within. He certainly could not have known if the ruffians were still alive. Chapter 10. Trapped in the steel factory initially. The two refrained from disclosing these matters to me, as they were understandably difficult to articulate, until I had dealt with the 4 ruffians. They intended to reveal everything at the dining table. Yet I, in a moment of anxiety, drew my gun. "Brother, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you," I said, putting the gun away and sincerely addressing Wang Chong. "I am honored to call you elder brother. For your courage and intelligence command my respect. I had initially sought your assistance in avenging myself against those ruffians, only to discover that you had already eliminated them. You cannot imagine how elated I was, given that we had just met. It is only natural for you to harbor suspicions about me." Wang Chong replied with a smile. This fellow was surprisingly unperturbed by my earlier display of aggression. "Elder brother, thank you for avenging me." Li Chunhua echoed Wang Cheng's sentiments. "Oh, not thank me. I acted to save my wife," I said to Li Chunhua. Pausing, I added, "In truth, you and Wang Chong are quite suited for each other. In this apocalyptic world, why linger on such trivialities?" Upon hearing my words, Li Chunhua lowered her gaze, while Wang Chong looked at me with bright eyes, and I understood his implication. I continued, addressing Li Chunhua. "What has happened has happened. In this world of uncertainty, where each day may be our last, why allow antiquated notions to bind your steps? As long as we act in accordance with our conscience and refrain from wrongdoing, what is there that we cannot do?" Li Chunhua lifted her head to glance at Wang Chong and then back at me, softly affirming, "Elder brother is right." Wang Chong, no fool, quickly raised his glass in front of him, excitedly declaring, "Thank you, elder brother. I toast this to you." Thus, the matter of me holding a gun on them faded into the past, and my action could be seen as an apology. The atmosphere lightened. We no longer mourned or bemoaned our fate, but instead enjoyed our food and drink until late into the night. Wang Chong escorted Xiao Yu and me to the doorway of his dormitory, while he and Li Chunhua headed toward another room, evidently intent on seizing the moment fueled by alcohol. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, rest assured, despite my rough exterior, my dormitory is impeccably tidy. You may rest easy," Wang Chong said before departing. Once they left, I glanced at the downcast Xiao Yu. The room contained only one bed, and I sensed her apprehension. "You take the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa," I told Xiao Yu. Fortunately, Wang Chong was not as stingy as I had imagined. The sofa was relatively comfortable. Xiao Yu remained silent, gazing at me in surprise, perhaps perplexed by my choice after our considerable drinking. "Get some sleep. We have much to attend to tomorrow," I advised her. "Oh, all right," Xiao Yu replied. Heading toward the bed was not that I was unwilling to take things further with Xiao Yu. Rather, I was apprehensive. When she was encircled by the 4 ruffians, I had been exceedingly tense. If we were to engage in marital intimacy, I shuddered at the thought. Exhausted from the day's events, I succumbed to a deep slumber. When I awoke, Xiao Yu was no longer in the room, and a blanket had been draped over me. Hastily, I got up and descended the stairs, where I fortuitously encountered Wang Chong on the first floor. "Elder brother, how is your bed?" "Comfortable," Wang Chong inquired. "Yes, very comfortable." "Thank you," I replied. "Where are they?" I naturally meant Xiao Yu and Li Chunhua. "They've gone to prepare breakfast." "Come, I'll show you around," Wang Chong said. "Actually, I'll be the one to give you a tour," I said, ignoring Wang Chong's surprised expression as I walked ahead. Wang Chong followed me to the warehouse door, where I retrieved my keys, unlocked the padlock, and swung open the door, revealing 2 vehicles within. "Elder brother, did you and sister-in-law acquire these?" Wang Chong exclaimed, circling the vehicles with excitement. I merely nodded, my silence further elevating Wang Chong's admiration for me. "Can you fortify these vehicles and perhaps add some modifications? I fear they might be damaged upon colliding with zombies," I instructed, pointing to the vehicles. "No problem. This is my forte. Anything related to metal is my domain," Wang Chong replied eagerly. "Hold on, there's more," I said, pulling open the door of the off-road vehicle and producing a rifle to hand to Wang Chong. "Wow, elder brother, you're truly amazing," Wang Chong exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. "This gun is without ammunition. I found it that way. The only firearm I possess is this handgun," which has 2 magazines. I informed Wang Cheng. I then shared my thoughts and explained various aspects of zombie behavior and how to eliminate them, though I chose not to disclose my true relationship with Xiaoyu. Wang Cheng listened intently, soon fetching tools to remove the bayonets from the 3 rifles. He gleefully dashed outside, and I hurried to lock the vehicle and warehouse before following him. Wang Cheng made his way to the workshop, rummaging about until he soon approached me, elated, with several steel pipes in hand. These are the factory's new products, sufficiently thick and strong, Wang Cheng declared. What do you intend to do with them? I asked that I plan to saw them into 2 lengths, one short and one long. The shorter piece will serve as a handle, while the longer one can be connected like a screw, transforming it into a spear for combat against zombies. In confined spaces, the short piece can function as a dagger, Wang Cheng explained. That's a clever idea, I nodded in agreement. Furthermore, I plan to add a round iron ball to the end of the longer piece, ensuring that even if the 2 components separate, they remain weapons. The strength of this steel pipe far exceeds that of the baseball bat in your possession, Wang Cheng boasted. Very well, I entrust this to you. I'll go assess the situation outside. As I spoke, I made my way towards the factory gate. I procured a ladder and leaned it against the wall beside the entrance. Climbing up, oh my dismay, I discovered a horde of zombies gathered outside the wall, perhaps numbering in the hundreds. This was perplexing, for there had been scarcely any zombies during my approach. Those bodies of the thugs. The stench of blood must have attracted these zombies. It seems their sense of smell is quite remarkable, particularly when it comes to the scent of blood. I had deliberately counted the zombies in the vicinity when we arrived, and there were far fewer than this. Realizing this, I hastily descended the ladder and fetched a bucket of gasoline from the off-road vehicle, dousing the 4 corpses with it before stepping back to toss in a match. Fearing that the fire might not consume them entirely, I also gathered some charcoal from within the factory and added it to the flames. Soon, the fire blazed high, and before long, all that remained of the 4 corpses were mere bones. I climbed the ladder once more to survey the scene outside, only to find, to my utter dismay, a substantial number of zombies approaching from the distance, converging from all directions around the wall. The horde beneath the wall must have swelled to several hundred, and more were still advancing from afar. I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. Why had I chosen to burn the bodies, given that zombies can detect the scent of blood? The smoke from the burning corpses would surely carry much farther on the wind. In that moment, I truly wished to chastise myself. I quickly turned and dashed back into the factory, just in time to encounter the exuberant Wang Cheng. Brother, it's ready. Take a look and see if it's satisfactory, Wang Cheng said with delight. Forget about that for now. Come with me, I replied, my expression graved. I led Wang Cheng to the side of the ladder, urging him to climb up and take a look. When he descended, his legs trembled with fear. Brother, why are there suddenly so many zombies? Wang Cheng asked, his voice quavering. The blood from those thugs must have attracted them, and I just set fire to the corpses, which only drew more zombies, I admitted, filled with self-reproach. Don't blame yourself, brother. This is our first encounter with such horrors. We need to devise a plan to escape. We can't remain trapped here indefinitely, Wang Cheng urged. Yes, we must remain calm and stick to the plan. First, we need to modify the vehicles. While we still have some food, once the cars are ready, we can decide whether to charge out or consider other options, I instructed Wang Cheng. All right, I will follow your lead and get to work on the modifications for the 2 vehicles, Wang Cheng replied. Wait, let's keep this from the others for now. I fear they might not be able to handle it, I cautioned, grabbing Wang Cheng before he could depart. He nodded earnestly and made his way toward the warehouse. After a moment's thought, I followed him, determined to lend a hand and hasten our progress. In the days that followed, Wang Cheng and I dedicated ourselves to our work, only pausing for meals. Fortunately, I had climbed the ladder several times to observe the situation outside, and the number of zombies beyond the wall had not increased. Yet, the several hundred that remained were still a formidable challenge. Putting aside my worries, I immersed myself in the vehicle modifications. After a fortnight of toil, we finally approached the completion of our vehicle upgrades. We reinforced the front of the truck with a snowplow-like attachment, fitted steel mesh over the windows, and installed 2 operable iron doors at the back of the truck bed, providing greater security for transporting goods. Similarly, we added a smaller snowplow-like attachment to the front of the off-road vehicle and reinforced its windows with steel mesh. However, considering the vehicle's maneuverability, we refrained from lowering the plow too much. Its purpose was not to crush zombies, but to clear obstacles. Yet, given the sheer number of zombies outside the wall, this modification seemed most prudent. We also fortified the vehicle's previously vulnerable areas, and as I gazed at our joint creation, a glimmer of hope sparked within me for our potential escape. The materials in the factory cafeteria were scarce, and without refrigeration, much had spoiled. We had consumed all that was edible. We had saved the supplies we rescued from the supermarket for emergencies, and now it was indeed time for us to depart. As we began loading the materials into the truck, Wang Cheng included some tools and materials. Taking advantage of the ample space in the truck, I made no objections, thinking they might prove useful later. As for how we would break through, we ultimately concluded that a fire-based strategy was the most reliable. The day before our departure, I had taken Xiaoyu to the stairs to show her the situation outside, and she had been understandably frightened. As for Li Chunhua, I had sent Wang Cheng to speak with her early that morning, yet now it was already afternoon, and there was still no word. As I contemplated inquiring after Wang Cheng, I spotted him approaching with a despondent demeanor. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Chunhua said she doesn't want to leave," Wang Cheng replied, visibly disheartened. "Did you not inform her of the situation outside? If we don't leave now, we'll be trapped." I urged him that I did tell her, and I even took her to see outside, yet she remains unwilling to depart, Wang Cheng lamented. "Try to persuade her once more." "I will assess the situation," I instructed. As I watched Wang Cheng walk away, I felt a deep conflict within me. Over the past days, I had come to understand Wang Cheng's feelings for Li Chunhua. If she remained resolute in her decision not to leave, I feared Wang Cheng would choose to stay for her sake. In such a scenario, none of us would escape. If I were to use fire against the approaching horde, the wall and gate would surely not withstand for long. Once the zombies breached our defenses, we would all perish. I had already conveyed these thoughts to Wang Cheng previously. I had initially believed Li Chunhua to be a reasonable person, yet I was taken aback by her reluctance at such a critical moment. Even if we chose to remain and consume all the supplies in the vehicle, given my current appetite, we could only endure for 10 days at most. After that, attempting to leave would be an impossible dream. Without supplies on the road, if we failed to find a safe haven or provisions, we would either starve or be overwhelmed by the zombies. Wang Cheng and Li Chunhua could not possibly be ignorant of these realities. I shared my thoughts with Xiaoyu, but she remained silent, her head bowed. I initially thought my tone had been too harsh and that Xiaoyu was struggling to accept it, so I refrained from saying more and stood alone in the courtyard, smoking in silence. When night fell without any sign of Wang Cheng or Li Chunhua, I returned to the warehouse to check our supplies and equipment once more. I also examined the newly constructed ladders near the gate, platforms atop which I had placed barrels of gasoline. My plan was to douse the zombies outside with gasoline and ignite them, hoping to burn as many as possible. If the wind cooperated, the flames might spread even further. If we could diminish the number of zombies, we would have a better chance of breaking through. Once the fire ignited, we would retreat the vehicles to the farthest distance from the wall. As the wall collapsed, the zombies outside would surely scatter, giving us a greater opportunity to escape in our vehicles. I had shared all my plans with the group that morning, and we had even spread coal from the factory along the perimeter of the wall, leaving only the final step of dousing it with gasoline and igniting it. Our intended departure was set for the following dawn, but the fire must be lit in the early hours. The longer it burned, the better. However, since Li Chunhua was currently hesitant, I decided to delay our plans by a day or two. With that thought in mind, I took Xiaoyu back to the dormitory to get some rest. As dawn approached, a sudden and vigorous knocking at the door jolted me from my slumber. I sprang from the sofa, and Xiaoyu quickly sat up from her bed. Thankfully, we had both been dressed for sleep, and I hurried to the door to open it. "Brother, Chunhua is missing, and the fire has been ignited," Wang Cheng exclaimed in a panic. I could see the fire raging even without his words. It appeared to have been burning for quite some time, with the interior of the wall charred and the massive iron gate glowing red. It seemed that the wall and gate would not hold for much longer. However, the fact that Li Chunhua was missing posed a significant problem. In such a vast space, if we were to search for her now, we would be pressed for time. "Weren't you with her the entire time?" I asked urgently in the middle of the night. She said she was hungry and wanted to find something to eat. I thought little of it and went back to sleep. But when I rolled over, I found she was gone. I got up to look for her, only to discover that the fire had been set. Wang Chang explained that don't panic. There are only a few of us here, and only we know the plan. This fire must have been started by Chunhua. Perhaps she wished to prove herself. We must stick to the plan and move quickly, or we will miss our chance, I urged him. But what about Chunhua? Wang Chang asked. We are fully prepared. If Chunhua does not return, we will have the opportunity to search for her. If she arrives while we are still waiting here, do you wish for her to perish alongside you? I replied, my voice rising with urgency. All right, I will prepare immediately, Wang Chang said, finally turning to leave. Quickly, I called to Xiaoyu, who was still behind me. Fortunately, I had packed everything beforehand, and without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu and I dashed towards the warehouse. However, Wang Chang was nowhere to be found. He was neither in the warehouse nor near the gate. You take the off-road vehicle, and I will drive the truck. Let us head to the designated location, I spoke to Xiaoyu. We hastily started the car and arrived at the designated location to park. I jumped out and approached Xiaoyu's vehicle. You wait here. I will go take a look, I said. Without waiting for Xiaoyu's response, I dashed towards the ladder by the wall. As I climbed up, I was met with a scene of raging flames beyond the wall. With a significant portion of the zombies surrounding us having been incinerated, yet the rest continued to surge forward. The immense blaze attracted countless zombies from all directions. I glanced at the several large buckets of water I had prepared earlier, hesitating whether to take action. When Wang Chang finally appeared before me, brother, Chunhua left this letter, he said, handing me an envelope. What does it say? I inquired. I didn't dare to look. Wang Chang replied, in that case. I had no choice but to open the envelope and read it for him. In the letter, Li Chunhua wrote, Chang, you are a good man, but I am unworthy of you. I am tainted. The days spent with you have been the happiest of my life. I am of no use. Following you would only burden you. Oh, not seek me out. Once the fire is lit, I will jump in. If there is an afterlife, I will bear you a son. I read the contents of the letter aloud to Wang Chang without any concealment, and as he received it, he collapsed to the ground. Weeping uncontrollably, I wished to comfort him, yet the wall and gate were visibly on the verge of collapse. Chunhua would rather die than let you perish. Get up, I bellowed at Wang Chang. Brother, why? Why? Wang Chang cried out. Because Chunhua wants you to live, I said earnestly, looking into his eyes. At that moment, I could truly comprehend Chunhua's intentions. During our days modifying the vehicle, I occasionally climbed onto the platform of the ladder to hoist a couple of zombies inside for Wang Chang and Chunhua to practice. Wang Chang was always willing to take action, yet Chunhua could not bring herself to do it, despite our persistent encouragement. Even when Xiaoyu demonstrated it herself, Chunhua remained hesitant. She repeatedly insisted that she could not kill. And no matter how we explained that the zombies were no longer human, she could not bring herself to do the deed, and we had to relent. However, we all understood that refusing to kill zombies in this apocalypse meant certain death. There was no chance of survival. Chunhua must have realized this too, which is why she chose such a path to leave this world, ultimately inflicting the least harm on Wang Chang. It was far better than Wang Chang witnessing Chunhua being bitten to death by a zombie or watching her transform into one. Who would take action then? Would it be me or Wang Chang himself? Chunhua truly loves you. She is sacrificing her life for your sake. If you give up, how can you be worthy of such love? I said sternly to Wang Chang. Perhaps my words moved him, or perhaps he genuinely wished to survive. Whatever the reason, Wang Chang, who had been crouching, wiped his tears and stood up. Brother, let us charge out. Wang Chang exclaimed excitedly. Good brother, let us break through, I replied. Together, we triggered the preset mechanisms, and the large buckets of water in front of the wall toppled over simultaneously. With the alternating hot and cold temperatures, the wall began to crack rapidly. I grabbed Wang Chang and hurried to the car. Just as we got into the car, the surrounding walls of the gate collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the zombies outside surged through the flames toward us, some even ablaze. As the horde of undead moved, the flames rapidly spread, igniting most of them. With zombies drawing ever closer, I picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke to Xiaoyu. Prepare to depart. Make sure to stay close to me. Originally, Wang Chong and Chunhua were to drive the off-road vehicle while Xiaoyu and I took the truck, but given the current situation, I had no choice but to let Xiaoyu drive the off-road vehicle alone. In truth, the primary purpose of those buckets of water was to protect our tires. Without them cooling down, if we had rolled over the flaming hot wall, we would have surely blown 2 tires and met our doom. This concern had initially been raised by Chunhua, and thinking of her brought a pang of sadness. Observing the steam rising around the wall, I glanced at Wang Chong, whose tear-filled eyes revealed that he too was thinking of Chunhua. Brother, from now on, we are your family. I turned to Wang Chong and said, Brother. Wang Chong choked back his words. As the zombies approached, I pressed the accelerator, crashing into the undead. The impact scattered many of them. Alleviating some of the pressure on me, I continually checked the rearview mirror, fearing Xiaoyu might not keep up. Once we broke free from the horde, dawn had already broken, and seeing Xiaoyu's vehicle closely following behind, a weight lifted from my heart. We encountered a gas station along the way, where we spotted several zombies wandering inside. Upon hearing our vehicle, they turned and charged toward us. I grabbed the walkie-talkie and instructed Xiaoyu, "Stop the car. Let's take out these unfortunate creatures and enter the gas station." Chapter 12. Improving our meals. As soon as I parked the car, Wang Chong leaped out, wielding the modified bayonet, charging towards the zombies. His demeanor suggested he intended to unleash all his grief over Chunhua's death upon the undead. Concerned for his safety, I removed the car keys and followed him, with Xiaoyu closely behind me. The zombies before us fell swiftly without much effort. Wang Chong was the most prolific killer, needing this outlet for his emotions, and I did not hinder him. Seeing him head towards the gas station, I pulled Xiaoyu back to the cart. We drove into the gas station, and Wang Chong emerged from the cashier area, indicating that it was safe inside. "Let us see if there's anything valuable in there," I told Xiaoyu. The cash register was essentially a small convenience store, and I was certain there would be items worth taking at that moment. Wang Chong sat on the steps at the entrance. Lost in thought, I chose to leave him be. Allowing him some time to gather himself, I began fueling both vehicles, and once the tanks were full, I filled the remaining 3 metal buckets in the back of the off-road vehicle. Xiaoyu returned from the convenience store with 3 more buckets. After securing the fuel, I made my way towards the small supermarket. I cleared out a heap of bags from the counter, collecting all the water available in the store. After contemplating for a moment, I left a few bottles behind, in case any passerby might need them to save a life. As Xiaoyu and I busily loaded supplies onto the truck, Wang Chong finally stood up and joined us. Our haul was substantial. At the very least, we had enough drinking water to last us a long while, even if much of it was soda. The remainder consisted of snacks, instant noodles, and to my delight, I found over 10 packs of cigarettes. "Brother, let me drive the smaller vehicle. Let sister-in-law keep you company," Wang Chong suggested. "All right, but make sure to stay close to me," I replied. I understood he wanted some time to himself, yet I was genuinely concerned for Xiaoyu. Since Wang Chong offered, I agreed. As I smoked a cigarette scavenged from the store, Xiaoyu munched on beef jerky beside me, and the gentle breeze made the moment quite pleasant, if only it weren't for the occasional zombie popping up along the road. As dusk approached, we arrived near a village. Initially, I had no intention of entering, but given the current circumstances, I was unsure where to head next. After a long day, everyone was tired and in need of a place to rest. We drove around the village a few times. It was quite small, but the houses were beautifully constructed. Whenever a zombie appeared, we simply ran them over. Ultimately, we chose a residential property with a wall and a securely closed gate to settle in. The yard was somewhat small, and our vehicle couldn't fit, so we parked at the entrance. I climbed onto the roof of the off-road vehicle and jumped over the wall into the yard. Wang Chong and Xiaoyu followed suit. The house before us had 3 stories, and after we each searched a floor and confirmed it was safe, we began to make a fire and prepare a meal inside. Xiaoyu and Wang Chong busied themselves with cooking while I went up to the roof to survey the surroundings. However, before I could discern anything, nightfall enveloped us completely. Nonetheless, I had not returned empty-handed. I spotted a large vegetable patch not far away, and beside it, there seemed to be a fish pond. It had been ages since I had eaten fresh vegetables, and I couldn't help but swallow hard at the thought. Returning downstairs, I found Xiaoyu already setting the table while Wang Chong was in the yard preparing a chicken. Where did the chicken come from? I asked excitedly that I caught it in the backyard. There are a few more, Wang Chang replied proudly. I hurried to the backyard and indeed found 4 more chickens in the coop, although they looked rather pitiful and the ground was nearly turned over. These chickens must have survived by feeding on insects beneath the soil. This was the first time I had seen animals since the apocalypse, and these chickens were treasures, especially since they were all hens. There would be a steady supply of eggs in the future. Fortunately, there was a small ditch at the edge of the chicken coop, albeit with a weak flow of water, suggesting these 4 chickens were sustaining themselves on that little supply. I quickly ran up to the second floor. I remembered there were some dry corn cobs stored there. After gathering a few, I dashed back to the chicken coop. The moment the chickens saw the corn I scattered, they went wild, clearly starved. I also filled the water trough for them, and as I watched them eat and drink, I was called by Xiao Yu for dinner and left the coop. Wang Chang, did you notice the condition of the chicken coop? I asked after we had seated ourselves. Wang Chang looked at me, puzzled. Yes, I saw it. Why? For such a prolonged period, they have neither eaten nor drunk, yet they have survived. Are we truly inferior to beasts? I remarked to Wang Chang. Upon hearing my words, Wang Chang fell silent. Focusing solely on his meal, I rose and made my way to the car, retrieving 2 bottles of liquor. Upon returning to the dining table, both Xiao Yu and Wang Chang turned their gazes towards me. Without uttering a word, I uncorked 1 bottle and poured a modest amount into a small bowl. I lifted the bowl towards the heavens and spoke. Spring Hua. We have survived. Wang Chang has endured for your sake. May you rest in peace. After this, I poured the liquor onto the ground. Behind me, Wang Chang began to weep, while Xiao Yu, understanding my intentions, nodded in acknowledgement. I fetched 2 more bowls and poured a bit of liquor for them as well. Raising my bowl to them, I proclaimed, "Let us celebrate the fact that we have lived another day." Let us celebrate the fact that we have lived another day. Wang Chang and Xiao Yu echoed in unison. Although tears still lingered on Wang Chang's face, a smile finally graced his lips. After a few bowls of liquor, his sorrow gradually dissipated. Come, have some chicken soup, Xiao Yu said as she brought me a bowl of soup. Thank you, my dear wife, I responded with a smile. Yet, Xiao Yu kept casting me meaningful glances. What is it? I've grown accustomed to calling you that, I inquired. Locking eyes with Wang Chang, I finally grasped Xiao Yu's intent. She was worried about upsetting him. I'm sorry, brother, it was not my intention. I said to Wang Chang, it's all right, big brother. I've come to terms with it. Wang Chang replied with a smile, to be honest, Xiao Yu is not my wife. She is the first person I rescued when the apocalypse struck. I only refer to her as such to avoid drawing attention. I confessed to Wang Chang after some contemplation. Regardless, I've grown accustomed to calling her sister-in-law, and I won't change that, Wang Chang chuckled. The 2 of us shared a moment of foolish laughter, while Xiao Yu blushed in embarrassment. Truth be told, both Xiao Yu and I were well aware of our feelings for each other. However, amidst this apocalypse, I always felt that having fewer emotions would lessen the pain, and Wang Chang was a prime example of this. This chicken soup is exquisite. I quickly redirected the conversation. Wang Chang had initially intended to eat roasted chicken, but I deemed it too wasteful and opted to stew it instead. A bit of chicken soup would help replenish our nutrients, Xiao Yu explained. Indeed, sister-in-law is wise. It's absolutely delicious, Wang Chang remarked as he savored the soup. This fellow even exaggeratedly emphasized the term sister-in-law, as if fearing Xiao Yu would not hear. Previously, it was not a concern, but now that the matter was out in the open, Xiao Yu appeared even more bashful. I just spotted a vegetable patch not far from the rooftop. I'll go gather some vegetables to eat tomorrow, I interjected to ease the tension. The 3 of us continued to drink and converse until late into the night, at which point Wang Chang rose and headed towards one of the bedrooms. Although the house boasted 3 stories, it only had 2 bedrooms, with the remaining rooms cluttered with various items and farming tools, along with a few designated for food storage. Wang Chang claimed one room, leaving Xiao Yu with no choice but to share a room with me. As I hesitated, Xiao Yu had already made her way to the bedroom. I adjusted my breathing and followed her inside, but there was only 1 bed in the room. No sofa, not even a stool. I'll go fetch a sleeping bag, I said, turning to leave. We can sleep together. Xiao Yu's words froze me in my tracks. Isn't that inappropriate? I turned to ask, after calling you husband for such a long time, what's inappropriate about it? Xiao Yu retorted with confidence. At that moment, Xiaoyu displayed no hint of shyness, which inadvertently made me feel bashful. However, upon reflection, since she was unperturbed, why should I be hesitant? Resolutely, I removed my shoes and lay down on the bed. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu lay down beside me. Although we were both fully clothed, sharing a bed for the first time stirred thoughts within me, but thankfully, the effects of the liquor soon overtook my mind, allowing me to drift into a deep sleep despite my anxious heart. When dawn broke, I awoke first. Xiaoyu was nestled against my shoulder, sleeping soundly, gently. I moved her head aside and carefully got out of bed. Making my way downstairs. After washing up, Wang Chang joined me, and after exchanging greetings, I grabbed some corn and headed to the chicken coop to check on the few chickens. After their hearty meal yesterday, they appeared much more lively today, excitedly flapping their wings upon seeing me. After feeding the chickens, I returned to the courtyard, where I found Xiaoyu had come down and was already preparing breakfast. Approaching her, I saw she was planning to cook noodles. Don't rush. Wait for me. I'll be back shortly, I said before opening the courtyard gate and dashing outside. However, I would not forget to take my dagger with me, as it was a rule I had set for myself, to carry a weapon no matter what I was doing. The vegetable patch was filled with surprises, despite being neglected for a long time. The vegetables had thrived: green onions, tomatoes, and leafy greens. I gathered some and hurried back, realizing that I, who typically had little affection for vegetables, had come to appreciate their value in this apocalypse. With Xiaoyu's culinary skills combined with the vegetables I brought back, a bowl of noodles left me craving more. After satisfying our hunger, the three of us resolved to explore this small village, hoping to find any remaining survivors. We scoured every household, encountering a few zombies. Yet we did not come across a single living person, which left us somewhat disheartened. However, it was not a complete loss. In one home, we discovered a small yellow dog, an adorable country dog, though it was skin and bones from starvation. Struggling to stand, despite its condition, it greeted us with a wag of its tail, exuding joy at our presence. Chapter 13. The divine dog Xiao Huang. Initially, I considered leaving it to fend for itself. After all, in this apocalypse, survival is a challenge enough without adding a dog to the mix. Yet, Xiaoyu was utterly smitten with the little dog, pleading with me to save it. Softening at her earnestness and recalling the violence of our journey, I realized I needed to engage in acts of compassion, lest my psyche deteriorate further. Thus, I acquiesced to Xiaoyu's request. Xiaoyu, elated, scooped up the small dog and dashed home, as if fearing I might change my mind. When Wang Chang and I arrived back, we found Xiaoyu feeding the dog, astonishingly with chicken soup mixed with rice. This dog was indeed fortunate. Remarkably, even in its famished state, the dog wobbled towards me as I entered. As if it understood that its fate rested in my hands, I crouched down to pet its little head, and it eagerly licked my hand, seemingly striving to win my favor. Go ahead and eat your food. I won't chase you away, I reassured it. Though my surprise, it turned and trotted toward the bowl Xiaoyu had prepared, as if it comprehended my words, to test whether it truly understood. I continued, eat well, grow strong, and get plump. I haven't had dog meat in ages. As if it could indeed comprehend. The moment my words left my mouth, it hesitated and retreated a few steps, sitting on the ground and gazing at me with an amusing expression. Xiaoyu, more excited than the dog, scooped it into her arms, disregarding its filth, and shouted at me, "You are not allowed to eat it." This was the first time in all my time knowing Xiaoyu that she had raised her voice at me. Leaving me both amused and exasperated, I chose not to explain, instead addressing the little dog in Xiaoyu's arms. From now on, your name shall be Xiao Huang. Come here, Xiao Huang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang began to wriggle violently in Xiaoyu's embrace, prompting her to set it on the ground. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Huang actually walked towards me, leaving Xiaoyu wide-eyed, and even Wang Chang muttering in disbelief. All right, I won't eat you. Just be good and listen to me. Now, go eat, I said, crouching down to pet Xiao Huang. The divine dog promptly returned to its bowl, resuming its meal, all the while casting furtive glances at me. Take your time. Don't choke, I advised. After hearing this, Xiao Huang indeed slowed its eating pace. Big brother, this is incredible. Can you speak dog language? Wang Chang exclaimed in excitement. You're the one who speaks dog language. You're the dog, I retorted, raising my voice at Wang Chang. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yu doubled over in laughter at our exchange. No, that's not what I meant. I meant it can actually understand what you were saying. It's astonishing. Wang Chang quickly clarified. Indeed, it was remarkable. In this world of apocalypse, extraordinary occurrences abound, I pondered, recalling my own experiences. The zombie virus not only spared my life but cured my ailments and even enhanced my physical capabilities, truly miraculous. Having decided to keep Xiao Huang, I needed to ensure it received proper care. Its prolonged starvation had caused severe malnutrition, and it was also suffering from skin issues. Returning to the car, I rummaged through a box, recalling that I had picked up some ointment for skin conditions, as well as various vitamins from the pharmacy. When I returned with the medicine, I found Xiao Huang sitting patiently at the entrance, eagerly wagging its tail as it approached me, following me wherever I went. It's unfair. I brought it home, yet it only follows you, Xiao Yu pouted. Ignoring her, I crouched down and said to Xiao Huang, lie down. I'm going to apply some medicine. Xiao Huang immediately lay motionless on the ground, which only exacerbated Xiao Yu's frustration. The gaze that Wang Chang directed towards me had transcended mere admiration. It was a profound respect. After administering medication to Xiao Huang and providing it with a few vitamins, it stubbornly insisted on following me. Despite its labored movements, I had no choice but to gather some materials from the courtyard to construct a doghouse for Xiao Huang, filling it with tattered cloth I found indoors. Xiao Huang, go inside and rest, I instructed. Under the incredulous gazes of Xiao Yu and Wang Chang, Xiao Huang wobbled towards the makeshift doghouse. Days passed, and life in the village continued without concern for sustenance. We had no immediate plans to leave, and during our leisure time, I would often fish by the pond or venture into the mountains with my bow and arrow for hunting. Occasionally, I would manage to catch wild rabbits or pheasants. And the number of chickens in our coop had increased from 4 to 14, all gathered from the village. How about I teach you both how to use a bow and arrow? I suggested one day upon returning from a hunt. Brother, I've actually wanted to learn for quite some time. Wang Chang replied, I would like to learn too. Xiao Yu chimed in. Wang Chang, do you think you can craft 2 bows? I inquired. No problem, leave it to me, Wang Chang confidently assured. Being a seasoned craftsman from the steel mill, Wang Chang quickly gathered paper and pen to sketch designs. I retained my bow as a reference while I ventured into the woods in search of suitable materials for arrows. After some exploration, I discovered a nearby grove of bamboo that appeared ideal. The stalks were easily carved and relatively straight, making them the best choice for crafting both the bow and arrows. Armed with the machete I had brought from home, I felled a few bamboo poles and carried them back. Strangely, as time passed, I felt my physical condition improving. Both my strength and speed had noticeably increased. Upon returning home with the bamboo, I found Wang Chang tinkering with several steel plates he had salvaged from the steel mill. What are you doing with those? I asked, setting down the bamboo and approaching him. Brother, this is a new type of material with excellent toughness that doesn't deform. I couldn't bear to discard it, so I brought it along to experiment with, Wang Chang explained. If this works out, it will far surpass my bamboo. All right, give it a try. I'll look into the arrows, I replied, glancing at the bamboo lying on the ground. What about the arrowheads? Xiao Yu inquired. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Without arrowheads, the lethality would be significantly diminished. I had once contemplated making a crossbow, but lacked the skill to design a repeating crossbow like Zhuge Liang's, and besides, achieving sufficient power with a crossbow would be cumbersome. At the very least, Xiao Yu would struggle to draw it. Moreover, crossbows offered poor maneuverability, requiring too long to reload after each shot. While they could be effective for assassination or hunting against an overwhelming number of zombies, a bow was far superior, allowing for rapid successive shots. The only drawback was the necessity of extensive practice to achieve accuracy, but currently, time was in abundance. Brother, let me handle the arrowheads, but I'll need you to gather some charcoal. Wang Chang proposed. No problem, just wait here, I replied as I stepped outside. Over the past few days, I had become well acquainted with which households in the village possessed what resources, and indeed, every family had some charcoal. I borrowed a cart from the neighboring household and began collecting charcoal from door to door. After gathering from just 2 homes, The cart was already overflowing. I wheeled the cart back home and poured its contents into the courtyard, saying to Wang Chong, "If this isn't enough, I'll go get more. This is sufficient. Leave the rest to me," Wang Chong said. With nothing more for me to do, I settled down to carve the bamboo, while Xiao Yu joined to assist, and Xiao Huang, having regained some strength thanks to the medication and a regular diet, eagerly kept us company, albeit still looking quite thin. Using my previous bow as a template, crafting the new bow and arrows was not particularly challenging in this apocalypse. One must possess practical skills to survive, and I had always enjoyed tinkering with small crafts. After a morning's work, Xiao Yu and I had fashioned numerous arrow shafts. We now only needed the fletchings and arrowheads. The fletchings were straightforward, as I had previously hunted wild chickens, and the feathers from both those and the ones we had consumed served as excellent materials. The arrowheads, however, depended entirely on Wang Chong's ingenuity. That moment, Wang Chong was busy kneading plaster and had even removed an arrowhead from one of the arrows. After observing him for a while, I finally grasped that he was planning to create a mold. "Brother, after much contemplation, I've decided to make aluminum arrowheads. The melting point of iron is too high. Without a furnace, we can't produce them. Aluminum has a low melting point, is lightweight, and has excellent malleability. Plus, there are plenty of aluminum products in the village," Wang Chong explained. "Impressive," I exclaimed, unsure how to praise him further, merely giving him a thumbs up. In the following days, we each performed our respective tasks. Xiao Yu and I crafted arrow shafts and attached fletchings, while Wang Chong scoured for aluminum products. After melting the aluminum, he poured the molten metal into the molds he had prepared. And soon enough, arrowheads began to emerge. However, the molds were not perfect, so I entrusted the task of making arrow shafts to Xiao Yu, while I roughly honed the arrowheads on a whetstone before affixing them to the shafts Xiao Yu had prepared. The three of us transformed into a well-oiled arrow-making production line. Once Wang Chong had produced a sufficient number of arrowheads, he turned his attention to crafting bows. Thankfully, he had salvaged a variety of tools from the steel mill, and he skillfully filed the steel plates into the desired shape for the bow. He then added a grip to the bow, while I provided the bowstring. I had always carried several bundles of paracord in my backpack from my outdoor activities, and its thickness and high tensile strength made it perfect for bowstring use. Finally, our first bow was complete. Wang Chong handed it to me, saying, "Brother, give it a try." "All right," I replied as I accepted the bow. Although the bow was made of steel, as Wang Chong had mentioned, it was indeed a new material, feeling surprisingly lightweight in my hands. I attempted to draw the bowstring and found it effortless. Whether this was due to my improved physical condition or the bow's design, I couldn't tell. I slowly released the bowstring, contemplating that I should test it by shooting a few arrows. Chapter 14. Forced to flee, I grabbed several of our crafted arrows from the ground, knocked one onto the bow, and aimed it at the wall, releasing the arrow with a swift motion. To my astonishment, the arrow embedded itself deeply into the wall. Both Wang Chong and Xiao Yu were taken aback by the bow's power, urging me to test my aim further. Eagerly, I took the bow outside, with both of them following closely behind. I aimed at a winnowing basket hanging at the entrance of a house 30 meters away and released another arrow, hitting the target dead on. "Brother, this is extraordinary," I exclaimed, turning to Wang Chong in excitement. "Ha ha ha, you're too kind, brother. I'll go make the rest," Wang Chong replied, dashing back inside. I, too, remained busy, putting the bow aside to gather a large pile of straw, intending to create several targets for practice. Xiao Yu, showing even more initiative, found some cowhide and began sewing us quivers. I offered some guidance, and Xiao Yu also crafted 3 arm guards. Donning the first complete set of equipment, I felt akin to a modern-day Robin Hood. With my current vision and this powerful bow and arrow in hand, taking down zombies seemed like child's play, and the thought exhilarated me. Before long, Wang Chong completed the remaining 2 bows and, after a round of adjustments, handed them back to me for testing. "Perfect," I declared after trying them out, to which Wang Chong bashfully scratched his head. Next, it was time to train the 2 of them on how to use the bows. Considering Xiao Yu's lesser arm strength, Wang Chong made some adjustments to Xiao Yu's bow so that it would require less effort to draw while maintaining accuracy and sufficient power. It would suffice for taking down zombies. "All right, class is in session. Pay attention, everyone. I'll start with the essential points regarding bow and arrow usage," I instructed them that I paused for a moment before continuing. First, never dry fire the bow. That is, do not draw the bowstring without an arrow nocked. Second, your stance. Keep your body upright and avoid bending. Your feet should be naturally spaced about shoulder width apart. Third, grip the bow firmly. Your bow hand should remain straight, and your drawing hand's elbow should be level. As I elucidated the techniques, I simultaneously demonstrated the movements to the two individuals, stepping forward to correct their mistakes. They were both earnest in their learning, and I was equally diligent in my instruction, for this could very well become our crucial means of survival in the future. After several days of practice, they had nearly mastered the essential techniques of archery. And the next step was practical application. I positioned the target I had prepared along the path, initially allowing them to shoot only from a distance of 15 meters. Xiaoyu, with her background as a dance instructor, demonstrated remarkable coordination, hitting the target in no time. Wang Chong, on the other hand, struggled a bit. Although he had become an expert in bow construction, when it came to shooting, Xiaoyu had outperformed him, as they practiced. I too was occupied. Having set up a target for myself, positioned at 50 meters, I aimed not only to refine my accuracy, but also to enhance my speed. As the saying goes, a master can guide one to the door. But the journey of self-improvement is up to the individual. I had imparted all I could. The rest depended on their own efforts. Xiao Huang was steadily regaining his strength and had grown significantly, while both of them were honing their archery skills. Particularly, Xiaoyu had reached a level of accuracy comparable to mine, while Wang Chong, though slightly less precise, was still able to hit the target consistently. Life in this village was indeed pleasant. We spent our days indulging in food and drink, practicing archery, and exercising. Occasionally, I would share some combat techniques with them, and we found ourselves wishing we could remain here indefinitely. Time flies, and before we knew it, we had spent 3 months in this village. Xiao Huang had matured into a robust dog, thriving on good food and sleep, and running about the vicinity daily, growing ever stronger and more perceptive. Xiaoyu and Wang Chong had also made significant strides in their archery skills, confidently hitting targets from 30 to 50 meters away. As for me, I had become even more proficient, with nothing within 100 meters escaping my aim, and my shooting speed had increased remarkably, arrows flying in rapid succession. Xiao Huang, patrol the area, and if you spot any zombies, return quickly and alert me. If there are few, just give a single call. If there are many, sound multiple alarms. I instructed the dog, who was lying at my feet. Xiao Huang stood, shook off his fur, glanced back at me with a look of reluctance mixed with disdain, and dashed outside. I dashed after him, scolding, "If you dare give me that look again, I'll roast you for dinner." Xiao Huang paused, wagging his tail, barking at me as if to say, "If you can, come and catch me." This dog truly had a knack for testing my patience. I returned indoors, grabbed my bow, and stepped back outside, drawing my bowstring in Xiao Huang's direction. He responded with an angry bark, turning to run off as if to say, "If you can't play fair, then you're just being shameless." After spending time together, I felt as if I could genuinely understand Xiao Huang's barks. He seemed to comprehend everything I said. Even when I asked him to fetch toilet paper when I ran out, he could manage to do so. Could it be true, as Wang Chong suggested, that I was speaking dog language? Nonsense. Not long after I settled back in, Xiaoyu and Wang Chong returned, Xiaoyu triumphantly carrying 3 wild chickens, while Wang Chong held only 1. Without needing to ask, I already knew Xiaoyu had emerged victorious yet again. "You re-cooking today," Xiaoyu declared smugly to Wang Chong. Wang Chong tossed his chicken onto the ground, looking quite dejected as he approached me, saying, "Brother, did you teach her some secret technique? How come she is so much better at archery than I am?" "There are no secrets. It's all about diligent practice," I replied, standing up to face Wang Chong. "Am I not practicing enough?" "My hands are calloused," he exclaimed, showing me his hand. "Then it must come down to talent," I said with a wry smile. "But I've been cooking for half a month straight." Wang Chong lamented, "I've cooked without complaint before. You must honor your bets and not make excuses," Xiaoyu retorted. Watching Wang Chong sulk as he headed for the kitchen brought me a sense of amusement. As we were midway through our meal, Xiao Huang rushed back in a frenzy, barking loudly at me. "What is wrong, Xiao Huang?" Xiaoyu inquired, concerned. Ignoring her, I addressed Xiao Huang, "You little rascal, don't joke with me. Are there really that many? Just as I finished speaking, Xiao Huang barked even more frantically. Gather your things quickly. Zombies are coming. I tossed my dishes aside, rising to inform the others. Brother, don't tease. Do you really understand dog language? Wang Chang asked, chuckling. When have I ever made a joke about this? I replied earnestly. This time, it was Wang Chang and Xiao Yu who looked alarmed. They knew I wouldn't joke about something so serious. They quickly began to pack up, and I joined them in the haste. Xiao Huang, keep watch. If the zombies get closer, return immediately to tell me. Xiao Huang turned and dashed outside. Seeing this, Wang Chang and Xiao Yu became even more convinced of my earlier words and hastened their movements. I carried several bags of food to the vehicle, simultaneously starting the engines of both cars. Damn it, just when things were going smoothly, we have to run again. Wang Chang grumbled as he loaded supplies into the car. All right, we'll find another place. Move quickly, I urged him. Where are we going this time? Xiao Yu asked, clutching her belongings. To be honest, I didn't know. We could only take it step by step. Living in comfort is advisable. Things are scattered everywhere, and packing is a hassle, I remarked, quickly bundling the arrows I had prepared and tossing them into the vehicle. Fortunately, we hadn't removed our backup supplies from the car. We had only occasionally rummaged for snacks. If we had taken those out, it would have been truly troublesome. Just as I threw the last bundle of arrows into the vehicle, Xiao Huang appeared at the village entrance. Get in the car, I shouted to the others still gathering their things. But there is still so much food. Wang Chang protested. Oh, you value your life or the food? Move. I yelled back as my words fell. Xiao Huang had already reached my side. Xiao Huang, you'll ride with Wang Chang. Hurry up, I instructed, pointing to the off-road vehicle. Xiao Huang leaped into the passenger seat like a person. Wang Chang, not daring to hesitate any longer, quickly followed suit, and Xiao Yu, seeing the situation, scrambled into the passenger seat of the truck. I secured the truck's back door, took a few strides to the front, jumped into the driver's seat, and stepped on the gas, driving forward as we passed the vegetable garden. A horde of hundreds of zombies flooded into the village behind us. Xiao Yu, glancing in the rearview mirror, was drenched in cold sweat. How did you know the zombies were coming from that direction? She asked, puzzled. Wherever Xiao Huang barks, that's where the zombies come from. It's an agreement we made, I explained. Xiao Yu's astonished gaze hadn't even returned to normal when Wang Chang's voice crackled over the radio. Brother, Xiao Huang is indeed a divine dog. If we had gone any slower, we would have been doomed. At that moment, our vehicle had already driven quite a distance. Watching the vegetable garden behind us trampled and destroyed by the horde of zombies made my heart bleed. I had painstakingly cultivated a taste for vegetables, only to have it ruined by these monsters. Fortunately, the essential supplies were still in the car, and we had salvaged quite a bit of food. It seemed we needed to be constantly prepared for retreat in the future. We couldn't afford to be this flustered again. The survival of the walkie-talkies was indeed thanks to my solar charger. I had no idea what kind of people we might encounter on the road or whether we would find more walkie-talkies. The two vehicles sped along the road. Previously, we relied on GPS for navigation. But now our phones served merely as clocks and cameras. We had no destination in mind and had misplaced the map we had taken from the supermarket. Even if we had that map, we wouldn't know where we were. We could only proceed one step at a time. The only tool we had at our disposal was the compass in hand, which could only ensure we moved forward and didn't retrace our steps. Chapter 15. Selecting our companions' night was fast approaching, and we remained on the road with no suitable place to rest in sight. We had no choice but to make do in the car for the night. As traveling after dark was perilous, zombies were exceptionally sensitive to light, and with no street lamps around, everything was shrouded in darkness once the headlights were turned off. Fortunately, it was summer, so aside from the heat, it wasn't too uncomfortable. Additionally, we had fortified our car windows with steel mesh, allowing us to open them without fear of zombies. However, I found myself craving a cigarette. This habit of wanting to smoke as soon as I got into the car was exasperating, especially since I hadn't had a cigarette in a month. The craving was intense and quite unbearable. Just when I was on the verge of falling asleep, two zombies suddenly appeared out of nowhere, pounding on my car door. Infuriated, I grabbed my knife and, using the door for leverage, pushed the zombies away before jumping out to stab them fiercely. After dispatching the two zombies, my drowsiness vanished. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Xiao Huang in the off-road vehicle were fast asleep. Each snoring in their own way. It seemed the zombies were hard of hearing, as they continued to bang on the door despite the noise coming from the other side. Returning to the car, I found Xiao Yu staring at me with wide, watery eyes, almost magnetically drawing me in. Thankfully, I managed to maintain my composure and quickly turned to her, saying, "Get some rest. We have to continue our journey tomorrow." I forcibly shut my eyes, and Xiao Yu did not respond but merely let out a sigh. In truth, I was aware of her thoughts. Even though Wang Chong had already discovered the nature of my relationship with Xiao Yu, she still affectionately called me husband as usual. Yet, I hesitated to take that decisive step forward. I struggled with my eyes closed for a considerable time, and perhaps fatigue truly set in, for I eventually succumbed to sleep. When dawn broke, a group of over 10 zombies had gathered around the vehicle, but this was hardly a concern. "Wang Chong, prepare to depart," I communicated through the walkie-talkie. "Received," he replied. I started the engine, crushing the zombies under the wheels as I drove forward. By midday, we finally stumbled upon signs of human life, albeit still on the outskirts of the city, where most of the structures appeared to be auto repair shops, car dealerships, and various auto parts stores, alongside car washes and tire repair facilities. This was fortuitous. We could find a place to rest and inspect our vehicle. As I contemplated where to settle, I vaguely heard someone calling for help. "Did you hear that?" I asked Xiao Yu. She nodded emphatically. I quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and informed Wang Chong, "Stop the vehicle. There are people nearby." Once the vehicle was secure, I climbed atop the truck with my bow and arrow. Scanning the surroundings, the cries for help rang out again, this time more distinctly. Following the sound, I spotted the distressed individuals at a second-floor window not far away. Below them lay a courtyard surrounded by iron railings. Teeming with approximately 10 zombies, I shook my head with a wry smile. These people were truly foolish, allowing themselves to be trapped by such a meager number of zombies. I leaped down, signaling the others to arm themselves and secure the vehicle. "Xiao Huang, stay here and keep an eye on the car. Shout if anything happens," I instructed. Xiao Huang eagerly complied, plopping down in front of the vehicle, licking its paws, as if urging me with its gaze to hurry. I was already accustomed to Xiao Huang's antics. What was I to become by arguing with a dog? I dismissed it from my mind and proceeded with the others toward the building where the cries originated. We ascended to the rooftop of the small building, encountering a few zombies along the way, but they posed no threat to us now. The structure was merely 5 meters from the distressed individuals, allowing us to clearly observe the situation in their courtyard. "You two, practice your aim," I instructed, pointing at the zombies in the yard. At that moment, through the opposing window, I could see the person calling for help, a beautiful woman, who was gazing intently at me. She was accompanied by several others, both men and women, but the window was too small for me to see more than 6 or 7 of them. It was both amusing and exasperating. How could so many people be cornered by such a trivial number of zombies? Amidst their astonished gazes, Xiao Yu and Wang Chong sprang into action. At this distance, their shots were unfailingly accurate, each arrow finding its mark in a zombie's skull, and soon the courtyard was devoid of the undead. "You may come out now," I called to the people across from us. Thank you for saving us, hero," the beautiful woman exclaimed. "By the way, could you also retrieve the arrows we just shot?" I asked them. In truth, given the force with which we had fired, those arrows had likely been rendered useless after piercing through the zombies' heads. I merely wished to test their worthiness to remain by our side. The courtyard door creaked open, and the beautiful woman cautiously peered around to ensure all the zombies were down before beckoning the others to emerge. It appeared she was the leader of this group. As I observed the others stepping out, I was surprised to see a substantial number, over 20 in total, including the woman. Among them were 12 men and 8 women, several of whom possessed a modicum of beauty, though they paled in comparison to Xiao Yu. Most were young, with 2 young men still clad in suits, presumably former car salesmen, while others appeared to be auto mechanics based on their attire. The women were dressed in various styles, making it difficult to discern their professions. However, 2 were in business attire, likely also from the car sales industry. Only the beautiful woman and 2 other young women volunteered to help retrieve the arrows. While the remainder rushed toward our building. 14 individuals approached our rooftop, showering us with profuse gratitude, but I paid little heed. I required capable individuals, not sycophants. Among them, 2 men were still casting lingering glances at Xiaoyu, almost provoking me to react violently. As we conversed, I gleaned their experiences. They had been holed up in that building for merely a week. Most were survivors from the surrounding area, while others had fled here seeking refuge. They had banded together, unsure of where to go, but since the area was mixed use, they scavenged for food. Unfortunately, when they sought shelter in this small building, they found themselves trapped by zombies. Once I comprehended their situation, the 6 individuals who had helped retrieve the arrows joined us, bringing the arrows in hand. Though the others kept their distance, seemingly disgusted, I inspected the arrows they offered. Many were broken, smeared with zombie blood and brains. Yet the 6 showed no concern. Holding them casually, I took my time assessing the 6 individuals. The beautiful woman appeared to be of a similar age to mine, with a striking figure and looks comparable to Xiaoyu. One of the other women was slightly older, still quite attractive and likely in her 30s, while the youngest, significantly younger than Xiaoyu, had a delicate beauty. Among the 3 men, one was dressed as a mechanic, sturdy yet not tall, while another was clad in casual attire, slightly younger, tall and lean but still somewhat handsome. The last man wore camouflage, appearing to be a few years older than Wang Chong. Exuding a mature and robust demeanor. "Discard them," I stated, waving my hand dismissively. The 6 hesitated, exchanging glances before ultimately complying, tossing the arrows from the rooftop. The young man in casual wear hesitated before speaking up. "Are you mocking us, hero? He is young and naive. Please don't hold it against him," the beautiful woman quickly interjected in defense of the young man. "You 6, will you follow me? Are you willing?" I inquired directly. "Yes, we are willing." The woman, who appeared to be the mother of the young girl, responded first. Thus, it seemed that the youthful girl was indeed her daughter. I beckoned them forward, and the pair hurriedly joined us, positioning themselves behind the 3 of us. The remaining 4 exchanged glances momentarily before also stepping behind us, though one middle-aged man lingered, casting several glances my way as he passed. I chose to ignore it. I would have time to assess them later. "What about us?" the remaining 14 clamored. "You may do as you please. I will not hinder those who wish to leave. For those who wish to stay, your actions will determine whether you meet my expectations," I replied nonchalantly. As they debated among themselves, I turned to the beautiful woman and asked, "Is there a safe place nearby where we can check our vehicles?" "Yes, I can take you there, but there are some creatures inside," she replied. "Perfect. You 6, find yourselves suitable weapons nearby. If you wish to survive in this apocalypse, I will instruct you on how to deal with zombies. I will wait for you here." I instructed the 6. Wang Chong, accompany them and ensure they aren't devoured by zombies. I directed Wang Chong. "Understood, brother," he responded respectfully. The 6, previously hesitant, quickly made their way downstairs with Wang Chong in tow. I then shifted my attention back to the 14 individuals. 2 men stepped forward, addressing me. "We wish to join you." These 2 men were the same ones who had been eyeing Xiaoyu earlier. And even now, their gaze remained fixated on her. "I have no interest in you 2. You may leave." "Who else is willing?" I stated bluntly. "Are you serious? You act as if we are begging you." One of the men retorted. "Leave," I commanded. I abruptly lifted my garment to reveal the pistol at my waist, bellowing at the 2 individuals before me. For people of such ilk, I did not wish to utter a single superfluous word. Upon sighting my firearm, they immediately turned and fled, nearly stumbling in their haste. It seemed that this gun truly possessed remarkable power. Although I had no intention of using it myself, its capacity to instill fear was undeniably effective. The remaining 12 individuals were equally taken aback by my display. An elder man among them stepped forward respectfully and inquired, "Esteemed warrior, what conditions must we meet to accompany you?" Upon hearing this, the other 5 women cast flirtatious glances in my direction, evidently failing to comprehend my intentions. "The first condition is to slay zombies. Those who lack the courage may leave now," I stated decisively. "I am willing. May I borrow the gun?" A scruffy-looking man interjected eagerly. "You may leave," I replied curtly. I could hardly be bothered to explain. I was too cowardly to wield that weapon myself. Should a shot ring out, I could only imagine the horde of zombies it might attract, and if everyone resorted to firearms, what purpose would I serve? The man hesitated, but a single glare from me compelled him to retreat in disgruntlement. After a brief deliberation, 7 out of the remaining 11 lowered their heads and departed, leaving only 3 men and 1 woman. Though I have never killed a zombie, I am willing to learn. One man of similar stature to mine asserted. What about the rest of you? I queried, directing my gaze to the 3 who remained. We too are eager to learn. We wish to follow you. They replied, clamoring to express their willingness. Very well, find some suitable weapons and return. I shall await you here. I instructed the 4 of them. To my surprise, they all simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xiaoyu. The first group had been personally selected by me, and naturally, I would prioritize Wang Chang's protection. These indecisive ones were hardly deserving of such favors. What, do you expect my wife to accompany you for your protection? I retorted, my irritation palpable. If you do not hurry, you need not follow me at all. I do not support idlers. Only then did the 4 hastily turn to leave. Simultaneously, the 6 who had previously departed returned, and I scrutinized the weapons they carried. Although somewhat subpar, they were at least marginally acceptable. Seizing the opportunity, I introduced myself to the group. The attractive woman was named Su Runan, slightly shorter than Xiaoyu and of the same age as I. Wielding a wrench, the repairman was called Guoshan, of modest height and 29 years old, brandishing a crowbar. The casual-dressed young man was Ding Wei, taller than me at 25, holding a steel pipe. The mother and daughter duo were namely Manwen, 38, and Lu Shuang, 18, each wielding wooden sticks and both of similar height to Xiaoyu. The middle-aged man was Wu Jun, of comparable height to myself at 42, brandishing a hammer. I am Yang Wei, and this is my wife. Zhang Xiaoyu, I announced to the group. Greetings, Wei Gu. Guoshan was the first to respond. The remaining 5, excluding the middle-aged man, exchanged knowing smiles. Address me as Big Brother. I directed Guoshan. He complied immediately. Big Brother. I turned to the others, and the 3 women respectfully echoed the title. To my astonishment, even Wu Jun joined in, while Ding Wei stubbornly resisted until Runan tugged at him several times before he reluctantly conceded. After our introductions, the 4 who had departed earlier returned, each brandishing a mishmash of weapons, chains, a watermelon knife, and a kitchen knife. One woman even absurdly carrying a mop. Wang Chang, would you mind making another run? I said. Covering my face in embarrassment, it was utterly humiliating to behold their equipment. Were they truly intending to face zombies like this? Before long, a call from Xiao Huang reached my ears, prompting me to dash downstairs with Xiaoyu hot on my heels. The remaining 6 took a moment to react, and by the time they caught up, I was already at the vehicle. What a twist of fate. It was the 2 men who had been eyeing Xiaoyu earlier. Armed with wooden sticks and ropes, they appeared intent on capturing Xiao Huang. Startled, I initially mistook them for zombies. Yet, given their limited intellect, capturing Xiao Huang seemed a far-fetched notion. At that moment, Xiao Huang was playfully darting around them, and upon spotting me, promptly sat at my feet. Without waiting for their words, I handed the gun to Xiaoyu and the bow to Guoshan, advancing toward the 2 and, as the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. What difference was there between wanting to harm Xiao Huang and wanting to harm me? Such nuisances were better extinguished than allowed to persist. Initially, I had considered sparing their lives, yet upon witnessing their audacity as I disarmed myself, I could not overlook their insolence. You little brat, you're everywhere. Don't tell us that dog belongs to you. One of them scoffed. Stay back. If you approach, we'll kill you. The other man shouted menacingly. Simultaneously, they dropped their sticks and ropes, drawing daggers instead. This left me no choice. It was time to teach them a lesson. I dashed toward them without a word, evading their attacks with a deft sidestep. A swift chop disarmed one, and a powerful kick sent the other sprawling to the ground. Seizing the fallen man's wrist, I yanked him towards me and delivered a punch to his abdomen as he gasped in pain. I circled behind him and with a sharp twist, snapped his neck, and he crumpled lifelessly before me. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The fallen man had barely risen when his companion succumbed to my assault. Terrified, he flailed his dagger in a frantic attempt to defend himself. I seized the moment, delivering a decisive kick that sent him crashing to the ground. His dagger clattering away, I stepped forward, planting my foot on his chest. As he writhed in agony, I unleashed another kick that forced him to the ground. I then knelt on his back, wrapping my arms around his head, and with a sharp twist, I ended his life as well. With both men thoroughly dispatched, I stood and brushed my hands off. Walking toward the others, Xiao Yu remained stationary, her expression a mix of fear and admiration, while Xiao Huang, seemingly unfazed, wagged his tail and bounded toward me. I crouched to pet his head, then continued on my way. The 6 individuals recoiled simultaneously, all but Wu Jun, whose demeanor had shifted to one of respect. The others trembled in fear, while Wu Jun's gaze now brimmed with reverence. It was merely the killing of 2 men. What was there to fear? The enmity had already been established. Was I to allow them to seek revenge? If they came to kill you, would you be willing? I addressed the group. Now, let us bury them. We must avoid bloodshed, or we risk attracting zombies. To my surprise, Wu Jun was the first to approach the corpses, followed closely by Ding Wei, then Guishan, with Runin and the mother-daughter pair trailing behind. As they set about the grim task, I turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "Do you find me frightening?" "A little," Xiao Yu admitted. After a pause, she added, "But I understand that what you did was necessary." I smiled at her, choosing silence, and knelt to stroke Xiao Huang's head. Shortly after, Wang Chong returned with the other 4, each now armed with steel pipes, indicating their lack of initiative. I retrieved a bottle of water from the vehicle, sitting beside it as I awaited the return of the 6 who had dealt with the bodies. The newcomers eyed my water with evident envy, 2 of them swallowing hard, but I had no intention of sharing. I wanted their longing to linger. Before the apocalypse, I had hovered at the precipice of death, gaining a profound understanding of human nature. Before long, the 6 returned, and Wu Jun approached me respectfully, stating, "Big brother, we have dealt with it. See how human nature unfolds." Earlier, when they called me Big Brother, they were contemplative, but now they stood before me with utmost deference. In this apocalypse, to earn respect, one must possess skill and show strength. However, as the saying goes, respect begets respect. One must not overreach. "Thank you for your hard work. Come forth and take a bottle of water," I offered. None dared to take it upon themselves. This was the effect I sought. I smiled at them, then retrieved 6 bottles of mineral water from the vehicle, distributing one to each. Thinking for a moment, I returned to the vehicle and handed a bottle of soda to Lu Shuang, saying, "Children love drinks. This is for you." Before Lu Shuang could respond, her mother, Li Manwen, interjected, "Thank you, big brother, thank you." She quickly shielded her daughter behind her, as if fearing I might harm her. Did I truly appear so sinister? "Rest assured, I shall not harm my own," I reassured Li Manwen. Before she could respond, I turned to Runin and said, "Lead the way." It appears that the crowd is indeed parched. A single bottle of water was swiftly consumed in just a few gulps. However, I refrained from inquiring further, for winning the hearts of the people is a gradual endeavor. The 4 newcomers trailed behind Wu Jun, while Runin led the way for me and Wang Chong, with Xiao Yu accompanying us. Occasionally, I glanced back at the group, and although I wore a smile, their expressions were scarcely more welcoming than those one might encounter upon seeing a zombie. This was particularly true for the 4 who had recently joined our ranks. It seemed that Wu Jun had informed them of my murderous past, and their gazes were rife with trepidation. Chapter 17. Understanding the members, the destination was not far. In no time, we arrived at a somewhat sizable automobile repair shop. Surrounded by towering walls, the entrance was a robust iron railing, seemingly well fortified. Peering through the gate, I observed that the interior was indeed spacious enough for a temporary refuge, though it housed a considerable number of zombies, approximately 30. Having caught our scent, they gathered at the gate, and the rest of the group recoiled in fear, leaving only the 3 of us undeterred. This posed a conundrum. Initially, I had intended to let everyone unleash their prowess against the zombies. But given the situation, it was clear that we could not proceed without dispatching these creatures first. It appeared that their weapons would remain underutilized for the time being. I drew my bayonet and called out to the retreating crowd, "Come closer and observe." Reluctantly, they approached, and I swiftly plunged the bayonet into a zombie's skull. As I withdrew the blade, The creature collapsed, only to be instantly replaced by another. "Who will step forward first?" I asked, extending the bayonet towards them. "I will," replied Wu Jun, stepping forward. This fellow certainly knew how to navigate social dynamics and set an example. After a moment's hesitation, he seized the bayonet and quickly dispatched 2 zombies. "All right, next. Each person takes down 2. I instructed, signaling Wu Jun to halt. Observing their orderly lineup, I couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. The 6 individuals I had initially selected naturally stood at the forefront, and aside from Wu Jun, the remaining 5 also took action, including the youngest, Lu Shuang, who showed no reluctance. The newcomers, despite some initial hesitation and searching for a suitable position, ultimately stepped up as well, with 14 zombies remaining after everyone had taken down 2. I decided to let them practice with their weapons. Scanning the surroundings, I spotted a ladder. The gate was not locked. It merely had an iron bolt securing it. "Everyone step aside. Wang Chong, climb the ladder and draw the zombies away," I instructed. "Understood," Wang Chong replied, immediately positioning the ladder against the adjacent wall. "Xiaoyu, retreat to that platform and keep watch with your bow," I directed, pointing to a raised area 10 paces away. As everyone took their positions, I also stepped back, waiting for Wang Chong to attract the zombies. Sure enough, a horde of them began to rush towards him. I opened the gate, retrieved the rope I had used earlier, and tossed it over one of the zombies. Dragging it outside, Wu Jun understood the plan and hurried to close the gate behind me. The zombie I had ensnared struggled mightily, but it stood no chance against my strength. I could scarcely believe how powerful I had become. As the zombies approached the group, I tightened the rope, leading them in circles. "Hurry up, strike from the front and aim for the head. If you don't act, I may loosen my grip," I urged. The group, startled by my command, tightened their grips on their weapons, yet none dared to strike. I turned to Wu Jun, who thankfully did not disappoint. He stepped forward, raised his hammer, and struck the zombie's head with force. Dispatching it in mere moments, I moved to untie the ensnared zombie, and as I opened the gate once more, Wu Jun took charge of closing it, while Xiaoyu remained vigilant with her bow. Ensuring no surprises arose, the operation proceeded smoothly. Su Runan surprised me as well. She was the second to step up, wielding a wrench and striking the zombie's head with unwavering courage. When it came time for the mother and daughter duo, a minor hiccup occurred. Both wielded wooden sticks, and despite their small stature, they struck with all their might, yet failed to slay the zombie. Nevertheless, they clearly exerted all their strength, and since my goal was merely to have them confront the situation, I stepped in with my bayonet to finish the creature off. Guishan and Dingwei also impressed me, dispatching the zombies with ease, while the newcomers performed commendably, each managing to take down one. Once everyone had completed their tasks, I cast aside the rope and entered the compound. Close the gate, I instructed Wu Jun amid the astonished gazes of the group. I stepped over the pile of corpses and approached the remaining 4 zombies. Wang Chong was still luring zombies from atop the wall, but as I drew near, they turned their attention towards me. I could have easily dispatched the 4 zombies with a few arrows. But since I was recruiting new members, I needed to establish my authority. Having already shown my lethal capabilities, now it was time to confront the zombies directly. With my bayonet in hand, I charged at the 4 zombies. Hearing gasps from the crowd outside the gate, I kicked one zombie, causing it to collide with the others behind it, and then pierced the skull of the one directly in front of me. The one that had just risen was met with another thrust of my bayonet. The 2 at the back also began to rise, prompting me to retreat a few steps as they approached. I kicked one and stabbed the other, swiftly dispatching both. Eliminating the 4 zombies took little time. I shook off the filth from my bayonet, wiped it clean, and sheathed it, making my way back to the group. They stood in stunned silence, including Wu Jun, unsure of whether to open the gate for me. I opened the gate and stepped outside, with Xiaoyu and Wang Chong joining me. "Go fetch the vehicle," I instructed them. They acknowledged and hurried off to retrieve the car, while the onlookers remained in a daze. "What are you waiting for? Clear these corpses away," I urged. Finally snapping back to reality, they began to move. The Bodhi Sun Yao appeared to be approximately 1.65 meters tall, with a physique and looks that were quite acceptable. "All right, everyone gather around and introduce yourselves," I addressed the crowd. Once everyone had acquainted themselves, I inquired, "What were you all doing before this?" This question was directed at the 6 individuals who had joined me first. "My brother, I am a mechanic," Guashan replied. "You need not say more, I already know." "Next," I responded. "Brother, how did you know that?" Guashan asked, intrigued. "Just a guess, all right." "Next," I reiterated. "Who wouldn't recognize you as a mechanic from your attire?" "I am the general manager of a nearby 4S shop," Su Runan remarked. It was no wonder I sensed an extraordinary aura about her. "I studied mechanical engineering abroad," Ding Wei added, and no wonder he had previously exuded such arrogance. It turned out he had been soaking in foreign knowledge for a few years. "I am a doctor. My daughter just graduated from high school," Li Manwen stated. The selection of these individuals was indeed commendable. As they largely met my requirements, I am the squad leader of a militia. The team has dispersed, and now I am the only one left, Wu Jun declared. That explained his readiness to take the lead in any situation. Clad in full camouflage. Chapter 18. Formation of the team. All right, the women will prepare the meal under my wife's guidance. Wang Chong, you stay behind to protect them. The men will follow me, I instructed the group. With that, I strode outside. Women could be nurtured gradually, as long as they had the courage to face zombies. Men, however, were expected to be the primary combat force. Guashan, are you familiar with the area nearby? I asked as we walked. Brother, I am very familiar with the vicinity, Guashan replied. Then lead us to procure a few vehicles, preferably pickup trucks, I instructed. Sure, I'll take the lead, Guashan said, moving ahead. Ding Wei, you saw the 2 vehicles I had earlier. Find some suitable materials. We'll modify the cars in the coming days, I directed. Understood, brother, Ding Wei replied, his earlier arrogance seemingly diminished in my presence, speaking with great respect. Yutai, look for some commonly used parts that are prone to malfunction for our vehicles, I continued. No problem, brother, Yutai affirmed. Lin 1, see if you can find any useful electronic products, like walkie-talkies, and also solar-powered chargers. I added. Understood, brother, Lin 1 responded. Chinjua, you will be paired with Ding Wei, I instructed. Understood, brother, Chinjua replied. Wu Jun, you will team up with Lin 1, I said. Understood, brother, Wu Jun acknowledged. Guashan and Yutai will be a pair, I declared. Understood, brother, they chimed in unison. I will be mobile. You all must exercise caution. If you encounter zombies, handle the situation calmly and do not scream, or else we will attract more if you cannot fight. Retreat. For now, we are going to procure vehicles, I stated. Yes, the 6 of them replied in unison, surprisingly synchronized. Our team was beginning to take shape. Under Guashan's guidance, we arrived at a 4S shop filled with various pickup trucks. First, clear out the zombies, then retrieve the keys. 2 people per vehicle, drive them away, I instructed the group. The selection of vehicles required no additional guidance from me. They were professionals. I merely wandered around the shop. As it was their first encounter with zombies, and I felt a twinge of concern. Fortunately, there were only 7 or 8 zombies in the shop. They coordinated well, tackling the zombies in pairs, and I stood back, merely observing as they successfully dispatched the zombies without incident. With 3 vehicles ready, we each set out to attend to our respective tasks. The area was not particularly large, so I remained nearby, poised to provide support at any moment. They needed to face challenges independently to grow swiftly. I had already conveyed the necessary precautions, and it was now 4 in the afternoon. Our scheduled meeting time was 6 o'clock. We would see how much we could gather in those 2 hours. The horde of zombies could arrive at any moment, so I aimed to utilize every minute efficiently, ensuring they adapted to their roles quickly. To my satisfaction, the 6 individuals returned punctually to the designated meeting spot at 6 o'clock, each vehicle laden with numerous supplies. I casually opened the door of one vehicle and hopped in. Let us go back for dinner, I announced as the 3 vehicles returned to the camp. The aroma of food wafted through the air. The 6 individuals appeared famished, and it was evident that had we delayed any longer, they might have faced starvation, or worse, resorted to cannibalism. Observing their ravenous consumption, it was clear they had been deprived for quite some time. With the team now expanded to 13 members, our demand for supplies increased. However, I still advised against venturing out at night. I allowed everyone to select their quarters, and under the leadership of Wang Chong and Xiaoyu, we began crafting melee weapons, ideally similar to our bayonets. We then tallied the supplies gathered today and allocated them sensibly across each vehicle. I took Xiao Huang to the factory manager's office, where Xiao Huang promptly leaped onto the sofa to sleep. I boiled some water and brewed tea at the tea table, embodying the demeanor the four individuals responded with beaming smiles. As they busily moved their belongings, I, of course, set about searching for cigarettes and alcohol. This time, fortune smiled upon me, as I managed to procure over 30 cartons of assorted cigarettes and more than 10 bottles of white liquor. When our 3 fully loaded pickup trucks arrived at the base, the joy among everyone was palpable. However, what delighted me even more was that we had also brought back a fuel tanker. Now, we were truly prepared for anything. The 8 individuals I had previously deemed unfit were now akin to zombies. Lingering outside our large iron gate, their eyes fixated hungrily on our supplies. I held no sympathy for such people. In this apocalyptic world, the most worthless commodity was pity. Today's haul had been quite satisfactory, and I decided to treat everyone to a feast. I had ensured that all 14 chickens we had taken with us were safely stored in the truck. Wife, stew a chicken. Tonight we shall enjoy chicken soup, I said to Xiao Yu. My words ignited a wave of excitement among the group, as they were nearly ready to burst into song and dance. It was at this moment they truly realized that following me had been the right choice. In truth, when those chickens had been clucking in the truck, they had wanted to ask me about them. I could see it in their expressions. However, I had kept those chickens for their eggs, and the thought of consuming one today weighed heavily on my heart. This latest batch of supplies, combined with my chicken, had wholly stabilized the morale of our troops, and everyone genuinely acknowledged me as their leader. Each person diligently fulfilled their role, and the 3 pickup trucks had been successfully modified. Even the trucks and off-road vehicles we had previously brought were enhanced, significantly improving their safety features. Remarkably, they had even constructed a cargo box for each of the 3 pickups, ensuring that our supplies were now more secure. With Guishan and Dingwei overseeing the vehicle modifications, along with Wang Chang's craftsmanship and the collective efforts of the group, the safety levels of all 5 vehicles had reached their zenith. Yet, the crowning achievement was undoubtedly the fuel tanker, which had been transformed into something resembling an armored vehicle. I was tempted to take it for a spin myself. Lin Wen had also procured over 40 walkie-talkies and numerous solar panels. Thanks to his ingenuity, every vehicle was now equipped to charge walkie-talkies and mobile phones. Although the phones could not make calls, they served well as cameras, with each person possessing several group photos. Everyone's weapons were now ready. While they might not rival my bayonet, they were close enough in design and functionality, albeit with slightly inferior materials. As for bows and arrows, we had yet to craft those due to the lack of suitable materials nearby. And mastering their use was no quick endeavor. As long as we were not on lookout duty, everyone dedicated themselves to combat training under the guidance of Wang Chang and Wu Jun. Gradually, our 13-member team was transforming into an armed force. Chapter 19. Force separation. However, the good times did not last long. Such days only continued for a month. Bang! This midday, a thunderous explosion echoed from a distance. Without a doubt, it was those 8 individuals outside, too frightened to kill zombies, who had detonated something. The sound was deafening, likely attracting zombies from miles around. As I pondered this predicament, the lookout reported over the walkie-talkie that a horde of zombies was approaching us from not far away. Numbering in the hundreds. Continue observing. The rest of you, gather your things and prepare to retreat, I instructed into the walkie-talkie. Fortunately, we had assigned numbers to our convoy, and with the inclusion of professionals, several vehicles had undergone functional modifications. The fuel tanker, with its powerful engine and armored upgrades, now served as the lead vehicle, akin to an icebreaker. Our previous truck retained its shovel but was slightly lowered in position, now serving as the second vehicle for clearing debris, facilitating the movement of smaller vehicles behind it, while some larger supplies remained in the truck. The 3 pickups were designated as the 3rd, 4th, and 5th supply vehicles, while Lin Wen had outfitted the off-road vehicle with a small radio station, converting the original roof rack to accommodate solar panels for powering electronic devices. This vehicle was now the 6th command vehicle. Once everyone was ready, I began to arrange the vehicles and personnel. Wu Jun, Lu Shuang, you will take the lead vehicle, I declared. Wu Jun was familiar with the surrounding terrain and was an experienced driver, making Lu Shuang, who was younger and less combat capable, a suitable companion. Wang Chang, Li Manwen, you are in charge of the second clearing vehicle. I continued. I must admit, this arrangement was somewhat self-serving. After a month together, I sensed Wang Chang's feelings for Li Manwen, though he had yet to move beyond the shadow of Chunhua. With Li Manwen following her daughter's vehicle, she would feel more secure. Chinhua, Sun Yao, you are in the third supply vehicle. I announced, as they were a couple, it was only fitting they be paired together. Guishan Dingwei, you will take the fourth supply vehicle. I instructed that I marveled at how Dingwei, a returnee from abroad, had become such good friends with Guishan, a simple mechanic, perhaps due to Guishan's honest demeanor. Regardless, I found him quite likable, so it was only right they shared a vehicle. Linwen, Yutai, you are in the fifth supply vehicle, I said. These two loved to bicker and could banter from dawn until dusk. Placing this comedic duo together would keep the journey lively. The remaining members, along with myself, would occupy the sixth command vehicle. This naturally included Xiaoyu, Runan, and Xiaohuang. Xiaoyu needed no introduction. Everyone assumed she was my wife. As for Runan, the stunning beauty, I couldn't help but have thoughts about her, especially since she often showed me favor. Besides, as the leader, one should have a couple of beautiful women by their side. Let us move out, I commanded, and our convoy set off in a grand procession. Exuding the authority of a post-apocalyptic team, as we departed, I caught sight of the 8 individuals I had previously cast aside. However, only 5 remained now, and they bore signs of blood and dirt. Anxiously watching our convoy, I soon learned that the prior explosion had occurred at a nearby store filled with dozens of zombies, where they had stacked a few oxygen tanks at the entrance. Apparently, they could no longer resist the temptation and attempted to use the oxygen tanks to blow the zombies inside to bits while searching for food. Unfortunately, they succeeded in killing only a few zombies, but lost 3 of their own in the process, and the store's entrance was blasted open, leaving the 5 now fleeing from the zombies that poured out, heading towards our base. They likely had only a few days left to live. Thanks to our early warning, we encountered no significant obstacles on our journey, aside from a few stray zombies wandering aimlessly, which became mere fertilizer for the lush flora surrounding us as we traveled. We passed through a city where I could see the zombies within swarming like a tide. Thankfully, we had not ventured into the city before. After some discussion over the walkie-talkie, we decided to head towards the countryside. The more remote, the better. I had gone too long without vegetables, and finding a place similar to the previous village would be ideal. Our convoy turned onto a narrow side road, and shortly after, the heavens opened up, drenching us in rain. It had been ages since I had seen rain. If not for our urgency, I would have relished the opportunity to step out and enjoy it. In rainy weather, be cautious of slippery roads. Do not follow too closely, maintain distance, and reduce speed, I instructed over the walkie-talkie. Lead vehicle received, second vehicle received, third came the responses in succession. In this world of the undead, zombies were not the only peril. Constant vigilance was essential for survival. Should an incident occur, although we had a doctor among us, the absence of a hospital and equipment would hinder any rescue efforts. Light me a cigarette, I said to Xiaoyu. Let me do it. Xiaoyu, doesn't he smoke? It's unfair to make her do it all day, Runan interjected. She could learn, I replied lazily. I would rather not. It smells terrible, Xiaoyu retorted. Exactly. What is the point of learning? Women smoking has no benefits, Runan added. Then why do you smoke? I queried. I had quit, but with you bringing back cigarettes, I've been smoking in front of her every day. Runan replied. Was that really quitting? It sounds more like you just ran out, I said with a hint of sarcasm. A grown man bullying women every day. Xiaoyu chimed in. Oh dear, have you two formed an alliance to get me another wife? I replied with a mischievous grin. Focus on driving, Runan said, pushing my head back towards the road. Just as I turned back, a massive rock fell not far in front of my vehicle, completely blocking the already narrow road. I quickly slammed the brakes. Fortunately, the speed was low, and thanks to the modifications, the vehicle did not skid, coming to a halt just shy of the boulder. Boss, are you all right? Lin Wen's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. He and Yutai were just ahead. The sound of the rock crashing had certainly startled them, and they must have seen it in their rearview mirror. We're fine, I replied into the walkie-talkie. All vehicles, stop, Wu Jun's voice commanded over the radio. Boss, we have a steel cable on our truck. I'll turn around with the second vehicle to drag that rock away, he offered. The voice of Wu Jun resonated through the air. A cacophony crackled from the intercom, indicative of Wu Jun having disembarked and now standing amidst the tempest, which stirred in me a certain emotional response. Fine, let us give it a try. If it fails, we shall have no choice but to abandon the vehicle, I spoke into the intercom. You cannot abandon the vehicle, brother. That car embodies all my efforts, Lin Wen's voice erupted from the device. And me too, came Guoshan's voice, and me, added Ding Wei, and me, chimed Wang Chong. We shall not abandon it. I am merely preparing for the worst, I hastily replied into the intercom. The wave of anxiety washed over me at the thought of them all stepping forward. One after another, as if engaged in a game of idioms. Brother, we will return shortly. Await our arrival. Wang Chong's voice echoed through the intercom. Mem, you all should first find a somewhat safer spot ahead. I instructed via the intercom. Brother, we will be back shortly. The entire team is setting out. Wu Jun's voice came through the intercom. I refrained from responding further and instead exited the vehicle. Standing in the rain, my initial eagerness to embrace the downpour was swiftly extinguished by the imposing boulder, which towered over me. I couldn't ascertain whether the two vehicles could budge. I took a moment to survey the surroundings. The mountainside loomed to my right, while to my left lay a nearly vertical slope devoid of any path, leaving us with the choice to either advance or retreat. I hesitated, contemplating whether to scale the massive stone with the two women. When suddenly, a few loose rocks tumbled down. Gazing upward, I realized with dread that a landslide was imminent. You little rascal, stop playing in the water. Get back in the vehicle, I scolded Xiao Huang, drenched in the rain. I jumped back into the car and promptly reversed, with Xiao Huang in the passenger seat keeping a lookout, as if he were capable of driving. However, I had no energy left for reproach. For scarcely had our vehicle rolled back a distance when mud and stones cascaded from above, completely burying the spot we had just occupied and washing away that segment of the road. As I reversed, I seized the intercom, stating, "You must head directly toward the destination. A landslide has occurred, and we shall seek an alternate route." But brother, the intercom has a maximum range of 20 kilometers. We've traveled quite a distance already. What if we lose contact while you search for another route? Lin Wen's voice protested through the intercom. Brother, we are coming to find you. Wang Chong's voice followed suit. Find your grandfather? Can't you understand that there's been a landslide? Don't push me to curse. Hurry and set off. I barked into the intercom. The command of our group now lay with Wu Jun. Wu Jun, don't let me down. Expedite their departure, I added. Brother Wu Jun's voice came through. Spare me your hesitations. This road cannot be lingered upon. Move them swiftly and leave behind our signal along the way. We will find you, I instructed firmly into the intercom. After delivering my message, I disregarded the chaotic shouts emanating from the intercom. Tossing it aside, I sought a slightly wider stretch of road, maneuvered the vehicle to turn around, and began retracing our steps. All units, set off. Wu Jun's voice finally resounded through the intercom. Wu Jun, you scoundrel, are you truly abandoning your brother? Wang Chong's voice erupted. How can we find our brother if we remain here? We shall first reach the destination and ensure everyone's safety. I will personally go look for you, Wu Jun responded. Damn you, do you wish to usurp your brother's position? Wang Chong retorted. Wang Chong, shut your mouth and get the team moving. If your actions jeopardize everyone for my sake, I shall no longer recognize you as a brother. I could no longer contain my frustration and shouted into the intercom. Chapter 20. Seeking a way out. My outburst instigated silence. For a moment, no one dared to speak through the intercom. After driving a considerable distance, a few static noises emanated from the device, indicating we had reached the limit of our communication range. After some contemplation, I picked up the intercom again and parked the vehicle to the side. Brothers and sisters, you must survive. I will return, I declared into the intercom. Brother, the voices of the others clamored in a chorus through the intercom, mingled with cries both male and female. The message had been conveyed, with no further concerns. I switched off the intercom and drove away into the distance. Where shall we go now? Rwandan inquired. We must find a way through the city. That is how we can circle back to our original direction. I replied, and no sooner had I spoken than the rain ceased, revealing the city we had previously traversed. I halted the vehicle and stepped to the roadside. My forehead beaded with cold sweat as I gazed upon the zombies in the city. How can we possibly get through with so many zombies? We Haven T brought many arrows. Xiaoyu descended from the vehicle and said to me, "Hand me the binoculars," I instructed Xiaoyu. Although my vision was superb, the distance from our position to the city was indeed too great. I needed to assess the situation surrounding the city first. As I received the binoculars from Xiaoyu, I observed that the main thoroughfares within the city were relatively sparse with zombies, most congregating in the inner streets, particularly at the entrance of a supermarket. I estimated the number of zombies within the city to be in the tens of thousands. Charging through the main road in our vehicle would undoubtedly be futile. The sheer magnitude of the zombie horde transcended mere numbers. It was akin to an ocean of corpses. If we attempted to drive through, we would surely attract a swarm of zombies, ultimately leading to our encirclement. Though the vehicle might keep the zombies at bay, we would likely starve within its confines, not far from the city's outskirts. However, lay a car wash with few zombies present. We could initially take refuge there before contemplating our next move, especially as nightfall approached. Our command vehicle lacked sufficient supplies. While we had essential weapons, food and water were scarce, barely enough for the three of us and one dog to last 3 days. Returning to our former base was out of the question. We had already scavenged all its resources, and it was likely overrun with zombies by now. Throughout our journey, we had seen no signs of other survivors, leaving us with no option but to venture into the city ahead. Get in the car. Let us set off. I instructed the two women and the DOG'd. As we neared the car wash, I deliberately slowed the vehicle, unwilling to attract more zombies with the sound of the engine. Approximately 100 meters from the car wash, I brought the vehicle to a stop. "Ruan-nan, you stay in the car and drive it over when you see my signal," I directed. "Xiaohuang, go ahead and keep watch for me," I commanded. I had previously conducted experiments and discovered that the zombies did not attack Xiaohuang. He could weave among them, and they seemed oblivious to his presence. Alas, if only he were an elephant, he could carve a path through the horde. "Xiaoyu, let us go," I said. Watching Xiaohuang dart away, I stealthily approached the car wash wall alongside Xiaoyu. We had collaborated for quite some time and required no words. A mere glance sufficed. I scaled the wall to survey the situation inside. I spotted only 11 zombies, a number easily manageable for Xiaoyu and me. However, I remained cautious about potential hidden zombies in the shadows. With night rapidly approaching, we resolved to act swiftly. There was a small ledge atop the wall, just large enough for the two of us to stand. I pulled Xiaoyu up and we drew our bows, our arrows finding their marks without fail. Leaving no living souls in sight, I leaped from the wall into the courtyard, only to be charged by 7 additional zombies emerging from the corners. Swiftly, I loosed 3 arrows, one of which pierced 2 zombie skulls simultaneously. With bow and arrows stowed, I drew my dagger. Awaiting the approach of the remaining 3 zombies, I kicked one aside, dispatched another with my blade, and Xiaoyu felled one with an arrow, leaving the last to meet its end beneath my dagger. I moved to the wall-less edge to catch Xiaoyu as she jumped down, opened the car wash's main gate, and signaled Ruan-nan. I also signaled Xiaohuang, and shortly thereafter, I spotted him racing back toward us. Once Ruan-nan parked the vehicle, we secured the gate and began searching for supplies within the car wash. We found ample drinking water, though food was scarce. We managed to scavenge a few buckets of instant noodles, several bottles of liquor, and a few packs of cigarettes from the staff dormitory, which was better than nothing. By now, darkness had fully descended. I climbed onto the rooftop to observe the surroundings while the two women took Xiaohuang to the kitchen. We dared not touch the supplies in our vehicle for the moment. It appeared we would have to subsist on instant noodles that night. The road in front of the car wash led directly back to the main road we had traveled. If we ventured further in, we would encounter an open area with only a handful of wandering zombies, roughly a dozen at most. Beyond that lay the city, lined with street vendors, primarily eateries, our second stop. Let us celebrate having survived another day. We raised our glasses before us, proclaiming that this phrase had become our creed at the dining table, uttered at every occasion of drinking. However, we dared not indulge excessively, for at the break of dawn, we would rise again, locking our vehicle within the car wash premises. Armed only with our weapons, each of us carried a backpack filled with provisions and water. Naturally, My pack also contained cigarettes and liquor. We endeavored to move stealthily, refraining from using our bows and arrows, reserving them for emergencies. The zombies scattered across the open ground were dispatched with our daggers, and during this time, Rwanon's combat prowess had significantly improved, as she efficiently felled several zombies without issue. Soon, we arrived at a snack shop. Ahead of it lay a commercial street, followed by a pedestrian street, which in turn led to a large supermarket. And beyond that, the road out of the city. The commercial and pedestrian streets were densely populated with zombies. After a meticulous search of the snack street, we found little of value, though we did eliminate numerous zombies. It took quite a while to locate a bakery, but most of the bread was spoiled, leaving only a few viable loaves which we stowed in our bags. Another search led us to a convenience store brimming with food. We merely cleared out the zombies inside, hastily stuffing some edibles into our packs before sealing the door and continuing our quest. To my delight, we stumbled upon a store selling cigarettes and alcohol. Devoid of any zombies, the array of cigarettes and spirits made my mouth water. Yet this shop was perilously close to the commercial street, and I dared not break the glass, fearing the zombies would be summoned. Sealing our fates, ahead lay the commercial street, lined with towering buildings, all teeming with zombies. An armored vehicle would be required to traverse this obstacle. Were we to be halted here? Noticing my furrowed brow, Rwanon approached and suggested, "Shall we ascend to the upper floors to assess the situation?" Indeed, it had not occurred to me that if passage below was obstructed, we could consider above. However, out of pride, I refrained from acknowledging this. "Yes, that was precisely my thought," I replied. The two women merely chuckled, covering their mouths, and I took no offense, as we were alone in this endeavor. I led the two women around the zombies, stealthily approaching the back entrance of a tall building. After dispatching a few zombies loitering at the entrance, we secured the door and ascended the staircase. I refrained from employing my usual tactic of making noise to lure the zombies, for I feared that striking the guardrail with my weapon would attract the undead below, leaving us with no escape route. We proceeded cautiously. The first 2 floors were lined with storefronts, offering little hesitation. Venturing out would mean certain death. We locked the doors on the stairwell, and the 3rd floor appeared to provide a means of escape. Upon entering the corridor on the 3rd floor, we discovered it was a children's play area. Complete with a ball pit containing several small zombies, I had neither the heart nor the necessity to engage them. We promptly exited the 3rd floor, securing its door, and ascended to the 4th floor. This level housed an internet CAF, its design puzzling, juxtaposing a children's playground below with a gaming hub above. How unfortunate for the children. There were zombies positioned near the windows, seemingly transfixed by the computers, likely former addicts who could not sever their ties even in death. However, exterminating the zombies on this floor would prove challenging, as the CAF was bustling with over 100 computers and 70 to 80 zombies, an insurmountable task for us. With the 4th floor deemed impractical, we retreated quietly, locking the stairwell door, and made our way to the 5th floor. This level was relatively manageable, housing a technology company with only a dozen zombies, 2 of whom were pacing by a printer. Scattered across the floor were numerous documents, and judging by their attire and physique, they had once been 2 attractive women. What a pity! It appeared we had no choice but to settle on the 5th floor. For our safety, we returned to the stairwell and locked the security door, as the building boasted over 20 stories, and we had no knowledge of what awaited us above. If we were to rouse the zombies upstairs, we would find ourselves surrounded, a dire predicament indeed. I pointed to a glass-partitioned office on the left side of the entrance, whispering to the 2 women, "Do you see that office?" They nodded in understanding. "When I make my move, you both rush inside, and we will hold the zombies at the door." They grasped my intent. The company's size posed a risk if we were surrounded by the dozen or so zombies, so blocking the entrance would allow only 2 to approach at a time. I charged forward, taking down the 2 zombies by the printer while the women sprinted towards the office. The nearby zombies, alerted to our presence, lunged at us. Just as I slipped into the office, the women began dispatching the zombies that followed closely behind. Together, we swiftly eliminated all the zombies at the entrance. We stepped over the fallen bodies and commenced our search within the company, our primary aim being food and water. Having toiled throughout the day, a respite was in order, and several rooms still remain locked, necessitating a thorough sweep to ascertain if any zombies lurked within. Indeed, we uncovered 2 zombies in 2 separate rooms, and once we confirmed the premises were clear, we began our search for sustenance. Our findings included instant noodles, chocolate, and beef jerky, alongside a few packs of biscuits. As for water, we discovered several crates of mineral water, ample provisions for our needs. Only when we secured food and drink did I feel at ease. By this time, night had fully descended, and the 3 of us approached a window to survey our surroundings. The sight chilled me to the bone. The streets below were swarmed with a dense throng of zombies. The 4th floor boasted a wide advertising billboard stretching nearly to the adjacent building. If we could reach that billboard, we might traverse to the other side. However, given the nearly 100 zombies in the internet CAF, we had no means of dealing with them. Even attempting to block the door would be impractical, as 3 of us could hardly withstand such a horde. Let us cook and eat, then sleep. We shall devise a plan in the morning, I suggested to the women. With that, we set about our tasks. Dismantling any wooden furniture we could find, I located a large kettle in the break room, filled it with several bottles of mineral water, and repurposed metal supports from indoor advertisements to suspend the kettle over a fire. Boiling water for noodles. After our meal of instant noodles, we settled onto the sofa in the boss's office, fully clothed, and fell into a deep slumber. At dawn, I awoke, splashed some water on my face, brushed my teeth, and took the bundle of rope to the window. Thankfully, the window frame was sturdy. I tied the rope around it using a knot I had learned from an expert during my outdoor adventures. The tighter you pull, the more secure the knot becomes. Yet once you reach the ground and give the rope a few shakes, it loosens. This technique was ideal for situations where only a single rope was available. And with so many tall buildings nearby, this rope would certainly prove useful. The 2 women and Xiao Huang soon joined me, and I lowered Xiao Huang first, as the zombies would not harm it. Let it play in the internet CAF for now. Xiao Huang leapt through the window into the CAF below. What are you planning? Ruanan inquired. I'll go down first. Once it's safe, you can follow. We'll head to the building across, I explained. No, with so many zombies, how will you manage? I will accompany you, Xiaoyu insisted, agitated. Who said I would go in forcefully? I intend to employ strategy, I replied with a smile. The knot I tied is a slip knot. Be sure not to loosen it when you descend. Pull it tight first. With that, I disregarded the puzzled looks from the 2 women and leaned out the window, grasping the rope to slide down. However, I did not head directly for the billboard. Instead, I adjusted my position slightly, suspending myself mid-air, with the street directly beneath me. I then rotated my body, hanging upside down, allowing me to survey the entire scene within the internet CAF. Grandpa is here. Come feast upon me, I shouted at the zombies in the internet CAF. The windows of the CAF were all wide open, and upon hearing my voice, the zombies rushed towards me like madmen, leaping out of the windows and tumbling onto the street below. The zombies on the street also noticed me, raising their hands in my direction. It would be a lie to say I wasn't anxious. If I fell, I feared I would be devoured to the last morsel. Waves of zombies continued to surge towards me from within the CAF, cascading one after another onto the street, until finally only 6 remained inside. Appearing underdeveloped, despite the commotion, they seemed oblivious to my presence. I turned my body and moved above the advertisement board, gently landing upon it before leaping through the window to approach the 6 zombies. Xiao Huang was rather relaxed, already fast asleep on the large sofa in the waiting area. After dispatching the 6 zombies, I conducted a thorough inspection of the CAF to ensure there were no hidden threats before returning to the advertisement board, signaling the 2 women above to descend via the rope. Once I had safely guided them into the CAF, I shook the rope vigorously, and as expected, the knot loosened, allowing the entire rope to return to my grasp. I didn't expect you had such a trick up your sleeve, Runan said to me with a smile as I jumped into the CAF. Indeed, I thought you were going to risk it all. You scared me to death, Xiaoyu feigned anger. Haha, what do you think, darling? Am I impressive? I said, looking at Xiaoyu. Suddenly, her face flushed, and Runan beside her appeared somewhat uncomfortable. I was well aware that both women had feelings for me. Yet nothing had truly transpired between us. It was merely a habit for me to call them my wives. I quickly shifted the topic, urging the 2 women to search for anything useful within the CAF. I wrapped the rope into a loop and secured it around myself before leaping back onto the advertisement board. The zombies below became agitated at the sight of me, and I felt a surge of mixed emotions, fear and excitement. As I approached the edge of the advertisement board, I found myself a meter away from the opposite building. Jumping over was not an issue. I knocked an arrow and fired it, only to find that instead of shattering, the glass was merely pierced by my arrow. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. Thankfully, I still had a bayonet. I connected the long and short ends, raising the bayonet and thrusting it against the glass. After some time, I finally managed to clear it. However, the commotion attracted quite a number of zombies, not only those accumulating on the street, but also those rushing towards me from the stairwell of the opposite building. This was precisely the effect I desired. Watching the zombies on the opposite side jump from the building, causing those below to tumble in disarray, I couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, have I become somewhat deranged after surviving in this apocalypse for so long? I mused, realizing I needed a change of pace. My gaze shifted back to the two women who were still rummaging through the CAF. I retraced my steps along the advertisement board back into the CAF. I suddenly felt a tremor beneath my feet. Turning around, I was astonished to see 3 zombies leaping towards me. I thrust my bayonet toward their heads, preparing to skewer them, but to my dismay, they all dodged simultaneously. The width of the advertisement board was barely sufficient for one person to stand, and unlike the previous zombies, these 3 displayed a modicum of intelligence. They evaded my attack. Leaving me with no place to retreat, I could only turn and run back towards the CAF. Before I could get far, an arrow flew toward me. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and tilted my head to avoid it, the arrow striking one of the zombies behind me, sending it crashing to the street. "Are you trying to murder your own husband?" I yelled at Xiaoyu, and no sooner had I finished speaking than Xiaoyu, standing within the CAF, drew her bow and released a second arrow, aiming straight for my head. Thankfully, I was prepared this time and dodged again, causing another zombie behind me to fall. Xiaoyu loosed her third arrow. The distance between me and the CAF had significantly decreased, and the speed of the arrow was too swift. I quickly bent down, but surprisingly, the zombie behind me also sidestepped, allowing Xiaoyu's arrow to miss its target. Nevertheless, the arrow struck with such force that it sent the zombie tumbling off the advertisement board. However, in its descent, it managed to grab hold of the rope I was carrying, dragging me down as well. Fortunately, my physical condition had improved greatly. In the nick of time, I clung to the edge of the advertisement board. Just as the zombie opened its mouth to bite me, Xiaoyu shot another arrow, finally piercing the zombie's skull. As the zombie plummeted to the street, I felt myself losing grip. The sudden pull from the falling zombie had caused me to lose my balance, and just as I was about to let go, the 2 women arrived just in time, each grasping one of my hands. I hurriedly climbed back onto the advertisement board, signaling the 2 women to head back into the CAF. As soon as I landed, I collapsed onto the ground, shaken by the ordeal. "Why have the zombies become so formidable?" Xiaoyu inquired. "Indeed, they actually know how to leap onto advertisement boards and dodge attacks. They are completely different from the others." Runan remarked. "I have no idea. Could they have evolved?" I replied, perplexed. Runan pulled out a cigarette, placed it between her lips, lit it, and offered it to me. I had grown accustomed to her method of lighting my cigarettes, accepting it and taking a deep drag, as I truly needed it to calm my nerves. As I smoked, I contemplated the matter. From myself to Xiao Huang and then to the zombies I had just encountered, none seemed to belong to the realm of normalcy. I had once been a patient, struggling even to walk. Yet after contracting the zombie virus, I had not turned into a zombie. Rather, my physical abilities had only grown stronger. Was this not evolution? And Xiao Huang, who was merely an ordinary mutt, had been on the brink of death when I found it, yet it could now understand every word I said. While I acknowledged that some dogs possess high intelligence, Xiao Huang's capabilities were extraordinary. Its movements were akin to those of a human. Was this not also evolution? Then there were the 3 zombies that had chased me. The earlier zombies had been mindless, only intent on pursuing and biting humans, incapable of overcoming obstacles of a certain height, let alone jumping out of windows or onto advertisement boards. These new zombies, however, were evading attacks. What else could this be but evolution? Chapter 22. Xiaohuang's extraordinary abilities. I dared not dwell on these thoughts any longer. I could not afford to linger here, lest I invite further complications. I quickly called to the two women and Xiaohuang to leave, and we climbed onto the advertisement board, making our way across to the opposite side. Xiaohuang led the way, leaping through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window of the building I had just breached. I followed suit. Though the distance was not great, I turned back to ensure the two women made it safely as well. Once we were all within the stairwell, I instructed Xiaohuang to scout ahead. This building housed a toy company for children. Before long, Xiaohuang returned, appearing to find nothing amiss. We locked the door to the stairwell and proceeded to survey the situation on the pedestrian street below. The building we occupied was directly above the pedestrian street. However, fortune had not favored us this time. The street was teeming with zombies, and there appeared to be no connecting pathways. About 10 meters away stood a 3-story building, behind which lay a parking lot. Beyond the parking lot was a large supermarket. We faced the back door of the parking lot, where the number of zombies was only around 20, while inside the parking lot itself, there were merely 6 zombies. Yet, gazing at the countless zombies on the street, I found myself in a quandary. How could we make it across? The surprise brought on by the 3 zombies earlier had yet to dissipate, and I genuinely did not wish to linger in this building for even a minute longer. Xiaohuang, it seems we must rely on you, I said solemnly to the DOG. Though my astonishment, Xiaohuang rolled its eyes at me. This creature, which only ate well and did not contribute, was infuriating. If it weren't for my need of its assistance, I would have been tempted to give it a few swift slaps. I tied one end of the rope to my side and the other to an arrow, drawing back the bow and shooting it towards the opposite building. The arrow had embedded itself into the wall of the 3-story structure. I intended to slide down, but this setup would not support our combined weight. The rope on the opposite side needed to be secured to a load-bearing point. Xiaohuang, go over and tie that end of the rope securely, I instructed. In response, Xiaohuang simply lifted its paw, as if to say, "What do you expect me to do without hands?" My frustration boiled over, and I shouted, "Have I raised you for nothing? You eat better than I do daily. You have teeth, not an excuse. Hurry up." After my outburst, Xiaohuang reluctantly turned and trotted down the stairs. Runin, who had never witnessed Xiaohuang's extraordinary abilities before, looked at me in astonishment and asked, "Can it really do it?" "I have no idea. We shall see," I replied. I could only respond in such a manner. Soon, the figure of Xiaohuang appeared on the street, swiftly traversing the road filled with zombies as it dashed towards the 3-story building across. In no time, I spotted Xiaohuang on the rooftop of the building. Astonishingly, Xiaohuang turned around and closed the door behind it, seemingly aware of the zombies lurking in the stairwell. I had not anticipated this creature to be so reliable in its tasks. It wandered around the rooftop for a while before coming to a halt in front of a thick water pipe. It glanced at me, then at the pipe, and promptly dashed towards the arrow embedded in the wall. Xiaohuang leapt up and bit onto the rope, snapping the arrow shaft with ease. Hanging from the rope, it approached the water pipe and began circling it, wrapping the rope around the pipe in several loops. Eventually, it tugged on the rope and took a few steps back, nodding at me to indicate that it was ready. Ruan Nan was utterly astonished by Xiaohuang's series of actions, while Xiaoyu, though aware of my ability to communicate with Xiaohuang, was witnessing its prowess for the first time. Her expression no less bewildered than Ruan Nan's. I loosened the end of the rope, tightened it again, and tied a knot, tugging on it several times to ensure its security, before cutting off the excess rope with my dagger, dividing it into 3 portions to hand to the 2 women. I instructed them to attach the rope and wrap it around their hands as they slid over. I gestured with my hands as I spoke to them. The 2 women glanced at the zombies below, still feeling a hint of apprehension. Observing Xiaohuang tugging at the rope, I felt a surge of impatience, prompting me to raise my hand and point at it. "Hurry, this is our only chance. Xiaohuang can barely hold on." I urged the 2 women. In truth, I was aware that Xiaohuang's intelligence was nearly on par with that of a human, aside from its inability to speak. The way Xiaohuang wrapped the rope meant that the more tension it exerted, the tighter it became. It merely needed to prevent the rope from loosening, without exerting much effort itself, as the water pipe bore the weight. After some hesitation, the 2 women finally slid across, and I quickly followed suit. Upon landing, Xiao Huang released its grip on the rope, and I took over, securing it tightly around the water pipe. The possibility of returning from this side was slim, but I figured it might still prove useful later. How many zombies are inside this building? I inquired of Xiao Huang. It called out to me 3 times, though it was aware of the zombie's sensitivity to sound, thus keeping its voice low. 3. Are they the particularly grotesque kind? I asked. Xiao Huang shook its head in response. The 2 women beside me were completely dumbfounded. I had not shared my experiences with them, lest they become even more bewildered. Let us move. Do not stay there in a daze, I urged them. As I opened the door, a zombie charged in, snapping the 2 women back to their senses from their astonishment at Xiao Huang's abilities. They quickly grabbed their weapons, and thankfully, I was prepared. I thrust my knife forward, dispatching the zombie, before making my way downstairs. Just as Xiao Huang had indicated, there were indeed only 3 ordinary zombies within the building. After eliminating the zombies, I surveyed the premises and discovered it was a store selling funeral supplies. Certainly an ill-fated stroke of luck, devoid of any auspiciousness. However, as I turned around, a spark of inspiration struck me. The 2nd floor was stocked with firecrackers. Could I possibly utilize these firecrackers to disperse the zombies in the city, thus creating an escape route? I found myself somewhat reluctant to abandon the command vehicle parked at the car wash. Not only was it a product of my comrades' hard work, but its performance was also exceptional, and driving it seemed to bring me good fortune. Nevertheless, I was determined to venture into the supermarket, for it was a rare opportunity to encounter such a substantial resource point. Who could say where the next supply point might be? In this apocalyptic world, food and medicine were the most precious commodities, and a supermarket of this size surely harbored a pharmacy or something similar. Moreover, my current attire was nearing tatters, and the situation for the 2 women was not much better. The supermarket loomed before us like a grand treasure trove, brimming with irresistible allure. We first needed to eliminate the zombies in the parking lot behind us. With the 2 women in tow, I exited through the back door of the funeral supplies store, making our way towards the parking lot. Let us keep our distance from the vehicles. I am uncertain if any of them might trigger an alarm, I cautioned the 2 women. We cautiously dispatched the zombies in the parking lot, after which I instructed the women to check the vehicles for any keys left inside. Luck was on our side, as 4 vehicles had their keys still within them, yet we were still too close to the pedestrian street to dare start the engines. We need to deal with those zombies at the back door of the supermarket first, I directed. Should we just charge in? Xiao Yu inquired. Of course not. We will push the 4 operational vehicles to block the entrance, and then I will draw the zombies over while we eliminate them one by one, I explained. Without delay, we pushed the 4 vehicles into position, creating an effective barrier. I instructed the 2 women to climb atop the vehicles while I lured the zombies. Although this would not completely halt the zombies, it would at least slow their advance. Any zombie that managed to climb onto the vehicle would meet its end. I beckoned the zombies towards the parking lot, leaping atop one of the vehicles. The 3 of us stood on top, providing mutual cover as we plunged our knives into the approaching zombies. In no time, the area before the front of the vehicle was littered with the corpses of the undead. At last, the path to the supermarket's back door was cleared. I led the 2 women back to the 3-story building, retrieving a portion of the firecrackers from the 2nd floor and placing some in the trunks of both vehicles. I ensured the fuses were long enough to dangle outside the trunks. The road at the entrance of the parking lot led directly to both the supermarket and the 3-story building, and both ends of the road conveniently led out of the city. Although there were still a few zombies on the road, their numbers were manageable, and the cars should be able to drive quite a distance. When the firecrackers ignited, they should help divert some of the zombies in the city, thereby reducing the risks we faced. We pushed the 2 vehicles into the center of the road, their rear ends facing each other. I then gathered some bamboo poles and rope from the funeral supplies store, securing the steering wheels of the vehicles to ensure they would drive straight. When I ignite the fuses, you must start the vehicles and shift into first gear. I instructed the 2 women. I prepared to ignite the fuses as I instructed the women to ready the vehicles. Wifey, start the engine, I called to Xiao Yu. The fuse dangling from her vehicle's trunk was already lit, and Xiao Yu drove forward slowly, jumping out of the car to approach me. Ruan Nan, start your vehicle, I urged her. Ruan Nan's vehicle's fuse was also alight, and it drove in the opposite direction as I quickly led Ti spoke in as calm a tone as I could muster. Fortunately, this supermarket was only 4 stories tall, and the 2 young ladies had engaged in ample exercise on ordinary days. Otherwise, they would truly struggle to ascend at this moment. Thankfully, there were no zombies on the rooftop of the supermarket. While the 2 ladies rested on the ground, I took the opportunity to survey the surrounding situation from the rooftop. Chapter 23. The Firecracker Strategy. There were undoubtedly hundreds of zombies congregating at the front entrance of the supermarket, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. However, not far ahead lay the main road leading out of the city, and at this moment, I had finally grasped the layout of the streets within the city. The route I intended to take to place the firecracker vehicle would ultimately require traversing this very main road to exit the city. Fortunately, my greed for the supermarket supplies had prevented me from recklessly attempting a foray. Otherwise, the surrounding zombies would certainly have encircled us. Crackle! The sound of firecrackers erupted. The zombies in the commercial street, the pedestrian walkway, and those at the supermarket's entrance all sprinted towards the source of the noise. Luckily, my fuse was long enough, and the 2 vehicles were nearing the end of the road. My plan had succeeded. The zombies within the city had been successfully diverted to the sides, rendering the main thoroughfare relatively safe for the time being. I made another round on the rooftop in front of the supermarket. I could still vaguely see a few zombies wandering about the pedestrian street, but the total number was only in the dozens. Now, we could explore the supermarket with a degree of peace, and I could only hope there would be a truck inside so that I could transport the supplies away. However, I did not spot Xiao Huang's figure around the supermarket. She had likely already entered the premises. I hastily pried open the rooftop door of the supermarket and led the 2 ladies inside. Upon exiting the large door on the 4th floor, I noticed a sign indicating the layout of the supermarket. The 4th floor housed clothing, shoes, hats, and accessories. The 3rd floor was dedicated to electronics and home appliances. The 2nd floor featured toys, daily necessities, and sports equipment. The 1st floor was for food, and the basement served as a parking lot. Having entered, we had temporarily escaped the dangers outside. Yet, who could predict what hazards lurked within? The most prudent course of action was to clear the interior of the supermarket first. To guard against any sudden encounters with zombies, we made a complete circuit on the 4th floor, astonishingly discovering not a single zombie. The same was true for the 3rd floor, while the 2nd floor harbored about 7 or 8, which we systematically eliminated. Just as we finished dealing with the zombies on the 2nd floor, Xiao Huang appeared before me. This creature seemed to come and go freely. I wished I could do the same. However, Xiao Huang did not linger before me for long, instead wagging her tail and darting towards the 1st floor, presumably in search of food, having merely come to greet me. We dared not follow her reckless lead. Since there were zombies on the 2nd floor, it was certain that the 1st floor harbored some as well. Furthermore, the food section was filled with shelves, making the layout intricate and demanding our utmost caution. As I had suspected, upon descending to the 1st floor, 2 zombies charged towards us. After dispatching these 2, the 3 of us formed a defensive circle, proceeding with our search from the left side. In total, we encountered about 20 zombies in various locations. The right side had fewer zombies, which struck me as odd, until we neared the warehouse, where at least 30 zombies had gathered at the entrance. Making it apparent that there must be people inside, that moment, I spotted Xiao Huang again. She was munching on a sausage that had fallen from the shelves, completely oblivious to my presence. The 30 zombies posed a considerable headache. Without eliminating them, we could hardly remain in the supermarket. Yet, with them all huddled together, it proved quite challenging to resolve the situation. As I pondered a solution, Ruan tugged at my sleeve. Following her gesture, I noticed a row of cooking oil on the shelves, and I began to grasp her intent. We carefully approached the shelf of cooking oil, each of us carrying 2 large buckets back to our previous position. We unscrewed the caps and poured the oil towards the warehouse, dousing the ground between us and the zombies in 6 buckets worth of oil. We ensured that no other zombies lurked nearby and then pushed 2 shelves towards the direction of the zombies. One lady pushed one shelf while I pushed the other, creating a tremendous racket that instantly drew all the zombies at the warehouse entrance towards us. We quickly leaped onto the toppled shelves, and the approaching zombies slipped on the oil, halting their advance. The 2 shelves effectively blocked the path, causing the zombies in front to slide directly to where we stood. With our daggers raised, we dispatched the zombies unable to regain their footing, stepping over the fallen corpses to eliminate those sliding in from behind. It took little time for us to eradicate all 30 zombies beneath our feet. I couldn't help but give Ruanen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brilliant, simply brilliant." Arriving at the warehouse door, I knocked and called inside. "Is anyone there?" "Yes, yes, please help us." A woman's voice responded immediately. Following that, cries for help from various men and women echoed from within, indicating that there were indeed many people inside. Their prompt response suggested they had been waiting by the door since the shelves had fallen. "I want to help you, but you need to open the door." I shouted back, "Have the zombies all been killed?" A man's voice inquired. What a ridiculous question. If they hadn't been killed, would I be standing here talking to you? I roared, perhaps intimidated by my presence. The voices inside fell silent. Could they possibly think I was a villain? I exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoyu, who understood my intention and called out to the inner door, "Come out quickly. The zombies have all been slain and my husband is not a bad person. You can trust him. He's a good man." To my surprise, Ruanan echoed her sentiment. I looked at Ruanan in astonishment. She merely returned a smile. This woman was indeed clever, aligning her thoughts with mine. I hoped that this identity would spare us some unnecessary troubles. I felt indifferent, but Xiaoyu appeared a bit shy. I even wondered if Ruanan was aware that Xiaoyu and I were only pretending to be a couple. Nonetheless, this tactic proved effective. The warehouse door cracked open slightly, and I quickly gestured for the two ladies to step back a few paces. Xiaoyu readied her bow, drawing an arrow and aiming at the door. "You worry that I might be a villain, yet I worry that you might be the real threat in this chaotic world. Trust is hard to come by." A woman inside cautiously peeked her head out, startled by the sight of the fallen zombies on the ground. Upon seeing only the three of us, her surprise grew. However, upon noticing Xiaoyu aiming her bow at her, she hurriedly pushed the warehouse door fully open. I finally discerned the situation within. Behind the woman stood about 40 to 50 men and women. I couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed for the men, who were cowering behind a woman, perhaps attempting to employ the age-old tactic of using a beauty as a shield. Yet, the woman opening the door was hardly an attractive sight. "Did you three manage to kill all these zombies?" I recognized the voice of the man I had just yelled at. "Was it us? Or was it you, the coward?" I replied without hesitation, "Young man, your lack of courtesy is disheartening." A woman of matronly stature chimed in. "Courtesy? Spare me that nonsense. I just saved your lives, and not a single thank you to be heard, yet you lecture me on manners?" I roared at the matron. The wave of discontent washed over the crowd, especially affecting the man and woman I had berated. The man, dressed in a sharp suit, appeared to be a successful individual, at least in the world that existed before the apocalypse. In this new reality, someone like me was the true embodiment of success. Before the matron could retort, I interjected, "If you continue to prattle on, I might just toss you out to feed the zombies." My words silenced her, but another reckless voice piped up, "Are we really afraid of you? Just because we are so many? You all cower inside, afraid to show your faces with just a few dozen zombies outside. Yet you dare to speak so boldly?" I called out to the crowd. "Step forward if you think you're brave enough." They were cowards when faced with zombies, yet they revealed their true natures when confronting me. If it weren't for my need for labor and the supplies within, I would have left them to their fate. Had I known it would be like this, I might have reconsidered rescuing them. The man who had spoken out stepped forward, a robust figure who flashed a grin at the suited man, indicating they must be acquainted. Perhaps he was the suited man's bodyguard. "What can you do about it?" The burly man challenged. Whoosh, an arrow flew, piercing his skull. I looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. She remained remarkably composed. Killing and plundering had always been my domain, and I hadn't anticipated her to be so decisive. I found myself admiring this girl. She had indeed learned well from me, delivering a heart-stopping shot. The crowd had yet to grasp what had transpired when the burly man crumpled to the floor. Lifeless. The women standing in front were about to scream, and that would certainly draw the zombies. I quickly drew my handgun. I waved the gun in my hand and spoke thus, "Thank you for saving our lives." A slightly older man stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Had you said that earlier, it would have sufficed." I retorted at the man, We are not bad people. We implore you to show mercy, the elder man implored. I will judge for myself who is good or bad. Bring out all your people, I instructed the man. The man looked momentarily taken aback, but then turned to summon a group to step outside. Having roamed the streets for so long, I could not fathom the prevalence of cliques. I wondered what position I was to assume. I surveyed those standing beside me. Including him, there were only 15 individuals. Appearing rather unassuming, 12 men and 3 women. Among them was a strikingly attractive foreign girl with an alluring figure. Chapter 24. A wish fulfilled under my fiery gaze, the foreign girl shyly lowered her head. It seemed I would be adding this group to my ranks, so the remaining individuals are all yours. I addressed the man in the suit and the older woman. No, we are not. A deep voice resonated. As the speaker approached, I discerned that he was even more robust than the man who had just been shot dead by Xiaoyu. He appeared to be around my age but looked considerably older and was taller than me. Thank you for saving us. We wish to follow you to survive, the burly man stated. His tone carried a distinct air of camaraderie, suggesting he was likely a figure from the underworld. Address me as Big Brother. I replied to the burly man. This tactic was simple, direct, and effective. While not infallible, it often revealed the psychology of others. Big Brother. The burly man promptly called out without hesitation, smiling broadly. All right, bring your people out. I commanded him. The burly man waved his hand toward the warehouse, and 11 more men emerged, all of them male, confirming my earlier suspicion. Several bore tattoos, indicating that this burly man was indeed their leader. However, they were surprisingly respectful. Upon standing still, they collectively called out, Big Brother. Well, greetings to you all, I responded with a smile. At this moment, it became clear to the remaining individuals in the warehouse that there were 20 left. Aligning closely with my prior estimation, there were a total of 47 people in the warehouse. Counting zombies had seemingly improved my arithmetic skills. Among the remaining, 14 were men and 6 were women, 2 of whom were rather attractive, yet they bore the air of potential trouble, perhaps the women of the man in the suit. Are the rest of you all part of their group? I inquired of the man in the suit and the older woman. No, we are not, several men and women hurriedly protested. Among them were the 2 beautiful women, yet I had no intention of recruiting such opportunistic individuals who might suddenly turn against us. Swayed by the strength of my side, I kept silent and turned my gaze to the burly man, who immediately grasped my intent. Big Brother, those 20 are all part of one group. The burly man stated. Then that's settled. Close the door. When we depart, we will let you out, and during this time, you will not go hungry or thirsty, I replied directly. The warehouse occupants erupted in discontent, but I paid them no mind. I signaled to the burly man, who swiftly gestured for a few of his subordinates to close the door, propping it shut with a steel pipe. What is your name? I asked the burly man. Big Brother, I am Long Jiao, he replied. And you? I turned to the man accompanying the foreign girl. Big Brother, I am Tan Jingwen, he said. And you? I inquired, smiling at the foreign girl. I am Winnie, she shyly responded. Winnie, what a lovely name. I didn't expect your Chinese to be so proficient. It seems communication will not pose an obstacle, I remarked. The 2 women beside me simultaneously pinched me, prompting me to quickly suppress my smile and change the subject. How long have you been here? I asked Long Jiao and Tan Jingwen. We have all taken refuge in this warehouse for over a month. Fortunately, there is ample food and drink, or we would have starved, Tan Jingwen replied. I suggested breaking out long ago, but they insisted I should not involve the women, Long Jiao added. After chatting for a while, I learned that they had originally numbered over 100. They had not been in the supermarket but had been hiding in their respective territories. When the zombie horde arrived, they all congregated at the supermarket. Unfortunately, many had perished or sustained injuries, and by the time they reached the supermarket, only 60 to 70 remained. They had entered through the back door, which explained why it was locked at that time. There were only a dozen zombies inside, but many of them had been bitten, and during the chaos of transformation, several were injured, forcing them to retreat to the warehouse. Half of the zombies in the supermarket had originally been part of their group. Xiao Huang, stop eating and come here, I called out. Xiao Huang, reluctant, ran over, his belly nearly bursting. Go check the situation in the underground parking lot, And do it quickly, I instructed. Watching Xiao Huang glance back multiple times, I felt an urge to kick him. Big brother, your dog is quite extraordinary, Longzhi remarked. This is nothing. Soon we will head to the underground parking lot to see if there are any usable vehicles. And we will take what we need and leave, I announced to the group. Do you have more brothers outside? Longzhi asked excitedly. Not many, perhaps 100 or 200. We encountered a landslide on the way. And while detouring, I decided to bring my 2 wives to explore the supermarket. I replied, in truth, my group consisted of only 10 people, but I figured it was best to embellish the truth. I initially considered saying 1,000 but feared I'd struggle to maintain the lie if we crossed paths. However, claiming 100 or 200 was enough to excite them. As we spoke, Xiao Huang returned. How many did you see? I asked Xiao Huang. He wagged his tail but remained silent. Meaning there were none? I inquired further. Xiao Huang nodded. I will go down myself. If there are zombies, I will feast on dog meat tonight. I declared. To my surprise, Xiao Huang bared his teeth at me, showing his sharp fangs. He truly had become quite the character, daring to show defiance. If you continue to act out of line, do you believe I won't shoot you with an arrow? I threatened, reaching for the bow on my back. Xiao Huang hurried over, nuzzling against my leg, tail wagging furiously. Big brother, is your dog truly something else? Longzhi exclaimed in astonishment. Tan Jingwen and the others looked equally incredulous, though their curiosity differed from Longzhi's admiration. Come, everyone, let us head to the underground parking lot to take a look, I instructed. Indeed, as Xiao Huang had indicated, there were no zombies in the underground parking lot. They must have all gathered upstairs. I directed the group to search for any usable vehicles. This time, fortune smiled upon me. The group discovered 5 large delivery trucks from the supermarket and several SUVs. All unlocked, with keys conveniently left inside. All right, check the entrances and exits to ensure safety, and then we'll head upstairs for a feast, I commanded. Amidst cheers from the group, I made my way upstairs. Intending to take the 2 women to the 4th floor to change clothes, we patrolled each floor, familiarizing ourselves with the merchandise, and I eventually arrived at an outdoor supply store, selecting a set of tactical clothing to change into. I also exchanged my tattered backpack for a larger one, transferring its contents while still leaving ample space. I even tucked an extra set of clothes inside. The shoes didn't catch my fancy, as I preferred a pair of rugged boots nearby. Dressed from head to toe, I felt transformed, my demeanor immediately altered. Next, I entered a watch store, choosing a mechanical timepiece priced in the hundreds of thousands. Before the apocalypse, I would never have dared to even dream of such luxury. While I lingered in the store, I heard the voices of the 2 women behind me. Do you think it looks good? They both chimed in unison. I turned to find them clad in high heels and skirts, their already alluring figures accentuated by the outfits, leaving me momentarily spellbound. It looks nice, but dressing like that out in the open is tantamount to courting death. I remarked that I had wondered why the 2 had vanished upon reaching the upper floor. It turned out they had gone to try on clothes. This was a testament to the differences between men and women. While they could be fierce when battling zombies alongside me, they were equally susceptible to the allure of beautiful garments. Can't they try a little? There's no fun in that, Xiao Yu pouted. Sensing that Ruan Nan was about to voice her grievances, I quickly interjected, save those outfits for later. Let us change into something else for now. Upon concluding my words, I stepped forward to grasp the hands of the 2 women, leading them toward the outdoor equipment store. They acquiesced without a hint of resistance, and in that moment, I felt an exhilarating surge of elation, akin to a sense of triumph, as though I were a wealthy magnate accompanied by 2 wives. Indulging in extravagant splurges, the 2 women, emulating my demeanor, changed into new attire and footwear, swapping their backpacks as well. However, they also donned a pair of gloves, which, when paired with their weapons, rendered them strikingly valiant. This spectacle ignited a desire within me, prompting me to hastily select a pair of outdoor gloves for myself. Yet, I observed that as they exchanged their backpacks, they had stowed away their previous outfits, evidently indicating their fondness for them. 2 wonderful wives. If you like them, feel free to choose a few more sets. We are not short on funds, I said with a smile. Pa Renan laughed as she playfully spat at me. Dragging Xiao Yu away, meanwhile, I wandered about in my new attire, casually inspecting the situation on the rooftop. A small fraction of the previously diverted zombies had returned, but it was of little concern. Fortunately, I had retained 2 vehicles and an abundance of firecrackers, allowing me to implement the same strategy tomorrow to retrieve my command vehicle. I continued to explore the 3rd floor, where I stumbled upon a store selling electric bicycles from a reputable brand. Prior to the apocalypse, I had contemplated purchasing one, yet I had hesitated due to the steep price of over 10,000 yuan. It seemed tomorrow would finally fulfill that dream. I rummaged through the shelves until I unearthed the keys to the electric bikes. Selecting 3 models that caught my fancy, by this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and I realized that there was no electricity available to charge the bike. However, during the promotional period, the brand had boasted about the superior quality of their batteries. I was curious to see if they still retained any charge after months of disuse. Without further ado, I chose one, mounted it, inserted the key, and to my delight, it sprang to life with ample battery power. Ha ha ha, truly a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 25. The Apocalypse Cinema. I continued my leisurely exploration of the 3rd floor, gathering several walkie-talkies and batteries, along with a few generators. However, those contraptions were excessively noisy, and I dared not utilize them at this time. Planning to transport them later, I made my way downstairs, locating Long Geo, who was ravenously devouring a block of compressed biscuits, and handed him several walkie-talkies to distribute among his subordinates. Subsequently, I approached Tan Jingwen and his group, who appeared considerably more civilized, gathered around an outdoor gas stove, eagerly waiting to cook instant noodles. I distributed a few more walkie-talkies to him, and as I departed, I couldn't resist stealing a few glances at Winnie, who regarded me with a somewhat different expression. Much to my delight, I procured an outdoor gas stove from the equipment store, along with several packets of instant noodles and a few sausages, and made my way back to the 3rd floor. Selecting a home goods store filled with sofas and beds, I chose a secluded sample room, barricaded the door, and commenced the preparation of my meal. The enticing aroma soon drew the 2 women to my side. I handed each of them a walkie-talkie, and once we had nearly finished our meal, the others downstairs began to meander through the supermarket, greeting us with polite calls of big brother and sister-in-law. When Tan Jingwen and Long Ju appeared, I instructed them to take a few individuals to deliver provisions to those in the warehouse. As I had promised them, it was essential to uphold one's word, a fundamental principle in my conduct. Theo passed the time. I switched on my flashlight and perused the home appliance section, admiring the large televisions. Before returning to the electric bike store to extract a battery from one of the bicycles, then venturing to the electronics section to gather a few cables and a power converter. After some tinkering, I successfully illuminated the largest television screen, barely containing my excitement as I fetched a DVD player, plugged it in, and inserted a disc, astonishingly managing to play a movie amidst the apocalypse. Considering I hadn't watched television in 4 months, I was beside myself with joy, promptly tossing a few large cushions onto the floor, lighting a cigarette, and cracking open a can of beer to relish this languorous moment. The others were drawn in by the light and sound of the film, showering me with compliments for my ingenuity, particularly Long Geo, who lavished praise to the point of flattery. The 2 women also settled beside me, while Xiao Huang nestled at my feet. Surrounded by an array of snacks and drinks in this apocalyptic supermarket, we gathered to watch the movie, enjoying beer and treats. It was undoubtedly the happiest day since the onset of the apocalypse. As the night deepened, the satiated crowd gradually dispersed. I escorted the 2 women back to the sample room I had previously claimed, where I reclined on the large bed. The women, unreserved, joined me, as it was only fitting for my wives to lie beside me. However, given that we were all still clothed and the room lacked a door, nothing untoward could transpire. Yet, in the middle of the night, I was suddenly struck by a sharp stomach ache. It was clear that I had consumed something past its prime. Glancing at the 2 women soundly asleep beside me, I quietly slipped out of bed and made my way to the restroom. Having just finished my business, I heard water running in the women's restroom, and faintly discerned a light emanating from within. Could it be that a zombie had entered in the dead of night? Thankfully, I was always armed, and I stealthily approached, only to be halted by the sight before me. This was no zombie, but Winnie. Just as I contemplated retreating, my foot inadvertently nudged a bottle, prompting Winnie to exclaim, "Who's out there?" "Don't be alarmed. It's just me. I've had a bit of an upset stomach and just stepped out of the restroom," I replied with a smile. "Smooth talker," Winnie feigned annoyance. "Then I shall take my leave," I said, pretending to turn away. "Wait a moment," Winnie called out to me. "What is it now?" I asked, feigning difficulty and halting my steps. "I like you. Ever since our first meeting, I have admired you. You are my hero, the one who rescued us," Winnie confessed shyly. I had thought that such declarations of devotion were relics of ancient traditions. Yet here was a foreigner mirroring such sentiments. To be honest, I had been stifling my desires for months, fearful of facing separation, which had deterred me from pursuing Xiaoyu and Runan. Yet, the scene before me stripped away all hesitation. Compelled by instinct, I approached Winnie without a moment's thought. Several hours later, I trudged wearily back to the sample room, where the two women remained in peaceful slumber. I quietly climbed into bed, and before long, I succumbed to deep sleep. When I awoke, the sun had risen brightly. I hastily sprang from bed and rushed to the corridor, peering downstairs. Fortunately, the two women were directing Long Jiao and Tan Jingwen's groups as they transported supplies to the underground parking lot, with Winnie among them, albeit appearing somewhat overwhelmed. With Xiaoyu and Runan, my capable assistants, overseeing matters, I had little to do. I made my way to the supermarket roof to survey the surroundings. The influx of zombies was not as severe as I had feared, which was a relief. "Long Jiao and Tan Jingwen, please come to the third floor," I announced via walkie-talkie. "Understood, Big Brother, on my way," Long Jiao's voice crackled through the device. "Yes, Big Brother," Tan Jingwen echoed. Upon their arrival, I addressed them. "I intend to retrieve my vehicle with the two wives and scatter the zombies in the city to facilitate our departure. You two should continue moving the supplies. Take as much as you can. Upon my return, we will set off to reunite with my team. Big Brother, how can you and the two sisters-in-law manage alone? Let me accompany you with the brothers. Rest assured, we all know how to slay zombies. While we may not be as formidable as you, we can certainly lighten your burden," Long Jiao insisted excitedly. "Take a look at the rooftop first, then speak with me," I instructed Long Jiao. As soon as my words fell, Long Jiao dashed upstairs. While I appreciated his loyalty, this was not the moment for bravado. Just the three of us would enable swifter and more discreet movement. "Big Brother, though I lack the courage to slay zombies, I can assist in moving more supplies," Tan Jingwen offered. "What were humans before they became zombies?" I queried. "Humans?" Tan Jingwen replied, somewhat perplexed. "This world has devolved into one where humans prey upon one another. If you lack the courage to confront zombies, what right do you have to survive? What capability do you possess to protect yourself and those around you? My two wives are willing to confront zombies and excel at it. Are you to be outdone by women?" I stated earnestly to Tan Jingwen. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Jingwen lowered his gaze and murmured, "Big Brother, you are right. I do not expect you to be as fearless as I am. But at the very least, you must dare to face zombies and possess the skill to eliminate them. To survive in this apocalypse, this is the fundamental requirement," I continued. "Thank you. I understand now," Tan Jingwen replied, raising his eyes to meet mine. Though he did not address me as Big Brother this time, I bore no grievance. "Please ensure that you guide your group well. I cannot play the role of a caretaker indefinitely," I instructed Tan Jingwen. Just as I finished speaking, Long Jiao returned. "Big Brother, with so many zombies, how did you and the two sisters-in-law manage to get inside?" Long Jiao inquired incredulously. "You will find out when I exit. Quickly gather your people to move the supplies. Time is of the essence," I urged them. Once they departed, I addressed the walkie-talkie. "Two wives, come to the third floor. We are preparing to set out." Two women appeared before me, and without needing to say much, they simply followed me towards the electric bike shop. However, I couldn't shake off the feeling that their gazes towards me were somewhat peculiar. Just as we parked 3 electric bikes in front of the supermarket's automatic walkway, Winnie blocked my path. "I want to go with you," she declared. "Stop messing around." "All right. Are you brave enough to fight zombies?" I retorted at Winnie. At that moment, I noticed that Xiaoyu and Runan were looking at me with even stranger expressions, their faces not particularly pleasant. Had they found out about my dealings with Winnie? "I am," Winnie stated firmly. I wanted to say more, but Xiaoyu interjected. "What is wrong? Are you reluctant?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly indicating jealousy. It seemed that they were somewhat aware of my relationship with Winnie. Perhaps Winnie had confided in them. Before I could respond, Runin chimed in, "You have flowers at home but are unwilling to pick them, yet are devoted to wildflowers." This statement struck me as rather odd. Was I wrong for being a decent man? Before I could speak, Winnie interjected, "He and I are in a free relationship. It's none of your business." Truly, three women create quite the scene, and I felt my temper flare. A one-night stand is also considered a free relationship, Runin retorted to Winnie. "Mistress, shameless," Xiaoyu added, directing her words at Winnie. "You all," Winnie pointed at the two women, speechless with anger. "Everyone, be quiet," I shouted, standing up in my excitement. I forgot about the electric bike beneath me, which fell and landed on my foot, causing me to crouch down in pain. Xiaoyu and Runin quickly parked their bikes and rushed over to help me, with Winnie following suit. Instantly, the tension between the three reignited. If this matter wasn't resolved today, how could I dare to venture out? Chapter 26. Unexpected circumstances. I stood up and pulled Xiaoyu into my embrace. Silencing her, before she could react, I brought the still-dazed Runin into the fold, and before Winnie could protest, I pulled her over as well. In an instant, all three women fell silent, although the rapid sequence of events left them somewhat bewildered. "All right, all three of you are my wives. We are family, so why argue?" I addressed the trio. Runin was the first to regain her composure, delivering a slap to my chest while cursing, "Shameless." Under Runin's lead, Xiaoyu and Winnie began to punch and kick me. I quickly covered my head and squatted down. This was fine, as it effectively transferred their animosity towards me, and fortunately, their blows were not too hard. Even if they were, I could endure it. After all, one must sacrifice a little to gain something. Xiaoyu was the first to stop. Although I was crouched and covering my head, I recognized her footsteps. Once Winnie and Runin ceased their attacks, the three began to express concern for me. "Did we hurt you? Who told you to be a rogue? It's all your fault." They unleashed a torrent of similar remarks. After their scolding subsided, I reached out and embraced all three of them. "You've hit and scolded me. Are we all good now?" I said to the women in my arms. They allowed me to hold them. And sensing the moment was right, I continued, "Rest assured, as long as I am alive, I will never let you down." I directed this statement particularly at Xiaoyu and Runin, expecting them to push me away. But to my surprise, they only clung to me tighter. I held the three women like this for a while on the third floor before slowly releasing my arms. "Shall we set off?" I asked the three of them. They nodded in unison, their shy expressions still lingering. "Winnie, go find a suitable weapon," I instructed. After Winnie left, I turned to Xiaoyu and Runin. "You both seem quite jealous. Neither of you has confessed to me. Yet Winnie boldly declares her feelings and wishes to be with me." The two women's faces flushed crimson, unable to meet my gaze. This was precisely the effect I desired. Since they liked me, I intended to compel them to confess their feelings, curious to see how long they could hold back. Before long, Winnie returned, wielding a metal baseball bat, confidently demonstrating her grip. She had even changed into an outfit matching ours, complete with shoes and gloves, embodying the principle of adapting to local customs. Before I could speak, Winnie announced, "Back in my hometown, I was on the school baseball team. I know how to strike zombies in the head. I want to hold you back." I glanced at Xiaoyu and Runin. The two were still shyly stealing glances at me before nodding, as if to say, "You are the head of the family. You decide." With that settled, I returned to the electric bike shop and assembled another bike, handing it to Winnie. "Let us set off," I instructed the three women. The four electric bikes glided smoothly from the supermarket's automatic walkway to the ground floor. I parked the bikes at the back door and cautiously opened it to survey the situation outside. Only 7 or 8 zombies were wandering in the empty space leading to the parking lot. The two teams I had gathered stood behind us, illustrating the camaraderie formed in just one day. This affirmed that I had not misjudged them. I stepped forward to address everyone. "Do not use the walkie-talkie to call for me. Zombies are very sensitive to sound, and if I cannot return, I will inform you. Once you release those people, leave quickly. Brother, we will definitely wait for you. If you don't come back, I will lead the brothers to rescue you." Longju said excitedly, "If I can't return, you going will only lead to death. Hurry and continue moving the supplies." I replied to Long Jiu, "Brother." Long Jiu attempted to say more, but I raised my hand to interrupt him. "Brother, you must come back." Tan Jingwen surprisingly echoed that I smiled at everyone, said nothing more, and pushed the back door open, riding out on the electric bike first. Xiaohuang closely followed behind me, and I swiftly dispatched the zombies approaching with my bayonet. This electric bike was incredibly useful. It was nearly silent and fast, making it perfect for dealing with zombies. The three women followed closely behind me, and to my astonishment, Winnie's combat prowess was impressive. She steadied her grip on the bike with one hand while wielding the bat in the other, smashing any zombie that neared her. Before long, we cleared the zombies in the open space. I arrived at the parking lot and, using my previous method, placed firecrackers in the trunks of two cars, connecting a long fuse that dangled outside, and pushed the two vehicles into the middle of the road, securing the steering wheel so that their rears faced each other. With Winnie's presence, things became easier. As Xiaoyu and Runin prepared to start the vehicles, Winnie and I ignited the engines simultaneously. Sending both cars racing towards the end of the road, I looked up to see the supermarket's back door still ajar, a group of people peering out at us. Despite the distance, I could clearly see Long Jiu giving me a thumbs up. "Stop staring at me. Quickly close the door and go move the supplies. Send someone to wait for me at the underground parking lot entrance." Conversation over, I retrieved the walkie-talkie and spoke that I observed as they shut the rear door, hastily beckoning the three women and Xiao Huang to dash towards the three-story building. We stood atop the rooftop, surveying the situation on the streets. Although some zombies had returned during the night, the majority had been diverted yesterday, leaving only a few dozen wandering the pedestrian street, while the commercial street remained obscured from view, though it was likely not heavily populated with zombies either. Fortunately, the two vehicles had encountered no mishaps. After colliding with several zombies on the road, they plunged directly into the throng of corpses at both ends of the street, where each side harbored approximately 4,000 to 5,000 zombies. Effectively halting the vehicle's advance, I was not particularly concerned about this, but the sound of the car engines attracted the zombies, who clawed and scratched at the two vehicles. I feared they might extinguish my fireworks. But fortunately, moments later, the firecrackers on both vehicles exploded simultaneously, causing the nearby wandering zombies to rush eagerly towards them. As the street's zombies began to dwindle, I urgently called to the three women and Xiao Huang to descend from the building. We hopped onto the electric bike and sped towards the car wash. A few hard-of-hearing zombies still roamed the first floor, but with the assistance of the electric bike, the combination of gravity and acceleration made quick work of them. I didn't even bother using the bayonet, opting instead to wield the steel pipe and hammer down on the zombies' heads. Surprisingly, Xiao Huang outpaced our electric bike, already seated at the entrance of the car wash by the time we arrived. As we neared the car wash, the sounds of the firecrackers ceased, but shortly thereafter, a tremendous explosion echoed from the left rear, likely caused by a vehicle igniting its fuel tank. This sound was significantly louder than the firecrackers. The last time we left our base, it was due to such an explosion, which would surely attract a horde of zombies. We instinctively quickened our pace. Upon reaching the car wash, I carelessly tossed aside my beloved electric bike and leapt down, opening the car wash's large door before jumping into the command vehicle and starting the engine. Simultaneously, the three women and Xiao Huang followed suit, and I accelerated towards the supermarket. That explosion would not only summon zombies from afar, but would also draw those I had painstakingly separated. Ensuring we would be blocked by a tide of corpses if I did not hurry, I quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "I'm on my way, and the zombies are too. Move out quickly. Release those people in the warehouse, and leave a few vehicles for them to escape." I repeated these instructions on both channels until I heard Long Jiu and Tan Jingwen's voices in response. Only then did I drop the walkie-talkie, gripping the steering wheel firmly, for I had already spotted the zombies I had diverted beginning to surface nearby. Without further ado, I pressed the accelerator hard, crashing forward. The zombies to the left of the city had swiftly gathered to the right. Now perilously close, I glanced out the window, and it was a sight thick with zombies. I had just knocked down a few fast runners when a jarring collision echoed from the rear of the vehicle. As several zombies had caught up with us, some zombies continued their rush towards the explosion, but many others were hot on our tail. Fortunately, Long Jiu and Tan Jingwen did not delay, for off-road vehicles led the way. Followed by 5 large trucks, with 4 more vehicles trailing behind, presumably carrying those from the warehouse. My vehicle brushed past the convoy as I sped towards the main road. "Why are you driving so fast?" Long Jia's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Look behind you," I replied. After that, the walkie-talkie fell silent, replaced only by the roar of engines as 14 vehicles surged down the highway, thankfully evading the pursuing zombies and successfully escaping the city. After driving for several dozen kilometers, I finally stopped at a fork in the road, leaping out of the car and striding towards the last 4 vehicles in the convoy. Upon seeing me approach, our people began to exit their vehicles, following closely behind. The occupants of the 4 vehicles also hurriedly disembarked, led by the suited man. Upon seeing me, the suited man lost his earlier bravado, likely shaken by the recent zombie horde. He forced a smile and said, "Thank you, brother, for sparing my life. I am not your brother. Do not follow us. Find your own path," I replied, pointing towards the fork in the road. The suited man seemed about to protest, but I swiftly lifted my coat to reveal my handgun, making my intentions clear. Either leave or face dire consequences. Chapter 27. Surprises unfolding. It appeared the suited man had come to terms with this reality after yesterday's events, as he promptly called his people back to their vehicles, steering towards the fork in the road. Once they had departed for a while, I signaled for my group to set off, leading the way. I had allowed the suited man and his companions to leave simply because I disliked their company. I had refrained from killing them to avoid unnecessarily spilling blood, especially when the fate of the remaining survivors was uncertain. Moreover, I had chosen this route because it led towards Wang Chong and the others. If all went smoothly, we should soon rendezvous with them. I activated the radio that Lin Wen had tinkered with in the command vehicle, confident that they would be calling out to me. As long as I entered the reception range, I would receive their news. The convoy raced along the road, having previously circled the urban-rural fringe without daring to enter the city. Fortunately, the outbreak occurred at night, and it seemed that the majority had been infected. I was unsure how the virus spread, but the vehicles on the road were pitifully sparse. Besides the occasional unfortunate zombie, a few skeletal remains, and some skittish wildlife, we encountered no significant issues as we traveled 300 to 400 kilometers. Finally, static crackled over the radio, and after a bit more driving, I heard a familiar voice. "Brother, brother, do you read me?" Wang Chong's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Received," I replied, taking the device in hand. "Brother? Is that really you? Where are you?" Wang Chong exclaimed, excitement evident in his tone. Before I could respond, Wu Jun's voice joined in, and once their enthusiasm had settled, I picked up the walkie-talkie again. "Is everyone doing well? I am currently on the national highway, likely heading your way," I stated. "Brother, we are all fine and have rescued quite a few people. We are in the ancient city, so please keep an eye out for road signs to avoid getting lost," Wu Jun replied. "Understood. We will discuss it upon meeting," I said into the walkie-talkie. I quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie I had found in the supermarket to distribute to Long Jiao and the others, saying, "Everyone, turn around, target the ancient city." Fortunately, Lin Wen's walkie-talkie had a reception range of over 20 kilometers. Otherwise, we might have missed the opportunity, as I had already spotted the sign for the ancient city 5 kilometers ago, indicating it was 20 kilometers away. At this moment, I felt a surge of excitement within me. After years of feeling homeless, the encounters with Xiao Yu and these brothers and sisters had truly given me a sense of returning home. However, as the leader, I buried my excitement deep within my heart. Just as I was adjusting my emotions, the walkie-talkie crackled again from the radio. "Brother, have you entered the road to the ancient city? We are here to pick you up," Wu Jun's voice came through. "Just entered," I replied. "Brother, we are waiting for you at the exit of this road," Wang Chong said. "All right, see you shortly," I responded. The 20-kilometer distance was quickly covered, and from afar, I spotted Wang Chong and Wu Jun standing by the roadside, behind them a vehicle I had not seen before. However, there were no other figures in sight. As soon as I halted the car, the two of them excitedly rushed towards me, embracing me tightly, stirring up some emotion within me. After greeting Xiao Yu and Ruan Nan, the two brothers exchanged puzzled glances with one another before looking back at me. I signaled them with my eyes to refrain from saying too much, and they promptly shifted the topic. Wu Jun glanced at the crowd behind me and asked, "Brother, who are these people?" "These are my new comrades. This is Long Jiao," and this is Tan Jingwen. It's a long story. We can discuss it later. Where is our base? I replied to the group. I did not introduce everyone individually. They could familiarize themselves later. The base is still over 10 kilometers from here. You will surely like the place, brother. Since the walkie-talkie's reception range is limited, we assigned 2 people to stand guard at this location every day, tasked with calling you on the walkie-talkie, fearing we might miss the reception range. Finally, we waited for you. Wang Chang said to me. Thank you for your hard work. Then lead the way, I said, with a smile. I remarked. The convoy set off once more, trailing behind Wang Chang's vehicle, with the remaining 9 cars following closely behind me. This place appeared to be a tourist city, with most of the architecture exuding an antique charm. Indeed, I had never visited before. Had it not been for their arrival to fetch me, I would have been utterly lost. Throughout the journey, we encountered no zombies, which I surmised had already been cleared out by them. The 2 of them had also conspired with me, opting not to inform the others in advance, intending to surprise them. My curiosity piqued. I wondered what sort of place these fellows had found. Not long after, I caught sight of the city walls ahead. Astonishingly, it was a fortified town. 2 figures stood atop the gate tower, likely sentinels, though their faces were unfamiliar, suggesting they were new recruits. The sight of the citadel genuinely astounded me. Towering walls accompanied by a moat, and the city gate was a retractable drawbridge, an ideal stronghold against the undead. The elder brother has returned. Why haven't you lowered the gate? Wang Chang called out triumphantly into the intercom. Instantly, a cacophony of excited voices surged forth from the device. While the city gate began to descend slowly, familiar silhouettes rushed towards us from beyond the gate. Not a single sibling from days gone by was missing, filling my heart with joy. After a round of greetings, I introduced Long Jiao and Tan Jingwen to everyone. I refrained from mentioning Wen and I for the time being, considering that Xiao Yu and Ruan Nan were still present, and our relationship had undergone a subtle transformation. Amidst the throng, we proceeded into the city, and the scenery within left me utterly astonished. The outer city was composed entirely of 2.5-story buildings, their green bricks and blue tiles exuding an ancient elegance. The ground was paved with flagstones, creating a beautiful path. At the city's center stood various wooden structures, reminiscent of scenes from a movie. Had it not been for the presence of those nearby, I might have thought I had traversed through time. Deeper inside, there was even a structure resembling a palace, albeit not as grand as a true imperial palace. The entire town resembled a scaled-down version of an ancient royal city. Even so, this place could likely accommodate thousands, and the entire citadel was encircled by high walls, instantly igniting within me a desire to establish roots here. How many people are currently in the city? I inquired of those behind me. There are not many, just over 100. They are all survivors we rescued after we got separated, and we have only just entered the city a day ago. Wu Jun responded. Then how did you handle the zombies in the city? I asked, perplexed. Haha, elder brother, we were fortunate. This city is not an ancient construction. It was originally intended for tourism, and the construction was left unfinished when the apocalypse struck. When we arrived, there were only a dozen zombies in the city, Wang Chang declared proudly. Our elder brother has returned, and he is the lord of this city. Come out and meet him, Wu Jun shouted as he walked along. As Wu Jun called out, townsfolk gathered from all directions, respectfully addressing me with my new title. Lord of the city. In that moment, I truly felt a semblance of imperial authority. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, we made our way directly toward the palace-like structure. My initial nervousness was alleviated by Xiao Huang, who ran to the palace entrance, lifted his leg, and urinated against a pillar. Everyone was well aware of Xiao Huang's talents, and rather than reprimanding him, the crowd erupted in laughter. The steps leading to the grand hall were quite high, and standing atop them afforded a panoramic view of the citadel. Indeed, as Wang Chang had said, the city was still incomplete. To the right lay an expanse as large as 4 football fields, which had been obscured from view upon entry. At this moment, our vehicles were parked there, albeit considerably more numerous and diverse than before. Have someone check those vehicles. For the old and poorly performing ones, drain the fuel and move them outside to block the road. We can reserve that area for farming, I instructed Wang Chang. Haha, it's good to have you back, elder brother. Without you, we wouldn't know what to do, Wang Chang replied joyfully. Once he dashed off, I turned to Long Jiao and said, take people to bring our vehicles inside and organize the supplies. Wu Jun, arrange for a warehouse to store the supplies, and assign a few trustworthy individuals to guard it, I added. Directing my attention to Wu Jun. Understood, elder brother, Wu Jun replied. Long Jiao was so taken aback by the scene before him that he stood frozen in place. Even as Wu Jun walked far ahead, Long Jiao? I called. Elder brother, I am here, Long Jiao responded respectfully. Take people to bring our vehicles inside and follow Wu Jun to unload. I instructed him. Yes, elder brother. Long Jiao affirmed. You all come with me, Long Jiao directed his companions. Guishan, Dingwei, Linwen, Yutai, Chenjua, don't just stand there. Go see what useful items or parts we can salvage from those vehicles and dismantle what's needed. I urged the group. Yes, elder brother, the 5 responded with smiles. Tan Jingwen, take your people and lend a hand, I said. Absolutely, elder brother, I will go at once, Tan Jingwen replied respectfully. In truth, Tan Jingwen, at 53 years of age, had become accustomed to addressing me as elder brother, which sometimes felt a bit strange. However, since it was a rule I had established, I felt compelled to adhere to it. Such were the laws of the apocalypse. Now, only my 3 wives, Li Manwen and her daughter, and Sun Yao remained with me. Why don't you guide us on a tour? I smiled at the 3 women. Certainly, elder brother, this way please, Sun Yao replied. True to her architectural background, Sun Yao was well versed in the buildings around us. Not only did she lead us on the tour, but she also provided explanations regarding the origins of these structures. However, the back of the grand hall appeared somewhat hastily constructed, featuring 2 rows of courtyard houses that were not as grand as those in the films. Nevertheless, this space was quite suitable for us to reside in. Chapter 28. Once more into battle. Once everything was settled, night had fully descended. Our group made our way to a 3-story tavern within the city, its interior reminiscent of scenes from ancient films. Our team had now grown to 40 individuals, 32 men and 8 women. Fortunately, Wu Jun had already prepared meals. Among the rescued townsfolk were a few skilled chefs. We set 4 large tables, abundant with a variety of dishes, each laden with fish, meat, and vegetables. This feast was undoubtedly the most sumptuous I had enjoyed since the onset of the apocalypse. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively, and the new and old team members quickly bonded under the influence of alcohol. We feasted and celebrated until late into the night, stumbling toward the courtyard behind the grand hall. Xiaoyu had also consumed some alcohol, though only a little, while Ruonan abstained entirely. After asking her several times, she finally revealed that she was on her menstrual cycle and could not drink. However, Wen'an found herself in a less fortunate position. In a moment of excitement, I inadvertently disclosed my relationships with the 3 women. The new and old team members were aware of Xiaoyu and Ruonan's formidable nature, naturally refraining from pressuring them to drink. But Wen'an was different. Her proficiency in Chinese allowed her to comprehend the situation. And with everyone referring to her as sister-in-law and lady of the city, she became quite flustered and drank a considerable amount. I was not in a much better state myself, at this point. Xiaoyu was supporting me, while Ruonan aided Wen'an, and what should have been a few hundred meters felt like an eternity as we attempted to traverse the distance. Each courtyard contained 4 rooms, and with 10 sets of courtyard houses, we had ample space for everyone. The 3 women and I headed toward the nearest room. Once inside, Ruonan assisted Wen'an, who did not emerge again. Xiaoyu helped me to the bed, but just as she was about to leave, I pulled her back. Once certain matters are initiated, they become exceedingly difficult to control. To my surprise, Xiaoyu was a virgin and showed no resistance to my advances. It appeared she had long accepted my role as her nominal husband. Since being cured of the zombie virus, my health had improved remarkably. Not only had my appetite increased, but my physical capabilities had also been significantly enhanced. Whether it be physical fitness, stamina, reaction speed, or even strength, I felt an inexhaustible reserve of energy within me. That night, Xiaoyu and I remained awake until dawn, finally succumbing to sleep just as the sun began to rise. When I awoke, it was already past noon. Xiaoyu was still sound asleep. I quietly got out of bed and stepped into the courtyard to wash up. At tea that moment, Ruonan and Wen'an entered, carrying some food, their eyes filled with jealousy as they regarded me. I could only offer an awkward smile as I approached to take the items from their hands. They neither spoke nor engaged with me, merely leaving behind knowing smirks before turning away. Just as I turned, I spotted Xiaoyu approaching with a flushed face. Before I could utter a word, she stumbled and fell to the ground. I hurriedly set down the items I was holding and rushed to assist her. "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" I asked, my concern evident. "I'm fine," Xiaoyu replied, attempting to stand. However, as she rose, she winced in pain. Nearly collapsing again, I quickly lifted her entirely into my arms. "Still claiming you're fine? Did you twist your ankle?" I feigned anger. Xiaoyu said nothing, merely allowing me to carry her without protest. I glanced at the water on the ground, realizing it was my fault. I had splashed it while washing up. "I'm sorry, this water is my doing, it's my fault." With a tone of self-reproach, I uttered, "I'm fine, it's merely a sprained ankle." Xiaoyu gently replied. This was a stark contrast to the fearless Xiaoyu who once wielded a bayonet against zombies and brandished a bow to take down foes. Momentarily taken aback, I quickly enveloped Xiaoyu in my arms and led her inside the room. I gently seated her beside the bed and, upon lifting her foot, noticed her ankle was swollen. An immediate wave of distress washed over me. "Dr. Li, please come to my room at once. Xiaoyu has injured her ankle," I hurriedly communicated through the intercom. Dr. Li was, of course, Li Manwan, a name we had been using since we learned of her profession. "All right, big brother, I'll grab the medical kit and be right over," Li Manwan responded. "Don't be anxious. I really am fine," Xiaoyu softly assured. "How can you be fine? Your ankle is swollen," I exclaimed at her. Realizing my tone was too harsh, I quickly added, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have raised my voice. It's all right. I know you're worried about me," Xiaoyu murmured, her head lowered. Since the day we met, this girl had never caused me any trouble, always displaying remarkable understanding, quietly staying by my side. Although she had been growing, I knew her journey was fraught with challenges. Everything she did was for my sake. Now that we shared a marital bond, I felt even more guilty towards her. Even with her sprained ankle, she was the one offering me comfort, while previous concerns had manifested. The emotional ties had indeed caught up with me. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Li Manwan's voice echoed from behind me. "Xiaoyu just slipped in the yard and twisted her ankle. Please check how serious it is," I anxiously relayed to Li Manwan. Undoubtedly, she understood Xiaoyu's significance in my heart, swiftly setting down the medical kit to examine Xiaoyu's injury. "It's nothing serious. Just spray some Yunnan Baiyao, and she'll be fine in a few days," Li Manwan said, handing me a spray bottle from the kit.at. That moment, Ruan Nan and Wen and I also arrived, expressing their concern for Xiaoyu's condition. Witnessing their harmonious interaction filled me with a sense of imperial grandeur. If it weren't for this apocalyptic world, I would never have the privilege of such treatment. If this were a dream, I wished it would never end. After spraying the medicine, a bit of gentle massage will enhance the effect. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Li Manwan remarked. Sensing her discomfort and lingering, I thanked her and allowed her to depart. I sprayed the medicine on Xiaoyu's swollen ankle and delicately massaged it. Fearful of causing her pain, Xiaoyu remained silent, but Wen and I began to sob behind me. "What's the matter? Why are you crying?" I asked, perplexed. "Husband, you truly are a good man," Wen and I said, her eyes glistening with tears. "I also want to sprain my ankle," Ruan Nan playfully pouted. It truly was a theatrical performance with 3 women. My previously gloomy demeanor was instantly lifted by their antics. Xiaoyu would certainly need to refrain from moving about for the next few days. But I still had matters to attend to. After applying the medicine, I instructed Ruan Nan and Wen and I to take good care of Xiaoyu before I headed outside. "Wu Jun, come to the main hall," I said into the intercom. "All right, big brother, I'll be right there," Wu Jun replied. Upon his arrival at the main hall, I addressed him. "Yesterday we merely indulged in drinking and neglected to inventory our supplies. Take me to see them, big brother. Please don't be angry when you see," Wu Jun cautiously said. "What's the matter? Is there a problem with the supplies? Didn't I instruct you to assign guards?" I exclaimed, agitated. "The supplies are fine, just a bit sparse," Wu Jun replied. "How is that possible? Such a large supermarket, could it be?" I muttered to myself. "Longjiu, Tan Jingwen, report to the main hall immediately," I commanded through the intercom. Before long, Long Jiao and Tan Jingwen hurriedly approached, visibly anxious. "What is the situation with the supplies in the supermarket?" I inquired, my voice stern. "Big brother, when you called us away, we had barely moved 1/10 of the first floor. And with such a vast supermarket, we couldn't fit everything into our vehicles," Long Jiao lamented. Reflecting on this, I realized it wasn't entirely their fault. The situation was indeed urgent, and staying behind would have meant certain death. It seemed I would need to make another trip back. With so many supplies, now that we had a base and these civilians, we could not sustain ourselves without that stock. "Gather everyone. It appears we must return once more." I instructed the three of them. Once they departed, I made my way to the courtyard. This matter needed to be reported to the three women. "No, we're going with you," Xiaoyu insisted first. "How can you go with your ankle like this?" I replied, feeling torn. "Then I'll wait until I'm better," Xiaoyu declared eagerly. Wang Chong and his team managed to rescue so many people so easily. Which means there are certainly more out there. What if they are snatched up by someone else? What if the zombies in the city increase? I looked at Xiaoyu earnestly. Before she could respond, Ruan Nan and Wen and I chimed in simultaneously, "Then we'll accompany you. The people I trust most are the three of you. If you all leave, who can I entrust Xiaoyu to?" I said, gazing at the two women. "Don't worry, my three beloved wives. The four of us can fight our way in and out. With so many brothers following me, how could anything happen to me?" I smiled at the three women. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Touch wood, don't speak of misfortune," Xiaoyu admonished me. "All right, I won't mention it. You all take good care of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, focus on healing. And I'll return as quickly as possible. When I do, I'll bring you all beautiful clothes and arrange for some power supply equipment so we can watch movies and have a feast at home. How does that sound?" I proposed to the three women. "Just be careful," Ruanan said. "Husband," Wen and I said as she came over to embrace me. Ruanan followed suit, tightly wrapping her arms around me. Once the two released me, I stepped forward to give Xiaoyu a firm hug, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks before departing. The main hall was already filled with around 50 to 60 individuals, comprising both my old and new team members, as well as those rescued by Wang Chong. Following my instructions, all present were robust young men. "Big brother, these are the only able-bodied individuals we have now," Wu Jun reported as he approached. "Indeed, our current ranks were lacking. Most of those rescued by Wang Chong were women and children or middle-aged men, with few young men among them. Considering our team, it was commendable that we could muster this many." Chapter 29. Returned to the supermarket, however, this mission did not require a large number of people. I only needed elite troops and those I could trust. I was hesitant to deploy anyone whose combat capabilities I had not yet assessed, as this mission could be of varying magnitude. "Guashan, how many trucks can we use now?" I inquired. "Big brother, I brought a team to tinker with it yesterday, and with the 5 you drove back, we currently have 14 large trucks," Guashan replied. "Tan Jingwen, leave 7 of the older individuals with you," I instructed. "Long Jiao, leave 3 of your brothers," I added. "Chunjua, Dingwei, Linwen, you 3 stay behind as well," I ordered. Wu Jun, "Select 11 bold young men from this group," I commanded. "The rest will remain to guard the city until we return," I stated to everyone. As soon as the new and old team members were about to voice their objections, their gazes filled with complaint over my decision not to take them, I waved my hand decisively. "This is an order. A nation has its laws, a family has its rules. Do not speak of camaraderie with me now. Mission first, safety first." The new recruits had likely heard tales of my reputation. As soon as I spoke, no one dared to utter another word. Those remaining quietly exited the main hall. While Wu Jun began selecting personnel, I calculated that 30 individuals would be mobilized for this operation. To ensure communication, the command vehicle would definitely be needed, totaling 15 vehicles. With 2 persons in each, we should have enough manpower for transporting supplies. As for Wu Jun and Wang Chong, I had considered leaving one of them in the city, but I did not trust the people they had rescued. It was better to have them help keep an eye on things. With both new and old team members watching, the defensive fortifications should not encounter significant issues. The modified trucks we had used previously led the way, followed by a line of large trucks. My command vehicle brought up the rear, with Wu Jun at the front and Wang Chong in the middle. As for the 11 young men Wu Jun had selected, I assigned one of our team members to accompany each of them, just in case anything went awry. Long Zhou adamantly insisted on being my driver, and I couldn't dissuade him from that desire. Long Zhou, why do you want to follow me? I asked the earnest driver. Big brother, do you want the truth or a lie? Long Zhou replied. Damn it, of course, I want the truth. There are only two of us in this car. Do you think Xiao Huang would betray me? I retorted, glancing at the comfortably sleeping Xiao Huang in the back seat. That's true. It won talk. Long Zhou remarked, initially, I admired your ruthlessness, and then I came to revere your capabilities. Whether dealing with zombies or humans, you always manage to handle situations adeptly. Just look at the three formidable women by your side. They are no ordinary individuals, both beautiful and capable. They are steadfastly willing to accompany you through life and death, so I am certain that following you is a wise choice, he continued. I never would have guessed that beneath your seemingly rough exterior lies a keen sensitivity. I chuckled and replied, brother, please spare me your mockery. I have roamed the martial world for many years. While I may not be particularly notable, I have encountered countless individuals and can read people well. I am confident that you are destined for greatness, and associating with you will surely lead to a promising future. Long Zhou spoke earnestly, and I chose not to respond further. Instead, I offered him a cigarette. A gesture of acknowledgement for this brother. I may not know if I will achieve great accomplishments, yet I am aware that I rarely misjudge character. Before the apocalypse, I had already discerned the fickleness of human emotions. Due to our late departure, it was already dark by the time we reached our destination. Uncertain of the situation in the city, I hesitated to advance recklessly. We parked the convoy in a relatively concealed location and set off on foot toward the city. Accompanied by Long Zhou and Wu Jun, after nearly an hour of walking, we finally reached the city's edge. During our escape, our convoy had been closely pursued by numerous zombies, and I feared that they might still be congregating along this route. However, we encountered only a handful along the way. Could someone have arrived before us? Long Zhou speculated. Shut your crow mouth. Enough with your proverbs. Focus on observing the situation near the supermarket, I instructed him. With that, the three of us dispersed, each equipped with a night vision binocular, seeking suitable vantage points to monitor the various approaches to the supermarket. Xiao Huang remained seated beside me. I was watching the main entrance, where indeed there were very few zombies, not just at the entrance. It seemed as if the entire city's undead population had vanished. Previously, there had been tens of thousands of zombies, yet from my current position, I could scarcely see more than 100. What's the situation on your end? I inquired through the walkie-talkie. Report, big brother. There are only a little over 10 zombies at the back entrance, and the city's undead are scarce, Long Zhou responded. Report, big brother. There are also only 7 or 8 zombies at the side entrance. I can see only about a few dozen zombies from my vantage point. This is truly bizarre. How could tens of thousands of zombies simply disappear? Could they have turned back? That seems quite possible. Perhaps not long after we left the city, someone entered and, upon discovering the overwhelming number of zombies, led them away. The zombies pursuing us must have been diverted by something, given the multitude of side streets. Should we attack directly? Long Zhou's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Conditions are unclear. Let us return to the convoy. At dawn, we will infiltrate the supermarket and assess the situation, I instructed. We returned to the convoy and urged everyone to rest. I personally selected 10 individuals to accompany me into the city at dawn. Primarily those I had personally recruited, capable of dispatching zombies. Additionally, I assigned another 10 to keep watch on the rooftops in pairs, leaving 10 more as a reserve. I instructed the sentries to wake me at 3 in the morning. If there were others lying in wait at the supermarket, we would need to expedite our approach, aiming to arrive before 4, as that is typically when people are most fatigued, ideal for our operations. Equip yourselves and prepare to depart, I commanded as the time arrived. Wu Jun, you have scouted the terrain with me. Stay behind to manage the team and be ready to drive us back if necessary. I instructed him before we set off. With 11 of us and a dog, we jogged toward the city, Long Zhou and I leading the way down familiar paths, while Wang Chong brought up the rear to handle any unexpected situations. Concerned that there might be others in the supermarket, I refrained from sending Xiao Huang ahead to scout. Within an hour, we arrived near the supermarket. I still preferred the stealthy approach of entering the supermarket. This time, I brought extra arrows, intent on swift resolution. The distant zombies were dispatched by Wang Chong and me with our bows, while the closer ones were dealt with by the brothers. Although Wang Chang's archery was not as refined as Xiao Yu's, he was still effective at this range. It seems that upon returning, I must prioritize weapon production and train everyone in archery. Relying solely on close combat poses significant risks, while it is a fundamental skill to master. Ensuring personnel safety remains paramount. We approached the back entrance, crawling beneath the water pipe, and quietly infiltrated the supermarket to search. Surprisingly, there was not a single specter within, and the supplies remained untouched in their original places. It appeared I had been overly cautious, just as I had previously surmised. Someone must have accidentally wandered into the city and lured the zombies away. Wu Jun, drive the vehicle into the underground parking lot of the supermarket. I instructed through the walkie-talkie. Received, Wu Jun replied. Turn on your flashlights, form pairs, and begin moving supplies. I directed the group. Understood. They responded in unison. As the team transported supplies to the underground parking lot, I stationed myself by the entrance. Observing the surroundings, before long, the convoy came into view, and Wu Jun demonstrated his experience by directing the team to slow down and extinguish their headlights as we approached the city, relying on moonlight to navigate. With everyone assembled, 14 trucks lined up in the underground parking lot as the team diligently transported supplies. I stood at the entrance, lighting a cigarette for the brothers on watch, while Xiao Huang dashed into the food section, seemingly searching for something to eat. By 6 in the evening, the 14 trucks were finally loaded, although we had taken several breaks. The sheer volume of supplies had left everyone utterly exhausted. Despite this, a significant portion of the supermarket's stock remained, though what was left consisted mostly of superfluous items. Our mission had been accomplished halfway. Brothers, you've all worked hard. Tonight, rest well, eat and drink to your heart's content. However, we need to leave Tin on watch. I'll take the first shift, and after 2 hours, I'll be relieved by 2 others. We'll return in the morning, I informed the group. Amidst their astonished gazes, I ascended to the supermarket's rooftop. Even though I had not helped with the loading, I could still contribute by keeping watch. If I did nothing, the brothers might harbor discontent, so I took the initiative to stand guard. Fostering camaraderie. The night was still young, and with my keen eyesight, I could discern everything around me. The state of the city was indeed vastly improved compared to before, but unfortunately, we were short-staffed and lacked vehicles. Everyone was undeniably fatigued. Otherwise, we could scour the city for valuable items. Clearly, we must continue to expand our ranks. 2 hours passed swiftly, and 2 brothers arrived with weapons and binoculars to take over my watch. Just as I had anticipated, my voluntary shift had earned me a bit more admiration from them. Feeling unwearied, I made my way to the women's clothing store favored by Xiao Yu and Ruanan. I had instructed the brothers not to touch this shop, as I had memorized the sizes of my 3 wives, and, based on their fashion preferences, I selected 3 large bags of clothing to toss onto the command vehicle. By now, it was already deep into the night, and the brothers, having labored throughout the day, had long since fallen asleep. Selecting outfits was quite a tedious task, especially with multiple wives requiring individual packages. Otherwise, it would likely lead to disputes. After some consideration, I proceeded to a jewelry store to pick out some accessories, followed by a visit to a jewelry shop, a watch store, and a shoe store. The trunk of the command vehicle was already overflowing. This moment, dawn was breaking, and it was truly exhausting for me. Chapter 30. Xiao Yu in peril. Fortunately, after a night of rest, the brothers were in good spirits. My physical condition was exceptional, and I did not feel fatigued. However, as soon as I boarded the vehicle, I fell asleep. I was uncertain how long I had been asleep when I was jolted awake. Not by Long Geo, but by the distant sound of gunfire. What's happening up front? I queried through the walkie-talkie. Big brother, it seems to be gunfire from our base, Wu Jun's voice responded. I surveyed the surroundings. We had indeed entered the ancient city limits. Guns in the city? Didn't I tell you all not to use firearms? I shouted into the walkie-talkie. Big brother, we don't have any guns. Wu Jun's voice was heavy with concern. Everyone, accelerate, quickly, I commanded over the walkie-talkie, realizing that others had likely entered the city and may already be inside. I am Yang Wei. I am Yang Wei. If anyone in the city hears me, please respond, I announced over the walkie-talkie. I repeated this several times without receiving a reply, confirming my suspicion that the city had been seized. As the convoy sped along the road, gunfire erupted continuously. By the time we reached the city gate, the scene before me left me utterly astounded. All of my companions were kneeling at the entrance, each flanked by an armed individual. Counting them, I found only 20 people. And among them, I could only locate Ruanan and Wan and I, but Xiao Yu was nowhere to be seen. I hastily grabbed my bow and arrow and leapt from the vehicle. Ha ha ha, did you ever think you'd find yourself in this predicament? A voice emerged from a man, one that I recognized as belonging to the suited gentleman I had previously allowed to go free at the supermarket. Following the sound, I looked up to see him standing atop the city tower. A hostage in his grasp, my dear Xiao Yu, the very person occupying my thoughts. The suited man held a handgun, pressing it menacingly against Xiao Yu's temple. Release her, and I will permit you to do as you wish. I shouted at him that I raised my hand to signal my comrades in the vehicle behind me, as well as the snarling Xiao Huang, urging them not to act rashly. The suited man did not respond. Instead addressing the convoy, "What are you transporting in your vehicles?" "It is the supplies we brought from the supermarket. I will give you everything if you desire it," I replied, attempting to soften my tone. "Why should it come without cost? After all, my life is a debt you owe me. Let us make an exchange. 1 truckload of supplies for 2 lives. What do you say?" he proposed with a smile. "Very well, you dictate the terms," I acquiesced. "Everyone, disembark and stand aside," I commanded my team. "Bring 10 trucks into the city," the suited man instructed his subordinates. I held my tongue, fearing to provoke him further, for Xiao Yu's safety was at stake. I could only watch helplessly as his men boarded the trucks, 10 of them rolling into the city, including my favorite vehicle at the forefront. "Now can you release her?" I inquired of the suited man. "Indeed," Wang Cheng remarked. "Very well, let us depart," I responded, and without delay, I pulled the person beside me into the passenger seat. Fortunately, the vehicle was quite spacious, allowing both of us to squeeze into the front without too much discomfort. Once the door was securely closed, Long Jiu swiftly followed the brothers' directions, driving at an astonishing speed. I had contemplated asking Long Jiu to exit and allow this brother to take the wheel. Although I was anxious, I still retained my composure. Given my current state, driving was certainly out of the question. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. However, I felt reassured by Long Jiu's driving skills, while I was uncertain about this brother's capabilities. Thus, squeezing together seemed the wisest choice, especially since the trunk was entirely filled with items selected for my 3 wives, leaving no time to clear it. "What is your name?" I inquired. "Big brother, my name is Lu Yang. And I am 30 years old," the brother beside me replied. "How do you know about that place?" I asked. "I used to work there," Lu Yang said. "What kind of place is it?" I pressed. "It is a livestock breeding base." Lu Yang answered. "What? My wife has been shot, and you want to take me to a livestock breeding base? Do you think I won't shoot you?" I shouted angrily at Lu Yang. He was momentarily stunned by my outburst. And just as I reached for my gun, Li Manwen behind me grasped my hand firmly. "Livestock can also fall ill. There must be a veterinary station there, and the equipment can be used by humans." Li Manwen said to me, "Isn't that right, Lu Yang?" She continued. Yes, there is a veterinary station inside," Lu Yang replied nervously. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" I snapped at Lu Yang, as the tension in the atmosphere escalated. Long Jiu interjected. "Lu Yang, keep your eyes on the road and let me know in advance if we reach an intersection." I refrained from further comments, realizing I had indeed overreacted, almost leading to a significant disaster. I turned to hold Xiao Yu's hand. "Dear, the trunk is filled with clothes, high heels, and jewelry I've chosen for you. Once you're well, you can change into them," I said with a smile. "All right," Xiao Yu replied weakly. "How much further do we have?" I asked Lu Yang. "Big brother, it's just over 100 kilometers," Lu Yang responded. "Long Jiu, it's all up to you now," I said. "Don't worry, big brother. Just stay with your sister-in-law." Long Jiu replied without looking back. At that moment, the car sped frighteningly fast, and Lu Yang beside me gripped the armrest tightly in fear. Thankfully, the road was clear of vehicles and zombies, allowing Long Jiu to push the car's performance to its limits. I kept conversing with Xiao Yu, fearful that she might suddenly lose consciousness. "How much longer?" I inquired again. "Big brother, we will arrive soon," Lu Yang assured. "Long Jiu, step on it," I urged, observing Xiao Yu's complexion deteriorate and her growing drowsiness. I was uncertain how much longer she could hold on. Long brother, it's the right turn at that intersection. We'll reach it shortly, Lu Yang directed. Following Lu Yang's indication, I noticed a small road next to the main one, flanked by lush greenery, yet the road itself was impeccably clean, suggesting that Lu Yang's description of this place might indeed hold some truth. Soon, the livestock breeding base Lu Yang mentioned came into view. Given our elevated position, I could clearly see the situation within the premises. It was a modern breeding facility of considerable size, encircled by tall walls, with concrete buildings and rows of livestock shelters. Alongside expansive vegetable plots. Long Jiu, take the gun. If anything unexpected happens, don't hesitate, I instructed as I handed the handgun to him. Long Jiu nodded solemnly in acknowledgement, while Lu Yang beside me trembled with anxiety. I continued to survey the base before us. If the walls were reinforced, this location could serve as a suitable refuge. However, as I had suspected, there were indeed people inside. Though we were still at a distance, I could distinctly see two individuals stationed at the entrance. Our vehicle finally arrived before the tightly shut gates of the base. I urged Lu Yang to exit the car. You are not allowed in here. You must leave, said the two men standing at the entrance. My wife has been shot. I implore you, please let me save her, I pleaded politely. With that, I carefully climbed into the B. Chapter 32. The loss of fighting spirit. My mind was in utter disarray. A chaotic whirlpool of thoughts. After the blood transfusion, I felt faint from the loss of blood and succumbed to drowsiness, cradling Xiaoyu in my arms as I drifted into unconsciousness. It was not until I sensed a gentle pat on my shoulder and heard numerous voices calling my name that I stirred. As I opened my eyes, I was greeted by the enchanting smile of Xiaoyu, so beautiful it appeared almost surreal. I hastily stumbled a few steps backward, the calls for my name growing clearer. Memories of the events leading up to this moment flashed through my mind. I was still within the veterinary station of the livestock breeding base. Outside, I could hear the voices of my brothers, along with Ruan Nan and Wen and I. Xiaoyu lay before me on an operating table meant for animals, her face adorned with a smile as she gazed at me. I rushed to her side, noticing that the clothing around her abdominal wound had been cut by Li Manwen, yet there was no trace of any injury now. Rubbing my eyes to ensure I was not dreaming, I extended my hand to touch her abdomen, and indeed, there was nothing. No scar, no sign of harm. Darling, what on earth is happening? Xiaoyu asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I am uncertain of the circumstances, but we must keep this a secret for now. You need to pretend to be in pain, do you understand? I whispered urgently. Xiaoyu nodded, and I quickly gathered some gauze, even smearing a bit of blood on it from the operating table before wrapping it around her abdomen. Once I deemed everything prepared, I urged her to lie still and took off my outer jacket to cover her before heading to the door. Upon seeing that I was unharmed, and with Xiaoyu still lying on the operating table waving at everyone, their worries began to dissipate. All right, Xiaoyu needs her rest. How did you handle the previous situation? I addressed Long Jiu, and upon finishing my sentence, I turned and closed the door to the operating room. Darling, Ruanan and Wen and I exclaimed as they rushed into my embrace. After Diard, Li and Lu Yang emerged, I instructed Lu Yang to prepare some food and drinks for the others. We provided them with 3 vehicles from the base and sent them on their way. Long Jiu recounted. Releasing the 2 women, I turned to Wang Chong, inquiring, when did you all arrive? We just got here a moment ago, wanting to check on you, but Long Jiu wouldn't let us in. Wang Chong replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. What do you mean I wouldn't let you? This was an order from the elder brother, Lu Yang. Confirm this, Long Jiu retorted passionately at Wang Chong. Yes, it was the elder brother's command. He stated that no one is permitted inside without his orders, Lu Yang added earnestly. And what about Wu Gang and the others? I asked. They took the brothers to repair the main gate and reinforce the walls. A horde of zombies just approached, but we dealt with them, Wang Chong explained. Everyone, get back to work. Arrange a place for me to stay. I need Xiaoyu to recuperate, and for now, I will stay by her side. I instructed the group. Elder brother, are you not going to oversee the operations? Wang Chong queried. Handle it as you see fit. I simply wish to be with my wife. I managed to smile, then disregarded their concerns and returned to the operating room, pulling up a chair to sit by Xiaoyu's side. Wang Chong, somewhat disappointed, turned to leave, while Long Jiu and Lu Yang exchanged greetings with me before departing. Only Ruan Nan and Wen and I followed me inside, standing behind me as we observed Xiao Yu feigning sleep. Fortunately, not long after, Long Jiu returned, informing me that a room had been prepared for us. I pretended to carefully lift Xiao Yu into my arms and followed Long Jiu outside, with Ruan Nan and Wen and I silently trailing behind. The room was evidently arranged by Long Jiu himself, likely the best accommodation in the base, located on the second floor of a modest 4-story building. This level housed only 2 rooms, and the furnishings and facilities were well-equipped, including a private bathroom. However, in this post-apocalyptic world devoid of electricity, these amenities were rendered largely useless. To avoid drawing attention, I settled Xiao Yu comfortably before stepping outside with the 2 women. Just as we exited, Guishan and Ding Wei appeared before me, brimming with excitement. "Elder brother, come quickly and see," Ding Wei exclaimed enthusiastically. "What is it?" I replied, my patience wearing thin. "You'll find out once you come," Guishan insisted, pulling me along. Reluctantly, I followed the pair downstairs, with Ruan Nan and Wen and I trailing behind. The 2 brothers led me to a corner of the base, where I was astonished to find a large diesel generator. "Currently inactive. Can it be repaired?" I inquired. "We just checked, and it appears to be functional, but the noise is too loud for us to test it, as we feared it might attract zombies," Ding Wei explained. "Dig a pit nearby, soundproof it, and place it underground," I suggested. "That's a brilliant idea. How did I not think of that?" Guishan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "If you could think of it, you wouldn't be in my position, would you?" Ding Wei teased. "Enough banter. I'll leave this task to you 2. I'm off to explore other areas," I said, turning to leave. "Don't follow me. Find somewhere here where you can lend assistance," I instructed Ruan Nan and Wen and I, who were still behind me. With that, I strode ahead, ignoring the disappointed expressions on their faces. The situation with Xiao Yu had left me feeling disoriented, and I needed to regain my composure. Looking at the 2 women, I felt a twinge of apprehension. With my focus previously consumed by Xiao Yu, I finally took in the livestock pen's condition. To my surprise, there were numerous animals, cattle, sheep, and horses, well over 100 in total. The cattle were all dairy cows and appeared to be in good health. It seemed that those who had previously sought refuge here had survived by relying on these animals. The vegetable garden was flourishing, likely nourished by the animals' manure. We had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. This was a prime location. I continued toward the main entrance, which had been repaired and reinforced, with roadblocks placed outside to prevent anyone from driving through as we had. The others were busy fortifying and raising the walls, with materials readily available. The base was surrounded by forests, and there was an abundance of unused cement within. Under the guidance of Chen Zhua and Sun Yao, 2 architecture students, everyone worked with fervor, chopping wood and mixing cement with clear division of labor, as the renovation proceeded smoothly. Since I had no pressing responsibilities, I meandered through the base to familiarize myself with its layout. The area was expansive, though many livestock pens had been emptied, likely consumed by the previous inhabitants or escaped, as most of the enclosures were damaged. These areas could be renovated for parking, housing, or storage, and the base's facilities were relatively complete. With a few modifications, the veterinary station could serve as a hospital, and the staff cafeteria was already in place. There were 2 wells behind the main building for water supply. Estimating the capacity, I figured the base could comfortably accommodate 7,000 to 8,000 people. Ruan Nan and Wen and I had gone to the veterinary station with Li Manwan, and after my exploration, I returned to the room to check on Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, it's me," I called out softly to her as she pretended to sleep. She turned and leaped into my arms, and I gently stroked her hair. Given Xiao Yu's current vitality, it appeared she had inherited my peculiar abilities. "Darling, I'm fine now. How much longer must I pretend?" she pouted. "This is no trivial matter. Our abilities are too extraordinary. If exposed, we could be in grave danger. Please continue to act for a few more days until I can avenge you. We will stay here and not leave," I replied tenderly. "You promised me you wouldn't seek revenge," Xiao Yu said, sounding aggrieved. "All right, no revenge. As long as you are safe, nothing else matters. Just focus on resting for these few days, and don't reveal to anyone that your injury has healed," I said with seriousness. "Okay, I will do as you say," she replied, leaning against my shoulder. We nestled together, this ordeal allowing us to open our hearts to one another, sharing our innermost thoughts until nightfall, when Ruan Nan and Wen and I brought us food. Prompting Xiaoyu to feign weakness and lie down. Noticing my lack of enthusiasm, Ruan Nan and Wen and I discreetly excused themselves, their rooms being adjacent to ours. While I felt a pang of guilt toward the two women, my sole focus remained on Xiaoyu. For the next 3 days, I remained by Xiaoyu's side, neglecting the affairs of the base Li Man when attempted several times to check on Xiaoyu's wound. But I managed to deflect her with various excuses. Ruan Nan and Wen and I visited daily, only to drop off food before leaving. I paid no heed to the disappointment on their faces. As the other brothers also came to check on me, yet I felt no inclination to discuss the base's matters. On one particular day, while still beside Xiaoyu, a knock at the door interrupted us. It was Wang Chang's voice. Elder brother, I've received word of a small town a few dozen kilometers away. Shall we send 10 men to gather supplies? I'm not going. You all go? I replied impatiently. As Wang Chang's footsteps receded, I faintly heard his sigh. Darling, you should consider going. You used to handle everything personally, and you have many good ideas. What if they encounter danger without you? Xiaoyu advised, I am not a babysitter. Why should everything wait for me? I won't go. I replied. Unable to convince me, Xiaoyu fell silent, and it wasn't until dusk that a commotion erupted within the base, signaling Wang Chang's return. Only then did I step out of my room. From my vantage point on the upper floor, I could see Wang Chang and his companions returning. He was accompanied by the same brothers who had previously ventured to the supermarket with us. And while they managed to bring back 2 truckloads of supplies, their downtrodden expressions suggested they had not acquired anything of great value. As Wang Chang walked ahead, he briefly met my gaze before quickly averting his eyes. I had never seen such a look in his eyes. Behind him trailed only 5 companions. Could it be that of the 10 brothers he had taken out, 5 had met with misfortune? A wave of concern washed over me, and I hastily descended the stairs to intercept the visibly displeased Wang Chang. What happened? I inquired. We encountered some unusual zombies and, unfortunately, fell into a trap, Wang Chang replied. What do you mean by unusual? I pressed on. You never cared, did you? With that, Wang Chang turned and departed with his men. I wanted to say more, but a sudden realization struck me. I had no right to speak further. Had I accompanied them, perhaps those brothers would still be alive. As for the unusual zombies Wang Chang mentioned, could they possibly be akin to the 3 I had encountered on the billboard? Or perhaps even more formidable? In the days that followed, Wang Chang became increasingly aloof, and Xiaoyu continued her act for far too long. I instructed her to engage in activities around the base. In an attempt to salvage some dignity, I ventured out a few times with the others, though I didn't dare stray too far. I avoided any overly perilous endeavors, merely scavenging for supplies before returning to the base. In these days, even Xiao Huang had grown plump and lazy, nearly unable to move. Wang Chang's behavior became more independent, to the extent that he no longer even acknowledged me when leading his outings. One day, while I was still in my room, Wu Jun and Longju rushed in, flustered. Big brother, Wang Chang has somehow procured a cache of military weapons, Wu Jun informed me. Acquiring them is his skill. There's no need to be anxious, I replied nonchalantly. Just as I finished speaking, Wang Chang ascended the stairs and approached me directly. Big brother, we're going to avenge sister-in-law and reclaim the ancient city. This place is perfectly fine. I'd rather not dwell on vengeance and risk my brother's lives. I responded to Wang Chang. With a cold laugh, he turned and left, and from that moment on, I never heard him refer to me as Big Brother again. Wu Jun and Long Jiu soon understood my stance, and the responsibility for scavenging for supplies naturally fell to Wang Chang. Wu Jun and Long Jiu. Meanwhile, I became akin to a lord, idly wandering the base each day, and at times, I would take Xiaoyu out for leisurely rides on horseback. Influenced by Xiao Huang, I even attempted to converse with the cattle and horses. But unlike Xiao Huang, they failed to comprehend my words. After several fruitless attempts with different animals, I ceased, feeling rather foolish. Wang Chang, Wu Jun, and Long Jiu frequently embarked on supply runs, rescuing several individuals along the way. The base had grown from its initial few dozen inhabitants to over 1,000. With an increase in manpower, the construction of the base progressed smoothly. under the guidance of Chen Zhua and Sun Yao, two architecture students. The base's walls were raised to approximately 10 meters, complete with a walkway patrolled by sentries from dawn until dusk. Guishan and Dingwei had also prepared a generator, providing 2 hours of electricity each night, allowing the citizens of the base a taste of life before the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Tan Jingwen and his group remained cooped up in a single room, engaged in unknown activities. One day, I even witnessed Wu Jun bringing in a live zombie, bound securely, though I did not inquire further. Li Manwen, along with her daughter, Runin, and Winnie, transformed the veterinary station into a fully functioning hospital. They even recruited some women from the base, enabling them to address the ailments of the inhabitants. As for medicines, Wang Chong had managed to procure a significant quantity, and now his standing within the base had surpassed mine, at least in the eyes of the common folk. Lin Wan and Yu Tai primarily managed the vehicle fleet, with Guishan occasionally assisting. However, with an influx of newcomers skilled in automotive repair, Guishan's help became less necessary. Vehicle maintenance and modifications were now the responsibility of Lin Wan and Yu Tai, who had gathered a sizable team. After Wu Jun retrieved some equipment, Lin Wan tinkered with it, establishing a complete communication system in the base, albeit still reliant on walkie-talkies, with a communication range extending to 50 kilometers. In stark contrast to my idle days, Wang Chong, Wu Jun, and Long Jiao engaged in a competitive spirit during their outings, vying to rescue the most people and secure the most valuable supplies. Wang Chong even organized a team dedicated to crafting bows and arrows, taking the initiative to train some of the younger individuals in archery with bamboo sourced from nearby areas. The base was now well equipped, with ample manpower, vehicles, weapons, and food supplies. Under the leadership of various individuals, the citizens of the base were industriously engaged in their tasks, each with clearly defined roles. However, despite their successes, casualties still occurred during their outings. The 11 individuals Wu Jun had selected from the ancient city dwindled to 7, while Long Jia's 12 companions were reduced to 8. The survivors had become seasoned fighters, and with so many people in the base, replacements were readily available. I relished the peace, having entirely forgotten the matter of the unusual zombies. Nowadays, Winnie and Runin were preoccupied with hospital duties, leaving little time for rivalry. I spent my days riding out with Xiaoyu, hunting now and then. One day, not long after returning from a hunt with Xiaoyu, Wang Chong, Wu Jun, and Long Ju arrived back at the base, each accompanied by 10 individuals. However, this time, while Long Jiao and Wu Jun brought back 4 truckloads of supplies, Wang Chong managed to secure 6. The citizens of the base had completely come to regard Wang Chong as the de facto leader. Yet, their celebration was short-lived, as the sentinels atop the walls raised the alarm. Zombies are approaching. With Wang Chong's command, the entire base swiftly transitioned into a state of readiness. Combat personnel armed themselves atop the walls, while ordinary citizens sought refuge indoors. Observing this, Xiao Yu and I armed ourselves with bows and arrows and ascended the walls. In the distance, a horde of zombies surged toward our base, numbering in the thousands. As I prepared to issue commands, Wang Chong's voice rang out, "Gunners, prepare to fire." With his order, the thunderous sound of gunfire erupted. I watched as the advancing horde fell like wheat before a scythe. Unlike Wang Chong, who reveled in triumph, I was gripped by concern, knowing how acutely zombies responded to sound. Such a cacophony of gunfire would surely attract even more zombies. Yet I knew that Wang Chong would not heed my warnings. Just as I began to despair, Tan Jingwen appeared atop the wall, bypassing me to speak directly with Wang Chong. It was clear that my counsel had been disregarded entirely. Presumably, Tan Jingwen conveyed my concerns to Wang Chong, who hastily attempted to halt the gunfire. However, it was too late. The earlier barrage had downed several hundred zombies, but the noise had undoubtedly drawn in thousands more from all directions. As the horde drew ever closer, Wang Chong stood frozen, and both Wu Jun and Long Jiao turned their gazes toward me, for we were all facing an unprecedented confrontation with such a vast wave of zombies. Fortunately, I surveyed the combatants atop the walls. There were at least 200 of them. While most were trembling with fear, at least they did not flee. I remained silent, nocking an arrow and releasing it in rapid succession. The zombies at the front fell instantly, disrupting the horde's advance. The ensuing chaos caused subsequent zombies to stumble over their fallen comrades, resulting in a jumbled tangle of bodies. by targeting several locations. I managed to create a pile of toppled zombies, slowing the horde's progress. Only then did the others realize what was happening. They set aside their firearms and switched to bows, desperately firing at the swarm. However, their aim was haphazard, with multiple individuals often targeting the same zombie. Unlike firearms, arrows lacked the penetrating power in their hands, and a chaotic barrage resulted in about 70 to 80% of the arrows being blocked by the advancing zombies. Many arrows fell to the ground before even reaching their intended targets due to their inadequate strength. "Stop," I shouted, halting the frantic archers. "At this rate, we will exhaust our arrows without resolving the situation." I can already see some attempting to abandon their bows to retrieve the discarded firearms. If they resort to gunfire again, who knows how many more zombies will be drawn in. The walls may withstand the pressure, but I'm fearful of a zombie pileup that could allow them to breach the base, endangering us all. Fortunately, my commanding voice brought the crowd to a standstill, and they turned their attention toward me. "Maintain a 30-centimeter spacing, raise your bows to a 60-degree angle, and shoot high. Follow my orders. If you wish to survive, do not panic," I exclaimed loudly. Naturally, I was prepared to employ the principles of parabolic trajectory, for the varying strength of the crowd would ensure a range of distances in our shots. Thus, whether the zombies were at the front or the back, none could evade our aim. Moreover, maintaining an appropriate distance between each person would maximize the lethality of the arrows released. "Prepare!" I shouted as I knocked an arrow, and the others followed suit. Once everyone had their arrows drawn, I released my fingers and commanded, "Shoot!" Instantly, over 200 arrows rained down, and a large number of zombies collapsed in an instant. The onlookers atop the city walls were inspired by this immediate success, placing all their hopes upon me, eagerly awaiting my orders. However, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of Wang Chang's gaze directed at me, filled with resentment. Yet, I could not afford to dwell on such matters. If we did not eliminate the zombies before us, all would be in vain. "Prepare!" I commanded once more. "Shoot!" I bellowed. Under the deluge of arrows, more zombies fell, and now the people on the walls were entirely obedient to my commands. Nevertheless, the advancing zombies showed no signs of retreat, for these creatures were devoid of fear. "Prepare! Adjust elevation to 45 degrees. I shouted, "Shoot!" with a single command. Another wave of zombies fell. After several rounds of volleys, only 200 to 300 zombies remained, now encircled beneath the walls, with some in the distance still crawling towards us, having not been struck in the head and thus still alive. "Maintain formation, free fire, aim for the heads," I shouted. Drawing on our previous experience, the group was indeed more composed this time, although many of the shots were poorly aimed. The sheer density of zombies surrounding the walls, combined with our elevated position, ensured that even a casual shot would find its mark. Those that survived could be finished off with additional arrows. Naturally, close-quarters combat with melee weapons could not compare to modern firearms. This battle endured for several hours until darkness completely enveloped us. The zombies surrounding the walls had ceased their movements, and the landscape was littered with corpses. The hands of the archers had become red and swollen from the bowstrings, and many had even suffered lacerations, blood flowing freely from their fingers. Perhaps earlier, the tension had masked the pain, but now everyone was groaning in agony. The saying, 10 fingers connect to the heart, was undeniably true. Those with injuries should go to the hospital. Those without injuries remain as sentinels, while the others return to rest. I shouted to the people on the walls. "Understood," they replied in unison. Under my command, we had won this battle, and the crowd was elated, even beginning to recount tales of my legend. The only person who remained discontented was Wang Chang. I was uncertain of the reason behind Wang Chang's current animosity towards me. It seemed I would need to find an opportunity to discuss matters with him. "Brother, if it weren't for you, we would be doomed, unlike some fools who still fired their guns," Long Jiu remarked beside me. "Humph," Wang Chang retorted, turning away and walking towards the city tower. "Brother, we were fortunate to have you, but I feel Wang Chang's behavior seems somewhat off," Wu Jun expressed. "I am aware. I will speak with him when the opportunity arises." "You both should go rest," I replied to the two of them. "What about you, brother?" Wu Jun and Long Jiu asked in unison. "I have rested long enough." After saying this, I gazed towards the outside of the city, remaining silent. The near-fatal incident involving Xiaoyu had indeed extinguished my fighting spirit. I felt I was no longer the fearless person I once was. During this time, I had gradually transformed into a coward, fearing for my life. Had it not been for today's battle reigniting the fiery passion within me, perhaps I would have continued to sink into despair. It was not until the two left that Xiaoyu, who had been by my side, finally spoke up. Does Wang Chong want to become the leader himself? Xiaoyu's words startled me, causing a shiver to run through me. Those embroiled in the situation are often blind to the truth. I had never considered this possibility, for I was unwilling to think in that direction. How could that be? We are brothers who have fought side by side countless times, I hurriedly replied with a smile. Xiaoyu seemed ready to say more, but I interrupted her by drawing my bow and releasing an arrow, which struck a distant crawling zombie, piercing its skull and pinning it to the ground. You should also go rest. You must be exhausted after this battle, I said to Xiaoyu with a smile. If you don't want me to speak, I won't. But if you're trying to find reasons to send me away, I won't go. I will stay with you, Xiaoyu replied. This girl was becoming increasingly understanding of me, and I chose not to argue further. Lighting a cigarette, I gazed towards the outside of the city, and Xiaoyu remained by my side, standing with me atop the walls until dawn. Throughout the night, she did not utter another word. As dawn broke, the citizens of the city began to climb the walls, and upon seeing the scene outside, they trembled in fear. However, they regarded us, the defenders of the city, with increasing admiration. Yet, these citizens did not crowd around me. Instead, they all rushed towards Wang Chong. Wang Chong offered no explanation, reveling in the sensation of being exalted by the crowd, becoming utterly absorbed in it. Those around me, including the brothers who had defended the city alongside me, certainly understood whose efforts had led to our victory. However, aside from Wu Jun and Long Jiao, no one dared to speak up on my behalf, and I was indifferent to it. I simply descended from the city walls and made my way towards the base. Xiaoyu followed closely behind me. Not far from us, Runin and Winnie, who had just come down from the walls, hurried towards me. They had not rested that night, tirelessly attending to the wounded in the hospital, as many of our brothers had sustained severe injuries to their hands. Seeing Runin and Winnie before me, I realized I had neglected them far too much during this time. The two had been silently enduring it all, even working at the hospital to distract themselves. Upon seeing my weary face, they both threw themselves into my arms, bursting into tears. I patiently comforted them for a while until their sobs subsided. Lin Wen and Yutai drove a modified pickup truck, followed closely by several similar vehicles, each filled with people. They were headed outside the city, armed with weapons that resembled the modified bayonets we had previously crafted. Behind the convoy were 4 bulldozers, presumably to clear the zombies outside the city. As they passed by, the two respectfully called out to me, "Brother," but they offered no kind words to the 3 women by my side. This sudden shift irked me, and just as I was about to express my frustration, Runin and Winnie pulled me towards the cafeteria. "You and Xiaoyu have been up all night. We've prepared some good food for you. After eating, you should rest properly," Runin said. She led me and Xiaoyu toward the cafeteria, taking us to a private room designated for our leadership. Indeed, breakfast had already been prepared on the table. The bread and milk were undoubtedly made by Winnie, while the soybean milk and fried dough sticks were certainly Runin's handiwork. "The bread and milk were prepared by me," Runin said. "The soybean milk and fried dough sticks are my creations," Winnie proudly added. This was somewhat unexpected. The two must have started preparing breakfast as soon as they left the hospital. They likely went up to the walls to search for me. During this time, I had truly neglected the two of them, and seeing the breakfast before me stirred a sense of guilt within me. "Let us all eat together," I suggested to the 2 women still standing at the table. At tea last, they broke into smiles and sat down with me. It had been ages since the 4 of us had shared breakfast together. From now on, I must treat Runin and Winnie better and not focus solely on Xiaoyu. With this thought, the food in my mouth tasted even more delightful. Seeing me eat with joy brought smiles to their faces as well. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the cafeteria. I paid little heed at first, as it was only natural for everyone to be hungry after a long night, but the footsteps drew closer. Turning around, I was met with the sight of more than 10 dark gun barrels aimed at me and my 3 wives. I gestured for the three women to remain still, and with furrowed brows, I stood up. I recognized these individuals. They were the ones who often accompanied Wang Chong on supply runs. It appeared that Xiao Yu's words had proven true. Wang Chong had indeed turned against us. "If you wish to kill or harm, come at me. Do not harm my family," I said to the armed men. "Yang Wei, you saved my life. I will not kill you." Wang Chong's voice echoed from behind the gunman. This voice, though familiar, now sounded so alien. "Why?" I questioned Wang Chong as he approached me. "When Chunhua left, you urged me to remain strong. Yet what of you? For the sake of a woman, you have forsaken everything. Ignoring your brothers, if it weren't for the zombies arriving yesterday, you would likely still be hiding in your sanctuary, unwilling to emerge," Wang Chong retorted. Before I could respond, Wu Jun and Long Zhou burst in, weapons in hand, though they were unarmed. "Wang Chong, have you truly become a beast since entering the beast's lair? How dare you point a gun at our brother and sister-in-law?" Wu Jun scolded. "I always suspected you were no good." "Today, you have finally revealed your true colors," Long Zhou added. "Yes, I am a beast. If you do not wish to witness your brothers die before your eyes, then you must make your own choice." Wang Chong ignored the two and addressed me directly. "Fine, I will leave. Do not make things difficult for them." I addressed Wang Chong directly. As I spoke, I tossed the gun that was secured at my waist onto the ground. Both Brother Wu Jun and Long Zhou shouted in unison. I raised my hand to interrupt them, then turned to Wang Chong and said, "I do not know what has changed you, but I still consider you a brother. I hope you will treat the remaining brothers kindly." Wang Chong fell silent for a moment, yet that sorrow quickly dissipated, replaced by an unfamiliar demeanor. "I can provide you with vehicles, weapons, and supplies. I will not hinder those who wish to accompany you." Wang Chong replied to me, "Thank you. Please put the gun away. I will not resist. Do not let the common folk witness this farce," I said to Wang Chong. "You all too, lower your weapons. I will wait for you outside the city. Those who wish to follow me may do so. Those who do not wish to leave may remain. Wang Chong will not make it difficult for you." I addressed Wu Jun and Long Zhou. I then glanced back at Wang Chong, who nodded in acknowledgement. I proceeded to lead the two women out of the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, I paused and turned to Wang Chong, saying, to avoid unnecessary complications, "I will not return to my room. Please have someone help us pack our belongings. I will wait for you outside the base." "No problem," Wang Chong replied. "Let us gather our things and follow Big Brother." Long Zhou instructed his subordinates and immediately led them toward their respective rooms. "Wang Chong, must you really do this?" Wu Jun looked at Wang Chong and asked. Wang Chong did not respond. He merely smiled in silence. I walked away with my three wives, not looking back, observing the peaceful scene within the base, hoping my decision was the right one. Behind me, I heard Wu Jun's voice. "Come on, let us pack our things and follow Big Brother. This place is not fit for humans." When I reached the gates of the base, Lin Wan and Yutai returned in a vehicle in the open space in front of the base. Everyone was still busy dealing with the corpses of the zombies and clearing the partially deceased ones. "Big Brother, what brings you out here?" Lin Wan inquired. Before I could respond, Ruan N interjected. "Wang Chong drove your brother away." Chapter 35, The Unexpected. Seeing the expressions on Lin Wan and Yutai's faces, I was certain they were unaware of this development. "Let us go ask Wang Chong," Yutai said, pulling Lin Wan toward the base. The news of my departure spread quickly within the base, with some expressing their support while others defended my decision. Those who cheered were the common folk, who had long harbored grievances yet felt unable to voice them. Those who stood up for me were the brothers who had defended the city alongside me the previous night. They understood that I had invested effort into this place. However, these matters held little significance for me. I merely felt a sense of guilt towards the brothers who had sacrificed themselves while I sought supplies. At that moment, I truly felt that my role as a leader was somewhat tenuous. Gradually, more people emerged from the city, led by Long Zhou and his group, though one person was missing. Only 10 remained now. "Damn it, you heartless cowards, retreating at the last moment. Is there anyone else who wishes to stay?" "I will not force anyone," Long Zhou scolded his men. As his words fell, 4 more ran away, 2 of whom had followed him since the supermarket, leaving him with just 6 companions, all of whom had been loyal to Long Zhou. Long Zhou cursed and prepared to chase after them, but I hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. do not cause trouble. We agreed it would be voluntary, and no one should be forced, even if you do not wish to leave. You may remain, I quietly urged Long Jiu. My words startled him, and he fell silent, leading his remaining men to stand aside. This scene felt eerily familiar. Before long, Wu Jun also emerged. He fared somewhat better. Accompanied by 7 individuals who appeared resolute and without hesitation joined him at my side. Guishan and Ding Wei followed suit, but they were alone, each bearing a large pack. I smiled at them. No words were necessary. We all understood. To my surprise, Lu Yang emerged as well, carrying a pack and followed by 10 others, all with injuries, brothers who had defended the city the previous night. Through this period of trial, Lu Yang had matured immensely, no longer the trembling youth of before. A long scar adorned his face, lending him a more masculine air. Big brother, my comrades and I admire you greatly, regardless of the reasons behind your departure. We wish to follow you, Lu Yang stated firmly before me. I patted his shoulder. His decision to join me took me aback, as I had hardly interacted with him since arriving at the base. Save for the battle last night, it seemed only a few remained willing to accompany me. Lin Wan and Yu Tai, who had returned earlier, did not reappear, and Chun Zhua and Sun Yao did not show themselves at all, while Li Manwen and her daughter remained completely silent. Out of the thousands in the city, only these few wished to follow me, leaving me somewhat disheartened. However, I could understand their reluctance to leave the stability they had grown accustomed to. Wang Chang kept his promise, providing us with 6 off-road vehicles and a truck, all modified and reinforced. The truck was filled with supplies, and each off-road vehicle contained the necessary weapons, except for firearms. My bow and dagger, as well as those of Xiaoyu, remained with us, a habit cultivated over time. Just as we prepared to depart, Xiao Huang scampered over to me, followed by 2 horses. I had never ridden these horses before. As they were not particularly attractive, yet they had chosen to follow Xiao Huang to me. I thought you wanted to stay and become dog meat soup. I joked with Xiao Huang, woof woof woof. Xiao Huang barked excitedly. After barking, he jumped into the passenger seat of an off-road vehicle, the very one I had used to break open the base's gates, which had been well maintained over the days. The belongings of my 3 wives and I were stored in the trunk, indicating that Wang Chang had not forgotten our past bond. Can your 2 little brothers keep up? I asked Xiao Huang, who was already seated in the vehicle. Xiao Huang responded with a flurry of barks, while the 2 horses stomped their hooves, seemingly eager to race against the vehicle. If you tire out, I will have horse meat for dinner. I teased the 2 horses, and no sooner had I spoken than they reared up on their hind legs, letting out a loud neigh. As if to express their displeasure, I quickly jumped into the vehicle, grabbing the walkie-talkie and preparing to give the order to depart. In the rearview mirror, I saw another vehicle exiting the base. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the driver as Tan Jingwen, accompanied by 2 other men from the supermarket, all of whom appear to be of similar age to him. They drove a pickup truck, which was filled with various items. Tan Jingwen parked and hurried over with the 2 men, stopping at my window. Big brother, I apologize for the delay. We had a bit too much to carry, he said. Tan Jingwen's unexpected appearance took me by surprise. I had thought he might not even be aware of my departure. I opened the car door, stepping out to address them. You are all of an age. It would be better not to follow me into danger. You have it good here, I advised. I know you were merely lost for a time. But now that you have awakened, following you is our only hope, Tan Jingwen replied, his gaze resolute. Get in, get in. I waved dismissively. I could not fathom where this so-called hope lay. One after another, they expressed their inexplicable admiration for me. Watching the 3 men rush toward the pickup, I returned to my command vehicle, turned to glance at my 3 wives and the now chubbier Xiao Huang, closed the door, and spoke into the walkie-talkie. Let us depart. The truck led the way, followed by 5 off-road vehicles, then Tan Jingwen's pickup, and lastly my command vehicle, with the 2 horses trailing closely behind. The convoy gradually left this place I had nearly come to regard as home. As we traveled a distance, I caught sight of a figure standing atop the city wall through the rearview mirror. I did not need to look closely to know it was Wang Chang. Increase speed. Follow the main road, I instructed via the walkie-talkie. Understood, big brother. The voice of Wu Jun resonated. This incident has truly clarified for me who among them is willing to stand by my side. Although there had been some previous discord between Long Jiao and Wu Jun, this event has solidified their bond as brothers. As they drove the truck ahead, the absence of the city wall's protection strangely granted me a sense of security. At Wu Jun's suggestion, we decided to seek refuge at another shelter, one they had inadvertently discovered during their scavenging missions. This place was vast, likely housing 30 to 40,000 souls, boasting formidable walls and welcoming outsiders. Provided they could fend for themselves, a situation that suited us perfectly. With Wu Jun and Long Jiao as our guides, we arrived at our destination before nightfall. Remarkably, 2 horses trailed closely behind our convoy, exhibiting extraordinary stamina, which genuinely astonished me. However, seeing the proud glint in Xiao Huang's eyes, I quickly concealed my surprise. From a distance, I could spot the location Wu Jun had mentioned. It seemed many sought entry. As hundreds of people had gathered at the entrance, refugees who had evidently endured great hardship. Let us stop the vehicle. Long Jiao and Wu Jun, let's go take a look, I said, holding the walkie-talkie as we approached within 200 meters of the city gate. I surveyed the towering walls, confirming Wu Jun and Long Jiao's descriptions. They were indeed high, constructed from concrete and approximately 15 meters tall, obscuring the inner workings of the city. A significant number of armed guards stood at the gate, their attention piqued by our convoy as they hurried to greet us. "Good sirs, will you be staying briefly or planning a longer residence?" inquired the apparent leader of the guards. This was entirely contrary to my expectations. Their politeness left me feeling somewhat disoriented, as though I had unwittingly wandered into a den of wolves. Nevertheless, I resolved to ascertain the situation. I retrieved a packet of premium cigarettes from my pocket and handed it to the guard commander, saying, "What difference does it make whether we stay short-term or long-term?" The commander quickly tucked the cigarettes away, his demeanor becoming excessively obsequious. "It appears you are not an ordinary individual. Should you wish to enter the city, I assure you we will arrange the finest accommodations for you." "How many are in your party?" Long Jiao, standing beside me, opened his mouth to speak, but I raised my hand to silence him. "My base is somewhat distant, 2 days' journey from here. I have brought along my 3 wives for a leisurely excursion, and as we pass through, we intended to rest a while. If the environment proves satisfactory, we may linger longer." My base houses 40 to 50,000 people, quite cramped, and this time I've come with just a small entourage, totaling 35, including my 3 wives. I embellished my tale, claiming to command a base of 40 to 50,000 souls amidst this apocalypse. And the mention of my 3 wives surely painted me as an extraordinary figure. As I spoke, I pressed the walkie-talkie's transmit button, and my 3 wives, understanding my intention, approached the vehicle. The 3 women, indeed, possessed an uncanny ability to enhance my bravado, as they clung to me, playfully lamenting, "Darling, why can't we go in yet? If not, we shall find another place." The guard commander's eyes widened, captivated by the beauty of my 3 wives. Each a vision of grace, especially with Winnie, the foreign beauty, at our side. It appeared my earlier claims had been wholly accepted. However, I realized I may have overstated my position. The commander, reaching for his walkie-talkie, remarked, "With someone of your stature arriving, I cannot accommodate you. I must report this to the city lord." Chapter 36. Re-entering the city, I quickly interjected, aware that the owner of such a city would undoubtedly be a formidable personage, and a confrontation could expose my ruse. I discreetly pulled the guard commander aside and whispered, "I prefer to avoid drawing attention. Arrange for me a secluded place, and when I depart, you shall not be overlooked." With that, I slipped him another packet of cigarettes. This young commander, not accustomed to such treatment, especially in these times when cigarettes held more value than gold, beamed with delight and ushered us into the city, even producing a dilapidated bicycle to guide us. Suppressing my amusement, I allowed him to ride in Wu Jun and Long Jiao's truck. Under his guidance, we navigated smoothly into the city. Upon entering, I observed the significant damage to the buildings lining the streets. Inhabited by the elderly, the infirm, and those in dire poverty, clad in tattered rags and appearing utterly destitute. A veritable slum. Our convoy passed. A throng of barefoot children chased after us, stirring a pang of sympathy within me. My wife, overflowing with compassion, suggested I halt, but I resisted the urge to stop. This city was quite expansive, likely once a large factory complex, as many structures were relatively new, and I could see the remnants of factory buildings in the distance. With walls that had evidently been raised later, albeit with reasonable craftsmanship, as we continued forward, the surrounding environment improved significantly. The stench of waste and filth was replaced by brighter lights and lively streets, where women stood beckoning to us, some possessing striking figures and looks. Further ahead lay a residential area, and beyond that, a more affluent neighborhood. I picked up the walkie-talkie and declared, "Let us settle nearby." No sooner had I released the button than I sensed a chill behind me. The three women were casting fierce glares in my direction, and even Xiao Huang regarded me with a strange expression. "I prefer discretion in our accommodations. Let us not attract unnecessary attention," I hastily clarified. The three women simultaneously huffed in unison, falling silent, while Xiao Huang mimicked their discontent with a sigh. Had it not been for my focus on driving, I would have certainly dealt with Xiao Huang's attitude. Our convoy came to a halt in front of a 4-story building with a courtyard, each floor containing 5 rooms, ample space for our entire party. I promptly jumped down and approached the guard commander. Before long, a plump woman approached, evidently adept at reading situations. After exchanging pleasantries with the commander, she turned her attention to me. "What is the price for this building?" I inquired directly. "Are you looking to buy or rent, sir?" The woman asked. "Of course, renting," I replied impatiently. I was no fool to purchase property in this apocalypse. "The rent is 10 kilograms of rice per month," she said with a smile. I remained silent, merely glancing at the guard commander, who promptly stepped forward. "This boss saved my life once. Could you possibly offer a discount?" he suggested. "Oh, why didn't you mention that earlier?" "In that case, 5 kilograms will suffice," the woman replied. While this price was akin to extortion in these dire times, it was my first venture into such a survivor enclave, and I was unaware of the going rates. I wanted to comprehend the current state of this apocalypse, and this was the ideal starting point. "Longju, give her a bag of rice," I instructed. Without delay, Longju moved to the back of the truck, and his 2 companions swiftly opened the rear door. Longju grabbed a bag of rice and tossed it to the woman, who, undeterred, crouched to inspect its contents. Upon seeing the pristine grains slip from her fingers, her face lit up with joy. She then produced a small notebook, jotted down our vehicle's license plate number, and stamped the paper before handing it to me along with a set of keys to the building. "Should you require anything in the future, feel free to find me. I reside in the nearby building," she indicated. "Understood," I responded, making my way toward the iron gate of the courtyard. After a prolonged search, I finally located the appropriate key and handed it to Wu Jun to distribute the rooms. The guard commander approached with a beaming smile, politely inquiring, "May I know your esteemed name, sir?" "Yang Wei." "As in great," I replied. I had nothing to conceal. After all, I was not particularly famous at this juncture. "Greetings, Yang Boss. My surname is Li, with the single character Yang. Should you need anything, just call on me. I reside in the same building as Ahua. You can simply call me Xiao Yong," he introduced himself. "Thank you for today's assistance. If there are any benefits in the future, I won't forget your kindness," I assured Li Yong. "Thank you, young boss. Please rest well. If you wish to explore the city, feel free. Should you encounter any difficulties, mention my name, Xiao Yong, and you will receive some courtesy, as I am the captain of the guard at this gate." Li Yong informed us. "All right, you may return to your duties." With a smile, I remarked. Once Li Yong departed, I led the others directly to the 4th floor, where Wu Jun had left me a room. The furnishings within were rather antiquated, yet the bed was relatively clean. Despite the absence of electricity, the faucets surprisingly yielded water, which proved quite convenient. It seemed this place was not entirely devoid of merit. The rooms of the 3 women were adjacent to mine, and I took a moment to glance inside. This room was similar in size to mine but contained 3 beds. Once everyone was settled, I summoned Wu Jun, Long Jiu, Guashan, Ding Wei, Lu Yang, and Tan Jingwen to my room. The management here is chaotic, yet there is an underlying order. They must possess their own means. The purpose of calling you here is to organize our work. As we cannot remain in this place indefinitely, brother, are we leaving so soon after arriving?" Guashan interjected. "Do not interrupt. You clearly did not grasp brother's intention," Ding Wei retorted at Guashan. "There's no cause for concern. The gathering is merely to allow everyone to express their thoughts. This city, having grown so large, must possess its advantages, I replied. Brother, I believe our safety is paramount. After all, we are carrying a considerable amount of supplies. What if they were to seize them? Longju expressed his concern. For now, that is not a pressing issue. Although the disparity between the wealthy and the poor in this city is significant, there remains a semblance of order. As I spoke, I produced the receipt that the plump woman had given us for our small building. While this receipt may not signify much, without rules, there can be no order. In such a vast place, there must be some regulations. The fact that it can attract so many people indicates that robbery should not occur here, or else who would dare to come? Nevertheless, I concur with Long Jiao. At the very least, we must not abandon our watchman duties, Wu Jun added. Indeed, I echo Wu Jun's sentiments, I affirmed. Brother, allow me to inquire further about the conditions in this city. Lu Yang offered. Very well. Organize your subordinates to gather information regarding the personnel, combat deployments, and the identity of their city lord, I instructed, and Lu Yang nodded before hastening outside. Guishan, Ding Wei, you two should investigate the primary facilities within the city. I directed Wu Jun. Ensure the watchman duties are arranged, then come find me, I commanded. Long Jiao, have your men assist Wu Jun with his tasks, I added. Once all had departed, I turned to Tan Jingwen and inquired. You have remained silent. What are your thoughts? Actually, when I previously mentioned that I was a university professor, that was a deception, Tan Jingwen confessed. I had suspected as much, though I could not ascertain the specifics. If I am not mistaken, you must be involved in research, correct? I surmised. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. I have not misjudged you. The two individuals accompanying me and I are all scientists. We seek to understand the origins of this zombie virus and ascertain how many living souls remain in this world. Tan Jingwen revealed. It turns out that within my valuable team, I had 3 elderly men. Fortunately, I had not lost them, so, where do you propose we begin? I asked. Here is not suitable. After all, this is not our territory. And everything is inconvenient. I know you have your plans, but I would like to offer a suggestion. Tan Jingwen paused, looking at me intently. Please, do share, I encouraged. This city cannot sustain so many people. The vast majority are merely surviving within its confines. If we could provide them with a clear path, they could become our backbone in the future, Tan Jingwen articulated. Your thoughts mirror my OWN.my intention in coming here was also to explore the possibility of recruiting individuals. After all, our numbers are too few, and to secure our own territory, we require a substantial labor force, I concurred. Precisely. You have seen the refugee camps in this city. They are nearly at capacity, and many others are eager to enter. Those on the brink of starvation will do anything for a morsel of food. Moreover, regarding dealing with zombies, you hold absolute authority. As long as these individuals are well-fed and receive some training, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable to us, Tan Jingwen elaborated. Indeed, I retained you for your insights on how to recruit talent without drawing the attention of those in charge of this city. I stated, since the city lord is willing to shelter refugees, he is likely not an irredeemable villain. If we can assist him in addressing the refugee situation, I believe he will not refuse our aid. After all, these refugees are burdensome to the city. It merely depends on how we take the first step to convince them that we can provide them with a way out, Tan Jingwen concluded. Chapter 37. A new form of currency. What Tan Jingwen proposed was precisely what I had in mind. It seemed prudent to first find a few bold refugees to accompany us on an excursion. As I was contemplating this, Wu Jun and Longju returned. Brother, everything has been arranged, Wu Jun reported. Are there still individuals available for mobilization? I inquired. 3 remain. I assigned the other 10 to watch duty. Considering you might have additional plans, Wu Jun explained. Have those 3 select a vehicle and venture out to find the nearest supply point, preferably one with food. I instructed Wu Jun. Right now? It is about to get dark. Wu Jun exclaimed. Yes, now? There is no time to lose. Delay may bring unforeseen changes. I have 2 sets of night vision goggles in my vehicle. Ensure they take those. When driving at night, do not use high beams. And remember to return before dawn. I advised Wu Jun with that. I handed the car keys to Wu Jun and asked Long Jiao and Tan Jingwen to wait for me while I headed toward the rooms of the 3 women. At this moment, we are still unaware of the situation in this city. Please refrain from wandering about, as your beauty may attract unwanted attention, I cautioned the three women. Are you planning to engage in some clandestine activities with your comrades? Ruan Nan inquired. Not at all. Managing 3 wives is already quite a handful. We intend to recruit some of the city's refugees and seek a place of our own. Please do not cause any trouble. I replied earnestly. Now, that is the attitude you should possess, Xiao Yu remarked. Dear, rest assured. We will not cause you any trouble, Wen and I assured me. You two should teach her some Chinese. 10 brothers are staying here. And Lu Yang should return shortly. I will take Longjiu, Wu Jun, and Tan Jingwen to investigate the conditions in the city, I concluded before turning to leave. From behind me, Wen Ni's voice called out. Did I say something wrong? You shouldn't say rest assured. It is an inauspicious phrase, Xiao Yu explained. The 3 women chattered animatedly within the room while I descended the stairs with Longjiu and Tan Jingwen, who were still waiting in my room. Wu Jun stood before a vehicle, briefing the 3 brothers who were preparing to head out. Upon seeing me approach, they hurriedly disembarked and walked towards me. Before they could speak, I stepped forward and embraced each of them, taking a step back to say, it may be somewhat perilous for you to venture out this late, but I do not wish to keep my brothers dependent on others. I aim to provide you all with a true home of your own. During this outing, do not feel compelled to push yourselves too hard. If you cannot find a suitable place, return, and we shall deliberate further. Brother, we will complete the task without fail, the 3 replied in unison. Please exercise caution. Zombies are not as active at night, but they are particularly sensitive to light. Do not use high beams while driving. And wear the night vision goggles, I instructed. After reiterating a few points, I watched them depart before heading towards the city with Wu Jun, Longjiu, and Tan Jingwen. The entry points into the city were primarily refugee camps. And further in, it was a place of indulgence. However, there was an area behind that we had yet to explore, and we resolved to investigate that first. After a short walk, we arrived, and by now, the night had fully descended. Before us, all the shops illuminated simultaneously, and even a few streetlights adorned the road, indicating that this city indeed possessed many aspects worthy of our observation. The shops lining the road were filled with a myriad of wares, and a considerable number of city dwellers had emerged, creating a lively atmosphere in the streets. I casually entered a shop selling weapons and inquired about a dagger. Boss, how much is this? You have a discerning eye. This is standard issue for foreign troops and will cost you 2 liang of rice, the shopkeeper replied. In truth, we were merely here to gauge the prices. 2 liang of rice was rather inexpensive. Yet I did not rush to make a purchase. Instead, I pointed to a handgun and asked, what about this one? To be honest, the zombies outside are particularly sensitive to noise, and currently, no one is using guns. It would be wiser to buy this, the shopkeeper said, pulling out a crossbow from beneath the counter. Oh, how much for this crossbow? I inquired. This is a fine item, costing 1 jin of rice, the shopkeeper replied. I still prefer the handgun I just saw, I stated. How about this? If you buy the crossbow, I will give you the handgun for free, along with 10 rounds of ammunition, the shopkeeper proposed. How many of these crossbows do you have left? I asked. 10 remaining. If you wish to purchase all, I will give you a discount, totaling 8 jin of rice, the shopkeeper offered. Does that mean I receive a handgun with each crossbow? I queried. Haha, you certainly know how to bargain. It's a deal, the shopkeeper exclaimed. And how many arrows come with each crossbow? I followed up. Each crossbow comes with 50 arrows. How does that sound? The shopkeeper replied. The shopkeeper remarked, I will add 2 pounds of rice for you, and for each crossbow, I require 100 arrows. I replied, agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, the shopkeeper added, I can't shake the feeling that I might have overpaid. But now that the deal is struck, I can only pull out my walkie-talkie and say, send 5 people, bring 20 pounds of rice, turn right upon exiting, and proceed for 500 meters. Received, came the voice of a brother through the walkie-talkie. Hurry up and prepare. Don't just stand there, I said to the shopkeeper. Hey, take your time selecting the weapons. I'll get the crossbows and arrows ready. Dear, come out and help. We have a significant customer. The shopkeeper called out to the back room. The couple busied themselves packing for us while I, accompanied by 3 brothers, began selecting firearms. I had relinquished my previous handgun when Wang Chong rushed me out, and the rest of our weapons were unsuitable for carry. The shop was stocked mostly with handguns, lacking rifles or submachine guns. Indeed, The selection was limited to models 64, 54, and 92. However, the compact size of the 64 made it quite suitable for my 3 wives. So I promptly selected 3, despite the availability of the 92. I remained fond of the 54 and secured one at my waist. "Brother, I want one too," Tan Jingwen exclaimed, and of course, it's at least good for self-defense. "Here," I said, handing him a 92. "Boss, bullets," I addressed the shopkeeper. All right, I'll prepare them for you immediately," he responded. Rising hurriedly, I handed a 92 to Long Jiu and Wu Jun each, and picked up 3 more 92s. Just in time for Guoshanding, Ding Wei, and Lu Yong. As the shopkeeper finished packing the crossbows and arrows, I handed one of the 92s to a brother, took 2 bags of rice, discarded one in the store, and set off with the remaining rice. "Brother, I don't know how to use this gun," Longju said. "Let Wu Jun teach you," I replied. "I never expected rice to become currency," Tan Jingwen said with a wry smile. "You all must protect me. What I carry on my shoulder is not rice, but a significant sum of money," I told the 3. They laughed as we walked ahead, noting that these shops were privately owned, suggesting that those who could operate here possessed certain connections. The subsequent stores lacked interest, offering clothing and various household goods and appliances, none of which we had use for. There were even vendors selling gold and silver jewelry. It was amusing to think how much rice such jewelry would have fetched before the apocalypse, and now rice could be exchanged for a pile of precious adornments. We couldn't be bothered to enter such establishments. However, the street was devoid of food vendors, indicating that food was tightly controlled in the city. I had initially thought they would issue food coupons, yet the currency turned out to be rice. After walking some distance, we came across an empty storefront at the intersection, spacious and occupied by 2 aunties wearing red armbands. The sign reading for rent it seemed these 2 were also city officials. "Sisters, how much for the rent?" I inquired. "10 pounds of rice for a month," one auntie replied. "That's quite steep. Couldn't you lower it a bit?" I continued. "This shop is the largest in the city. If you sincerely wish for it, I'll let you have it for 8 pounds of rice," the auntie said. "What can be sold here?" I asked. "Anything you like. We won't interfere even if you wish to sell people," she answered. "Can I sell food?" I inquired. "Haha, young man, you must be new here. That I've never seen anyone sell food for goods. It's usually the other way around. But of course, if you have it, you can sell food," the auntie responded. It seemed I had misunderstood. I had thought food was restricted, but it was merely in short supply. Since anything could be bought and sold, there was a path for recruiting personnel. "Then I will rent it. Here's 10 pounds of rice. Please weigh it," I said, placing the rice on the ground. The auntie lifted the rice onto a scale, confirmed the weight, then took a small bag and poured out 2 pounds before proceeding to issue a receipt, complete with a stamp, just like when renting an apartment. "What's your name?" the auntie asked. "Yang Wei. Wei isn't great," I replied. The auntie filled in my name on the receipt, handed it to me along with 2 keys. "These are the keys to the shop's entrance. You may open it whenever you wished. In the evening, we have 3 hours of electricity," she stated before taking the rice and departing, leaving the scale behind. "Brother, that was all our rice. You spent it all?" Longju remarked. "That don't worry. I'll make it back. Without investment, how can one expect returns?" I assured him. The 3 of us shut the shop door, carrying the remaining 2 pounds of rice as we headed toward the small building. On the way, we encountered city patrol officers who requested our identification. After pondering for a moment, we realized we had none. Until one of the patrols suggested proof of renting a room or shop. I presented the rental receipt, and they finally allowed us to pass. How peculiar it was that a mere receipt served as identification. If one wished to sneak into the city for nefarious purposes, it seemed rather effortless. Chapter 38. Economic stagnation. Upon returning to the rented building, it was already late at night, and everyone had returned. We gathered together to examine the crossbows I had acquired with the rice. A brother who had safeguarded my firearms hastily handed me a cloth bag containing 3 guns and all the ammunition. I laid them on the table and began loading bullets. Just as I was halfway through, the power went out, prompting a few brothers to hastily illuminate the area with flashlights. Wu Jun joined the task of loading bullets, and we distributed the fully loaded guns among the group. Guoshan and Lu Yong were both handling real firearms for the first time and were filled with curiosity, while Ding Wei had some experience from his time abroad. The remaining explanations were left to Wu Jun and Ding Wei as I took the 3 loaded 64s and ascended the stairs. It was unexpected that my first gift to the 3 women would be firearms. Yet they seemed pleased, recognizing them as tools for self-defense. Winnie, having handled guns abroad, took charge of teaching them, and seeing the 3 of them gathered excitedly around the bed with flashlights, I discreetly stepped outside and retreated to my room to rest. Having kept watch over the city without sleep the previous night and traveled all day today, I was utterly exhausted, and it wasn't long before I fell into a deep slumber. When I awoke, the sun was already bright, and after a quick wash, I retrieved the walkie-talkie. Waiting for the brothers to gather, I inquired about the situation they had come to understand. This city was originally a food factory. We are currently in the outer city, with the main city not far behind, yet we cannot enter there. The power station and water supply system should be located in that direction, Ding Wei explained. There seems to be little demand for cars. Many are left idle in this city, Guoshan added. The population here is around 30,000, but nearly 6,000 of those are refugees. As Ding Wei mentioned. We are in the outer city, which houses roughly 20,000 people. The city guard comprises about 1,000, all stationed in the inner city. They maintain 2 small teams outside the city, primarily tasked with diverting the tide of corpses to avoid direct confrontation. And their main weapons are these, Lu Yang said, holding up the crossbow. Continue, I urged. However, all the weapons we possess are those they have discarded. The city guard likely uses more advanced equipment, Lu Yang continued. The task of developing weapons falls to your team and Ding Wei, I said, looking at Tan Jingwen. Sure, but currently we lack the equipment and materials, Tan Jingwen replied. Compile a list of the required equipment and materials. I instructed him. All right, I'll get on it, he said, heading out the door. Have they never engaged in direct combat with zombies? I asked Lu Yang. Not exactly. There have been a few battles, but initially they used firearms. However, they soon realized that only attracted more zombies, so they switched to crossbows, but they lack experience in close combat, Lu Yang explained. What do you mean by that? I inquired. According to the intelligence we've gathered, since firearms became ineffective, they established 2 small teams outside the city to redirect the zombies, while the remaining few are dealt with by the city guard from the walls. As for who the city lord is, we have yet to ascertain, Lu Yang elaborated. Have the brothers we sent out yesterday returned? I asked Wu Jun. Not yet, he replied. All right, everyone should take a break. We'll consider our next steps once the 3 brothers who went out yesterday return, I said. Based on the data we collected, since the inner city can generate electricity and supply water, it must have its own food sources. Given that rice is used as currency in the outer city, it seems intended to support the inner city's food supply. The rice we used for renting the room and shop must surely be turned over to the inner city. I had initially thought the city lord to be a benevolent figure, but it appears the outer city sustains the inner city entirely. While I was analyzing this information, Tan Jingwen burst in holding a piece of paper. Brother, take a look at this. Tan Jingwen spoke as he handed me the paper in his hand. I glanced over the equipment he required, which consisted mainly of common tools such as hammers, wrenches, saws, screwdrivers, pliers, and pumps, with the only uncommon item being the welding equipment. Is that all? I asked in astonishment. Considering the current difficult circumstances, we must simplify everything and rely on manual labor as much as possible, Tan Jingwen replied. You have indeed considered this thoroughly. Once we have our own place, I will certainly procure the best equipment for you. I said solemnly as I stood up. I believe that day will come soon, Tan Jingwen said earnestly as he looked at me. These items are not hard to find. I directly handed the paper written by Tan Jingwen to Lu Yang, instructing him to make arrangements. Next, we awaited the return of the 3 brothers we had sent out yesterday. Their prolonged absence troubled me. I had not visited the shop we rented yesterday, instead leaving a few brothers under Lu Yang's arrangement to clean it up. Wu Junlong and I headed directly to the city gate, gazing into the distance along the road. Could something have gone wrong? Longju remarked. Close your crow's mouth. My 3 brothers are quite clever. Wu Jun retorted that they've arrived. I announced my eyesight was on par with binoculars. Although they could not see them, I could, and those 3 fellows were returning with 2 trucks, with an off-road vehicle leading the way and 2 trucks following behind. Brother, are you hallucinating? There's no one there, Longju said. They are indeed coming, and there are 3 vehicles, Wu Jun pointed towards the distance. Long Jiu, once things stabilize, I'll find a doctor for you. Your eyesight must be problematic, I said. The 3 vehicles came to a halt right in front of us, and the 3 brothers jumped out of the cars, rushing towards us with excitement. Brother, we struck gold. One of the brothers exclaimed. I quickly gestured for him to keep quiet and said, let us talk about it later. The 3 of us hopped into the off-road vehicle, and the 3 vehicles made their way towards the small building we had rented. Stopping in front of my room. Speak, what did you find? I asked one of the brothers. About 300 kilometers away, there's a small village, but there are too many zombies inside, so we didn't dare to go in. These 2 trucks are parked at the village entrance. We thought there might be supplies inside, but after finally jumping in, we found the trucks empty. We figured we could use them, so we brought them back. The brother explained. How many zombies do you estimate are there? How many households? I inquired. We counted, and there are probably around 300 zombies and about 50 households, another brother replied. Well done. Draw me a map. I'll go take a look. You all can rest now, I instructed Wu Jun. You stay behind to keep watch in case anything unexpected happens. I said to Wu Jun, Lu Yang, bring 7 brothers over. I spoke into the walkie-talkie. Guishan, find a way to get a few trucks, I added. Soon, Lu Yang appeared with 7 brothers. Brother, is there a mission? Lu Yang asked. The 3 brothers we sent out yesterday discovered a village. And I'm preparing to check it out, I replied. Brother, what about me? Longjiu asked excitedly. You will accompany me, I said to Longjiu. Hearing this, Longjiu cast a smug glance at Wu Jun, who could no longer sit still, and interjected, Brother, why take them and not me? You have accompanied me the longest, and you are more experienced in dealing with unexpected situations. I'll take them along for learning. I explained to Wu Jun, all right, you all go to Tanjingwen to pick up your weapons and prepare to set off. I instructed the group. Not long after they left, Guishan returned, brimming with excitement. So, did you manage to get the trucks? I asked. I secured 4 large trucks, all in excellent condition. They even helped me fill up the gas tank and drove them down here, Guishan replied. Thrilled. That's impressive. How did you manage that? I asked, a bit surprised that I traded for them. Guishan declared earnestly. What did you trade? I inquired. Feeling a bit anxious, I exchanged 4 packs of cigarettes from our supply truck. 1 pack for each truck. It was a steal, Guishan boasted. What? You fool. A pack of cigarettes for 4 trucks would be a better deal, I exclaimed, covering my face. Cigarettes and alcohol in this world have become true luxuries. And those 4 packs were my last stock. I was reluctant to smoke them, and Guishan must have been swindled. Damn it, how dare they deceive me? I'm going to settle the score with them, Guishan said. Heading towards the door, I quickly grabbed him and said, forget it, don't stir up trouble on their turf. Just hold off for now. While I'm out on business, if any issues arise, consult Wu Jun. After calming Guishan down, I made my way downstairs, where the brothers were already geared up and ready to go. The command vehicle led the way, with Longjiu driving and Lu Yang in the passenger seat. I reluctantly took a seat in the back with the reluctant Xiao Huang, while the remaining 7 brothers drove the 6 trucks following behind us. Lu Yang directed the convoy according to the map drawn by the scouts who returned yesterday. Since we set out rather late, we arrived in the afternoon. Indeed, as the scouts had reported, the village contained around 300 zombies. However, this was a good sign, indicating that the supplies in the village had likely not been disturbed. I instructed everyone to conceal the vehicles and approached the village via a back road. Brother, counting you, we are only 10 people. How do we handle so many zombies? Lu Yang asked. What equipment did you bring? I asked knowingly. Of course, we brought crossbows, Lu Yang replied. Then that's settled. I'm not asking you to charge in recklessly. Do you see those 2 small buildings at the village entrance? I said. We see them, Longjiu and Lu Yang replied simultaneously. You 2 take 3 others and go to the rooftop of the left building. I'll take 4 to the right, I instructed them. I understand, brother. You want us to eliminate the zombies from the rooftop, Longjiu said. Finally, using your brain. Be careful not to alert the surrounding zombies, keep quiet, and aim carefully before shooting, I advised Longjiu. Then turned to the others. Everyone nodded in agreement, and I whispered, let us move. The 2 teams swiftly approached the small buildings at the village entrance. The brothers were all armed with crossbows, but I still preferred using my bow. The left building had fewer zombies, and Liu Yang and Long Jiu quickly led their brothers inside. I chose the right building, which had more zombies, to avoid any unforeseen incidents, as I felt it was safer for me to handle it myself. The four brothers understood how to cooperate, and soon we eliminated the 20 or so zombies surrounding the building. The structure only had 4 floors, but the front door was tightly shut. Fortunately, 2 of the brothers were agile enough to climb in and open the door from the inside. The interior was devoid of any zombies, and we made our way to the rooftop. Liu Yang and Long Jiu had already begun shooting at the zombies in the village from their rooftop, and I signaled the 4 brothers behind me to start firing. Although their rate of loading arrows and the crossbows was excruciatingly slow, I managed to shoot down 10 zombies with my bow, while they could only manage 1. However, their accuracy was commendable. I hoped that the remaining crossbow could inspire Tan Jingwen and the others to devise some new techniques. Otherwise, I truly looked down upon these crossbows due to their poor mobility and slow firing rate. Although the brothers I brought along could use bows, their accuracy was beyond dismal. To quickly demonstrate combat effectiveness, we could only rely on the crossbows, slowly taking down the zombies one by one. As I watched the village's zombies fall one after another, it was labor-intensive, but this slow and methodical approach to assassination proved to be an effective strategy. Just as I was feeling smug about our progress, a zombie leaped onto a nearby rooftop, beginning to leap between the roofs and headed towards us. It moved on all fours, leaping as high as 7 or 8 meters, covering a distance of at least 10 meters with each bound. The brothers noticed it as well and lifted their crossbows to shoot at the zombie. "You handle the ones below. Leave this one to me," I addressed my brothers, expressing that this was my first encounter with such a zombie. I wondered if Wang Chong had faced a similar creature when he lost 5 of his companions. This zombie appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence, yet its speed surpassed that of the 3 I had previously encountered on the billboard. Just moments ago, the crossbow bolts shot by my brothers had all missed, and its only vulnerability lay in the air. With the zombie now merely 20 meters away, capable of reaching us in no more than 2 leaps, I slowly nocked an arrow and drew my bow. The instant it leapt, I released my shot, piercing its skull with precision. Still feeling uneasy, I swiftly loosed 2 more arrows as it fell, ensuring it landed on the tiles of a nearby rooftop before rolling down to the ground. Only when I saw it lie motionless did I divert my gaze. The noise from the fallen zombie attracted several others in the vicinity, all converging upon its lifeless body. This fortuitously alleviated some of our burdens, allowing me to signal my brothers to direct their fire at that group of zombies. As I turned back, I spotted a similar type of zombie leaping towards the small building where Liu Yang and Long Jiu were stationed. The group raised their crossbows and fired, but none hit their mark. I hurriedly nocked an arrow and aimed at the creature, releasing 3 shots in quick succession. Though my haste prevented me from striking a vital point, I managed to impede its leap, causing it to crash onto the village path below. I fired another arrow, driving it through its head and pinning it to the ground. Glancing over at Long Jiu and Liu Yang, I noticed their dazed expressions directed at me. Shaking my head, I signaled that I too was unfamiliar with this type of zombie. I gestured for everyone to remain vigilant and resumed my assault on the zombies in the village. Fortunately, no more peculiar zombies appeared, and it took us a full 3 hours to clear the streets of their presence. By this time, dusk had begun to settle, yet to avoid any prolonged troubles, I took out my walkie-talkie and instructed, "You 3 form a group, while I will go alone. Search each house meticulously, prioritizing the elimination of zombies while also keeping track of the supplies in each residence. Once we have cleared them, we will begin our relocation." I promptly descended the stairs with 4 of my brothers, directing them to rejoin the others while I approached the zombie I had shot down. Crouching to examine it closely, however, from its exterior, I could discern no significant differences. I unsheathed my dagger and began to tear away its clothing. Why goodness, the musculature was impressive, its thighs nearly as thick as my waist. No wonder it could jump so far. This creature would undoubtedly possess immense strength, making close combat with it a perilous endeavor. I pondered whether there were more such monsters and decided to have my brothers form groups of 3 for added safety. I then took out my phone, though I could not make calls. I intended to capture a few photographs to send back to Tan Jingwen and the other scientists to ascertain the nature of this zombie. After securing my phone, I commenced my search from house to house. With the streets now devoid of zombies, I grew less cautious, forcefully kicking open the door of a residence. After waiting a few seconds without any response, I charged inside with my bayonet in hand. The house was a modest 3-story structure. The first floor housed some firewood and a kitchen, while the second floor contained various grains such as rice, corn, and flour. Clearly, our visit had not been in vain. Upon reaching the third floor, I was astonished to find it filled with tobacco leaves, along with 2 small machines. As I approached to investigate, I realized these machines were a rolling machine and a packaging machine. Observing the surrounding tobacco leaves and materials, I speculated whether this was a workshop for producing counterfeit cigarettes. This discovery filled me with immense joy, as it was even more thrilling than finding food. If I were to rent out this shop and sell cigarettes, I could potentially amass a fortune. I continued to kick open doors in other houses, discovering the same situation repeatedly, nearly bursting into laughter from my elation. Although the machines required electricity, our rented space in the city could easily provide power. My cigarette shop might just become the first and only luxury store in the city. Big brother, we've finished searching our area. Liu Yang reported. Big brother, we're done here too, Longzhou added. Voices from the walkie-talkie confirmed that everyone was safe and sound. Everyone, gather at the village entrance, I instructed through the device. Following this, I dashed towards the village entrance, with my brothers gradually assembling around me. As we ran, Longzhou remarked, Big brother, this place seems to be a counterfeit cigarette village. Fortunately, there is plenty of food. Otherwise, our efforts would have been in vain. Liu Yang noted, You 2 fools, who cares about real or fake cigarettes right now? As long as it produces smoke, it's good. Moreover, I see their tobacco leaves are of decent quality. Cigarettes are currently a luxury. If we take them back to the city and open a shop, we could make a significant profit. I replied to the 2 of them. Big brother is truly wise, Longzhou exclaimed excitedly. Liu Yang looked at me with admiration, and soon we arrived at the village entrance. I hastily instructed my brothers to drive into the village and begin collecting items house by house. With Liu Yang and Longzhou bustling about in a state of excitement, running faster than anyone else, we toiled until dawn, filling 6 trucks to capacity. However, only 1 truck was loaded with food. While 4 trucks were filled with tobacco leaves and rolling machines, I, too, did not shirk from labor, leaving me drenched in sweat, yet my harvest was plentiful. Although we had all gone a night without sleep, excitement coursed through us, and we all leaped onto the trucks, eager to return. Upon arriving back in the city just as noon struck, we parked the trucks in front of our shop, where 3 brothers were keeping watch over the empty establishment. As we opened the truck beds, the eyes of the 3 brothers gleamed with anticipation. We had no time to rest. Wu Jun had received word and arrived with Guoshan and a few others to assist us. Xiao Huang, meanwhile, lay sprawled at the shop entrance, fast asleep. Passers-by could not help but gaze in astonishment, for in this world, those who could afford to keep dogs were not ordinary individuals. Most people struggled to feed themselves. We can fit 3 rolling machines and 3 packaging machines in the store, but let us not store too much tobacco. I fear it may attract unwanted attention, I instructed my brothers. Everyone was busily engaged in their tasks, while I made my way to the small building where the head guard, Li Yong, resided, requesting that he contact the plump woman to rent me a warehouse, as the space in the shop was indeed too limited. The warehouse was surprisingly inexpensive, costing only 5 pounds of rice per month, and it was remarkably spacious, capable of accommodating 60 large trucks with ease, conveniently located near our shop. Fortune had smiled upon me, granting me the perfect confluence of timing, location, and opportunity. Next came the task of recruiting workers, which I knew would require my personal involvement. Convincing people with both reason and emotion was my forte. I headed straight for the refugee area, and according to Liu Yang's compiled data, there were around 6,000 refugees, over 2,000 of whom were women and children, while the remainder were young men. As most of the older generations had not survived this apocalypse, I casually approached a nearby home and knocked on the door. A small girl opened it, one I recognized from our entry into the city, still barefoot and with a dirty little face. Where are the adults in your home? I asked gently why Dad went out to find food. He'll be back soon. Uncle, please come in, the little girl replied. Extending her small hand towards me, I took her hand and followed her into her home. Although it was called a home, it was merely a shelter against the elements, a single room. The only decent piece of furniture was a chair. The bed consisted of a few broken wooden planks with a simple mattress laid atop. "Uncle, please sit. I'll get you a glass of water," the girl said. I took a seat on the lone stool while the girl fetched water from a bucket in the corner. Trembling as she carried a plastic cup towards me, I took the cup, retrieving a piece of candy from my pocket to offer her. However, she merely clutched it tightly in her hand without eating it. I was not one to be overly sentimental. Despite the cup appearing dirty, I took a sip from it, noting a bitter taste. It was tap water. Clearly, these refugees were enduring an arduous existence. "Why aren't you eating the candy?" I inquired. "I'm saving it for my dad," the girl shyly responded. "Here, Uncle will give you another piece. You eat one, and save one for your dad, all right?" I smiled. "Then I'll save it to eat together when my dad comes back." The girl happily accepted the candy. "What about your mother?" I asked. "I don't have a mom." The little girl began to speak, just as her father returned. "Who are you?" the girl's father demanded, pulling her protectively in front of him. "Don't misunderstand. I'm here to offer you a job," I explained to the girl's father. "Humph. You wealthy people suddenly feel pity for us poor souls. Put away your malicious heart and leave." The father retorted, "If you don't want your daughter to continue suffering from hunger alongside you, come find me at the cigarette shop at the crossroads. The world has changed. There are no wealthy people anymore. Only those willing to seek a way out." I rose to my feet and strolled towards the door, remarking, "Having visited merely one location, I have already grasped the mentality of these refugees. They are still entrenched in the time before the apocalypse. Continuing my visit seems futile. The child, having experienced such hardship, clings to traditional beliefs. Unless he comes to me of his own accord, he is unlikely to willingly assist me." I did not linger in the refugee area, but instead proceeded directly to the tobacco shop. The brothers there had already made preparations, and even Sanin had arrived. A few tables were set up at the shop in trance, temporarily serving as counters, and now we awaited the restoration of power in the district to test our rolling machine. Tan Jingwen and Ding Wei were currently engrossed in studying how to operate the rolling and packaging machines. 3 scientists and a returning PhD, reduced to the task of crafting counterfeit cigarettes. It struck me as somewhat amusing, particularly the thoughts of the little girl's father. I then sauntered into the weapons shop, where the owner greeted me with delight, offering tea and snacks. To receive such treatment in the midst of an apocalypse felt like an honor of the highest order. "How are you? Any new stock?" I inquired. "Thanks to your patronage, we indeed have some fine items in," the weapons shop owner replied, inviting me inside. "Ah, you have quite the hidden treasures here," I remarked as I rose to follow him. The back room was significantly larger than the storefront, filled with an array of eclectic items, including a large knife akin to that of Yi. "Wife, please step outside and check the shop," the owner instructed her. Once she left, I said, "Enough with the secrecy. Reveal any good items you have without holding back. This truly is a remarkable piece. If it weren't for your status as a valued customer, I would hesitate to show it," the owner said. "Come now, hurry it up. Are you afraid others can't afford it?" I replied impatiently. The owner chuckled and fell silent, approaching a cabinet from which he retrieved a lengthy brocade box. Opening it to present before me, a Japanese sword. "I have no interest in such a thing," I retorted angrily. "Not at all, my friend. This is a Tang sword, an antique, forged by a master. It can slice through iron as if it were mud." "Allow me to demonstrate," the owner offered. With that, he procured a piece of rebar, suspending it between 2 chairs, and drew the sword from its sheath, cleaving the rebar effortlessly in 2 with a swift motion. "Ah!" I could not help but exclaim in surprise. I picked up the 2 cleanly severed pieces from the ground and marveled at the smooth, even cuts. Examining the blade, I noted it bore no sign of damage. This is indeed a treasure. If used against zombies, it would be as simple as slicing through a watermelon. Name your price." I addressed the shop owner. Without a word, he extended 5 fingers, gazing at me with a grin. 5 gin of rice?" I ventured. The owner shook his head. 5 kilograms of rice?" I inquired next. He again shook his head. "Don't tell me you're asking for 50 kilograms of rice. That would be rather excessive," I exclaimed. "Not at all. I meant 50 gin, which is 25 kilograms. The owner clarified with a smile. 10 crossbows and 10 guns with ammunition only cost me 5 kilograms of rice, and yet you want 25 kilograms for this sword? How can you claim this is reasonable? I retorted vehemently. Please, calm down. This is a genuine treasure, at the very least. I will inform you first of any good items in the future, and you will receive a 50% discount on all purchases from me. The owner proposed. That's still too steep. Lower the price, I insisted. Theo, be honest. I acquired this sword for 20 kilograms of rice, and as a loyal customer, could you perhaps add a little more? The owner suggested. Very well, 20 kilograms it is. If you sell it, fine. If not, so be it. Let's see who else is willing to buy, I declared. The cunning owner, upon uttering those words, revealed to me that 20 kilograms was his bottom line. Perhaps he had only given 10 kilograms when he acquired the sword. In this world, even a family heirloom could be traded for rice when one was desperate. Come on, can't you add a little more? The owner pleaded. 20 kilograms is my final offer. Sell it or not, it's up to you. I reiterated impatiently. In truth, I genuinely desired this sword, and I had plenty of food supplies, but I was wary of him arbitrarily inflating prices in the future. My rice was not easily obtained. It was earned through the lives of my brothers and me. All right, 20 kilograms it is. You can take it, the owner conceded. I don't need the box. I'll have someone deliver the rice shortly. Remember what you promised, I instructed the owner. With that, I sheathed the Tang sword at my waist, instantly feeling as if I had returned to ancient times, akin to a sword-wielding guardian. After all, in this city, no one would question the presence of weapons. What did you just say? The weapon shop owner asked. Puzzled. I said, from now on, whenever I shop here, you will give me 50% off, and you will inform me first of any exceptional items? I articulated clearly. Understood. You're quite the negotiator. I have never encountered such a skilled buyer. Very well, 50% off, just for you. The owner chuckled. Farewell, I said, turning to leave the weapons shop without a backward glance. With a bow on my back and the nearly meter-long Tang sword at my waist, I strode confidently down the street, causing passers-by to steer clear of me. Had this been before the apocalypse, they would have likely thought me mad, but now, my gear signified I had emerged from a sea of corpses, instilling fear in those around me. Upon returning to the shop, the first to notice the Tang sword at my waist was Tan Jingwen. Brother, may I have a look at that sword? He asked, his voice slightly trembling. You have an eye for quality. Allow me to show you, I said, drawing the sword from its sheath and handing it over to him. This sparked the curiosity of the others, who gathered around as Tan Jingwen examined the sword with great seriousness. His two scientist friends joined in, and the three of them scrutinized every detail of the scabbard with excitement. What is so fascinating about the scabbard? Just draw the sword, I exclaimed, swiftly reclaiming the Tang sword and unsheathing it. Brother, where did you acquire this sword? Tan Jingwen asked, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. I traded rice for it at the weapons shop. And make sure to send 20 kilograms of rice to the shop owner, I instructed one of my companions, before he could step away. Tan Jingwen pressed on. Is there any more? How could there be? This is the only one, I replied, relishing in my triumph. Brother, have you lost your mind? 20 kilograms of rice for a sword? Long Joe interjected incredulously. Absolutely worth it. 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, even 10,000 kilograms would be justified, Tan Jingwen insisted. Long Joe, fetch a piece of rebar. I will show you just how valuable it is, I declared. While Tan Jingwen remained in a daze, I set up the rebar between two tables and swung the sword down upon it. No, Tan Jingwen cried out as the rebar snapped cleanly in two. Wow, that's impressive, the onlookers exclaimed in unison. Brother, this is an invaluable treasure, Tan Jingwen said, his voice trembling with emotion. Indeed, it will serve us splendidly against zombies, I replied with a smile. Teodate, only one Tang sword has been excavated in our country, and it is in a severely decayed state. The other well-preserved Tang swords are housed in the Sakura National Museum, revered as national treasures. The one you possess may well be the only one left in existence. Tan Jingwen said, his voice thick with emotion. But if all humanity perishes, who will cherish these artifacts? I countered, my smile fading. Tan Jingwen seemed poised to say more, but I interrupted him with a wave of my hand. I understand that you scholars hold these items in high regard. Yet if, as you claim, this sword is truly so precious, It must be put to use when we achieve stability and form our own team. I shall lead you to Sakura to reclaim our national treasures, I asserted solemnly. Yes, I look forward to that day, Tan Jingwen replied, excitement evident in his voice. All right, enough standing around in a daze. Let's get back to work. I instructed the group. You three, go home and prepare some food and drinks. I am absolutely famished, I directed the three women. You think we would come unprepared? Everything is ready. That's why we arrived, Renan replied. Then let's eat here. The space is ample and the power should be restored shortly, I suggested. My decision was unanimously approved, and Long Jiao took a group back to the small building to fetch the food, while Lu Yang organized the vehicles and supplies into the warehouse, and Wu Jun reassigned the lookout duties. Previously, we had relied solely on the small building. Now, with both a shop and a warehouse, our manpower was indeed stretched thin, and we wondered when the people at the refugee camp would come to their senses. As darkness enveloped the sky, our food and drinks were laid out in the shop, and power was restored to the city. A large group gathered around two tables, ready to celebrate with drinks when a ragged figure approached the shop. Just as Long Jiao was about to shoo him away, I halted him with a hand, recognizing the man as the father of the little girl from the refugee camp. Have you come to your senses? I asked as I stepped forward. Let me be clear. I won't partake in any nefarious activities, the girl's father replied. Oh? What do you consider to be the essence of wrongdoing in this world? I provocatively inquired. The crowd set down their bowls and chopsticks, rallying behind me. The father of the little girl, already on edge, was now too frightened to utter a word. The man before me stood nearly at my height, yet his malnourished appearance rendered him exceedingly frail. His face etched with the lines of hardship, making him appear older than Wu Jun, though in reality, he was likely of a similar age to mine. I am unaware of your past endeavors. But in this current world, the distinction lies solely between the virtuous and the vile. What becomes of talk regarding wrongdoing? If I eliminate two nefarious individuals, does that render me a villain? If you take umbrage at what I say, perhaps you should cast your gaze upon those behind me, I asserted. These three are scientists. I gestured towards Tan Jingwen and his companions. This one is a returned doctoral graduate, I indicated Ding Wei. This one is a brother of the underworld, I pointed to Long Jiao. And this one is the militia commander. I gestured towards Wu Jun. None of my brothers are ordinary folk. What is your role? I inquired of the man before me. The man was left speechless, as if a fish bone had lodged in his throat. You spoke of the rich and the poor earlier. What remains of such distinctions now? Poverty does not stem from a lack of effort, but rather from misguided endeavors. Before the apocalypse, factors such as background and education predetermined one's fate. Yet now, if one possesses enough courage and fights fiercely, at the very least, one will not starve, nor will your daughter suffer from hunger. In this world, where humanity preys upon humanity, tell me, what constitutes wrongdoing? I continued, and my words resonated with the crowd behind me. And the man before me shed silent tears. The little girl tugged at my sleeve, and I realized my words may have been a touch harsh. However, I felt compelled to speak thus. This man had yet to awaken to the grim reality of the apocalypse. And I surmised that all the refugees in this city shared his plight, or else they would not have descended to such destitution. What is your name? I asked the man. I am Guoxiang. He replied, lifting his head. Do you dare to kill zombies? Have you ever killed a zombie? I pressed further. I dare. I killed one. My wife, Guoxiang answered. All right, come and eat, I said, turning to walk into the establishment. Call him Big Brother, the others echoed in unison towards Guoxiang. Big Brother, Guoxiang's voice rang out behind me. I paused, smiling, and proceeded to take my seat at the table. Long Jiao dragged Guoxiang along to join us. Once everyone's cups were filled with liquor, I stood to raise a toast, and the crowd instinctively followed suit. Let us celebrate that we have survived another day, they all proclaimed in unison. After downing a cup, I glanced at Guoxiang once more, and a smile finally graced his face. Before we began our meal, I had Xiaoyu prepare an extra portion of food, which Guoxiang noticed. Nodding his head in gratitude before joining the others in dining, at the table, I learned that Guoxiang had once been the CEO of a large corporation. At the onset of the apocalypse, all those around him, including his wife, had turned into zombies. Although he initially hesitated to take action, witnessing his wife kill a household servant and then lunge at their daughter compelled him to seize a golf club. Thus, he and his daughter had evaded zombies, driving from place to place in search of safety, scavenging for food only when they found a zombie-free zone, ultimately arriving here. However, lacking skills beyond management and business acumen, he had found himself reduced to this state. From Guoxiang, I gathered that the refugees in this camp shared a similar fate, all too fearful to confront zombies, constantly fleeing until they ended up here. I admired their resilience. Surviving until now was no small feat, a stroke of extraordinary luck. Tan Jingwen and Ding Wei, however, remained diligent, consuming little and drinking only 1 cup before retreating to examine the cigarette-making machines. After a brief effort, 6 machines were set in motion, producing thousands of cigarettes in no time. Easily 5 or 6 cartons. The 3 women, intrigued, joined in to assist, packaging the freshly rolled cigarettes, resulting in several brands. Though we only operated 3 machines at present, I stood and gathered a handful to distribute among the table, lighting one for myself. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant. Tan Jingwen and the others sampled a few puffs. All singing its praises, I, in a moment of excitement, Tan Jingwen dragged over a wooden board, dipped a brush into a can of red paint, and boldly inscribed the words Wega Cigarette Shop in powerful strokes. Though I found the name somewhat peculiar, the enthusiasm of my brothers was infectious, and I refrained from dampening their spirits, opting instead to down a couple more cups to ease my own irritation. Our revelry within the establishment had already attracted considerable attention, but with the new sign hung outside, even more patrons flocked to us. What had begun as a celebration had transformed into an opening feast. Considering the current market prices in the city, we temporarily set the price of a pack of cigarettes at 5 taels of rice. This price, though steep, was justified, for our supply was unique and fitted the luxury item category. Even at such an exorbitant rate, customers continued to arrive in droves. After 5 months, safe sources for cigarettes had become increasingly rare. Within an hour, the 200 packs produced had sold out, and our store was now stocked with 100 kilograms of rice. With more individuals arriving at a distance, we hastily secured the doors and displayed a sold-out sign. The crowd gazed at the 100 kilograms of rice before me, showering me with praise. While Guoxiang, newly joined, looked at me with shining eyes. Big brother, I was once hailed as a business prodigy. It seems you are the real genius of commerce, Guoxiang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Haha, I merely adapt to the times. Ultimately, it is my brothers who risked their lives to procure these materials and equipment. I am no business prodigy. I merely understand that fortune favors the bold while the timid perish, I replied to Guoxiang. Come, let us continue to feast. Such fine food and drink must not go to waste. I beckoned the group back to the table. Big brother, do you need more people? Guoxiang asked earnestly, standing aside rather than sitting down. What, do you have someone in mind? I teased that I have no one, but I can persuade the people in the refugee camp to follow you. Guoxiang stated seriously. I must clarify. I do not want anyone who is afraid to kill zombies. Regardless of gender, I told Guoxiang. Understood, I will go recruit for you, he replied, preparing to leave. Wait, take this food with you for your daughter, I said, standing to hand him the packaged meal you had prepared. Thank you, big brother, Guoxiang said, bowing deeply before swiftly exiting towards the refugee camp. As I returned to the table, Tan Jingwen remarked, Big brother, I believe it would be wiser to relocate the manufacturing to the warehouse. Producing here feels overly ostentatious. Indeed, old Tan speaks wisely. Let us eat quickly. Once we finish, we shall transfer these 6 machines to the warehouse. In the future, we will return to our rented house for meals. And this place will serve solely for selling cigarettes. Over the next few days, we shall see if we can procure anything else from outside to sell. I instructed the group as we dined. I assigned tasks for the next morning. 3 vehicles would be dispatched, each carrying 3 individuals to scout for supplies in the vicinity. Upon discovery, we would take action. Guoxiang, continue to focus on acquiring trucks. Off-road vehicles are impractical. Trucks are preferable as they can transport both people and goods, I directed. Old Tan, you and Ding Wei shall keep working on weapon research, I instructed Tan Jingwen and Ding Wei. Lu Yang, you will arrange the scouting personnel, I told Lu Yang. Wu Jun. The security of the warehouse is in your hands, I said to Wu Jun Longju. You will oversee the security of our 4-story building and the shop. I instructed Longjiu. Ladies, we are currently short-handed, so the logistics will require your assistance. I addressed the 3 women. With the tasks assigned and our meal nearing completion, Wu Jun summoned a vehicle to transport the 6 cigarette-making machines along with the rice we earned today to the warehouse. Longju led a team to carry back all the miscellaneous items from the shop, while the 3 women busied themselves cleaning the establishment. Big brother, may I take your bow? I can help you modify it. Guoxiang offered. Tan Jingwen approached me and spoke. I did not ponder over it much and handed the bow directly to him. The others secured the shop's entrance, and each attended to their respective tasks. It wasn't long after returning to the small building that the power supply was restored. However, Tan Jingwen's room was already aglow. I walked over to take a look and was perplexed by where they had procured a battery. They were working late into the night, the table cluttered with various parts and tools. The sight of 3 scientists and a returning PhD researching a bow was somewhat daunting. Having not slept the previous night, coupled with moving things around, I was utterly exhausted and headed straight to my room to collapse into sleep. My fellow companions, who had ventured out with me, were in the same predicament, and the only illuminated room in the building was that of Tan Jingwen and his team. I slept soundly through the night, and upon waking, I found breakfast neatly prepared on my table, undoubtedly the handiwork of the 3 women. After freshening up and enjoying my meal, I felt revitalized. Just as I stepped outside, I encountered Tan Jingwen, who was sporting a pair of panda eyes. Did you not sleep at all last night? I inquired, astonished that it's nothing. I often conduct research late into the night, so I've grown accustomed to it. Tan Jingwen replied, that won't do. You are now a vital member of this team. You must take care of yourself. Go rest. I urged him. No, I came to take you to see your bow, Tan Jingwen said, turning back after just having turned away. Following him to his room, I presumed Ding Wei and the others had already retired. Tan Jingwen's room had transformed into a cluttered storage space, filled with all manner of items. He swiftly approached the table and picked up my bow, though it had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously entirely metallic, now only the limbs retained their original material, while gears had been added to both ends. And the grip was replaced with a different substance that I could not identify, exuding an aura of advanced technology. I've adjusted the power of this bow for you, and it can now be folded. There is a mechanism here. Press this, and it will collapse to less than 1/3 of its original size, Tan Jingwen explained as he demonstrated. I took the bow in hand and felt its weight, which was now halved. The folding and unfolding were incredibly convenient, and the grip was much more comfortable. The knocking point was also more stable, and drawing the bow was easier than before. While I was still examining my bow, Tan Jingwen picked up an even more wondrous device, a crossbow he had previously brought for research. We have modified this crossbow with some mechanical devices to enable automatic loading. The size of the bolts has also been reduced slightly, and with this pneumatic bolt chamber, it can shoot both single shots and rapid fire, holding up to 100 bolts at a time, Tan Jingwen said. Lifting the crossbow, I set my bow down and took the crossbow for a closer inspection. Its size remained unchanged, yet it was adorned with numerous gears and springs. One side was encased, while the other was left exposed, presumably for me to see the inner workings. The front end was fitted with a vertical grip akin to firearms, and the tip had a hollow sight resembling a Mercedes emblem. Overall, it was slightly heavier than before, though the difference was negligible. The bolt chamber was affixed above the crossbow, its size smaller than a child's formula canister. This device can fire continuously? No need to chamber around? I asked, astonished. This chamber contains high-pressure gas, and its internal structure is quite intricate. It's hard to explain in brief. Coupled with the mechanical apparatus of the crossbow, it allows for continuous fire without the need to chamber around. Once the chamber is attached, you can shoot immediately, Tan Jingwen clarified. What is its power? Where did you acquire the high-pressure gas? I inquired further. In theory, the effective range should be 300 meters. The high-pressure gas was produced using a pump in conjunction with these devices, Tan Jingwen explained, gesturing to the chaotic array of items on the table. Impressive, I remarked, giving a thumbs up. Can this be mass-produced? I followed up. It can, but only if I have access to equipment like CNC lathes and air compressors. Relying solely on manpower, even if the 4 of us worked tirelessly, we could scarcely produce a few. Some internal components require high precision, and the one you have was cobbled together from many disassembled parts, Tan Jingwen responded. May I give it a try? I asked. Lifting the crossbow. Of course, the device for adjusting the shooting mode is right here, Tan Jingwen said, fiddling with a dial on the crossbow. I aimed the crossbow directly at the wall and fired a bolt, which embedded itself into the wall. Switching to rapid-fire mode, I was astonished to find the power unchanged, and the rate of fire was remarkably swift. If I had a few hundred or 1,000 of these, and if each of my men were equipped with one, I would be virtually invincible. The gas compression ratio is inadequate, and the quality of the bolts is subpar. Otherwise, based on our data, this wall should have been penetrated with ease. Tan Jingwen remarked, unrelenting in his enthusiasm. Make sure to keep this crossbow safe and hidden. We cannot afford to let this technology leak. Keep this one as a prototype, and I will expedite recruitment to gather resources and establish our own stronghold. I instructed. Rest assured, this crossbow is a culmination of our collective efforts, and even if it were to be replicated, they would not succeed, Tan Jingwen assured me. Regardless, for safety's sake, do not reveal it for the time being. You should rest adequately. I will head to the shop to check on things, I said to Tan Jingwen as I walked. My thoughts were consumed by the crossbow Tan Jingwen had developed. Although my bow was also quite advanced, it paled in comparison to the crossbow. Had it not been for Tan Jingwen's assurance that my bow could be further enhanced with different arrowheads, I might have been tempted to forsake it in favor of the crossbow. Upon stepping outside, I was reminded of the mutated zombies, but in Tan Jingwen's current state, it was best not to disclose this information. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly sacrifice sleep to insist on examining the zombie corpses. Lost in thought, I arrived at the street, where I could see the smoke shop bustling with activity from afar. It was not only patrons buying cigarettes, but also refugees brought by Guoxiang. Their attire starkly contrasting with the crowd. As Guoxiang spotted me, he quickly made his way over, followed by over 200 people, a mix of men and women, the majority appearing somewhat malnourished. Wu Jun, who was in the shop, also noticed me, and I waved him over. Brother, what is it? Wu Jun asked as he approached. Take them to the warehouse. I will follow shortly, I instructed Wu Jun. Wu Jun led Guoxiang and the others away while I entered the shop, where my 3 wives were busy purchasing cigarettes. I even began to suspect that these individuals were not merely there to buy cigarettes, but nonetheless, a thriving business was a good sign. Inside the shop were also Lu Yang, Long Jiao, and 3 other brothers. I called Lu Yang and Long Jiao to the back of the store. How is it? Have the scouts been dispatched? I inquired of Lu Yang. They have been sent out as per your instructions. 3 vehicles? 9 people, heading in different directions. They departed before dawn, Lu Yang replied. Let the brothers and my wives take a look around the shop. You 2 come with me, I directed Lu Yang and Long Jiao. After exchanging greetings with the shop staff, the 3 of us proceeded to the warehouse, where Wu Jun had already organized the 200 people into neat rows. Guoxiang stood self-consciously among them. I walked up to the front of the refugees and stood firm. Why do you wish to follow me? I addressed the group. They exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one responded. Because we want to live like humans. Guoxiang volunteered. In this apocalypse, living like a human comes at a considerable cost, I declared loudly. Once again, silence enveloped the crowd, with even Guoxiang momentarily at a loss for words. Bring down 3 bags of flour. I instructed the 3 brothers standing behind me. The brothers quickly fetched 3 bags of flour from the truck and placed them before me. Are you all hungry? I asked the crowd. Hungry, they responded in unison. This world has changed. In the past, work could earn money, and money could buy rice. But do you know how we acquire our rice and flour? I questioned the group. They shook their heads, looking puzzled. I continued. These rice and flour were obtained through the desperate efforts of myself and my brothers, as we fought against zombies. You may follow me, but I will not support idleness. Do not mention laundry or cooking, as anyone can do that. To follow me. The first rule is that you must be capable of killing zombies. I need individuals who can protect themselves and those around them, not those who require protection from us. I declared firmly, but we don't know how. Voices of protest arose from the crowd. Who is born knowing everything? If you do not know, I can teach you. I will say this once. Those who dare to join me in fighting zombies, gather here tomorrow morning. If you do not wish to go or are afraid, You may continue to starve. It is not my concern. I am not a philanthropist, but I can lead you to survival. Dismissed, I concluded. As the crowd dispersed, Wu Jun remarked, Brother, we do not have enough weapons to distribute to them. What weapons did you have when you first followed me? I countered. Looking at Wu Jun, he fell silent. Gazing at me in disbelief, I continued, Without chopsticks, can we not eat? Brother is right. If one truly lacks the courage to slay zombies, providing them with any weapon is futile, Longju remarked. All right, enough daydreaming. I am assigning a task to the three of you. I said sternly to my three brothers. We will ensure the task is completed. They replied in unison without a moment's hesitation. This might be the most arduous task in history. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? I inquired. We are not afraid, they responded again in unison. Very well then, take this flour and steam 400 buns, I said with a smile. Brother, can I instead slay 400 zombies? Longju said with a glum expression. Sure, here is a steel pipe for you, I replied. Brother, you are making unreasonable demands. For 100 buns, that's asking for our lives, Wu Jun exclaimed. Indeed, brother, this is quite excessive. Why not just distribute the food directly to those refugees? Lu Yang suggested. Today, I want them to see the food. It provides them with a glimmer of hope. If I were to give them food right now, 80% would abandon the notion of slaying zombies. This is human laziness, something that cannot be changed. I want you to prepare the buns for those willing to venture out tomorrow, to give them a bit of motivation and awaken their inner desires. I explained to the three of them. All right, brother, as expected of you, I am convinced, Longju said, hoisting a bag of flour and stepping outside. Wu Jun and Lu Yang sighed, resigned to follow Longju out of the warehouse. Watching their exasperated expressions, I could hardly suppress a laugh, and even the two brothers standing guard in the warehouse nearly burst into laughter. Just as the three had departed, 5 trucks approached the warehouse, with Guoshan sitting in the driver's seat of the foremost vehicle. Upon spotting me standing in the warehouse, Guoshan waved vigorously. Chapter 43. Armament. How did it go this time? What's the price? I asked Guoshan as he ran towards me after parking the vehicle. Brother, I've learned my lesson. I traded a single pack of cigarettes for 5 trucks, Guoshan replied with delight. Then you have some work ahead. Please inspect these vehicles thoroughly while I attend to some matters, I instructed him. Rest assured, brother. This is what I do for a living, Guoshan assured. Patting his chest, I was, of course, headed to the weapons shop. As we were severely lacking in equipment, over time, I had become quite familiar with the shop owner, Mr. Yang. What are you looking for today? The weapons shop owner greeted with a smile. Crossbows and daggers. I replied. Unfortunately, we are out of crossbows. You bought them all last time. New stock should arrive tomorrow. However, I do have several hundred daggers available. How many would you like? The shop owner informed me. I'll take as many as you have. Remember your promise, I stated. You can count on me. I'll give you a 50% discount, 1 dagger for 1 kilogram of rice. Please wait a moment while I pack them up for you. The shop owner beamed. Why not hire an assistant for your shop? I asked, observing the busy shop owner. It's rare to meet someone of your stature. My wife and I can manage just fine. He replied, counting the daggers. What are you gifting me this time? I inquired. Ha, you won't be satisfied unless I'm being exploited, will you? The shop owner chuckled. How much for those walkie-talkies? I asked, pointing to the devices on the counter. There are only 40 units. If you want them all, it will cost you 1 kilogram of rice, he responded. Are you trying to rob me? I exclaimed at Mr. Yang. These walkie-talkies are the only means of communication. I can throw in an additional 500 crossbow bolts. How does that sound? The shop owner suggested. All right, let us settle on the daggers, I conceded. In truth, I hadn't intended to purchase so many daggers. But considering their practicality and the uncertainty of whether the refugees would bring their own weapons, I thought it wise. Even if they did, I had no idea what they might be. Searching outside for suitable weapons could also prove fruitless. Moreover, as our group would undoubtedly continue to grow, the brothers were armed with poorly made improvised bayonets. Allowing everyone to select a proper dagger of their liking would lend our band an air of professionalism. I will take 400 daggers, and we need not count the change. I shall keep it for appearances. Adding your walkie-talkies, that totals 21 kilograms of rice, the shop owner indicated, gesturing towards the 2 large wooden boxes before us. Are you certain these daggers have no quality issues? A defect could cost lives, I said earnestly. Mr. Yang, you need not worry. Before the apocalypse, I dealt in such trades. I can assess the quality of the goods with a mere glance. Furthermore, I hope to maintain a long-term relationship with you. I would never risk compromising that, the shop owner replied sincerely. Have them delivered to my warehouse, I instructed. Certainly, but I will need your assistance, the shop owner said, rolling out 2 small carts from behind the counter. Let us go, I said, stepping forward. The 2 large boxes of daggers, along with their sheaths, were indeed quite heavy. Thankfully, the shop owner was a sturdy man, and he pushed one cart while I pushed the other towards the warehouse. Inside, Guishan was busy inspecting the trucks one by one. Hearing us, he emerged from beneath a vehicle, his face smeared with grease. Ah, Mr. Yang, quite the spectacle you have here, the shop owner remarked upon seeing the trucks in the warehouse. The tobacco shop at the street corner is also mine, I replied. And the 3 stunning beauties in that shop? The shop owner asked, astonished. All 3 are my women, I said proudly. I thought the name of that shop seemed a bit peculiar. It truly is yours, the shop owner exclaimed. All right, enough flattery. I will only seek your services in the future. I told the shop owner. Everyone, stop dawdling and help out. I called to the 2 sentinels hiding in the shadows and Guishan. Upon seeing the 2 sentinels emerge, the shop owner asked in surprise. Mr. Yang, just who are you? There are questions that ought not to be asked, I assure you. I mean you no harm, I replied. My brother is quite the remarkable individual, Guishan grinned. Fear not, Mr. Yang, in the future, I will reserve all good items solely for you, the shop owner promised. That is enough. Your business here is concluded. Please return to your shop, I instructed him, as the shop owner departed. I pointed to the 2 boxes of daggers and said to my 3 brothers in the warehouse, take a look and choose a dagger that you like. I began selecting one for myself, and upon comparison, I realized the dagger I had been carrying was vastly inferior. I must admit, the shop owner was truly an expert in his field. Discarding my old dagger, I selected a new one for myself and picked one for each of the 3 women before heading towards the tobacco shop. Inside, a considerable amount of rice had already been stored, suggesting a growing demand. The 3 brothers and the 3 women were preparing to close the shop. Glancing at my expensive watch, I realized it was still only 5 in the afternoon. Move all the rice to the warehouse. You 3 go there and each choose a dagger. Also, lend a hand to Guishan. It's quite a challenge for him to check each truck alone, I instructed my 3 brothers. Understood, brother, they replied, each rushing to the warehouse while the other 2 remained at the shop entrance. Ruanan handed the shop key to one of the brothers, and the 3 women followed me towards the small building. I distributed the daggers to the 3 women as we walked, and they, in turn, strapped them to their legs, exuding a distinct air of valor. How did the people brought by Guixiang fare? Xiao Yu asked. I gave them a lesson and told them to reflect on it. They are to gather at the warehouse tomorrow morning, I replied. How many do you think will show up? Ruanan asked. I have no idea. I truly cannot estimate. I confess that I believe at most half will come, one and I opined. The 3 of us turned to one and I asked, oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Isn't there an old saying that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down? I believe they will first observe the situation or wait to see if those who venture out return alive before deciding whether to join. One and I pondered. Although your proverb may not be entirely applicable, you do have a point, I admitted. The 4 of us continued our discussion as we walked, soon arriving at the small building. Upon entering, we were met with a cloud of smoke in the kitchen. Had it not been for Long Jiu, who emerged covered in flour, I might have thought a fire had broken out. The 3 women burst into laughter at the sight. And when Long Jiu saw us, he hurriedly approached the 3 women, pleading, Sisters-in-law, please save me. Brother tasked us with steaming buns. 400 of them. Long Jiu, are you slacking off again? Wu Jun said as he stepped out of the kitchen. Wu Jun looked even worse off than Long Jiu. His entire body was coated in flour, making him nearly unrecognizable. Upon seeing us, he rushed forward, his face contorted in despair. Brother, this task is truly insurmountable. The 3 women found their plight even more amusing, and Lu Yang emerged from the kitchen, his face equally plastered with flour. The 3 women nearly laughed themselves into fits, and I could not help but chuckle as well. Observing the trio's woeful expressions, I finally managed to suppress my laughter and said to the three women beside me, "Enough with the laughter. Go lend a hand." The three women finally subdued their laughter and made their way towards the kitchen. However, observing their trembling figures, I could tell they were still stifling giggles. Indeed, their laughter soon echoed once more from within the kitchen. "Do not just stand there. Your tasks remain unfinished," I addressed the three brothers. Reluctantly, they trudged towards the kitchen, while I headed straight to my room to remove my array of weaponry and prepare to adjust the manner in which I carried them with the addition of the tang knife. The previous bayonet was no longer necessary. The dagger strapped to my right thigh was positioned adequately and required no alteration, yet the tang knife tucked at my waist proved to be somewhat cumbersome. Additionally, there was the bow, quiver, and a handgun nestled in my pocket. Contemplating this, I rose and made my way to the weapons shop. The shopkeeper greeted me with fervent enthusiasm upon my arrival. The profits from my recent transactions were sufficient to sustain him and his wife for quite some time. I had little desire to engage in pleasantries and promptly articulated my needs. The shopkeeper swiftly retreated to the back room and returned with a tactical vest, a holster, and a fixable quiver. I donned the tactical vest for a fitting. It fit perfectly, allowing the tang knife to be secured on my back, while the handgun nestled securely in the holster at my chest. The bow, once folded, conveniently hung from my left hip, rendering the old, tattered quiver obsolete. I affixed the new quiver to my back, placing the tang knife to my left and the quiver to my right. This arrangement facilitated easy access to all my equipment, and I felt a significant boost in my combat readiness. Standing before the shop mirror, I felt akin to a character from a spy film. "Do you have any more of this tactical vest?" I inquired. "This is the only set. I kept it for myself out of fondness. Given our long-standing partnership, I have little to offer you, so consider these items a gift." The shopkeeper replied. "How generous of you. I shall graciously accept," I responded. After exchanging a few more words, I made my way to the small building. The kitchen was no longer shrouded in smoke and flour. Under the guidance and assistance of the three women, the brothers had finally grasped the steps to steam buns and were now diligently kneading the dough. As dusk approached, Tan Jingwen and his companions began descending the stairs, and I called out to him, showing him the photos of the jumping corpse on my phone. His face paled in shock, and he dragged me towards his room. Chapter 44. Vigilance and Peace. Seeing Tan Jingwen's flustered demeanor left me somewhat perplexed. It was merely a jumping corpse, was it not? I had dispatched it with a few arrows, I remarked. Once inside his room, he hurriedly closed the door and began rummaging through his belongings, producing a stack of papers. During my time at the livestock base, I began researching zombies and had already noticed their tendency to mutate. Upon seeing your photos today, I never imagined it would manifest so quickly, Tan Jingwen exclaimed, clearly agitated. Are we not merely dealing with a few mutated zombies? What is there to fear? I have encountered them before and dealt with them effectively, I replied dismissively. You mean you encountered them before? What were they like? Tan Jingwen inquired. Before I rescued you at the supermarket, I came across 3 that could dodge and evade, seemingly possessing a modicum of intelligence, I recounted. Why did you not mention this earlier? Tan Jingwen pressed. They were dead, and at that time, I was unaware of your interest in such matters, I replied nonchalantly. That is not the point. You do not understand. If they continue to mutate, we may ultimately find ourselves utterly incapable of combating them. Tan Jingwen insisted. Are they capable of evolving into something even more formidable? I asked, astonished. Absolutely. Furthermore, we currently lack access to advanced weaponry, and the sheer number of zombies is overwhelming. Throughout our journey, we have encountered but a pitiful few humans. While I have yet to ascertain the cause of this catastrophe, I am certain that the number of humans is merely a fraction of the zombies, Tan Jingwen explained. What does that imply? I questioned, bewildered. It means that unless the surviving individuals can eliminate hundreds of zombies each, we will never eradicate them. However, the population of humans is continuously dwindling, and soon enough, the average number will dwindle to thousands per person. Tan Jingwen elaborated. If the zombies mutate further and evolve, it is conceivable that even dozens of ordinary people would be unable to kill a single one, leading to the extinction of humanity. He continued. Yet, the surviving individuals remain oblivious to this issue, each acting independently. Those with the capability to act against zombies hesitate, just as in this city, where they only dare to redirect the zombies. I remarked, "This is precisely why I am inclined to follow you. You are unlike others who only think of their own survival. You constantly contemplate how to combat zombies," Tan Jingwen stated earnestly. "Enough flattery. I comprehend the gravity of the situation. I shall expedite the formation of a team, prioritizing the eradication of zombies. I declared I will exert every effort to provide you with the necessary support in terms of weapons and equipment." Tan Jingwen replied, grasping my hand. After spending ample time together, we finally aligned our objectives today. Dinner consisted of steamed buns, and as I gazed at the sizable buns, I reflected on Tan Jingwen's words. I sincerely hoped that the brothers venturing out to scout would return with good news, and that more refugees would appear in the warehouse the following day. After our meal, we refrained from visiting the smoke shop. It was not until the night had completely fallen that the 3 scouting teams returned one after another. Each team had searched different directions. The brothers who ventured east found nothing of note. Those who explored west discovered an amusement park, while the southern scouts uncovered a new energy materials factory. Both the amusement park and the materials factory harbored a significant number of zombies, leading me to designate the amusement park as the training base for the refugees. Once the zombies at the amusement park were dealt with, I would then take my team to inspect the factory. Tan Jingwen's words weighed heavily on my mind, and that night, I slept uneasily, plagued by nightmares. As dawn broke, I awoke abruptly, fully alert. After a quick wash and consuming 2 large buns, I organized my weapons and set off for the warehouse. Only when daylight fully emerged did the silhouettes of refugees begin to appear, led once again by Guoxiang. However, as Wen and I had predicted, there were only 100 arrivals, encompassing both men and women. Fortunately, I had procured a large quantity of daggers the day prior, for none of these individuals came armed. Bring 200 buns to the warehouse, I instructed over the radio. Form groups of 10. You have 5 minutes, I addressed the gathered refugees. The refugees moved swiftly, displaying no signs of panic, and soon formed 5 columns of 10 individuals each. Though their formation was not entirely precise, it was nonetheless commendable. Each group must select a leader, regardless of gender. From left to right, you will be groups 1 at 10. Once selected, step to the front. You have 2 minutes, I announced. Having contemplated this the night before, I realized that only through structured management could the group maintain order. Before long, each group had chosen a leader, with 6 out of the 10 groups being led by women. It seemed my previous notion of males being the primary combatants needed reevaluation. Group 1, step forward and collect a dagger from the wooden crate, I instructed. With this division, the efficiency of the entire group increased significantly, as 100 individuals orderly retrieved their daggers in batches. Once the daggers were distributed, the buns arrived, delivered personally by Wu Junlong, Jiao, and Lu Yang, with Guoshan trailing behind along with a few brothers. "Brother, your efficiency is commendable," Wu Jun remarked. The group leaders stepped forward to distribute 2 buns each to their members. In response to Wu Jun, I addressed the refugees. "Indeed, it is impressive. We were prepared to assist, yet you managed to organize everything so swiftly. Since you are here, do not be idle. Help bring over a few boxes of mineral water." I directed my companions. The 100 refugees were clearly famished, devouring the buns as soon as they were in hand. I had not fully considered their need for water, fearing that without it, some might choke before even facing the battlefield. Watching the refugees ravenously consume their buns, including the 10 group leaders, I felt a twinge of compassion. I instructed my companions, provide each of them with a bottle of water and encourage them to eat slowly to avoid choking. I had ample buns prepared, yet I hesitated to give too many. Observing their voracious appetite, I realized that even if I offered each of them 2 additional buns, they would manage to consume them, risking a gluttonous demise. "Guoshan, have the vehicles been checked?" I inquired as he returned from distributing water. "All is in order. We are ready to depart at any time," Guoshan replied. "Wu Jun, you will accompany me," I stated. "Jiao, Lu Yang, take care of things at home and prepare more buns today," I instructed the 2. Before anyone could respond, I called out to the refugees, "Are you all full?" "We are," they replied. "Do you wish to eat your fill every day?" I continued. "Yes," they answered eagerly. The refugee responded, expressing a desire to board the vehicle, slay the zombies, and return. Promising that those who joined him would be ensured ample meals every day, I called out to the refugees. And with those simple yet impactful words, I ignited a fervent yearning for life among the crowd, their cheers ringing out incessantly. The three brothers who had gone to the amusement park yesterday each drove a truck. While I instructed Wu Jun to operate the command vehicle, I raised my hand to silence the jubilant crowd, declaring, "Group leaders, organize the boarding." With 3 trucks leading the way and Wu Jun and I in the command vehicle trailing behind, we set off directly towards the amusement park. Our scouting strategy proved invaluable. Had we ventured alone, we might have wandered until nightfall without finding it. In reality, the amusement park was merely a 3-hour drive away, albeit fraught with numerous forks in the road. Upon arriving, I allowed everyone to rest momentarily while Wu Jun and I made our way to the front gate of the amusement park. We climbed to a vantage point, observing that the park was quite expansive, with sufficiently high surrounding walls capable of accommodating thousands. However, the prerequisite was to eliminate the several thousand zombies within. Fortunately, the majority of the amusement facilities were partitioned by iron railings over a person's height, providing an ideal opportunity for the refugees to hone their courage by slaying zombies within the confines of the railings. I retrieved the bow that was folded and secured at my waist and pressed the button designed by Tan Jingwen. The bow unfurled like an umbrella, entering combat mode. I couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of Tan Jingwen and his team. I knocked an arrow and shot several zombies within the railings near the wall from a distance of at least 100 meters, astonishingly piercing their skulls with each shot. The bow was surprisingly easy to draw, and I found myself growing increasingly fond of it. After folding the bow and securing it back at my waist, I made my way towards where the others had parked. Upon seeing me approach, the crowd immediately formed a line. I instructed the brother who had scouted earlier to fetch a ladder and set it against the wall. "Group 1, follow me," I commanded the refugees. Without looking back, I approached the wall, climbing up the ladder supported by 2 brothers. On the ground lay the zombies I had slain, and in the center was a pirate ship surrounded by a throng of zombies, all agitated and clawing as they caught scent of me. "Bring another ladder," I called down to the brothers below. I received the ladder and leaned it against the inner wall, descending into the courtyard. The surrounding zombies became even more agitated, and I drew the Tang Dao from my back, gripping it firmly as I circled the iron railings. The zombies, extending their arms towards me, clawed desperately, and I swung my blade, severing the outstretched hands, testing the sharpness of my weapon, while also assessing the sturdiness of the railings. The 10 refugees who followed me into the courtyard were petrified at the sight of the zombies, and upon witnessing the severed arms scattered about, several began to retch, with Guoxiang, the group leader, among them. My actions were not merely a test of my weapon. They were also a precaution for their safety. After all, armed only with daggers, if they approached and were seized by a zombie reaching through the railings, their fate would be sealed. Chapter 45. The mayor emerged as I stood before the group, who regarded me in silence, perhaps intimidated by my fearsome display against the zombies. I addressed them. "I have already dealt with the zombies' hands. If you still hesitate to engage, I will leave you here." My words carried a significant weight of intimidation, prompting Guoxiang and another to shakily draw their daggers and step towards the zombies, aim for the eyes or stab upward from beneath the neck. "Destroy the brain to kill them," I instructed the two. To my satisfaction, they rose to the occasion, gritting their teeth and successfully dispatching a zombie each. "All right, return. Just 1 kill per person. These creatures lack humanity. If you do not slay them, they will consume you. Others, move quickly. You too, go notify the next group to enter," I directed. The subsequent proceedings became markedly easier, with Wu Jun overseeing the entrance of newcomers while I supervised their EF. I pulled Lu Yang aside and said, "All right, my brother, the scouts ventured out yesterday and discovered a promising location. We shall deliberate upon it once you return." Liu Yang responded, "Sure, but we might need to take a moment. I must first instill some courage in these individuals, and the reconnaissance will continue." I replied, "Very well. I will make the necessary arrangements." Liu Yang affirmed, "Understood. I shall get to it." You may go about your tasks and have Longzhou come over," I instructed. "What is it, big brother?" Longzhou inquired as he approached. "Today, you and I shall go together. I intend to train that lad Guoxiang, and you should learn a thing or two to better lead our comrades in the future." I explained to Long Jiao. Everyone knows what we are going to do, right? I turned to the 200 refugees and asked, "We do," they replied in unison. "Form groups of 10, and each group shall select a leader to stand at the front," I directed. Next, we proceeded with the same protocol as yesterday. Distributing daggers, buns, and water, I spoke further to motivate everyone and organize the boarding of the vehicles. This time, there would be 3 of us in the command vehicle, Longju driving, Guoxiang in the passenger seat, and I in the back. Upon reaching our destination, I led the 2 in observation once again, clearing the zombies from within the iron railings. Today, however, I chose a different position, for the previous spot was overrun while I addressed several of my brothers. The following morning, as I had anticipated, the area in front of the warehouse was teeming with people. As usual, I organized them into groups and selected a few brothers from refugee camps to set an example. Leading the charge myself, treating it as an amusement park. Fortunately, in the ensuing days, Xiejun did not trouble me again. I continued to lead my team outside the city daily to vanquish zombies. Witnessing the slaughter of thousands of these creatures within the amusement park, most of the city's refugees had come under my command, save for a few hundred too timid to be trained. Our ranks had now swelled to 5,000 adults, along with over 100 adolescents. Our tobacco business was thriving, and the grain we had earned was sufficient to sustain our group. Moreover, we had exhausted all the materials brought along with the cigarette machine, eliminating any need for us to remain in this city. The amusement park was an excellent location, with its walls intact and the metal components of its various attractions readily available to be repurposed into weapons or to reinforce the walls. We spent an additional 3 days transporting supplies and people to the amusement park, and merely clearing the bodies of the zombies from within took an entire day. Before departing, I made a point to greet the owner of the weapon shop, advising him to seek me out if he found it untenable to remain in this area, and to remember to save the good items for me. Dozens of large trucks paved the way, with a few off-road vehicles and my command vehicle trailing behind. I glanced back at the city where we had been stationed for a month, feeling a pang of sentiment. Once inside the amusement park, the 5,000 individuals did not idle for a moment. We transformed usable iron railings into weapons, dismantled various facilities to create living quarters, and although the living conditions were somewhat lacking, this was our first home. My quarters were slightly more upscale, situated in a gift shop within the park, with all the toys distributed among the children. Regardless, 5,000 people had temporarily settled down, allowing us to take our time with the renovations. Within this group were individuals from various trades, alleviating my concerns. The first step, of course, was to strengthen the walls. There were ample materials available within the amusement park, and the steel frames from the roller coaster alone could fortify a considerable length of the perimeter. We left a section for patrols, facilitating the guards in observing the external situation, while iron plates served as barriers at the connection points to the original walls, though it lacked aesthetic appeal. Its safety was unquestionable. I gathered 50 individuals, prepared to investigate the previously discovered renewable energy factory. Each of these men had been meticulously selected, and before we set off, I convened a meeting with them. Long Jiao and Guoxiang, the walls must be raised to at least 20 meters. You are responsible for this, I instructed Wu Jun. Select the most capable fighters and ensure they receive proper training. I continued, Lu Yang, keep an eye on Xiejun's activities. Report any unusual developments immediately, and do not cease your reconnaissance of the surroundings. Choose your personnel accordingly, I directed Old Tan and Ding Wei. You will oversee the weaponry. Select individuals with practical skills or relevant training, I added. Guoshan, you remain in charge of vehicle maintenance and modifications. Choose your team. Lastly, I addressed Xiaoyu, Ruanan, and Wen and I. Coordinate with Wu Jun to train the female personnel and temporarily manage the daily operations and production. The personnel division would proceed in groups of 10, each selecting a leader. 50 individuals formed a team, with a team leader chosen from each, 200 comprising a company, and 1,000 forming a regiment, with the leadership roles temporarily assigned to the 4 of us. We would discuss the specific functions later. Let us all cooperate. Do not entertain the notion of merely tending to your own matters, I reminded them. Once I had conveyed my instructions, I instructed Guoshan to prepare 2 trucks. I led the 50 men outside the city, forming them into ranks, and delivered a motivational speech. You are all individuals I have personally selected. Your previous experience in slaying zombies within this amusement park was merely to build your courage. This time, we are truly embarking on a mission. I can no longer sever the zombies' hands for you. You must confront the dangers yourselves. Those who are fearful may remain behind to guard the home. I do not wish to pressure anyone, I proclaimed loudly. After a brief moment, the men remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. I continued. I understand that taking you out on a mission now may seem abrupt, but real combat is the best training. In this apocalypse, we do not have the luxury of preparation. I shall ask you once more. Are you afraid? Not afraid. The 50 responded in unison. Excellent. Let us depart, I commanded. The 2 trucks sped toward our destination, and the primary weapons we possessed were the crossbows confiscated from Siejun, complemented by daggers purchased from the weapon shop owner. Although our equipment seemed somewhat meager, I firmly believed that in no time, these 50 men would become formidable warriors. Brother, we are 500 meters from our destination, came the voice over the radio. Find a place to park and send 2 men to scout ahead. I instructed, taking the radio. Received, came the reply. The driver maneuvered the vehicle to the roadside, and I jumped down from the passenger seat, leaning against a tree while lighting a cigarette. Before long, the 2 scouting brothers returned at a brisk pace. Brother, the factory gate is locked. There are 2 exits, and the walls are approximately 3 meters high. There seem to be about 500 zombies inside, and the ideal shooting positions are only in the tall trees surrounding the factory. One brother reported. I straightened up, extinguishing my cigarette on the ground, and addressed the group. Let us move out. We approached and assembled near the factory, confirming the scouting report. Indeed, a circle of over 5-meter-high trees surrounded the factory, making it a suitable spot for shooting at the zombies within. Chapter 47. A life-hanging situation. 2 men to a tree, form a surrounding formation. Attack on my signal, disperse. I instructed the group. I climbed one of the trees directly in front of me, gaining a clear view of the factory's interior. The central area housed a large single-story workshop, with a cafeteria and employee dormitories in the distance, while zombies roamed freely inside. That moment, I discerned the factory's product. If I was not mistaken, it appeared to be solar panels, as the roof was covered with them, and many were displayed on the factory grounds. Securing these materials would resolve our camp's electricity issues, and there was a possibility that the factory contained equipment needed by Tan Jingwen and his team. It was evident that we had to seize this location at all costs. The 50 brothers had taken their positions in the trees, and I removed the bow from my waist, preparing to unleash its potential. All eyes turned to me, awaiting my next command. With a decisive wave of my hand, the brothers began firing at the zombies. We had brought sufficient arrows, yet the brothers had only briefly familiarized themselves with the crossbows prior to departure, resulting in a lack of accuracy during the initial volleys. I had anticipated this challenge, and rather than practicing on a target, it was far more beneficial to hone our skills against the zombies. As my brothers practiced their aim, I scrutinized the zombies inside the factory. Having encountered jumping zombies in the past, I feared the emergence of new types. As I observed, I indeed noticed something unusual. The advanced zombies I had previously encountered, capable of dodging attacks, numbered over 10 within the factory. While they had yet to detect our position, they were retreating to the factory's interior as their companions fell, successfully evading our assault. It appeared that after clearing the zombies in the yard, we would face a fierce battle. Just as I was contemplating a strategy, a particularly tall zombie emerged from the factory. Confused, I watched as it opened its mouth and launched a tongue-like appendage toward me. Although I was the closest to the factory, there was still a distance of approximately 20 meters. How could that zombie's tongue extend so far? I found myself in a perplexing situation as the elongated tongue of the zombie loomed before me. It appeared that this grotesque appendage was not only lengthy but also remarkably swift. Fortunately, my reflexes were equally keen, allowing me to sidestep just in time. However, the tongue swiftly redirected towards my companion beside me. This brother, embarking on his very first mission, was unluckily confronted with a mutated zombie that I had yet to encounter. He stood frozen in terror, watching helplessly as the lengthy tongue ensnared him. I yearned to draw my blade, but alas, it was too late. Instead, I lunged towards my comrade, yet the force of the tongue was unexpectedly powerful. My brother was yanked into the air, heading straight towards the horde of zombies in the factory courtyard. My heart raced as I beheld the dense mass of undead, a wave of dread washing over me. With no time to ponder, I grasped my brother's ankle, but I had underestimated the zombie's strength, and my grip pulled me from the treetop, and we both plummeted into the throng of corpses below. As we descended into the sea of zombies, I refused to resign myself to fate, especially not on our first mission where I could not allow my brother to perish. The moment we crashed into the horde, I released my hold, the impact scattering the zombies around us. I rolled to steady myself, kneeling swiftly as I knocked 2 arrows and released them with precision. Thankfully, the mutated zombie's head had not developed any unusual defenses, and my arrows pierced through its skull as the creature fell. The mass of undead began to close in once more. To tease such close quarters, employing my bow was futile, so I cast it aside. I hastily unsheathed my Tang Dao, carving a swift arc before me. Several zombies fell, their heads severed as I charged forward, slashing through the long tongue that had ensnared my brother. Fortunately, he had regained his senses, quickly rising to draw his dagger and thrust it at the approaching undead. "Stay close to me," I bellowed, swinging my blade at the encroaching horde. Had it not been for the razor-sharp edge of my Tang Dao, I feared we would have already succumbed to the jaws of the undead. My survival instinct surged, unleashing my latent potential as I fought with fervor, scarcely pausing to consider whether I was eliminating the zombies. I hacked relentlessly, limbs and torsos flying as I forged a bloody path through the throng. My objective was the factory's employee dormitory. If we could reach it, the narrow corridors might afford us a glimmer of hope. Yet, a daunting 50 meters lay between us and that sanctuary. Navigating through this sea of corpses felt perilous, and that distance now seemed insurmountable. "Brother, there's a ladder on the left wall," came a voice over the radio. "Everyone, cover the elder brother with everything you've got." Another voice echoed, as the radio chatter subsided. A volley of crossbow bolts soared towards me, taking down the zombies that surrounded us. "Hurry up the ladder. I'll cover you," I shouted to my brother behind me. "Elder brother, you go first," he urged. "Damn it, get up there now," I cursed, continuing to fend off the relentless tide of zombies. I glanced back at my brother racing for the ladder and, with a few swift strikes, managed to carve out a small gap. "Elder brother, we'll cover you. Hurry up the ladder," called out a brother from the trees outside. The ladder, a bent steel bar embedded within the wall, was a daunting ascent, the first segment towering over a person's height. I quickly bit down on the hilt of my knife and leaped up, grabbing the steel to begin my climb. Just as my foot landed on the first rung, the zombies converged beneath me once more. I turned to encourage my brothers perched in the trees, but just then, a higher-level zombie burst forth from the factory, charging directly at me. "Climb faster, get to the roof," I shouted to those climbing above. I had barely ascended a few rungs when a higher-level zombie leapt up after me, grasping the steel. Regrettably, my brother's archery skills were woefully inadequate. The more anxious they became, the less accurate their shots. Bolts flew wildly, not a single one finding its mark on the higher-level zombie. Despite its spiky appearance from the missed shots, it did not relent in its pursuit. I had no choice but to hasten my ascent, and my brother, already on the roof, extended a hand toward me. Finally reaching the rooftop, I stood firm, but both of our ranged weapons had fallen into the horde below. I raised my Tang Dao, ready to confront the 6 higher-level zombies now climbing the ladder. "Come on, come up," I taunted, and fortunately, these creatures, though agile, lacked intelligence. My taunt spurred it to climb faster, and as it did, I swung my blade, targeting not its head but severing its arms instead. The higher-level zombie plummeted down, causing the others behind it to tumble chaotically. Yet, my strategy faltered. The remaining higher-level zombies did not retreat, and the fallen ones did not topple their companions. I stood poised with my blade, awaiting the next challenger when a panicked voice crackled over the radio. "Elder brother, they're coming up behind you." "Damn, hold them off," I commanded the brother beside me on the roof. "You all cover him," I shouted to those on the trees. I picked up a steel pipe and handed it to my brother before darting to the rear. I had only counted 5 or 6 of the higher-level zombies. They had somehow flanked us. Had it not been for the timely warning from the brother at the back, One of us might have met a grim fate today. As I reached the rear ladder, a higher-level zombie emerged, and I employed my ruse once more, feigning a strike at its head while actually severing its hand. Looking down, I saw that the higher-level zombies were surrounded by ordinary ones. Everyone, listen up, don't panic, aim carefully. We'll handle the ones on the ladders while you clear the courtyard. I directed into the radio. Can you hold the line over there? I called to a brother on the other side of the ladder. Elder brother, these are different, he replied. These are higher-level zombies. You need to feign an attack before you strike? Understood, I responded loudly. Those in the trees, don't hesitate. Aim true. After shouting, I turned to check on the brother guarding the other side of the ladder. Thankfully, he was quick-witted, using his dagger to jab at the higher-level zombie while swinging a steel pipe to strike its head as it dodged. I swiftly returned to deal with the higher-level zombie before me. Fortunately, these creatures pressed forward without pause, and I dispatched them one by one without much effort. The brothers in the trees finally regained their composure, their bolts flying with newfound precision, while the zombies remaining in the courtyard dwindled in number. Having confirmed that no higher-level zombies remained on my side, I quickly retraced my steps to the other side. The combination of steel pipe and dagger proved somewhat taxing against the higher-level zombies. Even as they clung to the ladder, had it not been for my exceptional stamina, I would have surely collapsed. I pulled my brother behind me. Though his tactics were effective, they were perilously close to disaster. If that higher-level zombie grasped his arm and yanked him down, the undead below would feast. At long last, we dispatched all higher-level zombies. The brothers in the trees continued to fire at the remaining zombies in the courtyard. I sat on the rooftop, my legs dangling over the edge. Care for a smoke? I asked, pulling out a cigarette. Thank you, elder brother, but I've quit, he replied. Did you get bitten? I inquired. Thanks to you, I've survived unscathed. He said. We lingered on the rooftop, both aware that this battle was perhaps the most perilous since the onset of the apocalypse. It was evident that our brother's weapons and equipment needed a thorough redesign. Chapter 48. Setting off again as my brothers cleared the remaining zombies in the courtyard. The sun dipped below the horizon. The higher-level zombies I had severed earlier continued to roam aimlessly. I rose and made my way to the ladder. Elder brother, what are you planning? Asked my companion on the rooftop. I'm going down to clear the zombies, I replied. Elder brother, let us handle it, came the chorus of voices over the radio. It seemed that the young man before me had unknowingly pressed the talk button on his radio, broadcasting our conversation to all, and no sooner had he finished speaking than my brothers began to climb over the courtyard wall, dispatching any zombies that had not been struck by arrows with their daggers. The few remaining higher-level zombies charged at them. It appeared that my earlier battle had ignited a fierce spirit among my brothers. Now, united in purpose, they effectively corralled the disarmed higher-level zombies, wielding makeshift weapons, wooden sticks, steel bars, and pipes, swinging them with abandon until the higher-level zombies lay motionless on the ground. We'll stay here for the night. 3 groups will head to the employee dormitories to ensure everything is secure, I announced to the assembled group upon returning to the ground. And what about these corpses? A brother inquired. Let us leave it for now. At dawn tomorrow, the 2 of you will return with assistants to help clear this place. We can keep it for our use, I replied. Indeed, elder brother. The 3 groups I had designated responded in unison. The remaining 2 groups will take watch on the rooftop, with 4 sentinels per shift, while the others will inspect the storeroom, I instructed. Elder brother, your bow. One of the brothers remarked. I accepted the bow, folded it, and secured it at my waist, addressing the crowd. All right, let us commence our actions. This battle truly united the 50 of us. I plunged headlong into the horde to rescue my brothers, and everyone bore witness. If previously they had merely followed me for a meal, this incident solidified my position as their elder brother. I believe that upon our return, today's events will inspire even more brothers to loyally follow me. Before long, the 3rd group, which had gone to clear the workers' dormitory, returned. The 3 group leaders approached and announced, Elder brother, the clearing is complete, and we have also inspected the cafeteria. It is safe to at this moment. The brothers from the storeroom emerged as well. 2 group leaders stepped forward and reported, we have finished clearing the storeroom. It is secure. Good. Group leaders, please account for your numbers, I instructed the assembly. First group accounted for. Second group accounted for. Third group, minus 4 sentinels, accounted for. Once I confirmed that all personnel were present, I directed everyone to rest in the factory workers' dormitory. Dinner would consist of the dry rations they had brought, and I too had a light meal before retiring to the room prepared by my brothers, as I was indeed feeling fatigued. When I awoke, the factory was bustling with activity. Approximately 500 from the main camp had arrived. Currently engaged in clearing the corpses within the factory, from a distance, I spotted the figures of Tan Jingwen and a few others, and I hurried downstairs. "What brings you here?" I inquired of Tan Jingwen and his companions. Old Tan learned of this place and insisted on coming to see it. Ding Wei interjected. "This factory is particularly suitable for us. I envision setting up weapon production here. Additionally, with these solar panels, a slight modification would resolve our electricity issues," Tan Jingwen elaborated. "What about the amusement park?" I asked. "That I plan to install all the solar panels on the roofs of the truck cargo boxes. We can drive several trucks over there," Tan Jingwen responded. "That's an excellent idea. We will have electricity wherever we go," I remarked. "Exactly as I envisioned," Tan Jingwen affirmed. "However, if you intend to stay here, the height of this wall is certainly insufficient. You must have heard about the new type of zombies. Renovating this place would require considerable manpower and resources," I cautioned. "Yes, someone just took me to see the corpses. I wanted to discuss this with you. I believe our weaponry is still lacking. The news of your daring escape has spread, and now the brothers are eager to join your advance team." Tan Jingwen stated, "How about this? I will give you 3 days to install the necessary equipment and machinery onto the trucks. Combining that with your previous idea of converting the trucks into mobile power sources, why not also transform them into mobile factories?" I proposed. "Indeed, why didn't I think of that?" Tan Jingwen exclaimed with excitement. "Let us proceed with this plan. After all, these trucks are all containers, making them perfect for conversion into mobile factories. Select a few larger trucks and get to work promptly," I instructed. "Rest assured, we will start immediately," Tan Jingwen assured me. "All right, I will leave this in your capable hands while I return to the amusement park for a brief visit," I said. With that, I took my 50 brothers and drove toward the amusement park. The reinforcement of the walls was still in progress. With so many hands, the structure had already taken shape in just a day's absence. The crowd regarded me with admiration. These thousands had been taught by me how to slay zombies, and my stature in their eyes had grown even more formidable. The 3 women, upon seeing me, expressed a mix of tears and laughter, scolding me for my reckless charge into the horde yet praising my loyalty and camaraderie. After reassuring them, I convened a meeting. "Has the issue of drinking water been resolved?" I inquired. "Yes. Yesterday Tan Jingwen and the others devised a water purifier that utilizes the water from the amusement park's artificial lake," Wu Jun replied. "And the walls? How much longer until completion?" I asked. "We need another 5 days," Long Jiao and Guoxiang responded. "Make haste. You should have heard about the new type of zombies I encountered. We need to fake iron railings along the corridor of the wall." I said, "Understood. We'll get right on it," Long Jiao replied. "What is the status of personnel training?" I continued. "We can say that everyone is now a soldier. Spirits are high, especially after your heroic deeds spread yesterday. Shall you inform me? That's good to hear, but be sure to balance training and work. I don't want everyone to be overly exhausted," I cautioned. "Don't worry. We'll manage it well." "Shall you assured me is everyone's living situation satisfactory? Are the children getting enough to eat?" I asked. "As for living conditions, there are no complaints. At least everyone is well-fed and warmly clothed. The children are also well-fed, though the nutrition is lacking without vegetables and meat," Ruan Nan replied. "Liu Yang, how is the scouting situation on your end?" I inquired. "There is a village half a day's journey from us. I meant to tell you earlier. The brothers sent out yesterday have yet to return, indicating they might have gone quite far," Liu Yang explained. "In that case, since it's still early, I will take some men to the village to investigate while you continue your tasks here." I announced to the group. "Tan Jingwen will remain at the factory to study the machinery needed for power generation and weapon production. Liu Yang, ensure their safety," I instructed Liu Yang. "Understood. I'll take men over there right away." Liu Yang affirmed. "Guoshan, how are the vehicles coming along?" I asked. "Yesterday, I led a team to retrieve a few more. Once our scouts at Liu Yang's location find vehicles, we'll go after them." The repairs are ongoing and should be completed soon, Guashan replied. Good. We need to prioritize trucks with containers. Other vehicles are unsuitable for our current needs. A few well-performing off-road vehicles can be allocated to the brothers for scouting. I stated, Rest assured, elder brother. I understand your requirements and will ensure the vehicles are safe and reliable, Guashan promised. All right, everyone, get back to work. I instructed, be careful. The others reminded me as they dispersed, while the three women lingered, expressing their reluctance to see me go. Rest assured, take good care of the home front and train the newcomers well, I assured them. Once the supplies are replenished, gather in front of the meeting room, I said, taking out my walkie-talkie. And no sooner had I finished speaking than my 50 brothers swiftly arrived from their various locations, lining up in front of me. The people inside the city stood along the roadside, watching as I and my brothers made our way toward the gate. This time, I refrained from any unnecessary words. We boarded the vehicles and set off toward the village. By the time we arrived at our destination, darkness had descended. I instructed the brothers to find a suitable place to park the vehicles. This time, I had brought Xiao Huang along. He had been idle in the camp, and it was time for him to stretch his legs. More importantly, I was concerned about encountering any advanced zombies again. Xiao Huang, scout the village for any mutated zombies, I commanded as I jumped out of the vehicle. This time, he didn't dare give me a sideways glance. He dashed toward the heart of the village. Brother, should we go scout as well? A few brothers suggested. Rest assured, I have my divine dog with me, and zombies do not attack animals. It's too dangerous for you to go. We don't know if there are any mutants within, I replied to the group. After a considerable wait, Xiao Huang finally returned, and we gathered together, with me and Xiao Huang at the center. What did you find? Any mutated zombies? I asked Xiao Huang that. He nodded in response in the astonished gazes of the crowd. I continued, Were they the jumping zombies? Xiao Huang nodded again. How many? I pressed further. Wong Wong Wong. Xiao Huang barked 5 times. Any of this type? I asked, pulling out my phone. The image displayed on my phone was that of the long-tongued zombie, which I directly presented to Xiao Huang. He shook his head upon viewing the photo. Let us rest here for the night. We will act again at dawn, I announced to the group. Elder brother, how should we arrange the watch? Several group leaders inquired. Increase it to 6 per group. Remain vigilant, I instructed. Chapter 49. The battle against the jumping zombies. I had previously briefed the brothers about the jumping zombies. I had anticipated encountering them at the factory, yet we faced a new breed instead. Our luck in encountering mutated zombies during 2 missions was something that would be better spent on a lottery ticket. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Could it be that these zombies have a fixed territory? Yet, how could I explain the previous large-scale zombie tide? Suppressing my doubts, I addressed the brothers. First and second groups, go investigate the surroundings of the village. I, accompanied by the remaining members of our group, proceeded directly to the vicinity of the village entrance. Along the road, we silently dispatched a few wandering zombies. The houses in this village are predominantly 3 stories high, with no suitable vantage points in the vicinity. It seems that quietly eliminating the zombies here poses a considerable challenge. Most concerning is the presence of 5 leaping zombies in the village. Had it not been for my longing for the expansive vegetable patch at the village entrance, I would have been reluctant to take such risks. I gestured for everyone to retreat, realizing that we needed to contemplate our strategy further before returning to our parked vehicles. Before long, the 2 reconnaissance teams returned with reports. According to the team leaders, there is a fish pond behind the village. Approximately 400 zombies reside within, and there are no adequate hiding spots around the village. Are there fish in the pond? I inquired. That's uncertain. There should be, I suppose, one of the team leaders replied. I had never tested whether zombies could drown, but I wished to preserve the pond. If there were fish, we could raise them in our artificial lake. Everyone began brainstorming solutions, as charging in directly was out of the question due to the leaping zombies. Brother, what if we lure the zombies away? One of my companions suggested. That could work. Share your thoughts. I responded that we haven't encountered any other zombies along the way. I'll drive a vehicle and sound the horn as I head down the small path. The zombies in the village should disperse sufficiently by the time you enter. I'll make a detour and return, the brother proposed. All right, when you return, we will deal with the zombies that followed you. Prepare the vehicle. Everyone else, get on board. After the zombies are drawn away by his vehicle, We will climb onto the rooftops, drive to the village entrance, and eliminate the rest, I instructed the group. Everyone, except the driver, concealed themselves within the truck's container. Fortunately, we had brought 10 vehicles this time. As long as our brothers successfully diverted a portion of the zombies, these vehicles would adequately block the entrance to the village. I too hid in the cab of the first vehicle. Once everyone was ready, I took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Action." The sound of the car horn echoed through the air. The zombies in the village immediately surged toward us, closing the distance of several hundred meters in no time. Thankfully, our brother remained calm, slowly driving forward as the zombies approached, maintaining a steady speed that allowed the pursuing zombies to follow without being able to grasp him. I carefully observed the situation outside. Almost all the zombies in the village had followed the truck, leaving only a few dozen behind. However, I still had not spotted any leaping zombies and wondered where they might be hiding. Once the zombies had followed the truck far enough away, I picked up the walkie-talkie again and said, "Let us move." The remaining 9 vehicles roared to life, and the brothers immediately jumped out, climbing onto the rooftops as the convoy rushed toward the village entrance. As we neared the entrance, we positioned the vehicles across the road, and the remaining zombies in the village began to shuffle toward us upon hearing the commotion. Having witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the few dozen zombies before us posed little threat to my brothers. They raised their crossbows and fired. Their accuracy was now far superior to when we were at the solar plant. The oncoming zombies fell in droves after just one round of shooting, yet I still could not see any leaping zombies. Just as I was lost in thought, the voice of the brother who was luring the zombies came through the walkie-talkie. "Brother, the side road is blocked. I need to turn back. Are you all prepared over there? The zombies are all following my vehicle." "Okay, hurry back. We have reached the designated position," I replied as soon as I finished speaking. 5 leaping zombies suddenly appeared on the rooftops not far away, launching an immediate assault toward us. "Don't panic. Group 1, aim for 1 each," I shouted to the crowd. Thankfully, our numbers were sufficient, and everyone was armed with crossbows. Each group of 10 could certainly shoot a few arrows at the leaping zombies, even if they couldn't hit vital spots. The only drawback was their slow firing rate. If only the pneumatic crossbows from Tan Jingwen's side could be mass-produced quickly. Nevertheless, those 5 leaping zombies zigzagged with incredible speed, quickly approaching. I swiftly nocked an arrow and fired at the nearest leaping zombie. A loud crash echoed behind me as the brother luring the zombies had driven his vehicle down another road leading into the village. This route was too narrow for the truck, and he must have taken it to avoid the horde on his way back. "Abandon the vehicle. Quickly run this way," I shouted into the walkie-talkie. I saw that brother leap from the truck as he hit the ground, with the horde of zombies following closely behind. At this moment, the nearest few zombies were merely 10 meters away from him, and he scrambled to evade them and ran towards me. I quickly turned and shot a few arrows at the nearest leaping zombie, then turned my attention back to the situation. The zombies trailing that brother were becoming increasingly agitated upon seeing him. With several accelerating toward him, I fired off a few more arrows. Suddenly, with a loud thud, one leaping zombie fell onto the roof of our truck. At that very moment, another leaping zombie leaped toward us from afar. I drew my bow and shot. The arrow struck the zombie squarely in the head, sending its body crashing onto the truck roof before it plummeted to the ground. I raised my bow again and shot several arrows at the brother who was still being pursued by the zombies. He was now not far from the front of the truck. However, we had only managed to deal with 2 leaping zombies, and the rest of our group was entirely preoccupied with their own tasks. I had no choice but to cover the fleeing brother while also shooting at the leaping zombies. The 3rd leaping zombie fell, and finally, that brother climbed onto the roof of the truck, with the horde of zombies surrounding the front of the vehicle, clawing and gnashing their teeth. "First, deal with the leaping zombies," I shouted to the group. The last 2 remaining leaping zombies had sustained numerous arrows. Yet they still stood firm. One leaped onto the roof where I was situated, but fortunately, it was severely injured and slowed down considerably. I slung my bow across my back and drew my tang knife, lunging at the leaping zombie. This creature was far more formidable than the advanced zombies. Despite being so close and severely wounded, it managed to evade my lethal strike and clawed at me. I rolled on the ground, barely avoiding falling off the truck, but as the leaping zombie charged at me again, I leaped off the roof and landed inside the village. Just as I steadied myself, the leaping zombie soared through the air, crashing down upon me. With no time to evade, I thrust my knife forward, fortuitously striking it squarely in the face, but the weight of its corpse almost cost me my life. Thankfully, the other leaping zombie had already been dispatched by my brothers. However, I found myself pinned beneath the corpse of the leaping zombie, unable to move, as the zombies outside began crawling towards me from underneath the truck. I envisioned my grim fate, but one by one, the brothers on the truck began jumping down. The first to land immediately began shooting at the zombies beneath the truck, while those who followed ran toward me, collectively pushing the leaping zombie off me and pulling me to safety. "Get inside! To the rooftops!" I commanded loudly. The group promptly rushed toward the nearest building, and thankfully, everyone remained calm and did not scatter. Still moving in groups of 3 to 5, I too ran toward the closest building with a few brothers. As we reached the rooftop, the zombies that had been blocked by the truck began crawling into the village in droves. The road was still densely packed with them. "Report in," I called into the walkie-talkie. Point 1, 2, 50. Voices came through the walkie-talkie in succession. "Free to fire," I instructed over the device. The sky had darkened considerably, and the number of standing zombies in the village had dwindled. I said into the walkie-talkie, "Turn on the flashlights." Point 50. Beams of bright light illuminated the area, clearly revealing the zombies within the village. The zombies' phototropic behavior caused them to converge rapidly toward the light, thus reducing the difficulty of our shooting considerably. However, this tactic also carried some risk. The surrounding area consisted of open fields and vegetable patches. If the zombies from afar were drawn to the light, we could find ourselves in peril. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon us. By the time the last zombie fell, no new zombies had appeared around the village. "Turn off the flashlights, rest in place, and remain vigilant," I instructed. That night, my sleep was restless, and I imagined my brothers felt similarly. After enduring until dawn, I awoke to hunger pangs and immediately pulled out some rations to eat. Once I had satisfied my hunger, I ascended to the rooftop to observe the village's condition. The road was strewn with the corpses of zombies, and I promptly took out the walkie-talkie. "Everyone, check the rooftops for the situation. Team leaders, locate your members and report back to me," I ordered. Moments later, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Most of the village was filled with grains and rice flour, and I was particularly delighted to learn that various vegetable seeds were available. Although everyone had sustained some injuries during this operation, fortunately, no one had been bitten by a zombie. Group 1, gather some vegetables for cooking. Group 2, find fishing gear and see if we can catch some fish from the pond. The remaining 3 groups, start moving items. Prioritize the seeds, I instructed the crowd. Everyone busily went about their tasks in an orderly manner, and I joined my brothers at the pond's edge. The brothers swiftly cast their nets into the water. 2 of them appeared to have prior experience, their movements fluid and graceful. After several casts, they indeed managed to catch a substantial number of fish. "Let us think of a way to transport the fish back to the camp for cultivation," I suggested. "Don't worry, brother. The 2 of us used to do this for a living. Leave it to us," they assured me. Point 2. Brothers conversed. The crowd swiftly consumed some food. Although it had been a long time since they had tasted vegetables, this was not the moment for indulgence. Accompanied by their provisions, each person drank 2 bowls of vegetable soup and nibbled on some greens, yet they were all quite content nonetheless. Chapter 50. Special training after the meal. I arranged for a cart carrying fish and vegetable seeds to return first, while sending people back to assist. The rest of us deliberated on how to handle these vegetables, if we were to harvest them directly. We had no cellar or means to store them for long, and consuming everything at once would likely overwhelm our bodies. Ultimately, we resolved to uproot them entirely and transplant them back to the camp. Without delay, we gathered every usable container in the village, filling pots, bowls, and pans with vegetables, until those who left before dark returned with the main group. I could hardly heed the dangers of night travel. After all, there were thousands in the camp awaiting their meals, and such a bounty of vegetables must not go to waste. We toiled day and night, relentlessly transporting vegetables and provisions to the camp. It took us a full 4 days to transport all the supplies from the village. Throughout those 4 days, I remained steadfast in the village. By the time I returned to the camp, Tan Jingwen and the others had already connected the electricity, and the vegetables and fish had been properly settled. The construction of the camp's walls was nearing completion, and the residents had prepared lavish feasts to celebrate our return. That night, I consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Although we had not procured pigs, cows, or sheep, fish and meat were still meat. My brothers who accompanied me were overjoyed, and many were so moved that they wept, expressing that this endeavor was the most fulfilling achievement of their lives thus far, pledging their futures to me. What began as a celebratory banquet unexpectedly turned into an oath-taking ceremony, with each brother standing to declare their vows. Even I was somewhat touched, reflecting on how, before the apocalypse, I had been a wretched existence, and now I was unexpectedly the lord of a city. Amidst the heartfelt toasts from my brothers, I became somewhat inebriated. After the gathering dispersed, I found myself in Runin's room, and had it not been for the familiar fragrance on the quilt when I awoke the next day, I might have thought it a mere dream of spring. The camp was bustling with activity. I invited the brothers who had accompanied me on 2 missions to join the training in the following days. More newcomers trickled into the camp, including some refugees and survivors from previously established small camps that had been overrun by zombies. Among them were 2 former national martial arts champions, whom I promptly appointed as our militia's chief instructors, though they would first need to train me and my advanced team. The scouts trained by Liu Yang were becoming increasingly adept, and we had gathered intelligence on all the strongholds within a few hundred kilometers. After discussions with Tan Jingwen, we identified 2 locations that we deemed necessary to visit. The equipment obtained from the solar factory could only produce a few arrowheads, and to manufacture more advanced weaponry, we required numerous additional materials. Considering the issues uncovered during our 2 recent missions, I felt our weaponry needed enhancement. While daggers were suitable for emergencies, they left much to be desired in combat situations. Many in the camp had previously worked as blacksmiths, and with electricity and equipment now available, crafting some swords and knives was certainly feasible. One day, I convened a meeting with all the members of the camp, requesting them to share their previous occupations. To my surprise, several skilled individuals emerged, including a few inheritors of the Longquan sword-making tradition, whose ancestors had forged swords for generations. With the camp's population now reaching 6,000, it was time to delineate various departments. Runin, you will oversee the logistics department. You are responsible for the registration of all personnel information, the allocation of duties, and the management of supplies and residents' welfare. I declared. Should we design name tags or something similar? Runin inquired. That would be beneficial. Clearly marking details such as name, age, occupation, and date of joining, along with a photo, would be ideal, I replied. All right, I happen to have a few instant cameras here. Runin said, Guoxiang, you will lead the construction department. You are to recruit the technical personnel for bridge repairs and road maintenance, as well as oversee the upkeep of the city walls and residents' accommodations. I instructed Liu Yang, you are in charge of the reconnaissance department, tasked with gathering information on the surrounding area. Any usable supplies or vehicles encountered along the way, as long as they are not too difficult to procure, should be brought back. More challenging tasks will be assigned to me, I continued. Tan Jingwen and Ding Wei, you will head the research and development department, focusing on the design and development of weaponry and energy solutions. The blacksmiths and Longquan sword inheritors will be integrated into your team, I stated. Guoshan, you will continue to manage the transportation department, overseeing vehicle repairs and logistics. Should you require technical support, seek out Lao Tan and his team. I instructed. Long Jiu and Wu Jun, you are responsible for the combat department, training the male militia. Although we have not yet faced large-scale battles, it is crucial to cultivate a mindset prepared for such scenarios. The primary task now is city defense, coordinating with the reconnaissance and transportation departments for resource collection. I elaborated. Zhang Xiaoyu and Winnie, you will also be part of the combat department, overseeing the female militia. With responsibilities akin to those of Long Jiu and his team, I added, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to share your thoughts. I addressed the assembly. What are your thoughts on our current weaponry? Tan Jingwen queried. Have you seen the 300 Spartans? I asked. Although I am a scientist, I am not an old stickler. Of course, I have seen it, Tan Jingwen responded. Excellent, I want you to produce 100 sets of shields and swords inspired by that film. I instructed. Does anyone else have any questions? I inquired. What should we do with those who are truly unsuitable for combat? Guoxiang asked. Given the many departments we have established, my requirement is simple. they must be capable of self-defense and willing to fight zombies. Those who are entirely unfit for combat should be assigned to the construction, logistics, or transportation departments. Agriculture also requires manpower, and these matters should be coordinated among your respective departments, I replied. Brother, can we venture out to gather supplies? Longzhou asked. Certainly, but you cannot go out in pairs. One of you must remain with Wu Jun, I clarified. And what about us? Xiaoyu asked. You may go, but you must accompany either Longzhou or Wu Jun. You cannot lead a group on your own. There must always be a male and female leader left behind in the camp. I stated I want to emphasize one point. Ensure the safety of our personnel. Do not act recklessly. If you encounter a particularly challenging stronghold, return and consult with us. I will provide the research and development team with data on new zombies as soon as it becomes available. Before each mission, you must first consult the research department for information on any new zombie types. I continued. Brother, I have a few cameras set up here. Can we take them with us when you go out? We could analyze the zombie data, Tan Jingwen suggested. How can we kill zombies while carrying such large equipment? I retorted. They are not large. They are miniature cameras that can be mounted on helmets. Tan Jingwen clarified. But we currently lack helmets. Let us focus on equipping ourselves first. You need to prioritize weapon crafting, I instructed Tan Jingwen. Guoxiang, have the haunted house in the amusement park revamped. The scarier, the better. I want to use it for training, I directed him. All right, everyone, swiftly attend to your respective tasks, I urged the assembly. Once the crowd dispersed, I gathered my 50 team members. Recently, many brothers expressed interest in joining us, and it was time to properly train everyone while establishing a system of assessment. Naturally, physical fitness would be the first priority. Now that we had electricity, I utilized the obstacle course in the amusement park. I tested it first and determined that I could complete it in 5 minutes. I adjusted the qualification standard to 6 minutes. Given our mission requirements, this obstacle course was perfectly suited, with some adjustments made by Tan Jingwen and others. Featuring zip lines, rope ladders, and monkey bars, along with traps on the balance beams. Massive boxing gloves would slide in and out, and one could be knocked down if they were not careful while passing through. The entire area not only trained reaction speed but also balance and physical fitness, making it far more aligned with our combat needs than mere running and jumping. First group, time starts now. I addressed the crowd, stating that under the leadership of the team leader, the members would embark one by one. The first challenge consisted of several high platforms. Upon ascending these heights, they would encounter a balance beam, followed by a zip line. After descending to a platform, they faced a climbing wall. Although it stood at a mere 5 meters, its difficulty was not to be underestimated. Scaling the climbing wall and descending the rope ladder led to a series of monkey bars. Mechanically operated, if one did not move swiftly, the gaps between the bars would widen, and falling to the ground would be deemed a failure. Beyond the monkey bars lay several inclined mats, requiring alternating foot placements without touching the ground in between. Surmounting this obstacle, the participants would confront a set of moving steps, necessitating precise timing to ascend quickly, lest the steps flip. Following the steps were several wooden stumps that moved up and down. Misjudging the timing could result in a fall. After navigating the stumps, a small pond awaited, where one would paddle a canoe across a distance of approximately 15 meters. The final challenge involved climbing a nearly vertical platform using a long rope. After a day of training, there remained over 10 brothers who could not complete the obstacles within the designated time. Conversely, a few newcomers aspiring to join the advanced team successfully passed the trials. In the following days, this obstacle course became the first hurdle for joining the advanced team. Although many applied, I was selective in my acceptance. The initial review would be conducted by Runan, followed by my own evaluation. Moreover, I focused exclusively on the refugees whom I had personally trained, resulting in only 150 individuals passing both the review and the obstacle course. This group included 50 brothers with whom I had previously executed 2 missions. The next phase involved the haunted house assessment, where the zombies were portrayed by real people, specifically, the 50 brothers I had trained. The ambience of the haunted house was masterfully enhanced by several professionals brought in by Guoxiang, to the point where even I felt a twinge of apprehension upon entering. In Chapter 51, Practical Assessment, it was imperative for the brothers masquerading as zombies to fulfill their roles beyond mere fright. They were tasked with advancing to capture participants. Those entering the haunted house could wield weapons, albeit a soft-covered wooden stick resembling a spear. Being caught by the impersonated zombies would signify one's demise, while the zombies would be deemed killed if struck 3 times by the foe spear. The assessment results would be determined by the number of zombies dispatched and the time taken to navigate the haunted house. To ensure fairness, I took the initiative to enter the haunted house myself first. The individuals portraying zombies were all brothers aspiring to join us, also numbering 50, strategically positioned throughout the haunted house. My completion time was 25 minutes, due to the exceptional dedication of my brothers and my own experience in combating hordes of the undead. I felt as though I was truly confronting real zombies. A few brothers were even injured in the process, prompting me to extend the completion time to 35 minutes. If the previous obstacle challenges tested endurance, physical strength, and reaction speed, the haunted house truly assessed combat skills and bravery. Each time we entered, the positions of the brothers impersonating zombies shifted. Sometimes they clustered together, at other times they spread apart, allowing for both evasion and direct confrontation. There were no shortcuts based on experience, as each encounter was unique, eliminating any possibility of cheating. After several days, only 100 individuals, including my previously trained 50 brothers, successfully passed both the obstacle and haunted house assessments. However, this number was sufficient for my advanced team. As an excess of personnel could hinder our ability to remain concealed, I assigned the combat department's leader to train personnel at both the obstacle course and the haunted house, as they perfectly suited our combat needs. Meanwhile, I commenced training with 100 advanced team members in the use of weapons. The shields, knives, and spears crafted by Tan Jingwen and his team were complete. I enlisted our militia's chief instructor and 2 national martial arts champions to provide training. Starting with shield formations. In urban combat scenarios, we would employ a square shield formation with a row of shields at the front, followed by spear thrusts. In open areas, a circular shield formation would encircle and protect individuals within, allowing them to strike outward with spears. The primary ranged weapon for the entire unit remained the crossbow, still organized into groups of 10. However, considering the impracticality of daggers in close combat, spears, machetes, and shields were equipped for each soldier. Under the guidance of national martial arts champions, the skills of the team improved dramatically. After a month of training, everyone had become proficient with shields, spears, and knives. During our leisure time, the team practiced their accuracy with crossbows at our newly established shooting range. Although calling it a shooting range was a stretch, it consisted merely of a few straw mats and wooden frames placed at a distance. Each day, in addition to physical training, we maintained our focus on the obstacle and haunted house challenges, ensuring that foundational exercises like running were not neglected. Even the combat department soldiers adhered to our training regimen and grouping. As time passed, the weapons crafted by Tan Jingwen and his team improved in quality. Being in close proximity to the source, I naturally selected the finest for my advanced team, especially the machetes, which, though not as formidable as my Tang knife, were more than sufficient for dispatching zombies. 2 full months of rigorous training had passed, and the only missing element for my advanced team was practical combat experience. One early morning, I gathered the 100 individuals, and it was time to investigate the 2 locations discovered by Liu Yang and his team. The first destination was relatively close, merely a 3-hour drive away, a clothing factory. According to intel gathered by Liu Yang and his team, this was no ordinary factory. It specialized in manufacturing combat attire. If we could uncover any high-tech items, it would add an extra layer of safety for my brothers. 500 meters from the clothing factory, we parked the vehicles as usual. Team 1, Team 2. Team 3, proceed with reconnaissance, I instructed. After extensive training, my brothers had developed exceptional synergy. Upon receiving orders, they swiftly moved towards the factory, ensuring they remained concealed. With no significant vantage points in the vicinity and the factory walls towering at least 5 meters high, a long-range assault seemed improbable. Before long, Team 3 returned with reports of approximately 500 zombies within the factory. There were 2 large gates, which could only be opened from the inside, and both were surrounded by a considerable number of zombies. We will create a diversion. I proposed. 2 individuals will scale the walls on either side to lure the zombies away. We will split into 2 teams of 50, launching a simultaneous assault from the front and back gates. It is time to put your training to the test. Let us move, I added. 2 brothers swiftly scaled the walls using ropes, while the 2 teams took their positions at the front and back gates. "Begin," I whispered into the radio. The two brothers on the wall began to shout and draw attention, while one from each team climbed the wall, seizing the moment to quietly open the gates. "Form up, remain calm, and execute the plan as trained," I instructed through the radio. Just as the brothers on the wall withdrew, the zombies surged towards us. Thanks to our training, the front line held firm with shields, keeping the zombies at bay, while the rear line thrust spears into the advancing horde. The remaining members wielded knives at the back for protection and support. The factory's layout featured roads on either side and a central building with 2 large iron doors, currently secured. This terrain worked to our advantage as the team steadily advanced, with more and more zombies falling to the ground. "Prepare the crossbows, get ready for confrontation," I commanded through the radio. My vision was keen. Despite the factory's size, I spotted a leaping zombie mingling within the throng, as well as 2 long-tongued zombies. We had trained for these scenarios. As soon as a leaping zombie took flight, a volley of crossbow bolts brought it down. The brothers had honed their archery skills remarkably since our training began. We maintained our distance from the long-tongued zombies, shielded by the throng of zombies that obscured their advance point. One managed to scale the factory roof, with several leaping zombies following suit. "Change formation to a turtle formation," I instructed through the radio. The rearmost brothers quickly regrouped, encircling everyone behind them, forming a protective barrier with shields that resembled a turtle shell. The long-tongued zombie launched its tongue towards us, only to strike the shields, causing no harm. As the tongue retracted, I swiftly issued orders. "Open the window, fire." The term "open the window" was our code. It signified that the shield bearers would temporarily lower their shields, allowing the brothers with crossbows to shoot at the target. Although the long-tongued zombie was formidable, I had thoroughly analyzed its tactics. It moved slowly before retracting its tongue, and this volley resulted in the demise of one long-tongued zombie. We pressed forward, maintaining our formation while remaining vigilant for any leaping zombies. I spoke into the intercom. Our 2 teams resembled a colossal turtle, advancing along the roads on either side of the factory. I needed to create sufficient space to evade the attacks of the leaping zombies. At this moment, my brothers trod upon the corpses of the zombies, their pace significantly slowing. A leaping zombie charged towards us. Without my command, the brothers had already spotted its figure through the gaps in our shield formation. The shield bearers retreated as crossbow bolts flew forth, causing the leaping zombie to tumble right before us. Utilizing the advantages of our turtle formation, we successfully annihilated several leaping zombies and 2 long-tongued zombies, then reconfigured our formation into a square shape. During our turtle formation, we had adjusted the front and rear ranks, allowing the frontline brothers a moment to recuperate. The remaining ordinary zombies, stripped of the support from the leaping and long-tongued zombies, were left utterly at our mercy. Even the inclusion of advanced zombies could not breach our formation. Ultimately, the last advanced zombie was encircled by my brothers with shields and dispatched by a flurry of spears. As the final zombie collapsed, I picked up the intercom and declared, "Close the main gate and clear the battlefield." Based on my experience, I was certain there were still zombies within the factory. I stepped forward, drew my tang sword, and severed the iron chain securing the factory's main door. The brothers behind me had already assumed formation, ready to face any impending zombie assault. To my astonishment, however, the factory was devoid of any zombies, filled only with various materials and machinery. Tan Jingwen and his team had repurposed the collected resources to enhance the signal transmitter. We now had one at the camp and another in our vehicle. Our intercom communication range had expanded to several hundred kilometers, eliminating the need to send someone back to report as we had done previously. I switched the intercom channel to the main frequency and announced, "The transportation department can proceed." A response came through. "Transportation department received. We will be there shortly." I then led my brothers to explore the factory. And we were indeed fortunate. The warehouse was brimming with an array of equipment, from training uniforms to tactical vests, and even tactical boots, bulletproof vests, helmets, and gloves. Everything one could desire. Don't just stand there. Each of you grab an outfit and change. I called out to my brothers. When Guishan and the transportation department arrived, they were taken aback. The 100 men behind me had transformed from ragtag attire into uniform black combat gear, complete with helmets, gloves, tactical boots, and vests. If it weren't for our large shields, Guishan and his team might not have recognized us. "Brother, You look incredible, Guashan exclaimed excitedly as he jumped from the vehicle. This is for combat needs. Do not think about appropriating any of this gear. All the materials from the factory must be returned to the research department. Let them collaborate with the logistics department for proper allocation. And expedite the outfitting of our combat units, as well as provide new clothing for the citizens of the city, I instructed. Rest assured, brother, I would never dare misappropriate resources. I will adhere strictly to the regulations. Guashan replied. All right, enough chatter. Quickly gather the supplies. This area is under your charge now. We will move on to the next location, leaving someone within the signal reception range, I concluded, leading my brothers back to the vehicle as we set off for our next destination. This time, we aimed for a mechanical processing plant. According to Tan Jingwen, acquiring these machines would enable the mass production of the pneumatic repeating crossbow they were developing, so I was determined to secure both locations. By the time we reached the mechanical processing plant, night had fallen. In order to hone everyone's skills, I left Xiao Huang behind. After all, 50 of my brothers were new recruits. Once we parked, I dispatched 2 brothers to scout ahead. After a couple of cigarettes, the scouts returned. What's the situation? I inquired. Brother, there aren't too many zombies, and just a short distance from the main entrance, there's a taller building where we can snipe the zombies. One brother reported. There are probably just over 200 zombies, but there are 2 monsters inside, another brother added. Monsters? Are you sure you saw them clearly? I asked. They appear to be mutated zombies, but they are no longer just ordinary zombies. One brother explained. How many people can that building accommodate? I inquired. We can all fit inside. It's an unfinished building with 8 stories, a brother responded. Let us head into that building, I instructed the group. Lead the way, I directed the 2 brothers. 100 men clad in black stealthily advanced under the cover of darkness. Just as the 2 brothers had indicated, the abandoned building offered excellent visibility, allowing us to shoot the zombies in the adjacent factory. However, as they had warned, there were indeed 2 mutated zombies resembling monsters within the factory. Ordinary zombies bore a striking resemblance to living humans, while advanced zombies merely exhibited higher intelligence and reaction speeds. The leaping zombies, with their muscular builds and powerful thighs, posed a significant threat in close combat. I had first-hand experience with their ferocity. If caught, survival was nearly impossible due to their immense strength. The long-tongued zombies, the only variant capable of ranged attacks that I had encountered thus far, could be countered by our shield formation. But these 2 before us were unlike any zombies we had faced before, transcending my understanding of the undead. These 2 creatures towered over the surrounding ordinary zombies, nearly double their height. It was one thing to be tall, but the long-tongued zombies were merely lanky. The 2 before us were not only tall but also terrifyingly robust, with arms as thick as my waist and well-developed leg muscles. What filled me with dread was that each of these towering zombies wielded a massive steel pipe, likely as thick as my leg. This was my first encounter with such grotesquely oversized zombies. Just as Tan Jingwen had surmised, if these zombies continued to mutate, humanity would stand no chance against them. In less than 3 months since Tan Jingwen and I began discussing this issue, zombies had evolved to such a terrifying extent, even acquiring the ability to wield weapons. Brother, what should we do? My brothers asked. To be honest, this was my first encounter with such zombies, but since we were here, we had to eliminate them. As for how to do so, we needed to conduct some experiments. What kind of experiments? My brothers queried. You will find out shortly. Everyone, conceal yourselves and prepare for a retreat, I instructed. After saying this, I also found a hidden, shadowy spot to stand. I took down the folding bow hanging at my waist, pressed the button to unfold it, knocked an arrow, and aimed at one of the large zombies, releasing the arrow with a swift motion. The arrow pierced through the large zombie's head. The creature let out a howl of pain. The surrounding ordinary zombies were swept away in a single stroke from the large zombie's steel pipe, which it swung wildly, continuing to wail while flailing its weapon, causing ordinary zombies to fall en masse. Brother, why isn't that thing dead? My brothers peered out from their hiding spots to ask. I had been observing through binoculars. Indeed, my arrow had penetrated its head, yet it remained alive. One brother remarked. I am perplexed. Did its weakness change upon mutation? All of you stay hidden. I'll try again. I instructed. I dared not let that zombie discover our presence. Judging by its movements with the steel pipe, this creature possessed not only immense strength but also considerable speed. If it charged at us, our shields would likely be insufficient to withstand its assault. I retreated to the shadowy corner and once again nocked an arrow. This time, I aimed not for its head, but for its heart. Unfortunately, my aim was thwarted. The arrow failed to penetrate its chest, merely embedding itself within its flesh. The large zombie became enraged, glancing around wildly, and the other large zombie quickly approached the injured one. I urgently signaled for my brothers to remain still. Though we were on the 4th floor of the unfinished building, at least 20 meters from the factory, I was uncertain whether these two mutated creatures possessed any additional abilities. I had always been confident in my archery skills. Since my physical abilities had enhanced, my arrows could pierce even ordinary walls. Yet, I could not breach the large zombie's chest, despite pouring all my strength into that last shot. Thankfully, the two large zombies scanned their surroundings for a while without detecting our presence. However, this only left me with further concerns. In my spare time, I frequently discussed zombie mutations with Tan Jingwen. He had told me that no matter how they evolved, they remained living beings, and all living beings have weaknesses. Since these zombies originated from humans, their weaknesses must be the brain and heart. My previous arrow had targeted its heart. If it could not penetrate, it confirmed my hypothesis. Biological evolution often compensates for inherent weaknesses, but this process typically takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Yet, under the catalyst of the zombie virus, these creatures had developed defensive mechanisms in just a few short months. "Brother, is there a chance we could make them turn on each other?" One brother whispered. "Good idea. Let me try that," I spoke, raising my bow to aim at the large, uninjured zombie. With a swift release, my arrow pierced through its skull. In pain, it flailed the heavy steel pipe in its hand, inadvertently striking down several ordinary zombies nearby, and even making contact with the previously injured large zombie. The creature, already wounded by 2 arrows, was now consumed by rage, swinging the pipe at its companion. The sight of 2 large zombies engaged in a fierce brawl was nothing short of astonishing, as the surrounding ordinary zombies quickly became collateral damage. My arrows inflicted minimal harm, but the ferocity of their mutual assault was another matter entirely. The massive steel pipes collided with resounding thuds, warping under the force of their blows, and both large zombies soon bore numerous wounds. They were evenly matched, and after a relentless exchange, they could barely maintain their footing. I stoked the flames further by releasing several more arrows, which once again found their mark in their skulls. Uncertain of which arrow struck the critical point, I realized that despite the large zombie's head being akin to a wheel's diameter, its brain had shrunk considerably. Thus, my earlier shot had failed to land a fatal blow. With both threats now down, the ordinary zombies within the factory posed no danger to us, especially since many had already fallen to the onslaught of the 2 large zombies. There were likely only about 150 left. "Free fire, clear the area," I instructed my comrades. After 2 rounds of shooting, the factory was devoid of life. I switched off the miniature camera that Tan Jingwen had entrusted to me and addressed my brothers. "Tonight, we shall rest in this building. At dawn, we will enter the factory, 1 team on lookout, starting with Team 1. The others should eat and rest as much as possible. Transport department, this is Yang Wei. Do you copy?" I announced into the walkie-talkie. "Received. Big brother, please proceed," King Washan's voice in response. "Didn't I instruct you to send someone to wait? Are you still at the garment factory?" I inquired. After ensuring that my brothers transported everything from the garment factory back, I then stationed myself here to wait for you. Washan replied. "We've cleared this area. You should depart at dawn." I said. "Understood, big brother," Washan acknowledged. Setting down the walkie-talkie, I found a corner to lean against, and before long, sleep overtook me. After 2 consecutive days of encounters with these mutated zombies, I was utterly exhausted. When I awoke, daylight had already broken, and only 2 brothers stood guard beside me. Observing their stance, it was clear they were there to protect my slumber. "Where are the others?" I asked hurriedly. "We didn't want to disturb your peaceful rest, so we let the others go ahead to clear the factory. We stayed back to keep watch over you," one brother explained. "You've worked hard. Let us go take a look, I replied, rising to my feet. Big brother, don't mention it if it weren't for you. We might have starved long ago. We wouldn't have learned the skills to survive until today, another brother added. Chapter 53. Slave traders indeed. It's our duty to guard our big brother, the other brother chimed in. As the three of us conversed, we made our way into the factory. The brothers were following my orders, diligently scouting the area while wielding their spears, occasionally prodding the heads of any still-moving zombies on the ground. Seeing that the machinery inside the factory was relatively well preserved, I breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were forklifts available. Otherwise, we would have struggled to move several machines. With these tools, the brothers' weaponry would undoubtedly reach new heights. Having nearly completed our cleanup, Guashan arrived with the transport team, and everyone was taken aback by the sight of the two large zombies on the ground. Bring one of the bodies back. I want Tanjingwen and the others to study it, I instructed the transport team. Big brother, their heads have been smashed to bits, Guashan remarked. There's still another one over there. Hurry up, if you dawdle. I'll send you to join the vanguard, I replied, prompting Guashan to rush his team towards the other large zombie's corpse. I had merely trained them to kill zombies for their self-defense. Fully aware that not everyone was suited to be a warrior, as long as each fulfilled their role, that was sufficient. Therefore, I did not feel anger towards Guashan's display of panic. He managed the transport team admirably, and that was enough. The group returned to the camp in high spirits as darkness began to fall. I promptly convened a meeting with the heads of each department. But I noticed the absence of Long Jiao and Xiao Yu. What happened? Where are they? I queried the assembled group. They went out in the morning to gather supplies, Wu Jun informed me. Have they had any contact with the camp during this time? I pressed on. No, Wu Jun replied. Then why hasn't anyone reached out? How far have they gone? I continued to inquire. They should still be within communication range. We've set up several signal receivers around. Lu Yang explained. Do you know where they went? How many people did they take? I asked next. Long took 50 male warriors, and Xiao Yu took 50 female warriors. Wu Jun answered. Go contact them. I instructed Wu Jun. Did you hear that a new type of zombie has appeared? Tanjingwen interjected. Yes, I brought back one of the corpses. We need to expedite weapon development. These creatures are quite troublesome, I replied to Tanjingwen. I'll head over to take a look right now, he said, dashing towards the exit. Guxiang, how is the construction of the walls progressing? I inquired. According to your specifications, the height is 20 meters. We are still reinforcing its strength, Guxiang reported. Have all personnel been registered? I turned to Ruanan. Everything is in order. Our total number now stands at 6,000, and here are the identification tags. Ruanan said. Handing me a tag, I examined the work badge-like item in my hand and addressed the group. All right, you may all return to your tasks. As everyone gradually dispersed. Only Ruanan and Winnie remained at my side. Don't worry, they will be fine, Winnie reassured me. How can I not worry? Both of them are impulsive. What if they encounter danger? I replied. It's my fault for not arranging things better. I should have sent Wu Jun and Xiao Yu out instead. Ruanan lamented. Don't blame yourself. I can guess they are likely bickering over something, eager to test the results of their training over these past days. I said, what should we do? Should we go look for them? Winnie asked. Let us wait until we hear back from Wu Jun. I responded. By the way, how many people are currently in the combat department? I inquired further. There are 500 male warriors and 500 female warriors. The transport department has 300, the reconnaissance department 300, the research department 200, the construction department 800, and the logistics department 600, excluding 300 children and your vanguard team. There are still 2,400 individuals without fixed positions, Ruanan detailed. What do these 2,000 individuals do on a daily basis? I asked. They assist whichever department is shorthanded, Ruanan replied. That one dude. We need to assign them fixed positions promptly. I want to keep anyone who is merely idling about, I stated firmly. Understood. I'll take care of it right away, Ruanan said. Heading toward the exit. Winnie, please assist Ruanan with her work. I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone, and if anyone resists orders, don't show them any leniency, I instructed Winnie, who stood beside me. Rest assured, I will protect my sister, Winnie replied with a smile. Not long after Winnie departed, Wu Jun returned, and upon seeing his troubled expression, I feared the worst for Long Jiu and Xiaoyu. Big brother, Wu Jun hesitated to speak. Cut the chatter and get to the point, I urged him. I just received news. They were ambushed, and only one brother managed to escape, Wu Jun revealed. Ambushed? Was it humans? I asked, alarmed. The escaped brother reported that they intended to visit a supermarket several hundred kilometers away. Along the way, they inadvertently discovered a prison, where they saw people coming and going. Thinking it was similar to the city where we previously sold cigarettes, they intended to investigate if they could barter for supplies. However, that place was overrun by a gang of villains engaging in slave trading, Wu Jun explained. How many were there, and what weapons did they have? I pressed on. There were about 200 of them, armed with guns, Wu Jun answered. How long ago did this happen? I continued my questioning. Approximately an hour ago, Wu Jun replied. Gather 200 men. Follow me. I commanded, rising to my feet and striding towards the door. Gather up. I seized the walkie-talkie and shouted. Before long, 100 brothers stood before me in perfect formation. The troops from Wu Jun's side were equally swift, and 200 men quickly converged towards us. Although our weapons and equipment were identical, and our helmets and combat uniforms were properly fitted, there remained a certain fierceness lacking in these 200 men compared to my 100 vanguard. Listen closely, our target this time is not the zombies, but humans. My brothers have all endured a life of suffering, and now our comrades have fallen into the hands of slavers. These people do not deserve to be called human. If anyone is afraid to kill, leave now. I bellowed at the crowd. I ceased my words, casting my gaze over the assembly. Perhaps my remarks stirred memories of their own hardships, or perhaps the bonds formed during these days made them feel for their comrades beside them. At last, a fierce glint appeared in their eyes, the ferocity I sought, while the gazes of my 100 brothers were as predatory as a wolf pack. All right, let us depart, I commanded. The heads of various departments had also received the news and gathered around. Before anyone could speak, I took the initiative. Liu Yang, Wen and I entrust the city defense matters to you for the time being. With that, I climbed onto the command vehicle, and Wu Jun drove us towards the main gate, while 300 fully armed brothers followed in trucks behind us. Along the way, we found the brother who had escaped, hiding in a tree by the roadside. By the time we located him, night had completely fallen. Big brother, I'm sorry, he said upon seeing me. Spare me the pleasantries. As long as you're unharmed, get in the vehicle. We'll talk on the way, I replied. Once he climbed aboard our command vehicle, the convoy set off again towards our destination. I asked, have you gathered all the information on the situation there? They have generators for watchtowers at the walls, each with 2 armed sentries. Inside the prison, there's an area filled with many zombies, while male and female slaves are all locked in cells. The residents within the city reside in dormitories, he informed me. Big brother, let us just crash through the main gate and storm in? Wu Jun suggested. I thought you were the calm one. Why are you so impulsive? We all know the walls and gates are fortified. Do you think they wouldn't know? I retorted, you're right. They have reinforced the gate, and there are many obstacles outside. Our vehicles wouldn't be able to break through, the brother said. Then what should we do? If I had known, I wouldn't have let them leave. Wu Jun said anxiously, as long as they're unharmed. Analyzing the current situation, those who captured the slaves will surely train them first. The zombies in that area must be there to instill fear. It seems those people have some means. A direct assault is out of the question. We must rely on cunning, I explained. How do we outsmart them, big brother? Wu Jun inquired. Let us assess the situation when we arrive. Drive carefully, I instructed. Fortunately, Tan Jingwen and the others had procured quite a few night vision devices, allowing the entire convoy to navigate through the darkness. Additionally, Guishan and his team had made significant modifications to these vehicles, not only enhancing safety but also minimizing noise. If it weren't for the moonlight spilling down, our convoy would have gone unnoticed. By the time we reached our destination, it was already deep into the night. We halted the vehicles about 3 kilometers from the prison, concealing them in a hidden area. The vegetation along the roadside, untouched by human interference for months, had grown dense, making it relatively easy for our convoy to remain concealed. Team 1, go scout the terrain. I instructed the Vanguard brothers. Wu Jun, we'll go take a look as well, I added. The rest of you, Stay well hidden and await my command, I said to the brothers in the woods. Utilizing the cover of the terrain, we quickly traversed the 3 kilometers. I had initially worried that those inside the prison might have set up hidden sentries nearby, but my concerns proved unwarranted. We encountered no signs of hidden posts along the way. Hiding in the woods near the front gate, I observed the prison's main entrance, which was tightly shut. However, I noticed light emanating from within, indicating that guards were on duty. Each corner of the watchtower had a sentry, and 2 searchlights swept across the area. It seemed impossible to conceal ourselves on the path from the woods to the prison gate. The prison walls stood approximately 20 meters high, making it exceedingly difficult for us to scale them with ropes. We would likely be spotted mid-climb. With my current vision, I could clearly see the rifles in the hands of the sentries. A direct assault would surely lead to our demise. Chapter 54. The assassination operation let us return to the rally point. I need to think of another plan, I whispered to Wu Jun. As we retreated halfway, we encountered the brothers I had sent to scout ahead. What's the situation? Is there any way in? I inquired. There's nothing. Apart from the main gate, there are no other entrances. Each corner of the wall has a watchtower, and each watchtower is equipped with searchlights. If we were to storm in, we'd need explosives to breach the wall, one brother replied. Let us head back to the rally point. We brainstormed together, I suggested. Upon reaching the rally point, I noticed several zombie corpses lying on the ground. The brothers were on high alert, closely monitoring the surroundings. Had it not been for our night vision devices and the code we established, we might have almost been mistaken for zombies ourselves. Big brother, there are zombies in this forest. We shouldn't linger here, one of the vanguard leaders said to me. I observed the deceased zombies on the ground and stroked my chin, saying, I believe I have a way to infiltrate. Wu Jun. Let us have 5 brothers don the zombies' clothing and disguise ourselves as refugees to blend in, I proposed. What if they open fire? Wu Jun asked. They won't, since they deal in slavery. We'd be their goods. No seller would destroy their merchandise. Hurry, change your clothes, I instructed. 5 brothers from Team 1 stepped forward and changed attire. During the clothing exchange, I addressed the brothers, saying, once we enter, their attention will undoubtedly be on us. The sharpshooters should position themselves in the 4 corners. When I shout Qing Tian de Lao Yi, immediately eliminate the sentries in the watchtowers. The rest will storm through the main gate. Remember, do not make a sound. Big brother, if you shout that in the dead of night, won't you wake everyone inside? One brother remarked. Rest assured, before we set out, Tan Jingwen provided me with this, I replied, pulling out a WeChat walkie-talkie and placing it in my ear.